Becoming a control group. Oh dear, the new bride of the Zhang family is about to part with her treasured dowry to send her younger brother-in-law to school. I've heard she even crafted a set of delicate cotton garments for her sister-in-law, point one matron. Unable to suppress her envy, lamented, had I known she was so virtuous, I should have secured her for my son. Beneath the sprawling branches of a lush banyan tree, several women clad in coarse cloth busily stitched shoe soles while indulging in gossip. That new bride's given name is Su Yuewei, isn't it? A scholar from the city bestowed that name upon her. The Zhang family is truly fortunate. The Yuan family, on the other hand, has suffered generations of misfortune, marrying into a bride who is Su Yuewei's cousin. Once that bride entered the household, with her husband and younger brother absent, she immediately began to torment her sister-in-law. Just look at Bao Shu. She's been utterly distressed these past few days. Poor thing. Point one lady suddenly spotted Yuan Bao Shu carrying a water bucket as she approached, and, with a gleam in her eye, called out, "Bao Shu, your sister-in-law is summoning you to fetch water." Again, that little girl is only 10 years old. It would suffice for her to wash clothes and cook, but she risks injuring her back by carrying water. And why sister-in-law treats me very well, please do not speak ill of her. With that, she lowered her head and continued toward the village well. As she walked, the bucket accidentally struck against her, causing her to stumble slightly. Yuan Bao Shu remained silent, merely pressing on ahead. That girl Bao Shu still wishes to shield that wicked woman. All she accomplishes is to embolden her further, the ladies murmured, their voices hushed as they spoke of the malicious newcomer, Su Yueling, who had recently joined the Yuan household. Her sister-in-law, you must have heard of her. As soon as June and the others departed, she was ready to ascend to the heavens. Just yesterday, as I passed by, I witnessed her scolding Bao Zhu for not allowing her porridge to cool down, and in a fit of rage, she splashed the scalding porridge directly onto Bao Zhu. Had it not been for Bao Zhu's quick reflexes, her face would have been severely burned. Not only that, the day before yesterday, she insisted that Bao Zhu travel to the county town to sell the chickens raised at home. Also, she could indulge in the city's osmanthus. Those chickens were already laying eggs. And yet, for the sake of a precious morsel of dessert, she insisted on selling them. I have never encountered such a demanding daughter-in-law. I also heard that she criticized Bao Zhu for not embroidering enough handkerchiefs and insisted that Bao Zhu stay up late to stitch more, while she herself slept until the sun was high in the sky. Just look at Bao Zhu. Her eyes are red from exhaustion. One would think that being family, she could learn a thing or two from her cousin Su Yuewei's grace and gentleness. If my daughter-in-law dared to treat others in such a manner, I would certainly give her a few sharp slaps. Host, have you noticed? Your infamous reputation has spread throughout the village, starkly contrasting with your cousin Su Yuewei. If this continues, you will become the most notorious woman for miles around, repeating the original host's tragic fate. In Su Yueling's mind, a chibi girl clad in a short dress bounced about, holding a tablet that displayed scenes of gossip from various aunts and relatives, her voice tinged with disappointment. She surveyed her surroundings, the lowly houses, the earthen walls with straw peeking through. The interior was rather dim, with a wooden bed covered in a straw mat, and the surrounding wooden furniture was rough and darkened with age. She was clad in a pale blue coarse fabric mid-waist skirt, and the rough texture protested against her delicate skin with every slight movement, making her yearn to shed the garment. The sole redeeming quality was the impeccably clean floor. After all, the original occupant had just had her sister-in-law scrub the floor 20 times today, leaving no speck of dew in sight, and they had depleted 2 large water jars in the process. Oh, who are you? You don't remember? Oh, it seems you fainted from the pain when we were bound together, so you didn't catch that. Allow me to reintroduce myself. This is the good wife and wise mother system, and my designation is 250. Su Yueling nodded slightly. The tone of the system, indeed, seemed rather typical of a 250. The system, oblivious to her inner musings, continued to elucidate. You have traversed into another realm, becoming the malicious supporting female character in a farming novel, serving as a foil to the protagonist, Su Yuewei. Your foolishness and malevolence are meant to highlight her gentle and virtuous nature, resulting in your repeated humiliation. In the narrative, you mistreated your husband's sister, framed his brother, and cuckolded your spouse, inciting widespread outrage. Ultimately, you were abandoned by all, expelled from your home, and sold off by your lover. In contrast, your cousin, Su Yuewei, possessed both beauty and kindness, cherishing her husband's sister as her own sibling. She diligently earned money to support her husband and his brother in their academic pursuits, treated her stepson from a previous marriage as if he were her own, and selflessly cared for her husband, who harbored feelings for another. In the end, she won over her husband's family, with her stepson regarding her as his own mother, and became a renowned virtuous wife in the region. Her husband remained devoted to her alone throughout their lives, and she was honored as a woman of high rank. However, fear not, for you have been bound to our virtuous wife system. As long as we surpass Su Yuewei in gentleness and virtue, treading her path and leaving her with no alternative, we can create miracles, alter the destiny of the malevolent supporting character, reach the pinnacle of life, and realize the dream of a comeback against all odds. Su Yuewei distilled the system's words, realizing that she had transmigrated into a book, becoming the antithesis to the female lead. Why would she forsake her status as the eldest daughter of the Su family to become a mere comparison? Was the life of a wealthy heiress not appealing? Moreover, why should she be virtuous and care for others? The word virtuous was not in Su Yueling's vocabulary. As the most cherished eldest daughter in her family, she had always been the one catered to and accommodated by others. As the system conversed, fragments of memories that did not belong to her emerged in her mind. The original owner, also named Su Yuewei, was perhaps the reason for her unexpected transmigration. The original owner's husband, the scholar Yuan Suijun, had lost his parents 3 years prior, leaving behind a younger brother, Yuan Suifeng, and a younger sister, Yuan Baoshu. How much do you need? Name your price 10 billion? Or perhaps 100 billion? The eldest daughter of the Su family was never in want of wealth. The newly initiated system clearly did not anticipate its host's readiness to spend lavishly at the slightest provocation. After a brief moment of astonishment, it stammered. She even splashed water that her sister-in-law had laboriously drawn, all for her own comfort. Moreover, Yuan Baoshu had to venture into the mountains to gather firewood, embroider more than 3 handkerchiefs each day, and, at night, she was obligated to fan the original owner to sleep, leaving her with scarcely an hour of rest over 3 consecutive days. The original owner's behavior was shockingly excessive. If it continued, Yuan Baoshu would succumb to exhaustion within days. Su Yuewei shared the sentiment that the original owner was indeed unreasonable. These responsibilities were clearly meant for her husband, though. It dawned on her that Yuan Suijun, the original owner's spouse, was in poor health and had fallen into a coma shortly after their marriage, prompting the family's younger brother to hastily transport him to the city in search of a renowned physician. With both of them absent, the original owner had taken the opportunity to mercilessly torment her sister-in-law. Such actions were evidently aimed at establishing her authority within the household, seeking to dominate her sister-in-law while simultaneously testing her limits. Yuan Baoshu, inherently gentle and pliable, remained silent even under such brutal treatment. She pushed open the door, and with that motion, the pungent odor of chicken droppings wafted in. The Yuan family kept 5 chickens in their yard. Although Yuan Baoshu was a diligent child who occasionally tidied up the space, it was inevitable that there would be a few unsight. Ly messes. Su Yuewei covered her nose, having been raised in comfort. She was unaccustomed to such an assault on her senses. Yuan Baoshu's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, her voice quivering as she spoke. Sister-in-law, I didn't mean to. He'll go fetch another bucket right away. Do you see, host? This is all the original owner's doing. Look how frightened she is of you. You must comfort her. Assure her that you will help her fetch water and personally prepare a chicken dish for her. While she enjoys the meat, you can savor the broth. Prepare the pot. Su Yueling's gaze fell upon the few chickens scurrying in the yard. Though they were not the Tian Shan snow chickens she was accustomed to, given the current circumstances, she well. You have to make do. As she swiftly muted the clamorous system, she instructed Yuan Baoshu, go and kill a chicken for the soup. The fat must be skimmed clean from the broth aside from chicken wings. I do not wish to see any other meat in my bowl. The muted system screamed in silence. Chapter 2. The virtuous wife and good mother system. Su Yueling's commanding demeanor was remarkably natural, imbued with an air of justified authority that compelled others to heed her words. Yuan Baoshu instinctively prepared to comply, but only as she stepped beyond the threshold did she realize her actions. Sister-in-law. Su Yuewei cast her a glance and added, the feathers on the chicken must be meticulously removed. Not a single quill should remain. The chicken must be washed no fewer than 10 times. How she wished she were still at home, where the household chef required no additional instructions, always crafting dishes that perfectly suited her palate. I expect to see the chicken soup prepared before noon. Then, let us first dispatch one. If all else failed, she would sell the embroidered handkerchief she had crafted to procure the funds necessary to purchase a chick to rear. Yuan Baoshu began searching the courtyard for the hen that laid the fewest eggs. Meanwhile, Su Yuewei seized this opportunity to activate the system once more, initiating a dialogue regarding their account. Host, how can you act in such a manner? You ought to assist Yuan Baoshu with fetching water and tending to the chickens, thereby showcasing your virtuous character and enhancing her affection for you. Fetch water and tend to the chickens? Such laborious tasks were entirely absent from Su Yuewei's lexicon. Her hands had never even grasped a cleaning cloth, her delicate brows arching in disdain. That is utterly impossible. It is already quite reasonable of me not to demand a thorough cleaning of the floors and tables. Furthermore, who says I am bound to you? A contract I have not signed is akin to mere toilet paper. It holds no value. This is coercive selling, and I shall file a complaint. The system's voice faltered, betraying its confusion. As a newly emerged novice system, It possesses no experience in dealing with its host, merely striving to learn from its predecessors. Those predecessors had hosts who joyfully bound themselves to the system, diligently completing tasks in exchange for benevolent rewards. However, they failed to inform her of the procedures to follow in the event of a complaint. But without binding to the system, you shall perish. After all, Su Yuewei's original body had already lost its vitality. Without hesitation, Su Yuewei replied, "Then let me die. Yet, before I depart, I shall certainly file a complaint against you." The system fell silent, and after 5 minutes of quietude, it began to weep. "Could you please refrain from lodging a complaint against me? I will look into any potential methods of unbinding. If unbinding were possible, could I switch to another system? Perhaps the mischievous system would suffice, or even a flawless system. The system of the dutiful wife and mother ought to be consigned to the crematorium and reduced to ashes. Someone like her, whose every strand of hair was perfection, would undoubtedly accomplish the tasks effortlessly with a perfect system. There is no method of unbinding unless your benevolence value reaches negative 10,000. In that case, you would automatically unbind due to task failure. Before I fail, I will certainly file a complaint against you, ensuring your failure precedes mine." Wah! The dutiful wife and mother system began to cry profusely. This host was truly terrifying. Su Yuewei couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this system was indeed a pure novice, revealing its vulnerabilities with the slightest intimidation. "Could you please not complain about me?" Certainly. The virtuous wife and good mother system nearly made Su Yuewei doubt her own ears, even causing her to momentarily experience a hiccup in her thoughts. However, she firmly asserted, "You must compensate me." Given her current living conditions, Su Yuewei had never endured such hardships and could hardly withstand it for more than a few days. It was imperative that she enhance her living environment. Su Yuewei had inherited the memories of her predecessor, who also bore the name Su Yuewei, was 16 years old, and bore a striking resemblance to her own physical appearance, albeit with more refined features. The predecessor's father had once been the proprietor of a tavern, but he had passed away 2 years prior, leaving behind a modest fortune and a house in the city for his daughter. Thus, although Su Yuewei's dowry was not comparable to that of the daughters of affluent families, it was undoubtedly among the most generous in the surrounding villages. This served as the foundation of her predecessor's leverage. However, such a dowry was naturally beneath the notice of the eldest daughter of the Su family. The newly activated system was evidently taken in by Su Yuewei's demeanor and ultimately entered into an unequal agreement with her. The initial 500 points of virtuous value, typically bestowed upon newly launched systems, were deftly appropriated by Su Yuewei. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood, and thus Su Yuewei began to scour the marketplace, contemplating what she might exchange for. The culinary mastery skill required 5,000 points of virtuous value, as did the weaving skill. The system could not refrain from chattering, "Host, persevere. Strive to accumulate enough virtuous value to exchange for these two skills, and you shall become a wife who excels in both the parlor and the kitchen." Su Yuewei chose to disregard this voice. It was inconceivable for her to engage in cooking or weaving in this lifetime, nor would it be in the next. After a brief contemplation, she concluded that enhancing her living environment was of utmost importance. Thus, she expended 50 points of her domesticity value to acquire a book titled The Development of Cotton Spinning Technology. Upon a cursory glance, she noted that the heiress still relied on hand-cranked devices. The other items available in the marketplace failed to pique her interest. If this technology were to be sold, it could potentially yield a profit to improve her surroundings, although she could directly exchange for gold and silver at the market. A reasonable justification was essential for the extraction of such precious metals. Despite her capricious nature, Su Yuewei was not foolish. While she perused the book for exchange, Yuan Baoshu was in the kitchen, diligently simmering soup. The chicken was fed daily with earthworms personally caught by Yuan Baoshu, resulting in exquisite meat. Once simmered over an open flame, the rich aroma of the chicken broth soon wafted through the air. When the broth neared completion, Yuan Baoshu remembered Su Yuewei's instructions. Serving her a bowl of chicken soup, she meticulously skimmed off the floating fat, rendering the broth crystal clear, with 2 chicken wings submerged within, devoid of any feathers. Carefully balancing the tray, she approached Su Yuewei and placed the bowl before her. It was ready to be savored. Though Su Yuewei found the murky appearance of the soup unappealing, her hunger compelled her to set aside her distaste for the moment. She grasped the spoon and sipped slowly, her furrowed brow betraying her displeasure. Yuan Baoshu could not fathom why the soup, which she believed was delicious, elicited such a reaction from her sister-in-law. It appeared as though Su Yueling were imbibing poison, a sight that filled her with trepidation, fearing that a moment of dissatisfaction might lead to the bowl being hurled in her direction. Previously, the sister-in-law, dissatisfied with the poorly prepared porridge, hurled it at her. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have suffered burns. With heightened vigilance, she remained ever ready to evade any projectiles that might be thrown her way. The tantalizing aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, stirring the cravings within Yuan Baoshu's stomach, yet she dared not indulge, merely swallowing her saliva discreetly. She could only hope that this delectable chicken soup would temper her sister-in-law's temper. Su Yueling's appetite was modest. A bowl of chicken soup accompanied by 2 chicken wings sufficed. After half an hour, she reluctantly finished the soup and consumed the wings. It paled in comparison to the Tianshan snow chicken she was accustomed to, barely palatable. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that Yuan Baoshu was not the chef of her household. Nor was this the Su family's kitchen, and thus she chose to be magnanimous. Please take the bowl away. I do not consume other parts of the chicken, nor do I drink leftover soup. You may deal with the remainder, she stated calmly. Yuan Baoshu, agitated, protested the wastefulness of discarding the soup and chicken. What if I reheat it for you tonight? Su Yueling's brow furrowed, her voice icy. You actually wish for me to consume leftover soup? Aside from the wings, I will not eat anything else. Leftovers are utterly unacceptable. This household is under my authority. Should you dare present this before me tonight, I shall surely dispose of it. Yuan Baoshu was drenched in sweat, distressed by the thought of waste. But this is chicken soup. If you feel it is wasteful, then you should eat it yourself. Su Yueling responded, leaving Yuan Baoshu stunned, her voice laced with disbelief as her eyes widened. You want me to eat it? Indeed. You may discard it if you wish, or indulge in it, for I shall not partake. Yuan Baoshu's expression was one of utter bewilderment. Had her sister-in-law truly undergone a transformation? To leave behind such an abundance of chicken soup and meat for her consumption? Surely, she was not dreaming. Chapter 3. Had she truly changed? Yuan Baoshu felt a haze of uncertainty enveloping her. She began to suspect that her sister-in-law had crafted this ruse, waiting for her to indulge only to unleash a torrent of reproach afterwards. Yet, the enticing aroma of the chicken soup wafting from the kitchen incessantly tempted her ravenous appetite. Having only consumed a few sips of water and a bowl of diluted porridge since morning, after laboring for hours, she was undeniably famished. Even if it meant facing punishment or scolding, she yearned for a taste. She gazed at the chicken in the pot, cautiously selecting the smallest piece with her chopsticks and savoring it slowly. Upon finishing this morsel, she was astonished to find that the anticipated harsh rebuke never came. Could it be that her sister-in-law genuinely permitted her to enjoy the chicken soup and meat? Surely, you too find this chicken unpalatable, do you not? Hence, you only consumed a single piece and abstained thereafter. A cool voice echoed in her ears, startling Yuan Baoshu nearly out of her wits. She stiffly turned her head. Sister-in-law, since you two have no desire to eat, then perhaps it should be discarded. Discarded? With such a vast quantity of chicken soup and meat, how could it possibly be thrown away? Yuan Baoshu hastily replied, I shall eat it. I will eat it now. Fearing that Su Yueling might indeed pour the soup away, she swiftly cradled the pot and began to feast. The chicken was not particularly large to begin with, and her prolonged hunger allowed her to consume every last morsel. Once she had finished, she could not suppress a hearty belch, and she felt as though it carried the taste of chicken within it. During this process, her sister-in-law unexpectedly insisted that she finish her meal. There were no scoldings or mistreatment. It felt as though she were living a dream. Yuan Baoshu could not help but pinch her own face, wincing from the pain. This was indeed not a dream. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she blinked away the mist in her eyes. Su Yueling regarded her with an icy demeanor, tinged with a hint of arrogance, slightly lifting her chin, and inquired if she was full. Yuan Baoshu nodded in affirmation. At that moment, she would have complained not even if asked to fetch more water. Now that you are satiated, prepare my bed, Su Yueling commanded. Originally, she had intended to take an afternoon nap, yet the coarse bedding was intolerable. Su Yueling was accustomed to sleeping on a luxurious Swedish handmade mattress, topped with a $500,000 Icelandic duck-down comforter. To lie on such rough fabric was unbearable. She might as well crash into a wall and seek rebirth. Fortunately, she recalled that her dowry included a piece of red silk and some cotton, which could be fashioned into a new bedding set. Yuan Baoshu obediently followed Su Yueling as she approached the chest containing the dowry, commanding her to open it. The vivid red satin captivated Yuan Baoshu's gaze, a flicker of envy glimmering in her eyes. How exquisite the silk was. If fashioned into garments, it would undoubtedly be stunning to wear. Likely, only her sister-in-law possessed such a splendid dowry in the entire village. However, such fine silk was surely reserved for her sister-in-law's New Year's attire. Although Yuan Baoshu admired it, she did not harbor any greedy desire to possess it. The next moment, she heard Su Yueling's voice, as if it were a matter of course. Bring me this satin and the cotton from the other chest. I require them to make a new mattress. Before going to bed at night, can you finish it? She can begrudgingly endure, forgoing her afternoon nap today. Su Yueling believes that since her arrival in this world, she has already been sufficiently virtuous and kind. The 250 system, silently observing all of this, could only express its bewilderment with a row of question marks. Yuan Baoshu's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising a few octaves. Are you truly planning to use this satin for bedding? Isn't that an extravagant waste? Su Yueling sighed. Indeed, I also think that using it for bedding is inappropriate. Yuan Baoshu instinctively nodded. But aren't there better fabrics available? I suppose I shall have to make do. How unfortunate for me. As she spoke, she praised herself. I am truly a kind and virtuous person. Yuan Baoshu was left utterly speechless. It was the first time she had encountered someone who felt wronged for using silk as bedding. Sister-in-law, are you truly not going to regret this? Su Yueling frowned. If you are unable to do it, I will find someone else. No, I will do it. Seeing her determination to use this silk for a quilt, Yuan Baoshu hastily insisted, I can manage it myself. If we ask someone else, I worry they might secretly withhold a piece of the fabric. Su Yueling disdainfully glanced at the old bedding. Make sure to discard this old one. Yuan Baoshu's voice weakened. This is new bedding. Our family specifically prepared it for you. Sister-in-law, you have only used it for a few days. It rubs against my skin painfully. I dislike it. You can either throw it away or find a place to store it yourself. Yuan Baoshu found herself unwittingly led astray by Su Yueling, opting to place the bedding in her own room. As she gazed at the once pristine, now worn-out bedding, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could it be that her sister-in-law disapproved of her using old bedding, prompting her to present the new covers in this manner? Much like how earlier that day, she had left most of the chicken and soup for her, while herself consuming the least desirable chicken wings. Perhaps her sister-in-law was not as malevolent as she had envisioned? Next door, the Zhang family, to whom Su Yueling's cousin Su Yuewei was married, was bustling with activity. Su Yuewei placed stir-fried cucumbers and steamed eggs on the table, setting the bowls and chopsticks in order, inviting everyone to dine. Once the family had settled, she adorned her face with a gentle smile, ensuring each bowl was filled to the brim with rice, while her own serving barely covered the bottom of her bowl. Throughout the meal, she primarily picked at the cucumbers, leaving the eggs for her family to enjoy. Her husband, Zhang Qinhuang, though lacking affection for his new bride, could not help but be touched by her diligence over the past few days. He remarked, "You should eat some eggs and take a bit more rice." Su Yuewei responded as though she had received a great honor, her expression brimming with gratitude, yet she firmly shook her head. "No, thank you. I do not care for eggs, and my appetite is modest. This amount suffices." "Dear sister-in-law, you are truly peculiar for not liking eggs." "Then I shall indulge in them for you," chimed in Zhang Xinghua, her sister-in-law, clad in a new garment that Su Yuewei had sewn for her in recent days. She eagerly scooped a generous spoonful of egg into her bowl and relished it with evident delight. Su Yuewei consumed her meal slowly, a smile gracing her lips as she found her greatest happiness in witnessing the others relish their food. Not far away, on a bed, lay her 2-year-old stepson, whom she had already nourished with rice soup. After a while, she spoke up. "My dear husband, may I take a bowl of rice to the Yuan family later?" "What is the matter?" With a sigh, Su Yuewei revealed a face tinged with shame. "I have heard that my cousin has been treating her sister-in-law rather harshly since marrying into the Yuan family. That girl, Baoshu, has toiled all morning and, I fear, has not had a sip of water since then. Therefore, I thought to bring her some food, lest Baoshu suffer from hunger." She bit her lower lip, her head bowed, consumed by guilt. "It is entirely our fault for not properly educating Yueling at home. I shall seize this opportunity to instruct her in the ways of a wife, so that she may not continue down this path." Chapter 4. The virtuous former protagonist Su Yuewei harbored complex feelings towards Su Yueling. While her own appearance could only be described as delicate, Su Yueling possessed a beauty that seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. With only a slight age difference, the two had often been compared throughout their lives. Lacking in physical allure compared to Su Yueling, Su Yuewei had to rely on her character to prevail. although her parents were the primary branch of the Su family. Their earning capacity was vastly overshadowed by that of her uncle, who cherished Su Yueling, the sole daughter, as a treasured gem. Despite Su Yueling lacking maternal guidance, her life at home was remarkably better than Su Yuewei's, resembling a life of ease. While Su Yuewei was adept in all household chores, she and Su Yueling were married within a span of no more than 3 months, both being daughters of the Su family. Her dowry, the finest of which consisted of merely 4 feet of delicate cotton fabric, paled in comparison to Su Yueling's lavish gifts, which included an exquisite yard of crimson silk and a complete set of silver headdresses, rendering her akin to mere dirt beneath one's feet. Fortunately, after entering her new home, through her diligence, kindness, and virtue, she swiftly quelled the dissatisfaction of her in-laws. Now, with the tempestuous Su Yueling as a stark contrast, her family-in-law has come to appreciate the advantages of having married her. The more arrogant and malicious Su Yueling became, the more her own gentle and amiable nature shone through. She has even earned the privilege of dining at the table, unlike other newlywed daughters-in-law who must settle for leftovers in the kitchen. Indeed, after she spoke those words, her husband gazed at her with increasing tenderness. She was herself, and Su Yueling was another, and their characters were evident to all. However, her goodwill may not necessarily be acknowledged by Su Yueling. Su Yuewei smiled slightly but maintained, after all, she is my cousin. One cannot write 2 Su characters with a single stroke. I cannot continue to allow her to mistreat my sister-in-law. That child, Baoshu, is pitiful. Her face has grown gaunt. Reflecting for a moment, she picked up a few slices of stir-fried cucumber with her chopsticks and placed them in a bowl. Then, standing up, she smiled gently at everyone and said, "While the food is still warm, I shall take some to Baoshu." Zhang Xinghua, the younger sister-in-law from the Zhang family, watched her departing figure with a sense of relief, patting her chest as she said to her brother Zhang Chen, "Brother, thank goodness we married our sister-in-law and not that calamity Su Yueling. Otherwise, our Zhang family would be in disarray. It is said that Yuan Baoshu must rise at the break of dawn to fetch water and prepare meals, unlike her, who can sleep until the sun warms her." Zhang Cheng, feeling a pang of empathy, nodded in agreement. Indeed, if he were to marry Su Yueling, his son would likely be the first to suffer. A good wife should be virtuous, and Yuewei's gentle and kind disposition truly qualifies her as an exemplary spouse. The slender figure of his late wife flickered through his mind. Perhaps he should no longer dwell on the past and should cherish the one before him. Su Yuewei approached the Yuan family door, cradling a bowl in her hands, as the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted towards her, awakening her appetite. Since her marriage, she had conscientiously refrained from eating meat, opting instead for the vegetables before her. "Yueling, are you home?" she called, lightly tapping on the door with her free hand. After a brief moment, footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal Yuan Baoshu, who appeared astonished at the sight of her. "Sister-in-law Zhang, what brings you here?" Her gaze fell upon the bowl of food in Su Yuewei's hands. "Are you delivering a meal for sister-in-law? But I just had a hearty meal, so I won't be needing it." Su Yuewei offered a gentle smile. "I thought you might not have had lunch yet, so I brought you a bowl." "Delivering to me?" Yuan Baoshu quickly shook her head. "No need, I am quite full. I practically devoured all the chicken myself. It was so delicious that I couldn't help but finish it all. My stomach is still quite full, so I cannot eat anything more." Observing her reaction, Su Yuewei felt even more fortunate for Su Yueling, who had encountered such an amiable and easily manageable sister-in-law. Baoshu had been subjected to such harsh treatment that she still contemplated concealing it for her. A mixture of helplessness and guilt crossed her face as she said, "You need not speak. I am already aware. Let us eat while the food is still warm," she added. Yuan Baoshu felt somewhat dazed but insisted. "I truly cannot eat." Su Yuewei responded, "I understand your predicament. Fear not. I shall speak to Yueling on your behalf. As the daughter-in-law of the Yuan family, how could she deny you a meal and force you to labor continuously? This reflects our failure in her upbringing. These principles should have been instilled in her before her marriage. We thought her too young, and given that her uncle and aunt departed early, we indulged her a bit too much. You have endured much in these past few days." Yuan Baoshu began to grasp her meaning. The Zhang family sister-in-law must have assumed she had been mistreated, perhaps even missing her lunch. While she recognized the sister-in-law's good intentions, she felt compelled to clarify the truth for her own sister-in-law's sake. "I truly had my fill at noon. She did not starve me. I ate chicken and drank chicken soup." Su Yuewei regarded Yuan Baoshu with a look of exasperation, as if to say, "How can you be so soft-hearted?" Even if she wished to speak well of Yueling, Such an approach was unwarranted. Would Yueling truly allow Bao Shu to dine on chicken? The sun certainly did not rise from the west today. Observing her disbelief, Yuan Bao Shu grew anxious, sweat beading on her forehead. It is true. The bones I gnawed on are still on the stove. Su Yuewei remained unconvinced, feeling a sense of helplessness. How could Bao Shu be so pliable? It was no wonder her cousin took advantage of her. With that, she carried the bowl of rice and headed straight into the room to find Yueling. Earlier, the commotion between her and Yuan Bao Shu at the door had reached Su Yueling's ears, but with the sun blazing outside, she had no intention of venturing out into the heat. She languidly settled into her chair. Even as she noticed Su Yuewei's entrance, she showed no inclination to rise, merely lifting her gaze slightly. Is this truly the contrast to depict her as a mud-like character? At first glance, she indeed appears gentle and virtuous. Yet her intellect seems somewhat lacking. Rising earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the dogs, she carries herself with an air of misplaced pride. Su Yuewei furrowed her brows, her gaze fixating on Su Yueling, who seemed utterly at leisure. With a tone filled with earnestness, she admonished, "Yueling, with your husband absent, it is your duty to manage the household, undertake domestic responsibilities, treat your sister-in-law kindly, and fulfill your obligations as a wife. If you are unfamiliar with household chores, I can certainly teach you." Su Yueling retorted coolly, "I am already quite virtuous. I even allowed her to have chicken for lunch." Yuan Bao Shu nodded vigorously beside her. She had voiced this sentiment numerous times, yet the Zhang family's matron remained unconvinced. Su Yuewei struggled to articulate her thoughts, nearly choking on her words. Had there been any improvement? In the days since her arrival, she had yet to witness Su Yueling so much as touch a broom. However, you make a valid point. Bao Shu is indeed still young, and household chores should not fall upon her. Hence, you should assist her, she concluded. After all, the household duties cannot remain unattended. As a sister, your benevolence would surely not permit you to refuse. Su Yuewei. Chapter 5. More virtuous than Su Yuewei, Su Yuewei considered herself to possess a commendable temperament, consistently treating others with kindness and willingly offering assistance. However, upon hearing her cousin Su Yueling's words, an uncontrollable surge of anger welled up within her. It was expected for her to labor within the Zhang household, as she had married into the family and was thus obliged to fulfill her duties as a wife and mother, assuming all household responsibilities. Yet, she was neither a daughter-in-law of the Yuan family nor a servant. Why should she be compelled to work? She stifled her rising fury, striving to keep her voice soft and gentle. "Yueling, if you are unfamiliar with these tasks, I can teach you. We can begin with dusting the tables." Su Yueling cast her a sidelong glance, dismissing the notion with a cool indifference. Her expression bore no trace of disdain, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Her brows slightly raised in haughty defiance. This provocation ignited Su Yuewei's anger further, nearly overwhelming her composure. "You must learn, for you are now married. You can no longer be as willful as before. How can you justify such an attitude towards your husband and Yuan Bao Shu?" Suddenly called upon, Yuan Bao Shu appeared bewildered. She glanced at her sister-in-law and softly remarked, "Sister-in-law, if you are unable, I can handle those tasks." She was quite adept at her work and did not require her sister-in-law to dust the tables. In fact, if her sister-in-law were to undertake household chores, she would be apprehensive about the potential damage to the furniture. Su Yueling found Yuan Bao Shu's understanding nature rather commendable. Conversely, Su Yuewei felt a profound frustration towards Yuan Bao Shu's overly compliant disposition, lamenting the lack of such a sister-in-law for herself. Despite her many superior qualities compared to Yueling, fate had not favored her in this regard. However, once Bao Shu is married off, it will still fall upon you to manage the household. If it were not for the bond of sisterhood between the two, she would hardly go to such lengths to explain these matters to her. Yet, inexplicably, Yueling fails to appreciate the kindness extended to her. Su Yueling declared emphatically, "Isn't my husband there to help? It is utterly inconceivable for you to expect her to toil away. Even in dreams, such thoughts are unacceptable. She is willing to earn a living, while I take charge of external affairs, and Yuan Suijun manages the internal." Su Yuewei's eyes widened in shock, and she stammered, "But his health is poor. Are you truly expecting a sick man to work? It seems you wish for your husband to depart this world sooner rather than later. How cruel-hearted you are, Yueling." With a piercing gaze, Su Yueling retorted, "Are you cursing my husband's health? With me by his side, he shall recover swiftly. In due time, all household responsibilities will be his to bear." She planned to visit the apothecary to seek remedies for strengthening his constitution and, should the price be reasonable, procure one for him. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that how can we expect a man to handle domestic chores? Su Yuewei's patience was wearing thin. You will either do it, or you shall. Otherwise, cease your incessant chatter. Choose one. Su Yuewei was left speechless. On one hand, she felt that Su Yuewei's approach was utterly outrageous. Yet on the other hand, she was loath to acquiesce and become her servant, forever subservient to her. She felt a heavy weight in her chest, caught in a bind that left her breathless and pained. Ultimately, she placed the bowl down and, clutching her chest, departed. Before leaving, she heard Su Yuewei inquire of Yuan Baoshu, "Will you be having that meal?" At noon, I overindulged and now find myself unable to eat. Perhaps I should save it for dinner? However, considering the current weather, it is likely to spoil by evening. I might as well feed it to the chickens. Upon hearing this, Su Yuewei nearly stumbled over the threshold. The meal she had specially prepared for them was intended to be fed to the chickens by Su Yuewei? Was this an act of humiliation directed at her? She regretted coming here today to endure such indignity. All she hoped was that Su Yuewei's rebellious actions would not bring disgrace upon their family. Otherwise, others might assume all women of the Su family were as uncultured as Su Yuewei. It was all Su Yuewei's fault. Why couldn't she learn to behave properly? While Yuan Baoshu was feeding the chickens with that bowl of rice, Su Yuewei was engaged in communication with System 250. 250. Is it possible for your space to manifest a modern toilet? In this era, people only use chamber pots or outdoor latrines. Even in a moment of despair, I would not resort to such primitive means for my physiological needs, having always lived a life of luxury. She felt it was already a considerable grievance that she could not adorn herself with silk or indulge in delectable dishes. It is indeed possible. However, to utilize it, one must pay 10 virtue points daily. For a monthly subscription, it would require 200 virtue points. The 250 system initially hesitated to indulge Su Yuewei's demands. But upon further thought, it realized that this could motivate her to diligently complete her tasks and strive to become a virtuous wife. Thus it complied. As someone unwilling to compromise her comfort, Su Yuewei immediately exchanged for a month's worth of usage. After all, she had just acquired 500 points from the system. Deducting the 50 she had previously spent, the remaining 450 points would suffice for 2 months. The 250 system felt a sense of embarrassment. It was uncertain how the hosts of other systems behaved, but Su Yuewei was undoubtedly the most delicate host it had ever encountered. After completing the exchange, she closed the door and, having resolved her personal matters in the space, her mood noticeably improved. The restroom bore a striking resemblance to the one she used in the modern world, but instead of her usual, exquisite handmade rose-scented soap worth 10,000, there was only the ubiquitous Blue Moon hand soap. TSK, once she had accumulated more benevolence points, she would certainly exchange for her beloved soap. The more benevolence points she gathered, the more items from the modern world she could redeem, even if they were only to be enjoyed in the space. Su Yuewei finally felt motivated to undertake her tasks, glancing at the daily chores before her. Daily Task 1. Wipe all the tables in the house 5 times, ensuring not a speck of dust remains. Daily Task 2. Rise at 5 in the morning to prepare breakfast, promptly make lunch at 11, serve afternoon tea at 3, and cook dinner at 6 in the evening. Daily Task 3. Su Yuewei checked off each task, deeming them worthy of the trash heap. Each daily task offered a meager 10 benevolence points. How miserly. Her gaze landed on the final entry, Daily Task 10. Be more benevolent than Su Yuewei. Oh, this one seemed promising. Moreover, the reward for this task was greater than the preceding ones, an enticing 20 points. Excellent, this would suffice. Su Yuewei inquired of the system. 250, what did the others from the Zhang family have for lunch? The system was on the verge of tears from joy. Could it finally glimpse the dawn of hope? The host was actively seeking to undertake tasks and embody benevolence, a truly moving moment. Let me take a look. For lunch, she prepared stir-fried cucumbers and steamed eggs. All the steamed eggs were left for the others in the household, while she herself only indulged in a few stir-fried cucumbers, scarcely serving herself any rice. Truly, a virtuous wife. Su Yuewei felt a sense of satisfaction. Today at noon, I treated Yuan Baoshu to chicken and chicken soup, most of which I generously set aside for her. Yuan Baoshu fared far better than the Zhang family, leading me to ponder whether I might be more virtuous than Su Yuewei. Hence, I believe I've accomplished my task. The system, designated as 250, was left utterly astonished. Chapter 6. Is Su Yuewei even human? The 250 system sensed a flaw in Su Yuewei's reasoning, yet it could not pinpoint a counterargument. Quickly grant me the reward points for this daily task. As a newly activated system, do you intend to go back on your word? Of course not. After much contemplation, the 250 system, unable to refute, dutifully awarded Su Yuewei 20 virtue points. While these points were but a trifle, their possession was nonetheless gratifying. Su Yuewei was highly pleased. She had long perceived the system's lack of intellect. Whenever she exploited a loophole, it was rendered powerless against her. Tomorrow, she would strive to find more loopholes. Presently, the household consisted solely of herself and Yuan Baoshu, who had no authority over Su Yuewei, allowing her to roam freely. Seizing the opportunity while Yuan Baoshu diligently crafted her bedding set from satin, Su Yuewei headed to the study in search of pen and paper. It is worth mentioning that the Yuan family had once been quite prosperous in the village, previously owning 10 acres of prime farmland. Their residence was a spacious compound, a luxury compared to many who resided in a single straw hut as an entire family, merely due to the frail health of Yuan Suijun over the years. Coupled with the financial burden of education, only 2 acres of land remain after selling off the rest for his medical treatment. Su Yuewei resolved to utilize the pen and paper from her study to jot down several recipes she knew, hoping to exchange them for some money in the city. Although she had already redeemed cotton spinning technology development from the system, converting this knowledge into currency necessitated the craftsmanship of a carpenter. Thus, seeking quick money through the sale of recipes seemed to be a more viable option. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Yuewei had received the finest education from a young age and possessed excellent calligraphy skills. However, therein lies the dilemma. Despite her extensive learning in her previous world, she tragically found herself illiterate in this one. The characters were incomprehensible to her. After all, despite the original self being favored, her father was no scholar and had never considered sending his daughter to school. This left Su Yuewei feeling discontent. System, could you not automatically load the characters of this world for me? This is not possible. It exceeds the original self's capabilities. Frowning, Su Yuewei glanced at the marketplace, where the first page displayed fixed skill exchanges, while the second offered randomly refreshed goods. After surveying the options, she found no skill that would instantly transform her into a talented woman. However, even if such a skill existed, given the system's nature, it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of virtuous points, which she could not afford. If he was unwilling to teach her, Su Yuewei did not mind the prospect of being widowed. After spending a while in the study, Su Yuewei emerged. Yuan Baoshu, upon seeing her leave the study, let out a slight sigh of relief, fearing that her sister-in-law would wreak havoc upon her brother's collection of books. She lowered her head and continued to sew the quilt. Her dexterous hands moved with remarkable efficiency, completing the sewing of the 4-piece set in less than half an hour, the stitches tight and meticulous, clearly reflecting her dedication. Su Yuewei glanced at the remaining fabric and discerned that it could be fashioned into a garment. Well, no rush. She would contemplate it tomorrow. After a moment's reflection, she turned to Yuan Baoshu and expressed, "This evening, I desire dompa pork and duck muddle. For breakfast tomorrow, please prepare cold noodles and shrimp dumplings." Yuan Baoshu paused, taken aback by the unfamiliar dishes. She had never encountered such names before. Although she had never cooked, she had perused several culinary recipes. And Su Yuewei's memory was remarkably sharp, allowing her to instruct Yuan Baoshu effortlessly. After you finish making the bed, go to the city and purchase a pound of pork and a duck. She detailed the necessary ingredients. Yuan Baoshu looked at her in astonishment. Isn't pork known for its gamey flavor? Sister-in-law, you used to dislike it. Su Yuewei replied assertively. That was only because your cooking lacked finesse. She was aware that the pork in this era, due to the absence of castration, bore a natural gaminess, rendering it less popular than beef or chicken, which were relatively more expensive. However, the dompa pork preparation promised a delightful experience of richness without greasiness, with a deep, savory flavor. She opted for a pound, concerned that Yuan Baoshu might struggle with her first attempt. If only they had a refrigerator, she would have wished to purchase more. The sole disappointment was that the white sugar available in this era was imported, making it significantly pricier than the usual cane sugar. Speaking of which, how is white granulated sugar made? She recalled that white sugar could be decolorized using brown sugar. As for the decolorization method, she had read about it in books. The simplest technique involved the use of yellow mud, whereby yellow mud water was poured directly over the black sugar to yield pristine white sugar. Yuan Baoshu was astonished at the quantity of black sugar. How long would it take to consume it all? Was her sister-in-law perhaps planning to gift it to someone? After her initial surprise, a look of concern crossed her face. She possessed only a little over 1 tael, a sum given to her by her brother for household expenses before he departed. Her sister-in-law had a multitude of items she wished to purchase, and it was evident that 1 tael would not suffice. Su Yuewei produced 5 taels of silver from her dowry, asking if this would be sufficient. Her dowry, amounting to a total of 20 taels, was quite exceptional in the village. Yuan Baoshu was taken aback that her sister-in-law would entrust her with such a substantial amount. Did she truly have such faith in her? The weight of responsibility felt heavy on Yuan Baoshu's shoulders. She was determined not to betray her sister-in-law's trust. Carefully, she accepted the money. Sister-in-law, will you accompany me to the city? Su Yuewei resolutely replied, no, I trust you. In this weather, I can't even consider going outside. Moreover, given that the Su family lacks an ox cart, it would take over 40 minutes to walk to the city. The ground in this era is far from even, and I cannot bring myself to endure such discomfort. Yuan Baoshu resolved to meticulously account for every coin, vowing not to let her sister-in-law's trust go to waste. After Yuan Baoshu set out with determination to purchase the items, she sensed that her internal favorability rating had surged to 10, a bewildering realization for the 250 system. Despite her host sending her out on a scorching day to run errands, Yuan Baoshu's fondness for her inexplicably increased. It is noteworthy that just this morning, Yuan Baoshu's favorability rating towards her stood at a dismal -30. She voiced her perplexity. Su Yuewei, observing Yuan Baoshu's ethereal silhouette akin to a butterfly, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. So, her fondness has risen. Does that not warrant a reward for me? The system responded with confusion. Su Yuewei, with unwavering conviction, argued that if she were not sufficiently virtuous, how could Yuan Baoshu develop any affection for her? Which wife would so generously offer her dowry to her sister-in-law? If such acts of benevolence are not rewarded, how can I be motivated to continue embodying virtue? The system was nearly rendered inoperative by Su Yuewei's reasoning. Well, it does seem plausible. After all, 5 taels of silver could sustain several families for months. Consequently, Su Yuewei received a reward of 450 points for her virtuous deeds. A windfall. This indicated that each increment in favorability granted her 10 points of virtue. The system screamed in her mind. Is she even human? Chapter 7. I work. You do not interfere. Su Yuewei ultimately relinquished this line of thought. While she may have acted a bit rashly, she still maintained her principles, refusing to manipulate a young girl. Presently, she found herself exceedingly bored, with her only source of entertainment being the dim-witted 250 system. So, when will your marketplace allow exchanges for IMAX cinema tickets? The sci-fi film I invested in is about to be released. At that time, she was quite fond of a science fiction film titled Blue Eyes, and thus decided to invest her own money, selecting a director, screenwriter, and lead actors that she adored. However, before the film could be released, she found herself in this ghastly place. The 250 system was solely focused on capturing the protagonist, as the host was proving to be exceedingly difficult to manage. Shouldn't a normal person be entrenched in this environment, striving to complete tasks and accumulate virtuous points? Instead, she was being choosy. Once the shopping mall reveals the home theater, the host will be able to redeem it. Su Yueling inquired with curiosity. How favorable is the sentiment towards the original host from Yuan Suijun? -50. Su Yueling. This approval rating is abysmally low, isn't it? Huh, that wretched man. The reason being that Yuan Suijun had no intention of marrying the original host. For years prior, the original host's father had inadvertently saved Yuan Suijun's father, which led to a coerced engagement due to gratitude. The original host's striking appearance caught the eye of her father, who believed that a talented young man like Yuan Suijun could protect her. Yuan Baoju's cheeks flushed as she rushed to give Su Yueling the remaining silver coins, saying, "Sister-in-law, this cost over 3 taels and 400 won. This is the leftover money." After all, she would certainly need to send Yuan Baoju out shopping again the following day. Yuan Baoju's lips quivered, filled with both emotion and astonishment. Su Yueling lifted her chin, declaring, "All right, it's time to cook. Let's start with dompa pork." Why is it called dompa pork? With her favorability towards her sister-in-law rising to 10, Yuan Baoju mustered the courage to ask. Su Yueling replied confidently, "Because I like it." Yuan Baoju, carrying the ingredients, obediently entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. She filled a bucket with water, placing the shrimp inside to ensure their vitality would endure a little longer. Su Yuewei stood at the kitchen door, instructing Yuan Baoshu on how to make dompa pork and duck mud stew. She advised washing the pork belly 10 times before cutting it into inch-sized cubes, binding them with cotton string. Wait, host. Isn't it unnecessary to wash the pork that many times? Because I refuse to consume anything that has been washed fewer than 10 times. In the present world, I would insist that the chef wash it at least 20 times. The system had no retort, observing Yuan Baoshu, who seemed utterly accustomed to this routine, diligently washing the meat with meticulous care, leaving no detail overlooked. The system felt a pang of frustration. Her temper was far too mild. Although Yuan Baoshu was unaware of where her sister-in-law had learned the method for dompa pork, she understood that the meat had been purchased with her sister-in-law's money, and thus, she would follow her instructions without question. To her surprise, she discovered that pork could be simmered with white sugar, soy sauce, and yellow wine. The white sugar alone cost quite a fortune, causing her heart to bleed at the mere thought of sprinkling it. As the pork belly absorbed the myriad flavors and simmered gently in the clay pot, Yuan Baoshu turned her attention to preparing the duck mud stew. As her sister-in-law had taught her, a sense of delight swelled within her. These culinary techniques were entirely new to her and undoubtedly belonged to her sister-in-law's treasured family recipes. Remarkably, her sister-in-law had shared them without reservation, even highlighting several critical steps. It was evident that her sister-in-law regarded her as a cherished sister, imparting her knowledge with utmost care. A few days ago, my sister-in-law asked her to do some household chores, undoubtedly not out of a desire to mistreat her, but rather to evaluate her capabilities. Yet, she inexplicably harbored resentment towards my sister-in-law for these trials, which indicates that she did not regard her as a family member. Such behavior is utterly inappropriate. As she fished the blanched duck out of the pot, Yuan Baoshu wiped her reddened eyes and, filled with remorse, said to Su Yueling, sister-in-law, "I'm sorry. I previously blamed you, and I truly should not have." Although Su Yueling was unsure why Yuan Baoshu suddenly expressed this sentiment, it did not hinder her from responding, "It's all right. I forgive you." Yuan Baoshu was even more moved. She felt Yuan Baoshu's affection for Su Yueling surge from 10 to 40 in an instant, leaving the system utterly flabbergasted. Has she lost her mind? Or is she a masochist? How could your favorability rating have risen to 40? Has it truly reached 40? Remember to send me an additional 300 points of virtuous value. Henceforth, when I undertake tasks, refrain from interjecting. I managed to elevate her favorability from -30 to 40 in just one day. Is it feasible to achieve this according to your plan? Well, it appears that it may not be possible. Therefore, from now on, when I am working, do not interrupt. The system, feeling humiliated, could only sulk and reflect in silence. The process of making duck confit is inherently quicker, and utilizing an entire duck in its entirety is impractical. Thus, Su Yueling suggested that Yuan Baoshu apply salt to the remaining uncooked duck, preparing salted duck for consumption. Once the duck confit was completed, Yuan Baoshu served a bowl for her sister-in-law in a new bowl purchased from the county town. Su Yueling had a modest appetite, and one bowl was sufficient to satiate her to 70%. The remaining duck delicacies ultimately found their way into Yuan Baoshu's stomach. Once she finished, the dompa pork simmering on the stove was ready as well. Upon lifting the lid, an irresistible aroma wafted forth, overwhelming her senses and causing her to involuntarily swallow. How exquisite it smelled! The dompa pork glistened, its color reminiscent of delightful agate. Yuan Baoshu served a piece before her sister-in-law, watching her reaction with bated breath. "It's quite good." Her sister-in-law's approval rang in her ears like celestial music, prompting Yuan Baoshu to exhale in relief. Her sister-in-law was discerning when it came to food. Such praise was a sure sign of deliciousness. "I'm full. You can have the rest," she added. Yuan Baoshu took a bite of the dompa pork, and in an instant, her pupils dilated at the melt-in-the-mouth texture. The meat was rich yet not greasy, savory and sweet, devoid of any unpleasant porkiness. She had never tasted such delectable meat, making her wish she could swallow her tongue whole. Yuan Baoshu felt her cheeks flush when suddenly, a knock interrupted her reverie. Outside the Yuan residence, several villagers from Lushan gathered, having just relaxed under a nearby tree and exchanged village gossip. Mid-conversation, they were captivated by an enticing aroma of meat wafting from the Yuan household, making them feel as though their evening meals were mere swill. Drawn by the alluring scent, they lost interest in their gossip and decided to knock on the Yuan's door to discover what culinary delights were being prepared. Chapter 8. How kind her sister-in-law was. Even upon hearing the knock, Su Yueling remained unfazed, showing no intention of moving. Yuan Baoshu, feeling somewhat bashful, set down her chopsticks and rushed to the door. Upon opening it, She was taken aback to find several women from the village gathered outside. "What brings you here, aunts?" she inquired, startled. Zhang Lishur sniffed the air, and as the door swung open, the delectable aroma intensified, rendering them momentarily immobile. "Baozhu, what has your family prepared for dinner? It smells divine." Yuan Baozhu obediently replied, "It's dompa pork, which my sister-in-law taught me to make." As soon as the words left her lips, Zhang Lishur and the others could hardly suppress their incredulous expressions. As if to say, "Are you serious? Su Yueling, that indolent and capricious person, teaching anyone to cook? Don't joke, she probably doesn't even know how to steam rice." Just a glance at her delicate fingers, reminiscent of green onions, revealed that she had likely never touched water before her marriage. Everyone understood Baozhu's gentle nature. She was too soft-spoken to voice her grievances, and thus they held no expectations of hearing any disparaging remarks about Su Yueling from her. Zhang Lishur cleared her throat and asked, "Baozhu, might we sample this dompa pork? A piece the size of half a fingernail would suffice." They feared that if they didn't taste it soon, the tantalizing scent would keep them awake through the night. Yes, let me have a taste. I shall bring you some of my famous pancakes tomorrow morning in return." They were not seeking to take advantage, and each was willing to offer their own culinary delights in exchange. "No," came Su Yueling's cool voice, causing a momentary freeze in expressions among the others. They recognized her inclination to hoard, even if she were to feast to her heart's content. Sharing was out of the question. After all, the meat was prepared by Baozhu. Baozhu possessed the right of allocation. She softly remarked, "However, the recipe was taught to me by my sister-in-law, and the ingredients were purchased with her money." Upon hearing this, the others were rendered speechless. Indeed, the one who pays holds the authority. Zhang Li was astonished that Su Yueling would take the initiative to spend money on meat. Moreover, it appeared that Baozhu had indulged a bit. As she noticed the grease at the corner of her lips, Su Yueling turned to the stove and grasped the bowl containing the fragrant dompa pork. As the aromatic dish was presented to everyone, Zhang Li and the others instinctively swallowed their saliva. This dompa pork was prepared with a plethora of exquisite seasonings. Melting in the mouth, rich yet not cloying. "Do you wish to partake? Are you selling it?" Lu Sun eagerly inquired. Su Yueling replied, "I am not selling. I can treat you all. You may each take a piece." She had consumed one piece. Baozhu had enjoyed 4. And there were still 5 pieces remaining in the bowl. With 4 of them present, it would suffice for each to have 1 piece. Su Yueling pointed to the 2 large water tanks by the wall and proposed, "How about this? Each of you fills 2 tanks with water and brings a bundle of money, and then you may eat." The water from the 2 tanks would be enough for herself and Su Yueling for a day. The 4 of them could conveniently fetch water for 4 days. Zhang Li and the others exchanged glances, and ultimately, Zhang Li gritted her teeth and said, "All right." She even began to view Su Yueling in a new light. Realizing that the latter did not demand exorbitantly but merely requested some assistance with household chores. They were all accustomed to such tasks, and though it would be somewhat tiring, it was not overly burdensome. Su Yueling turned to Yuan Baozhu and said, "For the next 4 days, you need not fetch water." Yuan Baozhu then realized that her sister-in-law was making such a sacrifice for her sake. Despite having consumed only 1 piece of dompa pork herself, she willingly relinquished 4 pieces to alleviate Yuan Baozhu's household burdens. Tears welled in Yuan Baozhu's eyes, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation. The 250 system, in a tone devoid of enthusiasm, remarked, "Yuan Baozhu's current favorability towards you stands at 45. Zhang Lishur and others gazed in astonishment. Had Su Yueling truly transformed? Could it be that she would forego meat for Baozhu? Perhaps their previous judgments had been misguided. As chopsticks clinked against the bowl, Zhang Lishur eagerly picked up a small piece and placed it into her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly pork? How could pork be prepared to such exquisite perfection? Her gaze fell upon the solitary piece of meat remaining in Su Yueling's bowl. "If I help you fetch water for another 2 days, may I have that piece of meat?" Su Yueling looked at Yuan Baozhu and asked, "Do you still wish to eat? If so, we shall save it for you." Yuan Baozhu quickly replied, "I am already full. This evening." She had not only indulged in 2 bowls of duck porridge, but also consumed 4 pieces of dompa pork, leaving her quite satiated. In fact, the quantity of meat she had enjoyed today surpassed that of an entire month prior. Her sister-in-law was truly kind. Su Yueling waved her hand, "Then take it." Zhang Lishur, beaming with delight, swiftly transferred the remaining piece of meat into her bowl. Observing her reaction, the others could easily surmise that the dompa pork was nothing short of exquisite. They too sampled a bite, only to be engulfed in regret. How fortunate Zhang Lishur was. Do not merely mention fetching water for a couple of days. They would gladly continue for 3 more if needed. The meat bears no trace of the pig's odor whatsoever. Zhang Lishir has decided to bring some cucumbers from their garden for Su Yuewei when she comes to fetch water tomorrow morning. Su Yuewei pondered, realizing that each increment in favorability with the Yuan family yields a reward of 10 points, whereas the villagers offer only 5 points for each increment. She speculated that for those farther afield, the rewards might diminish further. Nevertheless, it matters little, as long as she cultivates sufficient goodwill among others. She will eventually amass enough to fill her virtue quota. Not far from the Yuan family, at the Zhang household, she had just stepped outside to chat with friends. They were indulging in dompa pork, and they had even shared a small portion with her. Regrettably, it was not in her own home, and Zhang Xinghua felt too shy to ask for more, knowing that not everyone is as accommodating as her sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Su Yuewei, embroidering a handkerchief, looked up with a confused expression. What is dompa pork? Zhang Xinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't know how to make it? Even your lazy cousin Su Yueling can prepare this dish. How is it that you cannot? Chapter 9. Close the door, see off the guests. Su Yuewei's gentle demeanor was beginning to falter. In her heart, Su Yueling was nothing more than a troublesome and foolish beauty, a disgrace to the Su family. A wife as virtuous and gentle as she perfectly embodies society's expectations of women. Yet, astonishingly, in the eyes of her sister-in-law, she is deemed inferior to Su Yueling. If such a temperament as Xinghua's were to confront Su Yueling's sister-in-law, she would have been silenced long ago. There would be no room for retorts. Taking a deep breath, she asserted, I have never heard of dompa pork at home, and Yueling never sets foot in the kitchen. She cannot cook. Are you certain you are not mistaken? With unwavering conviction, Zhang Xinghua continued. Yet Yuan Baoshu insisted it was her sister-in-law who taught her to prepare it. Indeed, Yuan Baoshu had never before attempted to make that dish. She shot a glance at Su Yuewei, saying, Sister-in-law, did you not take care of your sister before your marriage? Why not seek her guidance now? Well, prepare it for me tomorrow. Zhang Xinghua initially intended to say now, but considering the late hour and the likelihood that all the pork in town had been sold, she amended it to tomorrow. Su Yuewei clenched her handkerchief, her expression revealing her discomfort. She had just visited Su Yueling earlier that day, resulting in an unpleasant exchange. Now, approaching her again could lead to further torment. Is that not feasible? Is she not your sister? How can she disregard your words? Su Yuewei hastily replied, I will go find her now. Releasing her handkerchief, she walked with a heavy heart to the Yuan residence and knocked on the door. It was once again Yuan Baoshu who answered, a fact Su Yuewei had grown accustomed to. Peering inside, she inquired, is Yueling asleep? Given that it was merely the hour of Su, it seemed unlikely she would retire so early. Yuan Baoshu responded brightly, sister-in-law is inside, painting. Su Yuewei revealed a gentle smile, seeking her sister. Under the guidance of Yuan Baoshu, she lightly tapped on the door, only to be met with a cold voice from within, instructing her to enter. Su Yuewei could not help but feel that Su Yueling was indeed the epitome of laziness, unwilling even to open the door. Observing Yuan Baoshu, who effortlessly pushed the door open with a familiar expression, only added to her frustration. Typically, she possessed a commendable temperament, but perhaps due to the compulsion of coming to appease Su Yueling, she felt an uncomfortable pressure in her chest. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Su Yueling gripping a brush, engrossed in painting on a sheet of white paper. Su Yuewei's lips pursed into an irritated curve as she earnestly admonished, Yueling, how can you squander ink and paper? Aren't these items belonging to your husband? You wouldn't have ventured into his study, would you? Although Cheng Wang treats me exceptionally well, I have never dared to enter his study or touch his belongings. As wives, we must tend to our husbands, allowing them to focus on their studies and careers without distractions, rather than adding to their burdens. You must correct this habit of yours to avoid discord with your husband. Su Yueling retorted, this merely indicates that my judgment surpasses yours, and my ability to choose a husband is far superior. Suijun has never forbidden me from entering his study. After all, he encountered health issues on our wedding night, and since he could not consummate the marriage, he had to seek medical help in the capital, leaving no time to issue instructions. Su Yuewei's expression stiffened as she bit her lip, attempting to adopt a virtuous demeanor. His willingness to allow you into his study is a sign of his affection for you. However, you must understand your duties as a wife. You should not overstep your bounds. Su Yueling wrinkled her nose and coldly replied, apologize. Su Yuewei was taken aback. She had kindly offered her guidance. Yet it was met with ingratitude, culminating in a demand for her to apologize. What rationale exists for such conduct? Did I err in any way? Su Yueling spoke with conviction. Do you claim to have grounds for defaming Su Yuewei? He possesses a magnanimous spirit and does not mind my use of his words. Nor does he take issue with my presence in his study. Your petty assumptions about him are a grave insult to his character. As his wife, I shall not permit anyone to tarnish his name. Therefore, you must apologize to both Su Yuewei and me. Yuan Baoshu, who had been listening nearby, regarded Su Yueling with astonishment. She had not anticipated her sister-in-law held her brother in such high esteem, even to the point of quarreling with her own cousin on his behalf. How deeply she must care for him. Simultaneously, a sense of dissatisfaction towards Su Yuewei began to blossom within her. Previously, she had perceived her brother's wife as kind and gentle. Yet how could she harbor such malicious thoughts about him? Surely, her brother would not hold her accountable for such trivial matters. Su Yuewei's face flushed crimson. That was not my intention. Then what precisely do you mean? Su Yueling interjected. If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, I must insist you leave the Yuan family estate. I do not welcome those who insult my husband. Su Yuewei bit her lip, sweat beading on her forehead. Yet she could not conjure a rebuttal. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to lower her head in deference to the cousin she looked down upon. I apologize. I should not have spoken in such a manner. Su Yueling responded with magnanimity. I forgive you, for it is not entirely your fault. After all, not everyone possesses the same virtues as Su Yuewei. It's understandable that you might struggle to comprehend this, having never encountered his kind. Yuan Baizhu gazed at Su Yueling with bright, sparkling eyes, while others believed her brother's days were numbered and felt it was unfortunate for her to marry him. Only her sister-in-law held such deep affection for him. If her brother were to betray such devotion, it would be an unforgivable act against her. Yuan Baizhu's favorability towards the host is currently at 60. Su Yueling, upon hearing of her sister-in-law's increased favor, nodded in satisfaction. Her praise for Yuan Su Yuewei was not in vain. After all, her sister-in-law was young and easily appeased, unlike a certain unreliable man. Su Yuewei was furious. Her family's Chengwang was far superior to that frail Yuan Su Yuewei, a man of remarkable caliber. It was only Su Yueling, who judged by appearances, that could find merit in Yuan Su Yuewei. Ironically, due to her momentary slip of the tongue, her husband had suffered from Su Yueling's disdain. Her heart was nearly shattered. Had it not been for the allure of dompa pork, she would have long departed from this place to avoid such humiliation. Yes, dompa pork. She had come here specifically for that dish. Suppressing her disdain, she forced a gentle smile. By the way, how do you prepare the dompa pork you made today? Could you teach me? I wish to make it for my Chengwang and Xinhua. I can also share a few of my specialty dishes in return. That is not possible, Su Yueling declined. Su Yuewei grew anxious. Why not? Are you still holding a grudge against me? Yueling, you cannot be that petty. The recipe for dompa pork? I intend to sell it tomorrow for some money. Su Yuewei's medical treatments require funds, and continuing his education demands financial resources as well. To come here and ask for other secrets to making money, with such audacity, why don't you just ascend to the heavens? Baoshu, close the door and see our guests off. My family is truly impoverished. You needn't set your sights on our means of making a living. She summoned her courage to voice her dissatisfaction. The other sisters-in-law, aware of her plight, had helped carry water in exchange for dompa pork. Yet the usually well-regarded Su Yuewei sought to appropriate her family's recipe. Thus, the normally gentle-natured woman could no longer contain her anger. Su Yuewei was expelled from the Yuan household, her mouth agape, bewilderment etched on her face. She had merely intended to prepare dompa pork for Xinhua and Chengwang, yet somehow found herself cast as the villain. Chapter 10. The self-strategizing younger sister-in-law Zhang Xinhua was no fool. Upon witnessing Su Yuewei's demeanor, she recognized her defeat. With wide eyes, she questioned, "Doesn't she want to teach you? Aren't you cousins?" Su Yuewei's countenance fell. Perhaps Yueling harbored misunderstandings about her and did not hold her in esteem. Thus, her husband gently reassured her, "If she dislikes you, it is surely her shortcoming. You have extended warmth and kindness towards her, yet she fails to regard you as family. This reveals her cold-hearted nature. And you need not mourn over her lack of affection." As Su Yuewei gazed into her husband's compassionate eyes, much of her melancholy dissipated. Indeed, why should she allow Su Yueling's selfishness to sadden her? She resolved never to lay her heart bare before her again. Su Yueling was simply not worth it. After all, how much could one possibly profit from dompa pork? Su Yueling was merely seeking an excuse to reject her. She wiped her tears and bestowed a faint smile upon her husband, acknowledging, "It is truly you who sees things so clearly." Her husband is truly remarkable, refined and gentle towards her. Although he has yet to attain the status of a scholar, this is merely due to an unfortunate incident from a few years ago. Given time, he will undoubtedly achieve not only the title of scholar, but even that of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, given his exceptional intellect. He is infinitely superior to the frail Yuan Suijun. Although Xinghua can be somewhat willful, she is not difficult to appease. The family she married into is far better than that of Su Yueling. Her cousin is undoubtedly envious, which accounts for her spiteful demeanor towards her. Zhang Chuang gazed into her eyes, filled with admiration and reverence, and felt a stirring in his heart. Were it not for his younger sister's presence, he would have embraced her tenderly to soothe his beloved wife. After Su Yueling sent Su Yuewei away, she found herself devoid of the desire to paint, primarily because her own work was rather unpleasing to the eye. Life in ancient times truly lacked entertainment, which explains why people retired early to rest. She stifled a yawn, preparing for slumber. Before she drifted off, thoughts of the shrimp dumplings and cold noodles she would enjoy the following morning crossed her mind, prompting her to summon Yuan Baoshu and share the recipes for these delightful dishes. Have you memorized how to prepare them? Yuan Baoshu, still dazed, having tasted the dompa pork and duck muddle from dinner, held no doubts about her sister-in-law's culinary skills. She nodded, committing the instructions to memory, and mentally rehearsed the steps several times to reinforce her understanding. Her sister-in-law's kindness in teaching her to make such novel delicacies must not go unappreciated. Very well. Remember to prepare them for me in the morning, Su Yueling commanded imperiously. I do not appreciate noise while I sleep, and I shall not rise before 9 o'clock. Before the hour of the snake, please do not disturb my slumber. You may arrange the rest as you see fit. All right. Yuan Baozhu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. Her sister-in-law truly wished for her to enjoy a little more sleep and not rise too early. Hence her deliberate words. She was, in truth, a person who seemed aloof but was warm at heart. Thus, she could awaken at the hour of the dragon to prepare breakfast, and by the time her sister-in-law arose, they could dine together. Her cheeks flushed slightly. The young women in the village typically rose at the hour of the rabbit, so sleeping until the hour of the dragon felt somewhat improper. After Yuan Baozhu departed, Su Yueling suddenly recalled something. 250, aside from the restroom, how many virtuous points are needed to exchange for a bathing room? Do not call me 250, humph. I just used your computer to go online. I know 250 is an insult. Su Yueling. There is actually a computer available? She desired one too. If she could access the internet, who would bother exchanging virtuous points for books? One could simply search on Baidu. Exchanging for your shower room requires 10 points daily, and a monthly package is 200 points. After indulging in a delightful bath, Su Yueling reclined on the satin sheets and reluctantly drifted into slumber. When she awoke once more, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. With a yawn, she donned a set of cotton garments, having already changed out of yesterday's attire. Upon opening her door, Baozhu promptly approached with a basin of warm water, her smile radiant. Sister-in-law, it's time to wash your face. Su Yueling merely cast a glance at her, prompting Yuan Baoshu to instinctively place the towel into the basin, wringing it to a semi-dry state before presenting it to Su Yueling. The water in the 2 barrels had already been fetched by Zhang Jia's sister-in-law, and firewood had been delivered as well. She even brought us 3 cucumbers. Su Yueling gently wiped her face with the warm towel, her brow slightly furrowed, as the fabric caressed her delicate skin, causing her considerable discomfort. The use of a twig for brushing her teeth was an even greater challenge for her to endure. Noticing her frigid expression, Yuan Baoshu hesitated to speak further. She tossed the cold noodles, then brought over the shrimp dumplings from the stove, followed by slicing the salty duck from the previous night into pieces. This breakfast was undeniably more sumptuous than she had anticipated. However, she observed that her sister-in-law only partook of the shrimp dumplings and cold noodles, showing no inclination towards the salty duck. Did her sister-in-law not enjoy salty duck? Su Yueling furrowed her brow, incredulous at the thought of being asked to consume leftovers. She would not touch anything that had been left for hours. Instead, she suggested, you eat it. If you cannot finish, share it with others, allowing them to fetch water and chop wood. Yet Yuan Baoshu distinctly recalled seeing her sister-in-law eat leftover beef before. It dawned on her that her sister-in-law must have intentionally mentioned this to save the food for her. Truly, her sister-in-law was exceptionally kind. Su Yueling consumed a couple of shrimp dumplings and half a serving of cold noodles before feeling adequately satiated, setting down her chopsticks. Yuan Baoshu, with a slightly larger appetite, devoured 2 baskets of shrimp dumplings and an entire serving of cold noodles. Su Yueling inquired, how many shrimp dumplings and cold noodles are left? Yuan Baoshu replied. There are 2 baskets of shrimp dumplings remaining on the stove, and we can still prepare 3 or 4 bowls of cold noodles. Please take the shrimp dumplings and cold noodles to the Fortune restaurant, and seek out a manager named Sun Qian. Have him sample the shrimp dumplings and cold noodles to ascertain how much he is willing to pay for the recipe. Should the offer be less than 20 taels, proceed directly to another prominent restaurant. Yuan Baoshu stammered, Am I to go alone? I fear I may not perform well and fail to assist my sister-in-law in securing a favorable price. Wouldn't it be better if she accompanied me? Su Yueling furrowed her brow, for it would take 40 minutes to reach the city, and she could not possibly leave. No, you shall go alone. Upon seeing Su Yueling's stern expression, Yuan Baoshu dared not oppose her wishes and quickly nodded in agreement. She swiftly tidied the table, carefully wrapped the shrimp dumplings and cold noodles, and set off for the county town. Just before exiting, she noticed her sister-in-law gazing pensively at her retreating figure. A warm feeling surged within Yuan Baoshu. Perhaps her sister-in-law was also concerned for her, merely masking her true feelings with a cold exterior. She must not disappoint her. Meanwhile, Su Yueling was lost in thought. How dull it is. When will the virtuous value be redeemable for a home theater? Chapter 11. Sisterly affection as soon as she entered. She promptly closed the door behind her, her face flushed. Although she deliberately lowered her voice, her joy was unmistakably evident. Sister-in-law, that manager's son purchased the recipe for the shrimp dumplings and cold noodles for 60 taels. She had initially proposed 100 taels, and after a spirited negotiation, they settled on the sum of 60 taels. Yuan Baoshu had never encountered such a substantial sum of money in her life. Prior to entering the city, she had inquired about the fierce competition faced by the Fulai restaurant, where 2 other establishments had recently employed new chefs from distant locales. This influx had resulted in a significant loss of patrons for Fulai, prompting the owner to invest generously in acquiring their recipes. The 60 taels she possessed were sufficient to purchase a modest house in the county. Su Yueling nodded slightly, acknowledging the commendable effort. Yuan Baoshu produced the 60 taels of silver and handed them to Su Yueling. This money was derived from her sister-in-law's family recipe, and she felt it was only right to return it to her. Su Yueling examined the coins, each worth 10 taels, and pushed one back toward Yuan Baoshu, saying, You should keep this 10 taels. Yuan Baoshu's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly shaking her head. How can this be? This money belongs to my sister-in-law. Su Yueling wrinkled her nose. Her gaze, though seemingly indifferent, radiated an undeniable authority. With a cold tone, she asserted, You will take it. Do you disregard my words? Yuan Baoshu stiffly accepted the coins, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although she had once again faced her sister-in-law's stern demeanor, she no longer felt the same fear as before. She understood that her sister-in-law had a kind heart, albeit one not easily expressed. What sister-in-law would so generously grant her younger sister-in-law such a considerable amount? If she did not put in the effort to repay this kindness, she would be remiss. Alas! Host, you have willingly given money to your younger sister-in-law. How splendid! You have finally grasped the essence of being a virtuous wife and mother. However, is 10 taels perhaps a bit meager? Would it not be better to bestow the entire sum upon Yuan Baoshu? I merely offered her 10 taels, and she appeared flustered, unsure of how to react. If I were to give her 60 taels, I believe it would likely cause her to become so overwhelmed that she might suffer a heart attack. I am doing this for her own good. By the way, am I not more virtuous than Su Yuewei today? Would Su Yuewei give her sister-in-law 10 taels? I suppose I have fulfilled today's task, haven't I? It seems she has only ever given 10 to buy candy at most. You are indeed correct. You are even more virtuous than she is. The 250 system. Led astray, granted Su Yueling 20 points of virtue for her daily task. Su Yueling, feeling rather lethargic, instructed her, place this money in my dowry box. The lid of that box was somewhat heavy, and she had no desire to move. Yuan Baoshu was at a loss for words. Which sister-in-law would trust her sister-in-law to help collect hidden funds? It was a unique case indeed. This level of trust was both moving and burdensome. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, This money is too conspicuous if placed directly. I shall tuck it into the fabric instead. Su Yueling, indifferent, replied, Just do as you see fit. Yuan Baoshu's lips curled into a smile as she happily assisted Su Yueling in concealing the money. At this moment, Yuan Baoshu's affection for the host reached 90, achieving a bond akin to that of sisters. The host is remarkable. It has only been a day. Su Yueling wore a proud expression. Indeed, she was exceptional, excelling in all her endeavors. Just from Yuan Baoshu alone, Su Yueling had already accumulated 1,200 points of virtue, which meant she could redeem for even more rewards. She planned to save up more virtue points before exchanging them for delightful indulgences. After Yuan Baoshu carefully concealed her money, she hurriedly continued to prepare dompa pork using streaky pork. Once the dish was completed, she sought a cucumber, and it was time for lunch. Su Yueling felt that the dompa pork still required improvement. She found herself more fond of the refreshing cucumber, especially since it was homegrown. The air in this era was remarkably fresh, and the cucumber was crisp and delectable, rivaling the expensive vegetables she had consumed in modern times. Unable to resist, she took an extra piece. Yuan Baoshu could hardly bear to watch and said, "Sister-in-law, please don't keep leaving the meat for me. I've had enough. I still haven't finished the salted duck from yesterday, not to mention the braised pork. I've eaten more meat at lunch than most families do in a month." Su Yueling replied, "I simply enjoy eating vegetables." Yuan Baoshu sighed, wondering how anyone could possibly dislike meat. After they finished, Yuan Baoshu swiftly washed the dishes. She rinsed Su Yueling's designated bowl over 10 times, then set it aside in the basket. Once the dishes were clean, she took the remaining streaky pork to prepare more dompa pork, intending to sell it in the city. With each attempt, she became more adept at mastering the cooking time, and the aroma of the meat wafted into the neighboring house. Zhang Xinghua, who was having her sister-in-law's specially purchased sauced beef for lunch, found that upon catching a whiff of the delightful fragrance, her own meal seemed rather unappetizing. Moreover, her sister-in-law had delicate skin and could only wear fine cotton and satin garments. With some leisure time over the last 2 days, she planned to sew clothes for her sister-in-law using these fabrics. Delighted, she carefully placed the satin into a bag and arranged it meticulously in the basket to avoid any dust settling on it. Yuan Baoshu recalled that Su Yueling had once again requested her to purchase 2 pounds of sugar, prompting her to hastily head to the neighboring shop to weigh the desired amount. Her gaze fell upon the renowned Baxian pudding shop. Famed as the most prestigious pastry establishment in the county, specializing in 8 distinct varieties of confections. Although their prices were steep, their quality was beyond reproach. Coincidentally, her sister-in-law had bestowed upon her 10 taels that very day, allowing her to exchange 1 tael for a half-pound of the shop's signature delicacy. Noticing that Su Yueling was decidedly averse to the foul stench of chicken droppings in the courtyard, she was reluctant to take a stroll outside. Indeed, considering how immaculate and beautiful her sister-in-law's embroidered shoes were, stepping into such filth would be most undesirable. It would be prudent to slaughter those chickens soon and cleanse the courtyard. Chapter 12. Sugar as white as snow, you ought not to indulge her. Which daughter-in-law is so gluttonous and indolent? The villagers' eyes fell upon the fabric in Yuan Baoshu's basket, and they could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Typically, their family would be elated to possess cotton garments during the new year, yet here was Su Yueling, flaunting silks. From whence did she acquire such wealth? Did she truly believe herself to be the daughter of a wealthy family in the county? She does contribute at home as well. She has taught me several dishes I had never tasted before in these last 2 days since entering the city. I have even sold those recipes to a prominent tavern in the county. The proprietor was willing to pay handsomely for them. The other villagers stared with wide eyes, for in their perception, city dwellers were far more knowledgeable than they, having encountered a myriad of experiences in the grand taverns of the urban landscape. The fact that they were willing to pay for Su Yueling's recipes was astonishing. Could it be that Su Yueling was indeed an adept cook? No one doubts that Yuan Baoshu speaks the truth, in this village of merely over 200 households. Everyone has witnessed her grow up and knows her character is not one to deceive. By chance, Zhao Qianshi, who had once savored dompa pork, happened to pass by and, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "I believe that. That dompa pork is so delectable that I could swallow my own tongue. I've never tasted such exquisite meat." Clearly, the proprietor of the tavern possesses discerning taste. With Zhao Qianshi's endorsement, the others were even more convinced. However, there remained those who disapproved of Su Yueling's actions, asserting that even if she earned that money, having married into the Yuan family, she ought to refrain from squandering it. Conserving funds to purchase land is the true path. Yuan Baoshu, of course, would not be foolish enough to disclose how much her sister-in-law earned from the recipe. Instead, she simply stated, "Making money is a man's prerogative. With my 2 brothers around, how could anyone covet a woman's dowry? This recipe is essentially a part of her sister-in-law's dowry. Thus the money earned rightfully belongs to that dowry." Zhao Qianshi shot a glare at the others. "Why are you so concerned? Even if she indulges in meat and new garments, it does not draw from your family's coffers." She still needed to hurry and craft clothes for her sister-in-law. Even the simplest garment would require her utmost attention until nightfall. She could not afford to waste her time. The others watched as Yuan Baoshu hurriedly departed, feeling a sense of perplexity. As for Yuan Baoshu's gesture of using her own money to buy snacks for her, Su Yueling found it entirely routine. After all, she had always been the focal point of everyone's attention and care. It was only natural for her to be treated well. Yuan Baoshu noticed that her sister-in-law had barely touched the snacks before setting them aside, a sight she had long since grown accustomed to. She could eat what her sister-in-law had left behind. She tasted each dish, placing the remnants in the cabinet, and then took a measuring tape to assess Su Yueling's measurements. Meticulously noting down every detail, Su Yueling tilted her head and said, "Once you finish making the clothes I will wear tomorrow, I will discuss this matter with you." Yuan Baoshu was filled with curiosity, yet she obediently went to sew the garments. She first selected a bright blue satin embroidered with camellias and began to cut the fabric. Yuan Baoshu possessed a certain talent for needlework, and with her late mother being the finest embroiderer in the village, her skills, despite her youth, were among the best in the area. Since the age of 7, she had been sewing clothes for her 2 older brothers. She gently caressed the satin, appreciating its exquisite texture, knowing it would feel delightful against the skin. Once she had saved enough money, she too intended to purchase a piece of red silk. Without the need for embroidery, the garment came together swiftly. By nightfall, Yuan Baoshu had completed it. With a sense of responsibility, she took the newly cut dress to wash, hanging it in the living room to dry, better than risking it getting soiled by a chicken in the yard. Given the current weather, the dress would dry overnight in the room. Afterwards, she nimbly caught a chicken to prepare braised chicken for dinner, and exchanged an egg with a neighbor for a handful of vegetables, completing the meal. After dinner, once the dishes were washed, Yuan Baoshu gazed eagerly at Su Yueling, asking, "Sister-in-law, what do you intend to make with all that brown sugar you bought?" Su Yueling sat upon a chair, atop which lay a cushion crafted for her by Yuan Baos. Noticing her discomfort, Yuan Baos promptly adjusted the cushion's position. Su Yueling instructed, "First, block the opening beneath the funnel with straw, then place the brown sugar into the funnel." Yuan Baos obediently complied, asking, "And then?" "Position the funnel over the clay pot, and pour the yellow mud water over the sugar." Yuan Baos gazed at Su Yueling in astonishment, questioning, "But won't this make the sugar dirty?" Su Yueling huffed, "Trust me, it will be fine." After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Baos glanced into the funnel, which contained nearly half a pound of brown sugar. If it turned out to be unfit for consumption, she could always wash it again later. Taking a deep breath, she poured the yellow mud water over the sugar. To her astonishment, the sugar, after being drenched in yellow mud water, appeared much whiter than before. Oh! As if awakening from a dream, she scooped another spoonful of yellow mud water. Again and again, she repeated the motion. After a stick of incense had burned, she beheld the sugar, now as white as snow, and felt as though she were in a dream. Chapter 13. What to do if my sister-in-law insists on pampering me? How beautiful! This white sugar resembled snow, pristine as if it were the cleanest thing in the world. Yuan Baos had never imagined that the seemingly dirty yellow mud water could render the brown sugar so clean and beautiful. It was utterly remarkable. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Su Yueling, her voice brimming with admiration. "Sister-in-law, you are truly amazing. This method is so obscure that even the well-read elder brother is unaware of it. Yet, astonishingly, the sister-in-law possesses such extensive knowledge." At this moment, Yuan Baoshu's admiration for Su Yueling reaches its zenith. Even if Su Yueling were to instruct her to mix chicken droppings with sugar, she would comply without hesitation. Convinced that her sister-in-law must have her reasons. Meeting her sister-in-law's gaze, which sparkles with admiration, Su Yueling lifts her chin slightly and asserts confidently, "It's good that you understand. By employing this method, we can transform all this brown sugar into white sugar, and later, we will refine it to sell in the city. This brown sugar fetches 60 won per tael, approximately 600 won per pound. However, the exquisite white granulated sugar, if sold, could command a price of 10 taels per pound, as overseas white sugar is sold at this rate, albeit with a lesser appearance. Wonderful. I shall venture into the city to purchase white sugar daily from now on." Yuan Baoshu is completely devoted to following Su Yueling's directives. Su Yueling's gaze falls upon Yuan Baoshu's coarse garment, which bears several patches. Yuan Baoshu has always been a sensible child, often donning worn-out clothing. Su Yueling frowns slightly and remarks, "This attire is truly unbecoming." Yuan Baoshu responds, somewhat flustered, "Shall I change and wash it now?" She assumes the issue lies with its dirtiness. "Remove this garment. As my attendant, you should not flaunt such attire in my presence. It tarnishes my image." In modern times, the individuals who serve her earn upwards of 30,000 each month, and yet, they do not toil as much as Yuan Baoshu does. I shall behold you donning your new attire tomorrow. Yuan Baoshu stood transfixed, cradling a fabric of unparalleled texture. Alas, my sister-in-law insists that she adorn herself in silk and satin. What shall I do? Many within the village are discontent with Su Yuewei's extravagant lifestyle, particularly as they witness her daily indulgence, untouched by labor. Draped in fine silks, and feasting on poultry and beef, leading a life more opulent than that of city dwellers. The wives who toil tirelessly at home, in contrast, are nearly driven to despair. She has even procured a horse-drawn carriage. A carriage, indeed. Is this the essence of living? One wonders how much dowry her father has bestowed upon her, enabling such lavish expenditure. A villager, Wang Lusher, sought to borrow the carriage, believing Yuan Baoshu would be amenable and too bashful to refuse. However, she was met with a dismissive refusal from Su Yueling, who did not even deign to lift her gaze. No, it is my carriage, and I shall ride it alone. Her luxurious vehicles, particularly her favorites, are never lent to others. As for Yuan Baoshu, she is merely the driver. A different matter altogether. Although she seldom ventures out due to the heat, she occasionally engages in village gossip when Zhang and Li come to fetch water and firewood. And she knows well that Wang Lusher, each time she borrows something, gradually treats it as her own, requiring Yuan Baoshu to plead for its return. Wang Lusher, exasperated, exclaimed, "Why are you so stingy? It is merely a matter of borrowing your carriage. It will be returned." Her gaze fell upon Su Yuewei, resplendent in her new silk garments, intensifying her envy. Her precious son possesses not even a piece of simple cotton cloth, while Su Yuewei flaunts an array of garments, never repeating an outfit. Upon glancing at her hands, one might fear that they have never wielded a needle. Su Yuewei observed her own nails, her brow slightly furrowed, in modern times. She would indulge in manicures almost every other day, yet now it had been several days without one. She resolved to have Baoshu paint her nails a vibrant red. Wang Lusher, noticing that Su Yuewei had entirely disregarded her words and failed to regard her, felt her anger intensify. Look at your cousin. She is nothing like you, graceful and generous. Whenever assistance is sought from her, she never declines. We are all girls from the Su family. Why can't you learn a thing or two from your sister? If I were to ask your sister for a favor, she would undoubtedly oblige, unlike Su Yuewei, who indulges herself without offering to help with even the slightest tasks. She had anticipated that this provocation would incite a reaction from Su Yuewei, yet the latter remained unperturbed. Failing to lift her gaze, "It appears you have grown senile with age, mistaking one neighbor for another. Su Yuewei resides next door, not here. Since she is always willing to assist, why not seek her out instead? Baoshu, see our guest out." "Of course." Baoshu promptly took Wang Lusher by the hand and guided her away. Despite her youth, Baoshu possessed considerable strength, and Wang Lusher found herself unable to resist, being forcibly escorted out. As she watched the door of the Yuan family close before her, Wang Lusher was consumed by fury. This ungrateful girl, whom she had once praised to others for her loyalty, had now aligned herself with her wicked sister-in-law, rendering her previous kindness utterly wasted. Through the door, she could still hear Su Yuewei's frosty voice, instructing, "The floor is dirty. Rinse it thoroughly with water." Enraged, she pondered whether it was due to disdain for her perceived untidiness. Just then, Su Yuewei, preparing to venture into the fields to gather fruits and vegetables, noticed her furious demeanor and inquired, "What troubles you, Sister Wang? Would you care to come over for a moment, perhaps enjoy a cool tea? The sun is increasingly scorching today." Finding an outlet for her grievances, Wang Lusher approached the Zhang residence and began to vent her frustrations to Su Yuewei without restraint. With a sigh, Su Yuewei reflected that Yueling's behavior was indeed unacceptable. After all, it was merely a matter of borrowing a cart and lending a hand. Why the refusal? Indeed, your cousin cannot be compared to you at all. Alas, if only I had a cart at home. Had you mentioned it, I would certainly have lent it to you. Yueling has grown accustomed to being pampered at home and does not heed my counsel. I wish to guide her, yet she remains unyielding. Awakened by this reminder, Wang Lusher recalled that Yuan Baoshu had difficulty managing Su Yuewei, but there was still Yuan Suijun, her husband. Society dictates that a wife must follow her husband. She doubted that Su Yuewei would dare to act brazenly then. Chapter 14. Awaiting Su Yuewei's downfall on June 13th, Yuan Suijun and Yuan Suifeng sat in the cart. Though clad in coarse garments, their noble countenance and demeanor set them apart from the common folk. Yuan Suijun's pallor, accentuated by his loose robe, lent him an air of fragility. After being away for several days, his greatest concern was for his younger sister. Baoshu, with her gentle disposition, was uncertain whether she could harmonize with his new wife. Regarding his newlywed wife, Su Yueling, he did not know much about her. He only remembered her exquisite beauty, with a hint of arrogance in her gaze. However, having just entered the household, she should not be inclined to bully Bao Shu, right? Even if she were to feign kindness, it would likely last a few days. After a brief half-hour, the carriage gradually came to a halt in front of the largest restaurant in the county, Fodder restaurant. Yuan Suifeng reached into his pocket and pulled out half a tael of silver for the young master of the escort agency. This was the fare for the two brothers. This journey to the capital for medical treatment had effectively depleted their family's savings. Fortunately, his elder brother was a master of both calligraphy and painting, and a wealthy merchant in the capital had taken a liking to his writing, commissioning him to compose a birthday inscription for his mother, which earned them a modest fee. Suddenly, an enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air. He had never encountered such a delectable fragrance before, which prompted him to turn his head. "Hey, brother, Fula restaurant seems to be thriving," he exclaimed. "It's completely packed inside, and there's even a long queue at the entrance." Previously, Fula restaurant had decent business, but due to competition from two other prominent establishments, it showed signs of decline. For instance, before their trip for medical treatment, at this time of day, the restaurant would typically only be a third full. Yet today, it was not only bustling but also featured a long line outside. This scene was indeed unprecedented. Yuan Suiju nodded, speculating that perhaps they had introduced a new dish. The patrons waiting in line nearby overheard their conversation and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you may not know, but the dompa pork sold at Fula restaurant is unparalleled in taste. No one expected that pork could be prepared so deliciously. And I've heard they plan to raise their own pigs." Another individual remarked, "I too relish dompa pork. A bowl of it is worth more than a celestial existence to me. My wife adores her family's shrimp dumplings, but alas, they are in limited supply. And if one arrives late, they are inevitably gone. In this weather, nothing is more delightful than enjoying cold noodles, which are also quite affordable at merely 3 coins a serving." I have heard that a young girl once came here to sell this recipe, and the shopkeeper, with remarkable foresight, promptly paid a handsome sum to acquire it. The patrons exchanged words of praise, each one more enthusiastic than the last. After being away for half a month, he was genuinely concerned about Bao Shu's well-being at home. By the time he reached the village entrance, it was already past noon, and the villagers had mostly finished their lunch. Some were indulging in an afternoon nap, while others lounged in the shade, leisurely mending shoes and gossiping. Undoubtedly, the focal point of their conversation remained the Yuan family. Su Yueling was the undisputed heroine of their discussions. Who could blame them for feeling envious of her seemingly blissful life? Today at noon, the Yuan family indulged in dompa pork once more, which surely incited their ire. Especially since it was rumored that in the county town, a bowl of dompa pork now fetched a staggering 100 coins. Among them, Wang Lusher harbored the most disdain for Su Yueling. As a wife, she exhibited none of the virtuous qualities expected. Indulging daily in luxuries and feasting on lavish meals. Was this appropriate? Particularly irksome was her newly acquired cart, even if it were not in use. She refused to lend it to her, embodying utter contempt. To add insult to injury, when she visited today, she overheard Su Yueling proclaiming that she only relished the crescent-shaped meat of the fish. To have fish at all is a privilege. Yet she dares to be so choosy. It is splendid that someone has finally managed to address the troublesome Su Yueling. Yuan Suifeng inquired Aunt Wang. "Has something happened at home?" "You have no idea," she replied. "After you left, Bao Shu's has been living a rather pitiable existence. Every day, she rises before dawn to fetch water, and I hear she toils at embroidery until the witching hour. Things were even worse before. She scarcely had enough to eat. Recently, however, Yuan Bao Shu's has claimed to feast on fish and meat at every meal, but Wang Lusher certainly does not believe it. Su Yueling could never possess such kindness. She is precisely the sort who would not share a morsel even if it were to be tossed into the ditch. Yuan Bao Shu's must be lying out of fear of reprisal, coupled with the need to keep family scandals under wraps. Her incessant chatter only served to deepen Yuan Suijuan's cold demeanor, while the more impulsive Yuan Suifeng clenched his fist in indignation. How dare his sister-in-law bully Bao Shu's in such a manner? Wang Lusher, observing this scene, could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. It was delightful to finally witness Su Yueling's misfortune. She deserved it. She was simply asking for a beating. She should prepare to be cast out by the Yuan family. Meanwhile, Yuan Suifeng, faster than his own thoughts, had already reached home and flung open the door. Upon entering the courtyard, he immediately sensed a change. The previously kept chickens were nowhere to be found, and the bluestone floor was meticulously cleaned, still retaining a slight chill from the recent washing. In the main hall, his sister-in-law, who had tormented his little aunt, sat there with a pen in hand, seemingly engrossed in either drawing or writing. Beside her, Bao Shu's wielded a fan, dutifully fanning her, resembling a tireless maid. Witnessing this scene firsthand was far more impactful than any words could convey. His sister-in-law was indeed mistreating Bao Shu's. Yuan Suifeng, engulfed in rage, stormed in, exclaiming, "You vile woman, how dare you torment Bao Shu?" The sound jolted Su Yuewei, causing a drop of ink to splatter onto the adjacent blank space. Visibly displeased, Su Yuewei cast a frosty glare in his direction and retorted, "Silence. You are disturbing my painting." Yuan Suifeng, taken aback by her lack of remorse, found his anger escalating further. How could she, with such a benevolent sister-in-law, still side with her tormentor? I am truly incensed. Chapter 15. Come here. Assist me in grinding ink. Yuan Suifeng noticed his sister Bashu holding a fan, glaring at him with her small face flushed with indignation. He was momentarily at a loss. Here he was, advocating for Bashu. Yet she seemed to defend the very person who bullied her. Bashu retorted, "Sister-in-law treats me with such kindness, and she is sensitive to the heat. What harm is there in fanning her? Isn't our harmonious relationship commendable? How has it turned into evidence of her being bullied in your eyes? No other sister-in-law in the village can compare to her kindness, not even the one from the Zhang family next door." Noticing her sincere expression, Yuan Suifeng's voice softened. However, he continued, "But the townsfolk claim you are undernourished, deprived of sleep, living like a dog, rising at dawn." His gaze fell upon his sister's rosy cheeks, and he was momentarily speechless. Bao Shu's face appeared rounder than before. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Bao Shu, you have gained weight." Furthermore, she was adorned in a delicate yellow silk dress, evidently a new creation. Bao Shu had always been frugal, never indulging in the purchase of new garments. This new garment, not to mention it being made of silk, is clearly a present from my sister-in-law. Yuan Bao Shu was infuriated. Could such words truly come from an elder brother? Had she gained weight? Was she not just fine moments ago? Yuan Suifeng chuckled awkwardly, stating that her dress looked rather lovely today. Yuan Bao Shu huffed, declaring that this fabric was bought for her by her sister-in-law. After she entered, without distinguishing right from wrong, she had confronted her sister-in-law with raised voices. Yuan Suifeng, not one to stubbornly defend himself, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I misunderstood you." Host. Yuan Suifeng's affection for you has increased from 0 to 10. Seize this opportunity to exhibit your magnanimity and understanding, becoming the epitome of an ideal wife and mother in the eyes of the world. Su Yueling disregarded the system's voice, setting down her pen. "It's all right. I don't hold grudges against fools." Yuan Suifeng felt subtly insulted, but, aware of his own fault, could only scratch his nose, recounting, "Upon my arrival in the village, the woman from the Wang family by the locust tree at the entrance rushed over, claiming that you had been cruelly bullied by your sister-in-law." Yuan Bao Shu retorted angrily. "That was because she sought to borrow the carriage bought by my sister-in-law. When she was refused, she harbored resentment and maliciously slandered her." Yuan Suifeng quickly added, "It is also my fault for believing the words of an outsider. I am willing to make amends for my mistakes." Host, quickly tell him you forgive him. Su Yueling raised her gaze to Yuan Suifeng. "Is that what you said?" "Yes." Su Yueling nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, the water in the tank will be your responsibility to fetch. The water in the barrel is nearly depleted. You may go fetch some now." Yuan Suifeng observed that his sister-in-law indeed did not spare him any courtesy. Nevertheless, her words seemed to indicate that she had forgiven him. Yuan Suifeng heaved a sigh of relief. Fetching water was merely a trivial task. His brother required rest, and both his sister-in-law and Bao Shu were women. Such labor naturally fell upon him, and it hardly constituted a punishment. Indeed, his sister-in-law possessed a tender heart. Thus, the system noted that upon being instructed to fetch water, Yuan Suifeng not only refrained from anger but was rather pleased, with his fondness for Su Yueling increasing from 10 to 20. The system pondered the intricate nature of human beings. When Yuan Baozhu encountered Yuan Suijun, concern etched upon her face, she inquired, "Brother, how did your visit to the divine physician fare? How is your health?" Yuan Suijun responded with a gentle smile, stating that the residual toxins in his body had diminished significantly, and with half a year of proper care, he would be well. Yuan Baozhu beamed, recalling that her sister-in-law had been worried about him tiring himself while walking to the city for supplies. Hence, she had specifically purchased a cart for 5 taels of silver. Su Yuewei's gaze returned to Su Yueling, noting a subtle change in her demeanor compared to the time he had left home 2 weeks prior. Previously, there had been an element of deliberate arrogance in her demeanor, yet now it carried an air of nonchalance. The way she regarded him lacked the fervor of their early marriage. It was replaced by a cold indifference. In fact, her gaze towards Baozhu appeared far more amiable than towards him. Were it not for her unaltered visage, he might have doubted whether his wife had transformed into another person altogether. No, perhaps he had never truly come to know her. On the very day they exchanged vows, the toxins within him could no longer be suppressed, prompting him to journey to the city in search of a renowned physician the following day. Su Yuewei, with her delicate nose slightly crinkled, spoke in a soft voice laced with a hint of disdain. You ought to take a bath. Su Yuewei remained silent. Baozhu, having realized the situation, added, Brother, you have traveled such a long way. It must have been arduous for you. Allow me to fetch some warm water. You should bathe first. He also noticed that despite being away for merely half a month, the room had undergone significant changes. The original bedding had been replaced with crimson satin. A cushion adorned one of the chairs, while a fur coat lay draped over its back. It was evident that Su Yuewei had used her own money to procure these items. The meager amount he had left for Baozhu was scarcely enough to afford such luxuries. His newlywed wife, Su Yuewei, was engrossed in painting, a talent he had never known she possessed. Upon noticing his gaze, she lifted her head, her clear eyes sharp and penetrating, as if they could peer into one's very soul. Come here, Su Yuewei, she beckoned. Slowly, he approached her side, lowering his head to inspect her work. However, he was unable to discern what she was painting. Why are you just standing there? She urged. Help me grind the ink. Chapter 16. The dog of a man. Su Yuewei's expression grew contemplative. Was she serious in her request for him to grind ink? What newlywed bride would so audaciously instruct her husband to perform such a task? In truth, it was rare for them to even touch brushes, ink, or paper. Seeing that he had yet to move, Su Yuewei furrowed her brow and remarked, Do not tell me you are incapable of even this simple task. What use are you to me? Although Su Yuewei was physically frail due to poisoning, his remarkable intellect was widely acknowledged, as he had self-studied to attain the title of scholar at such a young age. In the eyes of the villagers, he was an unadulterated genius, albeit burdened by his health. However, to Su Yuewei, his worth lay solely in his ability to grind ink. She cast a subtle glance at him. Despite his lack of affection towards her due to their impending marriage, he could not help but concede that even her capricious demeanor possessed a certain beauty, akin to a thorny rose. Su Yuewei's gaze fell upon the ink block, and his expression shifted abruptly, laced with uncertainty. This ink block, was it taken from the second tier of my studies cabinet? Su Yuewei replied languidly, Indeed. The other ink blocks in your study are of inferior quality. This one is the only one that catches the eye. Su Yuewei found himself momentarily speechless, a sensation akin to suffocation enveloping him. This ink block had been sent to him by the county magistrate 4 years prior, after he excelled in his examinations. Such quality could only be found in the grand stores of the provincial capital. He seldom allowed himself to use it. Yet, Su Yuewei not only utilized it but employed it for mere doodling. No, it was not mere doodling. It was sheer wantonness. He had never encountered someone so reckless with resources. Do you realize how costly this ink block is? His voice remained calm, betraying no hint of anger, reminiscent of the stillness before a tempest. Of course, if it weren't valuable, I wouldn't even glance at it, Su Yuewei replied with an air of nonchalance. The ink block, naturally, pales in comparison to the modern one she is accustomed to. However, given that this is not her original world, she is compelled to temper her temper and strive to embody the virtues of a dutiful wife and mother, reluctantly making use of it. With this thought in mind, she managed to say, It's all right, I don't mind you. Sighing, she resolved that in the future, she would earn her own money to purchase what she needs, not transferring the burden onto Su Yuewei. For a woman as understanding and reasonable as herself, it was utterly absurd that the system did not grant her any domestic virtue points. Su Yuewei grasped the underlying implication of her words. Did she truly believe that the ink block was inadequate? It seemed that Su Yuewei thought this ink block fell short. His frustration almost elicited laughter as he gritted his teeth, retorting, Should I then express my gratitude to you? Su Yuewei felt a sense of relief that they had finally reached a consensus on this matter. As long as he understood, that was enough. Su Yuewei, however, could finally comprehend why others spoke of Su Yuewei in such disparaging terms. If she displayed such entitled petulance in front of outsiders, it was no wonder that many found her insufferable. He cast a deep glance at her, although his father-in-law was merely a shopkeeper. Su Yuewei's temperament surpassed that of many esteemed young ladies, unable to bear even the slightest grievance. Su Yuewei, these stationary items belong to my study. What gives you the right to handle them? Yuan Suejuan's expression remained calm, reminiscent of the eerie stillness before a storm, concealing the tempest brewing beneath. Su Yuewei, attuned to the emotions of others, did not miss the flicker of disdain that momentarily flashed in his eyes. Are you scolding me? Her soft voice was laced with disbelief and an unmistakable sense of grievance. You actually scold me for this? As the eldest daughter of the Su family, being inexplicably sent to this place and bound to a ridiculous good wife and mother system was already a considerable injustice. Over the past few days, she had strived to suppress her temperament, embracing the role of the ideal wife, even earning praise from Yuan Baoshu, who declared her the best sister-in-law in the world. The system had even claimed she was exceptionally talented. System? No, I never said that. Throughout her life, Su Yuewei had never endured such indignity. The accumulated dissatisfaction culminated into a final straw that overwhelmed her emotions. Her eyes instantly reddened, misty with tears, and her once clear gaze sparkled even brighter, with tears clinging to her lashes. Typically proud like a blooming rose, when Su Yuewei wept, she resembled a flower battered by rain, exuding a certain pitiable charm. Yuan Suejun paused momentarily, a vague irritation spreading within his chest. It was absurd. Clearly, it was Su Yuewei who had erred. Yet he felt as though he were the one at fault. Surely, feeling pity for her must be the result of the sun having clouded his judgment today. He refused to indulge Su Yuewei's flaws. Pressing his lips together, he regarded her coldly. Su Yuewei felt even more aggrieved. She was crying. And yet he did not come to comfort her? What a waste of a face that appealed to her aesthetic sensibilities. She resolved from that moment on to despise this insufferable man. Her initial 5 points of grievance instantly escalated to 10. Thus, her tears continued to fall, soaking the rice paper on the table. The atmosphere in the living room became instantly tense, a suffocating silence enveloping the space. As Yuan Baoshu had just placed the rice on the stove to steam and stepped into the living room, she was met with the sight of Su Yuewei in tears. Her nose and eyes were red, lacking the usual vibrancy, and she emanated an aura of grievance. Observing her elder brother's indifferent demeanor, Yuan Baoshu felt her heart twist in anguish. Brother, have you bullied my sister-in-law? The disbelief in her voice was palpable. You have no idea what she has done for you. If you do not treat her well, how can you justify it? Su Yuewei felt the truth in Yuan Baoshu's words. Indeed, he was in the wrong. Yuan Suejuan's brow furrowed even deeper. Had Su Yuewei done much for him? Had she not always basked in the care bestowed by Baoshu? In fact, one could hardly imagine anyone living a more pampered life than her. He was at a loss as to what kind of enchantment she had woven around his sister, compelling her to confront him on her behalf. Determined not to witness his sister being misled any further, Yuan Suejun spoke in a low, firm tone. She carelessly rummaged through my study and even used my writing tools. Why should I not object? Su Yuewei consulted the system, discovering that Yuan Suejuan's affection for her remained a dismal -50, the sole negative score in the household. What a wretched man, she thought, finding no inclination to appease him. It had always been others who sought to please her. She had never felt the need to do so for anyone else. You never said I couldn't use them, did you? I assumed that as your wife, I would possess such a right. My apologies for overestimating my position. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Baoshu grew anxious. Sister-in-law, that is not what my brother meant. If anyone is to blame, it is I, for not stopping you. She swiftly turned her head and called out to Yuan Suejun, Brother, you must apologize to sister-in-law at once. Chapter 17. Quickly give her a massage. Su Yuewei's tears had ceased to flow. Her eyes, glistening with moisture, shone like pearls. She gazed at Yuan Suejun, unblinking, hoping that this scoundrel would finally bow before her. The system had abandoned any hope of rescuing Su Yuewei. It was perplexed as to why the host, who found it quite easy to pursue Yuan Baoshu, was now veering off course when it came to the one she truly needed to conquer, Yuan Suejun. Her voice was soft and delicate, yet it fell upon Yuan Suejuan's ears as nothing short of infuriating. Baoshu, cease your words. He simply does not favor me, no matter what I do. It meets with his disapproval. My humble status is not worthy of an apology from such a distinguished scholar. It is my fault. I should possess the wisdom to recognize my place. As she spoke, she produced a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. Her head lowered slightly, revealing a neck as graceful as a swan, rendering her as enchanting as a portrait of a beautiful maiden. Observing her feigned sorrow, an unnameable fire ignited within Yuan Suejun. spreading from his chest throughout his entire being. He regarded Su Yuewei coldly, questioning whether this was indeed her true intention, to provoke discord within their family by retreating only to advance. Surely, Baoshu could not be so naive as to fall for such a ruse. In the next moment, Yuan Baoshu erupted, "Brother, I am truly angered. If you do not apologize to sister-in-law, I shall not speak to you for the next 3 days. No, 10 days. Yuan Suijun. Baoshu, you misunderstand." "I do not misunderstand. I have eyes and can see for myself." The expression on Yuan Baoshu's face was one of palpable disappointment. Su Yueling found Yuan Baoshu to be quite agreeable and worth pursuing further. Just as she was about to encourage him to persevere, she suddenly realized her hands were sore, likely from her prolonged drawing session. She shook her hands lightly and addressed Yuan Suijun, saying, "I don't require an apology from him. My hands are aching." Her striking black and white eyes seemed to urge him on. Yuan Suijun felt utterly bewildered. Could it be that she expected him to massage her hands? They had just been at odds with one another, and she had even tried to undermine him, yet now she was requesting such an intimate favor in front of others. What was Su Yueling's true intention? After just a brief outing, Yuan Suijun found himself more perplexed than ever regarding Su Yueling. Yuan Baoshu, however, wore a look of sudden realization. This must be an attempt by her sister-in-law to provide her brother with an opportunity to back down. Outsiders might label her sister-in-law as willful, but in her brother's presence, she was evidently quite understanding, albeit somewhat inarticulate. Yuan Baoshu quickly nudged her brother and whispered, "Brother, just help sister-in-law with a little massage to soothe her. I'll go prepare dinner now." She chose to leave, so as not to embarrass her elder brother. After speaking, Yuan Baoshu dashed away swiftly. Yuan Suijun's expression deepened with contemplation. "Su Yueling, what exactly are you scheming?" The Yuan household was not a place where one could act recklessly. Su Yueling found him utterly exasperating. Impatience crept onto her face, and she slightly wrinkled her nose, a gesture that, coming from her, held a hint of playful reproach. "Will you help me with a hand massage? Do you know how to massage?" Yuan Suijun remained expressionless. "Are you certain? So you do not know how? Foolish indeed." Yuan Suijun remarked, "I have not learned." "Well, congratulations, you will soon acquire a new skill," Su Yueling responded, resting her wrist on the table and urging him with her gaze, the message unmistakable. "Hurry and give me a massage. Otherwise, I shall have to summon Baoshu." After locking eyes with her, Yuan Suijun eventually conceded. He could not truly allow her to call for Baoshu. Placing his hand on Su Yueling's wrist, he applied just the right amount of pressure. The gentle warmth of his touch conveyed through to her. Her hands were clearly unaccustomed to labor, devoid of any calluses. As smooth and fair as silken tofu. A bit to the left, yes, that spot. Apply a little more pressure. Indeed. She was commanding him with an air of unshakable authority. Finally, she discovered a merit in Yuan Suijun. His massage technique was quite proficient, and he possessed a commendable aptitude for learning. As he kneaded her wrist, the proximity between them inevitably diminished. He could even detect a faint, alluring fragrance wafting from her hair and skin. Perhaps from genuine enjoyment, her formerly furrowed brow relaxed, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly, inviting those around her to unwind as well. Realizing that he had unconsciously softened his expression, Yuan Suijun felt a sudden chill of awareness. Elevating his perception of Su Yueling's potential danger, his demeanor reverting to seriousness. Her gaze, laced with subtle reproach, seemed to chastise him for his idleness. Earlier, Wang Lushi had vehemently complained before Yuan Suijun and his brother, eagerly anticipating Su Yueling's comeuppance. To this end, she stood beneath the tree at the entrance of the Yuan residence, waiting. After waiting patiently, Wang Lushi could only witness Yuan Suifeng carrying water back and forth. As he hoisted the fourth bucket, she could no longer restrain herself and approached him, inquiring, "Suifeng, how is Baoshu faring? She has endured considerable hardship these past few days. You must advocate on her behalf." The moment she mentioned Baoshu, Yuan Suifeng was reminded of her previous attempts to sow discord, which had led him to misjudge his sister-in-law. His expression abruptly turned cold. Observing this, Wang Lushi felt a surge of satisfaction yet feigned indignation on behalf of Baoshu. "You, dear aunt of the Wang family, should cease your baseless slander against my sister-in-law and refrain from inciting discord within our family. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Do you think I am unaware that your grudge stems from my sister-in-law's refusal to lend you the horse cart, prompting you to maliciously tarnish her reputation? My sister-in-law maintains a good relationship with Baoshu." His voice resonated loudly, ensuring that everyone nearby could hear clearly, and all eyes turned to Wang Lushi. Alarmed by the sudden attention, she hurriedly defended herself. "I have not lied. Everyone has witnessed Baoshu fetching water every morning. I have even heard that she often goes hungry, to the extent that her cousin, Su Yueling, could not bear to see her suffer and brought her food. Yuan Suifeng's mind conjured an image of his sister's round face. Was this truly what it meant to be hungry? Suddenly, Wang Lusher's eyes lit up as she pointed to Su Yuewei, who had just emerged from the main door. Why not ask Su Yuewei? She is your sister-in-law's cousin. Surely she would not lie. As a member of the Qing family, do you not agree that your sister has treated Baoshu unjustly? After all, you have visited the Yuan household several times before. Did you also witness it? In that moment, the pressure was squarely placed upon Su Yuewei. Chapter 18. His innocence truly believed in his malignance. Su Yuewei maintained her gentle smile, yet internally, she could not suppress her frustration. Why was she being dragged into this? If she were to publicly speak ill of Su Yueling, what would that make her? Yuan Suifeng cast a sharp gaze in her direction. Did you truly witness Baoshu being bullied? He inquired. Baoshu has never claimed such. In fact, she adores my sister-in-law, and even defended her. To this day, he regretted having heeded the slander of outsiders and being disrespectful to his sister-in-law. She forced a smile and replied, I am uncertain. I assumed she was hungry. Hence I brought her a bowl of rice, but Baoshu declined, stating she was full. I cannot ascertain the truth of that, given Baoshu's fierce protection of Su Yueling. It was implausible for her to speak ill of Su Yueling. It was also unclear what kind of enchantment Su Yueling had cast upon her that made her wholeheartedly side with her. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lusher was instantly displeased. Her nature was such that she would make a scene even without justification. You did not say such things in my presence before. When I spoke ill of your cousin, you chimed in, expressing your desire to teach Su Yueling to be a virtuous wife and mother, yet she pays no heed. You mentioned she could not even handle a needle at home, dismissing the elders' advice as mere whispers. Others collectively turned their gaze towards Su Yuewei, their expression shifting to something more intricate. Comparatively, with Su Yueling's laziness and love for indulgence, Su Yuewei's reputation in the village was remarkably favorable. Everyone praises her for her virtuousness, diligence, and kindness, which starkly contrast with her cousin, because of the overly perfect image she had previously crafted. When people realized that she was not as she portrayed herself to be, they found it particularly intolerable. Even if Su Yueling truly had some shortcomings, as her elder cousin, Su Yuewei should not have disclosed them to outsiders. Furthermore, Yuan, who was closely acquainted with them, has often remarked on Su Yueling's good treatment of Yuan Baoshu. He would naturally defend his own sister. Does that not imply that Su Yuewei's claims are unfounded? It is indeed ungracious of Su Yuewei to malign her own cousin in a bid to elevate her own standing, under the scrutinizing gazes of others, who expressed their astonishment at her true nature. Su Yuewei felt a tumultuous panic rise within her, leaving her pale-faced. The reputation she had painstakingly built over time could not be so easily tarnished by trivial matters. What compounded her grievance was the fact that, despite speaking the truth, no one seemed to believe her. With her brows furrowed and her voice tinged with distress, she said, Aunt Wang, Yueling is my dear cousin. We are bound by blood. I can only wish for her well-being. She has only recently married into the Yuan family and, being somewhat delicate, coupled with the absence of the Yuan brothers, I worry that she may struggle. That is why I frequently visit her to offer guidance. Seeing her get along harmoniously with Baoshu brings me great comfort. I have never spoken ill of Yueling before you. At most, I have only expressed concern about her youth and inexperience in handling affairs and social interactions, which may lead her to act impulsively. I do not understand why you would say such things to sow discord between us sisters. I have always held you in the highest regard. If I have erred or offended you, I implore you to speak to me directly. I shall amend my ways without the need for casting aspersions upon my character. Should such rumors circulate, what would become of me? What if Yueling were to misconstrue my intentions? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quivering with the weight of perceived injustice. Wang Lusher, known for her penchant for petty gains, often borrowed items without the intention of returning them and relished gossiping about others. Consequently, the villagers were generally reluctant to engage with her. In stark contrast, Su Yuewei had always been amiable since her marriage into the Zhang family. She never hesitated to lend a helping hand when needed, earning her a commendable reputation within the community as an ideal daughter-in-law. As she directed all the blame onto Wang Lusher, many were quick to believe her, for it was well within Wang Lusher's character to behave in such a manner. Witnessing Su Yuewei's expression of distress, those who had previously doubted her were overtaken by a sense of guilt and began to offer her words of comfort. Yuewei, everyone knows the kind of person you are. Indeed, no one would misinterpret your character. Who doesn't know that Aunt Wang's words are worth little more than a whisper in the wind? One villager even lent her handkerchief to Su Yuewei to dry her tears. Su Yuewei accepted the handkerchief, stating, "I merely feel a bit wronged." Wang Lushi, observing this display, nearly choked back her indignation. It seemed she had misjudged the situation. Su Yuewei was, in fact, the most formidable. Though Su Yueling had acted somewhat selfishly, she at least had the virtue of sincerity, presenting herself with an open heart and never resorting to duplicity. Where is the resemblance to Su Yuewei, who usually presents herself as gentle and kind, yet possesses a depth of thought that surpasses others? Now, having become a virtuous individual, she has ironically transformed into a gossiping villain. She has unexpectedly fallen victim to her own machinations. Wang Lushi, infuriated to the point of pain, felt her chest rise and fall with agitation, yet found herself powerless against Su Yuewei. She was acutely aware that her reputation could not compare to that of Su Yuewei. In the end, she could only shoot her a fierce glare and depart in a huff, hoping that Su Yuewei would not uncover any incriminating evidence against her. Otherwise, she would surely face dire consequences. She would not forget the grudge of the day. Yuan Suifeng found the incessant chatter of these busybodies to be a torment to his head, and he instantly understood why his sister-in-law preferred to avoid their company. Were he in her position, he too would choose to remain behind closed doors. Having clarified all that needed to be explained, he had no desire to linger further, opting instead to resume his labor of fetching water. After several trips back and forth, he finally filled the water tank to the brim. As he placed the burden in the courtyard, Yuan Suifeng then noticed that the chickens they had once kept were all mysteriously absent, and in their place were several flower pots, each adorned with blooming flowers. Had the chickens been sold? However, those chickens had originally been cared for by his younger sister, so her decision to sell them was of little consequence. With the poison within his brother's body nearly resolved, the household's future financial burdens would undoubtedly lessen. Just as he was preparing to relax in the living room, he raised his gaze and caught sight of his elder brother gently holding his sister-in-law's hand, tenderly massaging it. Due to his lowered head, he could not discern his brother's expression, but Yuan Suifeng could vividly imagine the gentle look that must have graced his brother's face. The sight of the handsome couple, newlyweds in their bliss, created a scene that was truly delightful to behold. Yuan Suifeng's lips twitched slightly, as memories of his elder brother's words surfaced in his mind. Your sister-in-law and I are merely bound by our parents' wishes and the matchmaking of others. If she treats you well, I shall endeavor to regard her with the respect she deserves. My feelings for her are devoid of romantic inclination. She can only be considered akin to family. Yueling is not the type I admire. Brother, is this what you refer to as a lack of romantic feelings? How naive of him to truly believe it. Nevertheless, as a younger sibling, he felt compelled to maintain some dignity for his brother. Despite his stubborn exterior, his elder brother must still harbor affection for his sister-in-law. He resolved not to intrude further upon their lives. Observing the diminishing firewood in the yard, he decided to chop some more. Chapter 19. How can one be so delicate? Does your hand still ache? Yuan Suijuan's voice remained gentle. Yet Su Yueling discerned an underlying hint of irritation. But would she be the type to care about such matters? Certainly not. She nodded, assuring him that her right hand no longer pained her. Yuan Suijun remarked, "You are truly ungrateful." His tone revealed no discernible emotion. Su Yueling, with conviction, asserted, "As my husband, is it not expected that you treat me kindly?" She was fully aware that Yuan Suijun still harbored a strong aversion toward her, as evidenced by the stark -50 in their affinity rating. However, to expect Su Yueling to humble herself merely to win his favor was beyond her capabilities. If he found her unappealing, it simply reflected his lack of discernment. The system interjected, its voice tinged with despair. "Host, his current affinity for you is not -50. It has dropped to -60. Oh, has it decreased?" Su Yueling raised an eyebrow and continued to speak in a delicate tone. "I have been drawing all afternoon, and my shoulders are sore. Could you please massage my shoulders as well?" Yuan Suijuan's voice turned slightly cold. "Do not push your luck." He usually gave an impression of being as gentle as a spring breeze, yet when he wore a stern expression, he exuded an unspoken authority, hinting at a subtle warning. Did Su Yueling appear intimidated? Certainly not. She merely continued to tread upon his sensitive spots. "Or would you prefer that I seek someone else for a massage? It's possible that their skills might surpass yours," she provocatively suggested. Yuan Suijuan's expression darkened considerably. Despite lacking any romantic feelings for Su Yueling, she was nonetheless his lawfully wedded wife, and her insinuation of seeking another's services right in front of him was intolerable for any man. Though his expression was far from pleasant, he eventually relented and began to knead her shoulders after finishing with her left arm. After a moment's pause, Su Yueling remarked, "Actually, my calves are sore as well. I sat for too long this afternoon." "Do not go too far." Yuan Suejuan's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Su Yueling fixed her gaze upon him. "Then shall I find someone else?" Yuan Suejuan's countenance turned as dark as ink. Unlike Su Yueling, who was shameless, he held himself to a different standard. After a considerable silence, he finally knelt before her, placing his hand on her calf, though separated by fabric. The warmth radiating from his palm was uncontrollable. Yuan Suejun despised this feeling of being out of control. He found himself longing for the earlier days when Su Yueling had just become his bride. Though she was headstrong and temperamental, at least she was more comprehensible then. Unlike now, when she is not only more willful than before, but also shrouded in enigma. A momentary distraction causes her to press down a bit too forcefully. As a reflex, Su Yueling feels a sharp pain in her calf and instinctively kicks him. Yuan Suejun narrowly avoids a kick to the chin, swiftly grasping her restless foot and firmly restraining it. "What do you intend to do?" His action inadvertently pulls down her stocking, revealing an ankle as delicate as jade, accentuated by the surrounding whiteness. Su Yueling, feeling wronged, protests, "You pinch me too hard." The tone of her complaint is almost playful, laced with sweetness. Yuan Suejun realizes she is not merely putting on an act. She genuinely feels aggrieved. How can one be so delicate? How does Bashuzi tolerate her? A fleeting glance reveals a slight red mark where he had pressed too hard, starkly highlighted against her pale skin. Had he really applied so much force? A twinge of guilt stirs within Yuan Suejun, only to be interrupted by Su Yueling's commanding voice. "What are you staring at? Hurry and help me put my stockings back on." Yuan Suejun. Indeed, feeling guilty towards Su Yueling is utterly unnecessary. He pulls the stocking upward, choosing to ignore the situation. In the kitchen, Yuan Bashuzi, concerned about their interaction, tiptoes over to check on them, only to find her illustrious elder brother assisting his sister-in-law with her stockings. Watching the meat simmering on the stove, she covers her face, unable to suppress a smile of satisfaction. It turns out her brother knows how to pamper his wife, which puts her at ease. "Oh, what is that aroma?" It smells remarkably like the dompa pork from Fodder restaurant. Yuan Baoshu brought forth an array of dishes: dompa pork, shrimp dumplings, braised beef, stir-fried loofah, and sot ed greens. Fortune favored her, for during her midday excursion into the city, a cow had been injured and subsequently slaughtered for sale. The square table was laden with these culinary delights, awaiting his praise. However, Yuan Baoshu's expression dimmed, and with a huff, she asserted, "What do you mean, bot? I prepared these myself." Yuan Zuefeng, astonished, inquired, "You actually know how to make dompa pork and shrimp dumplings? I have heard these two dishes are the signature offerings of the Fodder restaurant." Yuan Baoshu replied confidently, "Of course I can make them. My sister-in-law taught me these recipes, which we sold to Fodder restaurant. Come, sample my culinary skills." My sister-in-law claims I surpassed their head chef in flavor. Yuan Zuefeng felt somewhat bewildered. Could it be that his sister-in-law knew how to cook? Yet, it seemed unlikely for Baoshu to deceive him, particularly since she had not possessed such skills before their departure. Yuan Baoshu meticulously served each dish onto a pristine blue and white plate and presented it before Su Yueling. Observing Su Yueling's demeanor, it was evident she was accustomed to Baoshu's attentive service. Yuan Baoshu continued, "The shrimp dumplings and cold noodles fetched 60 taels, while the dompa pork sold for 50 taels. I owe it all to my sister-in-law." Yuan Zuefeng blurted out, "So, the clothes you wear were also bought by your sister-in-law?" Yuan Baoshu touched her garments and explained, "I told my sister-in-law that I didn't need such fine clothing for my work, yet she insisted on providing me with fabric to make 2 new outfits." In comparison with Yuan Suejun, Su Yueling found Yuan Baoshu particularly admirable. She placed a piece of meat into her bowl, savoring it slowly, and upon finishing, remarked, "The former attire was simply unbecoming. It was a sight for sore eyes." Yuan Suefeng gazed at her in astonishment. No wonder Baoshu was so attentive to her sister-in-law. He had not anticipated such kindness from his sister-in-law towards Baoshu. Yuan Suejun, however, pondered more deeply. Was Su Yueling genuinely concerned for Baoshu's well-being? His apprehension for Baoshu being deceived by her grew increasingly profound. Su Yueling cast a sidelong glance at the enigmatic expression of Yuan Suejun and flashed a sweet smile, declaring, "It is I who now supports the family, thus I am the head of the household." Yuan Suejun instantly felt as though he could no longer stomach the meal. He resolved to create several paintings in the coming days to contribute financially, lest Su Yueling's audacity continue unabated. Chapter 20. The Collision of Perspectives. Su Yuewei Yuan Suefeng, holding his bowl, was utterly astonished. Their family's provider had unexpectedly turned out to be his sister-in-law. If she were to assume that role, it would indeed be reasonable for him to heed her words. Yet, as a man, the notion of allowing his seemingly fragile sister-in-law to be the breadwinner left him feeling embarrassed, as though he were perched upon a bed of nails. He too aspired to earn money, but his academic prowess paled in comparison to his elder brother's, and he lacked a particular skill set, rendering him at a loss for opportunities. Should he consider becoming an apprentice instead? As he drifted into these thoughts, Su Yuewei inquired, "Second brother, can you read?" Their elder brother had taught him, and their younger sister, yet both would become dizzy at the sight of books. No matter how diligently he attempted to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics, he would forget them entirely by the following day. Ultimately, their elder brother conceded and did not press him to memorize those texts. Being able to recognize characters without being completely illiterate was deemed sufficient. Thus, the words regarding literacy were spoken without a hint of hesitation, for he indeed possessed the ability to recognize characters. Su Yuewei displayed a satisfied expression, declaring, "Very well. From today onward, you shall dedicate an hour each day to teach me how to read." Until now, she had been unable to acquire the skill of profound knowledge from the system marketplace and was left to independently enhance her own learning. Yuan Suifeng instinctively glanced at his inscrutable elder brother, pondering, "Aren't you going to seek his guidance?" Su Yuewei cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Suijun and flashed a smile at Yuan Suifeng, stating, "I have faith in you. Besides, you seem to have more time." Yuan Suifeng was instantly moved, astonished by his sister-in-law's trust in him. He resolved not to betray her earnest expectations. In that moment, he completely forgot the psychological shadows of his past studies, thumping his chest confidently, "Leave it to me. I shall teach you without fail." Yuan Suijun remained composed. Yet his gaze upon Su Yuewei was filled with contemplation. He grew increasingly perplexed by her intentions, convinced that she was not merely aspiring to learn how to read. If that were the case, she could have approached him directly, as he was not the sort to be rigid or old-fashioned. Should Su Yuewei wish to learn and cultivate virtues akin to those of a sage, he would gladly set aside time to instruct her. Yet, she had bypassed him and chosen to seek out Suifeng instead. This affair reeked of oddity, and he realized he must keep a closer watch on her in the days to come. "Host, why do you not approach Yuan Suijun for guidance? This is a splendid opportunity to strengthen your bond." The system expressed its frustration. Su Yuewei chuckled softly. She had no intention of bowing to that insufferable man. Yuan Suijun. Moreover, in the original narrative, Yuan Suijun is portrayed as a photographic memory genius, his recall surpassing hers by leaps and bounds. To learn from him would be akin to inviting self-doubt. Instead, the seemingly adorable Yuan Suifeng appeared to be a more suitable choice. With this thought in mind, Su Yuewei proactively extended her hand, pushing the dompa pork towards Yuan Suifeng, her demeanor warm and inviting, urging him to indulge and nourish his mind. Yuan Suifeng felt deeply touched. From that moment forth, he vowed to defend his sister-in-law's honor against anyone who spoke ill of her in the village. As he lifted a piece of the dompa pork with his chopsticks and savored it, he was instantly captivated by the exquisite flavor he had never experienced before. Delicious. Absolutely delectable. It was no wonder that the dompa pork at Fulao restaurant was priced at 100 won per serving, with countless patrons queuing eagerly to buy it. The braised beef was equally delightful, particularly enhanced by the addition of dried tangerine peel, which not only eliminated any hint of fishiness, but also infused the dish with its unique aroma. The shrimp dumplings were remarkably fresh and tantalizing. Each dish was so irresistibly delicious that he hardly paused with his chopsticks. To his surprise, Baoshu's culinary skills had indeed flourished under his sister-in-law's guidance. He consumed a staggering 6 bowls of rice, leaving his belly round and full. After satisfying his hunger, he hurriedly retrieved the 1,000-character classic from the study for literacy practice. Once his sister Baoshu had tidied the table, he began teaching Su Yuewei. Initially, he anticipated that instructing his sister-in-law would require considerable effort, believing that within an hour, he could only impart 10 characters at most. However, as the lesson commenced, he was taken aback by her astonishing learning capability. After just a few repetitions, she had grasped the material remarkably well. At this rate, it seemed she could master the entire text in less than a month. His own level of proficiency made him feel rather inadequate in her presence. As Yuan Suifeng imparted knowledge to Su Yuewei, Yuan Suijun diligently perused a book nearby, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the two. Even he was taken aback by the remarkable talent displayed by Su Yuewei, igniting within him a sense of exhilaration. Should Su Yuewei seek his guidance, he would not hesitate to offer his assistance. However, As Yuan Suijun waited, Su Yueling scarcely glanced in his direction, her demeanor serious as she earnestly posed questions to Yuan Suifeng. The latter, overwhelmed by her inquiries, broke into a sweat and, upon the conclusion of the hour, eagerly declared the lesson over, exclaiming his need for fresh air, and hastily exited the house. He was terrified, having nearly exposed his superficial knowledge before his sister-in-law. Su Yueling placed so much trust in him, and he was reluctant to admit his own shortcomings. Yet, he worried about imparting erroneous information to her. Perhaps he should ask his elder brother to teach him tomorrow, so he could then relay the lessons to his sister-in-law. It was curious that she chose him for instruction, when she could easily have sought his brother's expertise. Perhaps she wished to keep him occupied at home, allowing her to feel more at ease. Beyond this notion, he could think of no other explanation. Nonetheless, he truly detested studying. The mere thought of spending an entire day poring over textbooks filled him with despair. Yuan Suifeng could not help but sigh deeply, his expression clouded with worry. Meanwhile, Su Yueling, peering through the window, caught sight of him. It was late, and his brows were knitted with distress. Surely, he was not enduring strife at home? In the Yuan household, the only source of his troubles could be none other than his cousin. Did she feel emboldened after having exchanged vows with Yuan Suijun, allowing her to act with such impunity? During the day, Su Yuewei found her carefully cultivated reputation nearly ruined due to the actions of Wang Lushi. Her first ire was directed towards the indiscreet and embellishing Wang Lushi, followed closely by her disdain for Su Yueling. Consequently, Su Yuewei set aside the pouch she was embroidering and stepped through the doorway, her face etched with concern as she inquired of Yuan Suifeng, "What troubles you? You appear quite distressed." Su Yuewei was not deceived. While it was true that the Yuan family had been wealthier than the Zhang family she married into, their resources had nearly been exhausted in the pursuit of treatment for Yuan Suijun. On a typical day, managing to eat to 7/10 fullness was a feat, let alone overindulging. She was acutely aware of Yuan Suifeng's considerable appetite. Both Yuan Suifeng and Bao Shu shared a similar temperament, always reporting good news while concealing their troubles. "I am of no use," she lamented, expressing her helplessness and understanding. However, upon hearing her words, Yuan Suifeng couldn't help but recall how his sister-in-law, despite her earnest intentions, had garnered a poor reputation, largely due to Su Yuewei's influence. After all, they were cousins, and anything spoken by her would surely be taken at face value by outsiders. He was instantly incensed. "I have already stated that I merely stepped out for a walk because I had overeaten. Why must you tarnish my sister-in-law's name? Can you not bear to see her well? She has been nothing but good to us, and your attempts to sow discord are futile. My sister-in-law has truly suffered a great misfortune to have a cousin like you." Chapter 21. Her good days await. Yuan Suifeng, youthful and exuberant, spoke with a resonant voice that echoed through the tranquil village, where the stillness allowed his words to be heard clearly by the nearby households. It is human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and thus, one by one, curious neighbors opened their windows, eager to listen more intently. Some even rushed out of their homes, fans in hand, seeking both respite from the heat and a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Su Yuewei appeared dazed, struggling to comprehend the situation. Was she not advocating for the Yuan family? Why were they so oblivious to her good intentions? Turning her gaze, she spotted neighbors peering from their wide-open windows, and she nearly retched with frustration. Her eyes reddened with indignation as she thought, "I did not mean it that way. I was merely concerned for your well-being." Yuan Suifeng was unmoved by her sentiment. "That is my family. Who could possibly bully me? Are you suggesting that my sister-in-law would mistreat me? Which of your eyes saw her acting in such a manner? If you did not witness it, then you are merely spreading rumors. No wonder the villagers often criticized his sister-in-law. It was evident that you were the one scheming behind the scenes." Su Yuewei was nearly beside herself with rage. Did Su Yueling require her to fabricate slander? She was all too aware of her sister's true character. Previously, she had behaved as though she were a pampered city heiress, complaining about the minutiae of life, such as the cleanliness of a chicken's feathers. How could such a person possibly change her temperament upon marriage? Merely stating the truth, how had she become the villain in this scenario? Tears streamed down Su Yuewei's face as she lamented, "Do I truly seem like such a petty person? I am merely concerned about your family." Yuan Suifeng could not help but roll his eyes dramatically. "What relation do you have with our family? We are merely neighbors. You should tend to your own affairs instead of extending your reach so far." Such words were indeed disheartening, causing Su Yuewei's chest to ache with indignation. The Yuan family was comprised entirely of foolish individuals who failed to recognize kindness. Yet, Su Yuewei continued to criticize the Yuan family, inevitably raising suspicions about her intentions. Could it be that she, as Yuan Suifeng suggested, could not bear to see her cousin thrive? Upon encountering Zhang Chuang, who happened to emerge at that moment, Yuan Suifeng raised his voice further. Chuang, could you please rein in your wife and prevent her from constantly fixating on our family? We are perfectly well and do not require her interference. Zhang Chuang had overheard some of the conversation prior to his appearance. He believed Yuan Suifeng might be overthinking the situation. His wife was simply enthusiastic, not as malevolent as he portrayed. However, he had to concede that excessive involvement in others' matters could indeed be bothersome, especially since he harbored lofty ambitions of attaining fame and fortune. He placed great importance on his reputation. He glanced at Su Yuewei, whose eyes were red from distress, and spoke in a measured tone. If that is the case, you should refrain from meddling in the Yuan family's affairs and focus on your role at home, nurturing your husband and raising your children. The Zhang family also had its share of responsibilities. Their son was merely 2 years old and required attentive care from adults. When Su Yuewei first entered the household, Zhang Chuang had been somewhat aloof. It was her various acts of kindness and her efforts to showcase her virtuous nature that eventually earned her the family's admiration, prompting her husband to treat her with greater warmth, even sparing her from drinking the herbal concoction meant to prevent conception. The gentle warmth she had painstakingly acquired was, alas, tarnished by the Yuan family, leaving her in a state of deep regret and unable to suppress her resentment towards Su Yueling and the Yuan kin. With her head bowed and her voice choked with emotion, she uttered, "I understand." Zhang Chuang, initially inclined to voice a few more words, softened upon witnessing her fragile demeanor. Su Yuewei could only console herself with the thought that, given Su Yueling's extravagant lifestyle, the Yuan family could hardly afford her. The meager dowry she possessed would barely suffice for a few months of indulgence. When the Yuan family inevitably faced the consequences, they would come to realize who truly had their best interests at heart. Yet, she could not help but ponder the extent of Su Yueling's dowry. How much silver had her uncle bequeathed her? It was indeed perplexing. If there were such ample funds, why had her uncle not distributed any to their main household? Her family had to scrimp and save just to afford her brother's schooling. If Su Yueling truly possessed a substantial dowry, it would be far more prudent to allocate those resources towards her brother's education rather than allowing her to squander it on lavish indulgences. Her brother Tianbao was the very foundation of the Su family. Should he succeed, Su Yueling, as a married daughter of the Su clan, would also benefit, which was far more reliable than her own expenditures. Su Yuewei resolved to find an excuse to venture into the city the following day. Intending to discuss this matter with her parents, Zhang Chuang, observing the gentle expression on his wife's face, felt his earlier displeasure wane. Su Yuewei timidly glanced at him and remarked, "Xinghua has a fondness for the pickled vegetables from the Wang family in the city to accompany the pork bones. I have yet to master the recipe for dompa pork, and seeing Xinghua eat without spirit pains me. Perhaps I should prepare her favorite pickled vegetables stewed with ribs." Zhang Qingwang's expression relaxed, and he said, "Just handle it as you see fit. You are my wife, and there is no need to report every household matter to me." Su Yuewei uttered these words, hoping that Zhang Chuang would provide her with some money, as she needed funds to purchase items in the city. After her marriage, she had mostly spent her meager dowry on pastries for her sister-in-law and tuition fees for her brother-in-law, leaving her financially strained. Just after Zhang Chuang complimented her, he stepped into the study, evidently intending to continue his studies. Su Yuewei felt a weight on her chest, caught in a limbo of frustration, which was more intense than the grievance she felt moments ago when scolded by Yuan Suifeng. So, where would the money come from? Would she have to bear the expense of buying meat and vegetables herself? In that fleeting moment, Su Yuewei could not help but question whether it was worthwhile to toil for the Zhang family. She sought solace in the fortune-teller's words, who had proclaimed that the Zhang family was prosperous and that Chuang was destined for officialdom. Enduring some hardship now would lead to future wealth and comfort. Furthermore, considering the trials she had faced, it would be unthinkable for the Zhang family to cast aside her as a humble wife once they thrived. With this thought, she felt somewhat relieved, and the tension in her chest gradually dissipated. She rummaged through her small wooden box containing copper coins and discovered she still had over 121. This sum would suffice to purchase pork bones, which were relatively inexpensive. She could even set aside a bit for her parents to enjoy some meat. Yes, she would seize the opportunity to embroider a few more handkerchiefs before bedtime, so she could sell them when she went to the city tomorrow. Her good days were yet to come. Chapter 22. Not easily bewitched, Yueling devoted an hour to her studies, diligently recording the process that Yuan Suifeng had taught her, ensuring she could review it at her leisure. This system of being a virtuous wife and good mother offered such benefits. while Yuan Suifeng took a stroll outside. She retrieved paper and brush, commencing her practice in calligraphy. Having previously trained in this art in the contemporary world, she understood its fundamental principles. Although the characters of this realm were unfamiliar to her, she remained undaunted. The initial strokes appeared somewhat awkward due to her inexperience. However, with further practice, she began to develop a semblance of skill. Yuan Suijun feigned concentration on his calligraphy, yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Yueling. He had assumed her verbal declarations were mere posturing. To his surprise, she was genuinely committed to her studies, even practicing her writing. He wondered, though, how proficient her skills would be. A novice who fails to master the basics risks developing detrimental habits that are difficult to correct later. He did not intend to assist her out of obligation. Rather, he could not bear to witness her veering off course. Even if the individual before him were a stranger, he would readily offer guidance. With this thought, Yuan Suijun seemingly shed a weight from his shoulders and approached Su Yueling with casual strides. Upon observing the neat characters she had penned, he was momentarily taken aback. Contrary to his expectations, her grip on the brush was remarkably poised. The quality of her writing was such that it surpassed what Suifeng had achieved in a month of practice. And even more astonishing was the inherent vigor in her somewhat unfamiliar strokes. This was her first attempt. Could it be that Su Yueling possessed an innate talent for this art? Su Yueling's writing became increasingly fluid, and she no longer found fault with the mediocre quality of the paper and ink provided by Yuan Suifeng. She planned to have Baoshu venture into the city the next day to procure superior supplies. It is worth noting that she was not short of funds. Every few days, Baoshu would prepare a substantial bag of white sugar for sale to the proprietor of the Fulai Hotel. Each pound fetched 6 taels, and she typically sold around 10 pounds. The reason for not producing more was that the Fulai Hotel consumed approximately that amount, and scarcity elevated the value. Coupled with the necessity of creating the illusion that white sugar was difficult to procure. For now, her financial situation was sufficient. She had already accumulated over 100 taels of silver. As she wrote, she suddenly noticed a shadow obstructing her light. Su Yueling raised her head, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "You are blocking my light." Yuan Suijun moved aside, his slender fingers gesturing towards one of her characters, suggesting that the initial stroke would be more suitably positioned there. Su Yueling glanced at it and decided to try writing as he advised. Indeed, the result appeared more aesthetically pleasing. No wonder she had previously felt somewhat awkward in her writing. Observing that Su Yueling was no longer as obstinate as before, Yuan Suijun experienced an inexplicable sense of gratification. He continued to guide her through the formation of several characters, and Su Yueling proved to be a quick learner. Truth be told, having such a diligent and intelligent student brought a sense of accomplishment to the teacher. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Yueling, who was absorbed in her writing. The flickering candlelight illuminated her profile like a painting, enveloping her in a soft halo that rendered her akin to a gentle and elegant noblewoman. Gentle? Elegant? When these descriptors were applied to Su Yueling, Yuan Suijun couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It must be that he had just become lightheaded, for how could he possibly perceive Su Yueling as gentle? He ought not to be so easily enchanted by her. He resumed his expressionless demeanor, yet he continued to patiently guide Su Yueling on the large characters she had written. Indeed, he merely found it disheartening to see such talent squandered. Upon taking another glance at his sister-in-law's writing, he felt utterly disheartened, questioning the very meaning of life. He stammered, "Sister-in-law, is this truly your first time writing?" Su Yueling nodded, affirming that she had indeed begun to learn the characters of this world only today. She furrowed her brow, acknowledging that her writing was still lacking and required more practice. Her forte lay in the delicate art of small script, and once she became accustomed to it, she could attempt to write the characters of this world in that style. Yuan Suifeng felt an urge to bang his head against the wall. Was she not satisfied? His sister-in-law, a novice, wrote even better than he had after months of practice. He had not anticipated that she would possess a talent rivaling that of his elder brother, making this environment rather unkind to someone as ordinary as himself. The thought of continuing to teach her weighed heavily upon him. He hastily suggested, "Sister-in-law, perhaps starting tomorrow, you should let elder brother teach you. I fear I might hinder your progress." Earlier, he had witnessed elder brother guiding her as well, indicating that his brother was also willing to assist her. Though he had previously been unable to lower himself to ask, the disparity in skill levels between him and Suifeng was evident. She would likely not refuse. The system felt profoundly touched. "Host, look at how wonderful your younger brother is. He is surely making a play for your assistance. Do not let this opportunity slip away." Su Yueling, with her rosy lips, uttered 2 words, "No." Yuan Suejuan's expression darkened slightly, while Yuan Suifeng could scarcely believe it. What? Why? Surely. My brother teaches better than I do. After all, he is a scholar. As for himself, he merely possessed a rudimentary understanding of characters, a level that even a 3-year-old would recognize in making the right choices. Su Yueling, equally assertive, countered. Just because one excels in their studies does not imply they are suited to teach others. I find your teaching quite commendable. It is simple and comprehensible, instantly grasped, which is particularly beneficial for beginners. Have a bit of faith in yourself. You are capable. Is it truly so? Yuan Suifeng pondered, astonished by the high regard in which his sister-in-law held him. Children of his age can hardly endure such praise. Upon hearing those words, he felt a surge of elation and promptly vowed, I will teach you well from now on. You shall not be disappointed. Yuan Suijun observed his brother, who seemed ready to ascend to the heavens with pride and could not suppress a cough. Here were two individuals, one a novice, the other lacking a solid foundation. Yet one dared to teach, while the other dared to learn. Yuan Suifeng remained oblivious to his elder brother's hesitations and directly retreated to the study, retrieving books that had lain untouched for several months. He then summoned Yuan Suijun to the study, his face set in earnest seriousness, and declared, Brother, please teach me again. This time, I will study diligently. Yuan Suijun replied, You are so confident in your ability to teach? Seeing his brother's earnest desire to learn filled him with a sense of gratitude. Yet the realization that this was spurred by Su Yueling's disdain for him left a bittersweet taste in his heart. Realizing the impropriety of his words, Yuan Suifeng gently patted his elder brother on the shoulder and said, Brother, although your teaching abilities may not surpass mine, your innate talent for learning far exceeds my own. Please do not feel inferior because of this. Yuan Suijun thought to himself that perhaps this younger brother should be discarded altogether. Chapter 23. It should be him who despises her. Though he was tempted to cast his brother out of the study, he recognized that it was a rare occurrence for his younger sibling to express a desire to study diligently. Regardless of the original intent, such behavior deserved encouragement. Furthermore, if he were to inadequately teach his brother, allowing him to mislead others with his scant knowledge, Yuan Suijun could hardly endure that. Thus, he exhibited the demeanor of a strict teacher, imposing rigorous standards upon Yuan Suifeng, ensuring that he completely memorized the material taught to him. Yuan Suifeng felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, wishing to bash his head against the wall. This was truly an unbearable existence. He would rather fetch water all day than endure such torment in the study. Yet, having made a bold promise, regret was futile. He could only bear the weight of this knowledge with a pitiful expression. Yuan Suijun observed this with a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuan Suifeng, feeling a sense of relief, dashed away swiftly, fearing that even a moment's delay would result in his brother retaining him to continue the relentless ordeal. Yuan Suijun did not immediately rest. Instead, he retrieved the finest rice paper from his study and began to write. His journey to the prefectural city, aside from its medicinal purposes, had not been without its rewards. At the very least, his calligraphy and paintings had garnered considerable admiration, and he intended to create several works over the next few days to send with the courier's convoy to the city. Yuan Suijun did not perceive the act of selling his treasured calligraphy as a disgrace to his identity as a scholar. After all, what purpose would it serve if he could not even provide for his family? Once he completed his painting, Yuan Suifeng carefully cleaned his inkstone and brush. In that moment of profound silence, the tranquil atmosphere enveloped him, allowing him to relax completely. After the cleaning, a dilemma presented itself. The night had deepened, and it was time to retire. Should he share the same bed with Su Yueling? Although they had already conducted the traditional rites and were duly recognized as husband and wife, this step seemed a natural progression. Yet, Yuan Suijun still harbored no affection for Su Yueling and did not regard her as his wife, let alone consider any intimate actions. He pondered for a moment and rummaged through his family's storeroom to find a quilt. Should Su Yueling inquire, he would explain that he had yet to fully recover, which was not entirely untruthful. Holding the quilt, he approached the door to their room and pushed it gently. It did not budge. He exerted more force, but the door remained steadfast. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a bolt secured from within. Yuan Suijun was taken aback. Had Su Yueling truly locked him out? Was she that disdainful of him? In that instant, he found himself at a loss for words. If anyone should feel disdain, it ought to be him toward her. Yuan Suijun lay down on the couch and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, he rose early, only to find their room's door still firmly shut. After freshening up, He settled in the study to peruse some books, only to suddenly realize that it was time for breakfast. Typically, at this hour, Bao Shu would have already prepared the morning meal. When he emerged, he discovered that Bao Shu had only just begun preparing breakfast, bustling about in the kitchen. Su Yuewei remarked casually, "It seems Bao Shu has risen rather late today." Bao Shu replied with an air of nonchalance, "Yes, that's because my sister-in-law prefers to sleep until the hour of C. To ensure she has fresh breakfast upon waking, I decided to rise a bit later." "The hour of C? Isn't that rather late for her?" Bao Shu responded. "You wouldn't understand. My sister-in-law does this for my sake. She does not want me to wake early to cook and do chores, so she sleeps in." Su Yuewei found this reasoning somewhat dubious. "Is that what she told you? It sounds more like an excuse for her to indulge in a lie-in." Upon hearing this, Bao Shu felt her elder brother harbored significant bias against her sister-in-law. Anxiously, she retorted, "You haven't spent much time with her, so you don't truly know her. She has a kind heart, it's just that her words can be harsh and unpalatable. So, do not take her words at face value, observe her actions instead. She often claims her appetite is small, eating only a few pieces of meat, which she always shares with us. Even when I buy her snacks, she never indulges selfishly. Previously, when Aunt Wong sought to borrow a card, I felt too shy to refuse, yet it was my sister-in-law who stepped in to send her away, taking the blame upon herself. Brother, she truly is a wonderful person. You must treat her well." Yuewei, initially siding with his elder brother, began to reconsider as he listened to Bao Shu's words, sensing that perhaps his brother was indeed harboring some prejudice against his sister-in-law. Moreover, from what Bao Shu described, it seemed his sister-in-law was quite compassionate. After a while, they heard the sound of the door latch being pulled open. Bao Shu immediately poured some hot water from the stove into a basin and then added well water. She carried the basin and pushed open the door, placing the silk face cloth into the water. The entire motion was fluid and practiced, evoking a sense of tenderness. Yuewei, being a youth, felt hesitant to enter his elder brother's room. However, Yuewei was different. It was his room, and he could come and go without the need for formalities. Although he had lived in this space for over a decade, able to recount the location of every piece of furniture with his eyes closed, the presence of Su Yueling rendered the room unfamiliar. A dressing table had appeared by the bed, adorned with a comb, silver hairpins, and other items she frequently used. The chair he often occupied had undergone a remarkable transformation, now featuring a cream-colored cushion and a soft rabbit fur backrest. On the table near the window rested a vase, from which bloomed tricolor violets, lending a vibrant touch to the room. Yet, even the blossoms seemed to pale in comparison to Su Yueling, who sat at the edge of the bed, appearing not entirely awake, her eyelids still tightly closed. The rosy hue on her cheeks, a product of slumber, surpassed the finest rouge meticulously crafted by artisans. His gaze drifted from her flawless visage down to the apricot-colored gauze garment she wore. The fabric was sheer, allowing him to glimpse the red undergarment beneath, intricately adorned with a pattern of mandarin ducks frolicking in water. Her delicate form was subtly discernible through the translucent fabric. The heat surged to his ears, radiating throughout his body. He averted his gaze, a wave of inexplicable anger rising within him. How could she possibly dress in such a manner? It was utterly inappropriate. Had she considered what others might think if they saw her? What would they say about her? He picked up a set of azure garments resting on a nearby cedar chest and placed them on Su Yuewei's lap, his tone slightly frigid. "Change your clothes." Hearing the commotion, Su Yuewei yawned, finally opening her eyes. Her gaze sparkled with life as she glanced at the dress on her lap and then at Yuewei, leisurely responding, "Are you intending to stay here to watch me change?" A flush crept up his face, and Yuewei, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, departed, though his silhouette betrayed a hint of discomfort. As he left, he made sure to close the door firmly behind him. Chapter 24. Painting her eyebrows typically. Su Yuewei would wash up before changing into her attire. However, on this occasion, changing first seemed acceptable. While she changed, Bao Shu discreetly stepped aside. Once Su Yuewei was dressed, Bao Shu expertly attended to her needs. The face cloth Su Yuewei used was newly cut. While others might hesitate to use such a fine piece, she employed it for washing her face. Yet, Su Yuewei felt rather aggrieved. In the past, she would discard face cloths worth thousands after a single use, but now, in her endeavor to uphold the image of a virtuous wife, she was compelled to use one for an entire week. The facial wash was scented with fragrant plum blossoms. After she finished, Bao Shu handed her another towel to dry her face. After this series of actions, Su Yuewei's fatigue had nearly dissipated, leaving her feeling invigorated. After washing her face, Bao Shu applied a fragrant ointment worth 2 taels of silver to her. Throughout the process, Su Yueling seemed almost devoid of agency, allowing others to cater to her every need. Bao Shu appeared to revel in this service, her face alight with joy. After applying the ointment, she began to style Su Yueling's hair. Outside the room, as the wind blew, Yuan Suijun felt a previously inexplicable restlessness within him finally subside. After a moment, he furrowed his brows. Does changing clothes and washing one's face truly require such an extensive duration? Or is it merely that girls tend to take their time? Following the recent incident, even in his own chamber, Yuan Suijun refrained from barging in, opting instead to lightly knock on the door. Bao Shu? He called. Upon hearing her response, he pushed the door open, only to discover Bao Shu diligently styling Su Yueling's hair. His frown deepened as he pondered. Su Yueling, shouldn't you be doing this yourself? She seemed excessively delicate. Given Bao Shu's earlier actions of bringing water, he began to suspect that she might have even had Bao Shu assist with her face washing. Bao Shu, cheerfully braiding her hair, thought to herself that her sister-in-law was quite amiable. A beautifully crafted updo would ensure Su Yueling radiated beauty for the entire day. Moreover, her hair flowed like silk, remarkably smooth. The process of adorning her brought Bao Shu a sense of joy akin to dressing a doll. Just then, upon hearing her brother's remark, she turned and exclaimed, I take pleasure in styling my sister-in-law's hair. She treats me so well. What harm is there in offering a little care in return? Su Yueling's brow furrowed in skepticism as she questioned, do you even know how to style hair? Yuan Suijun immediately comprehended her words. Do you wish for me to comb your hair? Su Yueling nodded. Bao Shu blinked, glancing at her sister-in-law, then at her brother, caught in a web of indecision. Her sister-in-law was incapable of styling hair. She certainly could not allow her to go about with disheveled locks. However, it also seemed rather inappropriate to have her brother do it. She timidly suggested, typically, one wouldn't he have the men in the household comb hair? Perhaps I should do it. In truth, she derived great pleasure from arranging her sister-in-law's hair into an elegant bun, especially when she caught a glimpse of the subtle smile that graced her face, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of pride. Su Yueling asserted, a husband should inherently care for his wife. It is his duty. Yuan Bao Shu was immediately enlightened, her expression reflecting newfound understanding. What her sister-in-law said made sense. Perhaps this was indeed an essential aspect of marital harmony. Did that mean she had been unwittingly interrupting the affection between her brother and sister-in-law? This simply could not be allowed. Yuan Bao Shu hastily handed the comb to Yuan Suijun, exclaiming, Brother, you should comb sister-in-law's hair. I shall go prepare the cold noodles. With that, she dashed out, displaying a nimbleness her brother had never witnessed before, and she even thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Yuan Suijun stared at the comb in his hand. Hurry up, urged Su Yueling. What if I choose not to? He countered. Without hesitation, Su Yueling replied. Then I shall summon Bao Shu. Yuan Suijun realized that she was indeed capable of such things, and given Bao Shu's nature, she would surely be delighted to style her hair. She had him completely under her thumb. Oh well, it was merely a matter of combing hair. He held a horn comb, gently tending to Su Yueling's hair, the strands slipping through his fingers like a cascading waterfall, accentuating her exquisite features. However, it was Yuan Suijun's first attempt at hairstyling, and he was utterly inexperienced in this art. Su Yueling was quite critical of his skills. It's crooked. You've tugged at my hair. You're hopeless. Even Bao Shu is smarter than you. Several times, Yuan Suijun felt an urge to toss the comb aside and let her do it herself. Yet, perhaps out of stubbornness, he chose to disregard Su Yueling's playful complaints. In the end, he managed to fashion a simple single-twist bun that barely met her approval. Upon its completion, he found it even more arduous than the entrance examination. Su Yueling glanced at her reflection and, considering it was his first attempt, reluctantly deemed it passable. Yuan Suijun observed the jade earrings swaying as she admired herself in the mirror, which highlighted her delicate earlobes. Suddenly, Su Yueling's eyes sparkled with a thought. You are skilled at painting, aren't you? Yuan Suijun felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Su Yueling pointed to the stone eyebrow pencil on the table. Help me draw my eyebrows. Drawing eyebrows had always been a playful intimacy between couples. Yuan Suijun looked at her in disbelief. Are you sure? Yes. Hurry up. I want a new eyebrow shape. Her smile was as refreshing as morning dew. By the time Yuan Suijun realized it, he found himself genuinely taking the stone pencil and began to draw. Once finished, he seemed to be evading something as he swiftly exited the room. As for Su Yueling, she was thoroughly satisfied with her new eyebrows as she gazed into the bronze mirror. Determined, she resolved that henceforth, Yuan Suijun would be the one to paint her brows. In contrast to Yueling, Her neighbor Su Yuewei rose early each day, diligently fetching water, washing clothes, and preparing breakfast. Once she had attended to everyone's morning meal and cleaned the dishes, she wiped the sweat from her brow, donned a veil to obscure her features, and hastened towards the county town. After all, her 2-year-old stepson, Jinyu, could not be left without her for too long. Before arriving at her maternal home, Su Yuewei made a stop at the market to purchase some marrow bones, which were relatively inexpensive and would provide a treat for her family. Her mother, Su Liao, was at home crafting shoe soles. Upon seeing her daughter, she set aside her work and inquired about her life after marriage. Naturally, Su Yuewei chose to share only the positive aspects, asserting that the Zhang family treated her well. Her husband was refined and courteous, and although her younger brother-in-law and sister-in-law possessed limited insight, they were easily placated. Her stepson, still quite young, regarded her as his own mother. Su Liao felt a sense of relief upon hearing this and remarked, "Once Cheng Wang attains his scholarly title, you shall enjoy a life of comfort." Had it not been for this consideration, she would not have consented to Su Yuewei becoming a second wife to the Zhang family. Life as a second wife was far from easy. A discontented expression crept onto Su Liao's face, betraying her inner turmoil. Were it not for her need of her daughter, she might have expressed her frustrations openly. Suppressing her irritation, she continued, "Your brother has always been intelligent, yet he lacks the patience for study. Therefore, I thought it prudent for your husband to dedicate some time each day to teach him. If your brother succeeds in his examinations, he will be a support for you." Su Yuewei, however, was not pleased with this suggestion. Her husband was to participate in the imperial examination in August, and there was no time to divert his focus from his studies. She recalled her purpose and remarked, "Cheng Wang has yet to pass even the examination for the status of a scholar, and he has never taught anyone. How can he possibly compare to a professional teacher? It would be better to send my brother to the academy." Su Liao rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "The tuition fees for the academy are exorbitantly high. Where could our family possibly procure such funds? Unless you intend to provide the money yourself? That could be arranged." Su Yuewei responded, "You are well aware of my financial situation, mother. I have no means to contribute. However, I do know someone who can." Chapter 25. Seeking funds from Su Yueling. Su Liao stared at her intently. "Who do you speak of?" For a moment, she could not think of Su Yueling, as they were uncertain about the sum left to her by their deceased uncle. Previously, they had envied Su Yueling's lavish living arrangements and wished to reside there. But that impudent girl had threatened to create a ruckus at the Zhang family, where Yuewei had married, if they dared to enter. Su Liao hoped that her future son-in-law would soon achieve academic success. Yet she was also wary of Yuan Suijun being a scholar, so she held her tongue. Su Yuewei smirked. "Who else but Yueling?" Su Liao felt a surge of indignation. "We, the elders, are still suffering, and she enjoys a life of luxury without a thought for us. Does she possess that much money? Had I known, I should have secretly rummaged through that girl's dowry and not have hesitated regarding the Yuan family. What of that frail wretch of the Yuan family? Even as a scholar, what of it? Just look at his constitution. He is destined for a life devoid of comfort, and who knows when he might meet his end." Su Yuewei remarked, "You are aware that Yueling's defenses resemble those against a thief. I genuinely wish to guide her, yet she not only disregards my counsel but also suspects my intentions. As an elder, you ought to exert some influence. She, for the sake of her own dignity, dares not create a scene that is too disgraceful. In due course, you will visit under the pretense of borrowing money for my younger brother's education. Once he attains success, even if she remains a widow, she will still have someone to rely upon." Su Liaosher nodded in agreement, her heart swelling with pride for her daughter. "Indeed, my dear Wei is quite sensible. Your words resonate beautifully. It is clear that marrying into the Zhang family was a wise decision. Just look how swiftly you have adapted. Your eloquence is impressive, while others merely resort to tantrums. Considering the future of our precious son, I cannot remain idle. You are absolutely right. That wretched girl must part with her money. Tianbao is the very foundation of the Su family." The mere thought of Su Yueling indulging in luxuries while withholding support from their branch filled Su Liaosher with bitterness, her heart aching with envy. She longed to seize the silver from Su Yueling's grasp. At this hour, the sun had ascended to its zenith, casting a haze of heat upon the path. With urgency in her stride and a dark veil atop her head, the heat became even more oppressive. By the time Su Yuewei returned home, she was drenched in perspiration, her hair clinging together in damp strands. Before she could wipe the sweat from her brow, Zhang Chengwang emerged from the house. Upon seeing her in such a state, his brow furrowed slightly. As he approached, the scent of sweat reached his nostrils. The ever-fastidious Zhang Chengwang could not help but say, "You should wash up before tending to the child." Su Yuewei concealed the fleeting disdain that flickered in his eyes, and a wave of grievance surged within her heart. She lowered her head, feigning submissiveness. I was just about to freshen up. She promptly fetched a basin of cold water to cleanse her face and body. As she wiped her face with a towel, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. Perhaps soon they would witness Su Yueling's clumsy appearance while fetching water and chopping wood. However, they soon discovered that it was Yuan Sui Feng who was toiling in the fields. Yuan Baoshu was the one cooking, mopping, and washing clothes. From the Yuan household wafted the enticing aroma of meat daily. Were they never to cease feasting? The village's most gossipy woman, Aunt Hua, could not resist stopping Yuan Baoshu, who was washing clothes by the river. Baoshu, what is your sister-in-law doing at home every day? Why is all the work falling to you? I must say, your family is spoiling her too much. Yuan Baoshu replied, my sister-in-law has been quite busy lately. And Hua could not help but perk up her ears. Was Su Yueling confined indoors to do household chores? Was she embroidering or crafting shoe soles? Baoshu explained. My sister-in-law has been learning characters recently. She is quite clever and can master over 20 characters each day. Baoshu had also attempted to study in the past, but she had no aptitude for it and had merely managed to recognize a few characters before discarding the books. Moreover, her sister-in-law had a remarkable talent for color coordination, creating combinations that appeared exceedingly elegant and beautiful. And Hua's eyes widened, and her voice rose several notches. What characters is she learning? Women cannot take the imperial examinations by recognizing characters. Isn't that a waste of time? Yuan Baozhu expressed that her sister-in-law suffered due to her status as a woman. Otherwise, given her intelligence, she would have achieved academic accolades long ago. However, she was aware that voicing such sentiments would incite resentment towards her sister-in-law, so she merely stated, my family is willing. Sister Hua's expression began to waver, prompting her to inquire, does your brother have no objections? After some contemplation, Yuan Baozhu replied, my elder brother is rather pleased, for our second brother dedicates time each day to tutor his wife. Just then, a piercing cry disrupted the air. Can you believe Su Yueling is actually studying? What qualifications does she possess? The voice brimmed with indignation. Yuan Baozhu turned to see a woman clad in deep blue, hands on her hips, seething with anger. Startled, she recognized the woman as Su Yuewei, her uncle's wife. Gently, she inquired, Aunt? This was the term she used for her sister-in-law's side. The newcomer was indeed Su Yuewei, who, having taken a brief respite after lunch, had come to confront Su Yueling for money. Upon arrival, she was infuriated to learn that the worthless girl was engaged in studying. In her household, Tian Bao had no one to teach him, yet this woman, Su Yueling, had commenced her studies first. Moreover, she believed Yuan Suijun was equally at fault, having regained her health. She should be teaching Yueling instead of neglecting Tian Bao. However, Su Liao was mistaken. It was Yuan Sui Feng who taught Su Yueling, while Yuan Suijun wished to do so. But Su Yueling declined. Are you here to see Sister Zhang? Yuan Baozhu surmised, knowing Su Liao was the mother of Zhang's sister-in-law, Su Yuewei. Su Liao replied sternly, no. I have matters to discuss with Yueling. Is she at home? Without waiting for Yuan Baoshu to respond, she strode towards the Yuan residence and pushed the door open. Yuewei was not mistaken. Yueling was indeed living a life of extraordinary luxury. She called out loudly, Yueling, come out. I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 26. A dream is a swift reacher. Yuan Baoshu hurriedly followed, frowning as she said, Aunt, please keep your voice down. This is the time when sister-in-law is taking her afternoon nap. At this hour, the weather was not excessively warm, allowing sister-in-law to find some peace to rest. Comparing her own daughter to the carefree life of Su Yueling, Su Liao's anger surged. Despite the time, she was still not up to tend to her duties. Is this how a daughter-in-law should behave? She is bringing disgrace upon our Su family. One might think that all the daughters of the Su family are as indolent as she is, which is utterly shameful to our ancestors, lacking parental guidance and some manners. I shall today impart some wisdom to her. Yuan Baoshu felt that the sentiment echoed her own thoughts, and that she and Su Yuewei truly were mother and daughter. Summoning her courage, she replied, but our Yuan family does not mind. If the Yuan family is indifferent, then why make such a fuss? Su Liao was momentarily taken aback, glaring at her in exasperation. What? As an elder, am I not allowed to guide my juniors? With the weight of her elder status bearing down, Yuan Baoshu found herself at a loss for words, anxiously gazing at the door. At this very moment, both of her elder brothers had ventured into the city, leaving her to confront Su Liao with a sense of overwhelming difficulty. Yuan Baoshu genuinely worried that her sister-in-law might suffer, for her sister-in-law possessed no cunning and was at a loss for words, rendering her susceptible to misunderstanding. Su Yuewei, who married into the Zhang family residing next door, naturally caught wind of her mother's voice. She nudged the window slightly, eager to hear more clearly. At long last, her mother had arrived, bringing with her the promise of remedying Su Yueling's troubles. The pain in her waist seemed to diminish amidst her elation. Once her mother received the funds from Su Yueling, she would undoubtedly come to visit her. At that time, she could inquire about the sum acquired. Su Liao was vociferously calling from the doorway, rousing Su Yueling from her slumber. Still groggy from sleep, she wore a disgruntled expression. Rising from her bed, she realized that her hopes for a peaceful afternoon nap had been dashed. Clad in the embroidered indoor slippers that Yuan Baoshu had specially crafted for her, she opened the door, yawning and lamenting the noise. Upon witnessing her disheveled appearance, Su Liao's ire flared. What a disgrace! How could our Su family give rise to such a lazy daughter, still languishing in bed at this hour, utterly neglecting her needlework? The system, too, chimed in to stir the pot. Indeed, host, would you not consider reducing your nap by an hour to dedicate that time to learning needlework? With a cold demeanor, Su Yueling promptly relegated the system to its confines. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Liao, recognizing her presence, and replied in a frigid tone. I am now wed into the Yuan family. I belong to them, and the Su family holds no sway over me. Despite the original character's many flaws, her ability to avoid being wronged was worthy of commendation. Su Liao clenched her teeth. Do you still recognize me as your aunt? Su Yueling's eyes sparkled with delight. How could I not? That would be simply wonderful. Yuan Baoshu involuntarily twitched her lips. Her sister-in-law was far too candid, revealing her innermost thoughts so openly. Su Liao became even more enraged, realizing that Su Yueling truly did not consider them to be family. With a heart full of sorrow, she lamented. If your father were to see that you do not even acknowledge the Su family, it would break his heart. How can you face your father? Upon mentioning her late father, Su Yueling felt invigorated. Before his passing, my father advised me to remain resolute and not to be easily swayed by my aunt in departing with my silver. As she spoke, a look of fondness graced her features. I always heed my father's words. An elder from a different branch of the family, wishing to exert control over her, was merely a fanciful thought. Su Liao was genuinely taken aback by the audacity of her deceased brother. Then, Su Yueling sweetly remarked, I believe the name Yuan Yueling has a lovely ring to it. Don't you think, Baoshu? Baoshu nodded vigorously, her voice brimming with excitement. Sister-in-law wishes to take the Yuan surname? That name is indeed beautiful. If she were to adopt the Yuan surname, their bond would deepen as if they were truly sisters. Su Liao's expression shifted dramatically. The very leverage she had relied upon to control Su Yueling was her status as an elder. Who would have imagined that Su Yueling was utterly indifferent to such notions, even eager to distance herself from the Su family? This was unacceptable. Instantly, her demeanor altered, and she forced a smile. Yueling, I must have been under the sun for too long. My temper flared, and I spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take it to heart. Since you are aware that your words are unpleasant, it would be wise to remain silent and spare others the displeasure. Su Liao clenched her fists, and if it weren't for the need to coax money from them, she would have relished the opportunity to silence Su Yueling's incessant chatter. Are these even human words? Taking a deep breath, she sighed heavily. Your brother, Tianbao, is of school age now. Did you not hear that his previous teachers remarked on his remarkable talent? He is indeed worthy of academic pursuit. You see, it is a rare fortune for the Su family to have a promising scholar emerge, and we cannot afford to delay his education, even if it means tightening our belts. I notice you do not seem to lack funds. Perhaps you could lend us a little to cover his tuition fees. Once Tianbao becomes a successful scholar, you will be regarded as a benefactor of the Su family, and we shall forever be grateful for your generosity. I observe that you indulge in fine delicacies daily. Surely, you can spare a modest sum. Just 20 taels would suffice. Although I frame it as a loan, Su Liao has no intention of repaying it. Once the money is in their hands, her son-in-law will have achieved his academic title, and Su Yueling will no longer have the audacity to confront them. In fact, she will be scrambling to curry favor instead. Su Liao has already devised her plans. With a portion of that money, she intends to purchase a few acres of land, which can be rented out, providing a steady income each year. 20 taels is a trifle for Su Yueling, who, while she may not have meticulously counted her wealth, is aware that her assets exceed 200 taels. However, she would never allocate such funds for the benefit of the main household. Money spent on pampering a dog would elicit more affection than any consideration for them. Upon the rise of the prominent family, they would only arrogantly bully her. Su Yueling is no fool. She would certainly not grant them such an opportunity. She leisurely toyed with her fingers, asserting that she is now a member of the Yuan family. Regardless of the prosperity of Tianbao, it bears no significance to her. How can it be insignificant? The Su family consists solely of our two branches. We are bound by an unbreakable bloodline, inseparable from one another. Tianbao is your younger brother. After all, Su Yueling revealed a cunning smile, questioning whether they truly believed there was no difference between the first and second branches. Of course there is. Su Liao thought that Su Yueling had been swayed, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yueling continued, in that case, let Tianbao be adopted by our second branch. After all, we are inseparable. Su Yueling had no desire for Su Tianbao. Her intention was merely to provoke Su Liao. As expected, Su Liao's face turned crimson, as if she were a quail grasped by the neck. No, this cannot be. Tianbao is the sole heir of our first branch. How can he be adopted away? Chapter 27. Redirecting disaster. Having given birth to Su Tianbao, Su Liao had suffered greatly, resulting in only one son and one daughter over the years. The mere thought of her precious son being adopted away, unable even to call her mother, pierced her heart like a knife. It was agonizing. That shameless woman, Su Yueling, believed that the second branch, lacking virtue, could not even produce a male heir, and now dared to set her sights on her son. How naive she was. Her son, born after 10 arduous months of pregnancy, was not to be taken from her by anyone. Su Yueling raised an eyebrow, her expression laced with mockery. Are you not clear about the distinction between the first and second families? I shall state it here, unless Tianbao is adopted. Do not expect me to part with a single coin. If he desires a financial offering, he should seek it from his own sister and brother-in-law. Does the first family truly consider her a fool, believing her so easily deceived? The veins on Su Liao's forehead throbbed in agitation. Are you genuinely refusing? You lack for nothing. Why then be so stingy? Some individuals, despite their scholarly accolades, resort to appropriating the works of others to embellish their own reputation. In essence, they act as ghostwriters. It is precisely this nimbleness of thought that enabled him, after achieving the rank of Jinshi, to navigate the commercial realm effortlessly, advancing steadily until Su Yuewei became the envy of all as the esteemed lady of nobility. Were I in your position, I would approach your son-in-law. He could easily sell a few of his ink treasures to cover Tianbao's financial obligation. It is highly probable that Su Liao has come today seeking funds at the behest of Su Yuewei. If Su Yuewei dares to instigate trouble, she should not be surprised by a lack of courtesy in return. Su Liao stood taken aback. Is what you say truly the case? Su Yueling replied with a hint of impatience. Why would I deceive you? A friend of mine from the city happened to mention it. Selling calligraphy and paintings is hardly a disgraceful act. There is no need for secrecy or evasion. She understood well that the reason for the concealment lay in his role as a ghostwriter. Should this be revealed, Zhang Qingwan's reputation in literary circles would be irreparably tarnished. Thus, he naturally refrained from such actions. He indeed wished to sell his own writings and paintings, yet he lacked the requisite talent. To successfully sell a piece of calligraphy or painting, one must possess both skill and a distinctive style. The demeanor of the young woman before Su Yuewei only served to deepen her conviction, as she recalled her daughter lamenting about their financial struggles. A surge of frustration welled within her. With a swift glance, she lowered her voice, questioning whether he truly avoided others when making sales. Indeed, Yueling had no acquaintances among the urban elite. Given the original owner's temperament, it would have been remarkable to have any close friends. She merely sought a source of information. Yawning, she remarked to Su Yuewei that if she dared to visit again, she would go to Tianbao and claim they intended to sell him to her family. Upon hearing this, Su Yuewei's expression shifted dramatically. She cast a fierce glare at Su Yueling, recognizing that, given the girl's nature, she might indeed carry out such a threat. However, she decided it was wiser to pursue a more advantageous option and not to become embroiled in unnecessary conflict with Su Yueling grumbling. She departed from the Yuan household and promptly made her way to the Zhang residence. She sought to secure a promising match for her daughter, believing that failing to do so would render her daughter's status as a young maiden utterly futile. As soon as she knocked on the door, Su Yuewei welcomed her mother inside. Once they were in the room, Su Yuewei, with a look of concern, inquired, "Mother, what is the situation? Have we received the stipend for my brother?" The closed door of the Yuan household, coupled with her mother's quieter demeanor, left Su Yuewei anxious and restless, her heart pining with uncertainty. Upon observing her daughter once more, Su Liao could no longer feel a sense of closeness. Gritting her teeth, she remarked, "What is there to discuss about Su Yueling? The moment she opens her mouth, she demands that your brother be adopted into the second household. Otherwise, she refuses to part with her funds. Do you think I could acquiesce to such a demand?" Su Yuewei was incensed. The second household, having no sons, had set their sights on her younger brother. How dare Su Yueling entertain such notions? Su Liao continued, "Am I to abandon your brother? I cannot. Shall we simply let her off the hook? Her wealth is merely squandered on her own indulgence." Particularly vexing was the proximity of the Zhang family, residing just beside the Su household. Whenever they prepared something delectable, the enticing aromas would waft into Su Yuewei's room, compelling her to close her windows. What about her brother's education? She was filled with urgency, wishing she could take matters into her own hands. But the thought of Su Yuewei's relentless nature left her disheartened. Su Yuewei was shameless. She would not relent. And how could Su Yuewei risk public confrontation over such matters? She was destined to become the wife of an official, and her reputation was of utmost importance. She could not allow her family to suffer disgrace. Su Liao fixed her gaze intently on Su Yuewei, stating, "Isn't there still you?" Simultaneously furious and exasperated, Su Yuewei lamented the lack of support from her maternal family, feeling as though they sought to drag her down as well. "Mother, you know well that I possess no funds," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation, deliberately lowering her tone to avoid being overheard by the Zhang family. With a huff, Su Liao retorted, "You wretched girl. Ever since your marriage, you've distanced yourself from our family, unwilling to share your innermost thoughts. The Zhang family is affluent. Surely they can afford a few taels of silver for a bride price." After marrying into the Zhang family, Su Yuewei has not received any financial support from them. Her husband did mention that starting next month, he would provide her with a monthly allowance of 1 or 2 taels of silver. Now, her mother is asking her to conjure up a few taels, which seems utterly impossible. "Mother, our family truly lacks funds. If we had money, why would Cheng Wang allow her to toil late into the night, embroidering handkerchiefs and crafting nets?" Su Liao let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "You truly consider yourself a thoroughbred member of the Zhang family, do you? I am your mother, yet you do not speak the truth to me. Cheng Wang casually sells a painting, enough to fund Tianbao's education." Su Yuewei paused, genuinely perplexed. This was something she was entirely unaware of. In the past, she had hinted at it subtly, but Cheng Wang had merely brushed it off, stating that such money could only be used for purchasing ink and paper. She was solely focused on her husband achieving scholarly success and thus did not press further. "Mother, you must be mistaken." Observing her daughter's demeanor, Su Liao resolved to confront Zhang Chuang directly. She rose abruptly, forcefully pushing open the door and striding towards the study where Zhang Chuang typically immersed himself in his readings. With a loud bang, she flung open the door, startling Zhang Chuang, who was in the midst of composing poetry. The ink in his hand splattered onto the pristine paper, abruptly interrupting his previously flowing inspiration. Irritated, he lifted his gaze, and upon seeing his mother-in-law, he suppressed his displeasure. "Mother, what brings you here?" He wondered if Yuewei had not informed her of the usual restrictions surrounding his study. The Su family was not a household of scholars, and their modest means rendered them somewhat lacking in proper etiquette. Nevertheless, he himself had a son who had recently attained scholarly distinction, and he could find no better wife than Su Yuewei. Su Liao donned a forced smile and said, "My dear son-in-law, a friend of mine mentioned that your calligraphy and paintings have fetched quite a sum. Perhaps you could spare some for our family, so that Tianbao might attend school and attain a degree like you." Zhang Qingwang's expression altered dramatically, and he instinctively denied, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Chapter 28. Zhang family's unfortunate financial setback. Upon observing his reaction, Su Yao discerned his unease. Her eyes narrowed as she remarked, "I have already seen it. Why do you still conceal it from me? This is a fortuitous occurrence. It signifies that my son-in-law possesses talent, which is why others are eager to offer silver for your words." Zhang Qingwang's heart sank to the depths. He was uncertain whether Su Liao was aware of his assistance in composing poetry for others, or if she merely assumed he was selling his calligraphy. However, he understood that should Su Liao escalate the matter, it could potentially reveal the truth. The pursuit of education is inherently costly, and the Zhang family lacks substantial resources. In order to ascend the social ladder, Zhang Chuang had no choice but to devise means to earn money. Moreover, to cultivate his reputation and connections. He often participated in poetry gatherings with other literati, all of which demanded financial investment. He regarded Su Liao with a flicker of mild disdain. Mother, are you planning to send Tianbao to school? Yes, indeed. However, you are well aware that our family can scarcely afford to fill our bellies, let alone provide for tuition. She paused momentarily, adding, of course, my son-in-law, your scholarly talents surely surpass those of the local teachers. We originally intended to send Tianbao to you, thinking you could spare half an hour each day to guide him. But that girl Weier is unwilling, claiming it would impede your studies. Zhang Qinhuang had encountered his young brother-in-law, but discerned no particular scholarly aptitude in him. Moreover, he was restless. The prospect of seeking his guidance could potentially squander a considerable amount of time. It was imperative to expedite the process of passing the examination for a Shiozai, and subsequently pursue the Jinshi degree in order to suppress the Su family. He remarked with a hint of indifference, it is indeed commendable that Tianbao is inclined towards learning. As his brother-in-law, it is my duty to assist him. Mother, please wait a moment. Su Yuewei felt a surge of joy. It was far easier to solicit funds from Zhang Qinhuang than from Su Yuewei. This was understandable, for Zhang Qinhuang, being a scholar, possessed a sense of pride. If Su Yuewei could convert her vanity into currency, she would likely not hesitate to sell it. In times of financial need, it would be prudent to seek assistance from her well-mannered son-in-law. Of course, Su Yuewei was imbued with the cunning of an ordinary citizen. Observing Zhang Qinhuang's willingness to part with money to avert misfortune, she sensed there might be some ulterior motive behind his sale of calligraphy. She resolved to investigate this matter thoroughly in the future. With a beaming countenance, resembling a flourishing chrysanthemum, Su Yuewei accepted the money and books, proclaiming, I always knew you were the most filial, Qinhuang. We are truly fortunate that our Weier is able to marry you. It's as if we have burned incense for 8 generations. Zhang Qinhuang, reluctantly producing 2 taels of silver, felt an overwhelming disdain for Su Yuewei, yet was compelled to maintain a facade of cordiality. Regarding my sale of calligraphy, he began, but Su Yuewei swiftly interjected, I have seen nothing. Understanding that he had temporarily placated her, Zhang Qinhuang resolved to continue his studies and chose not to entertain her further. As she stepped out of the study, Su Yuewei was met by the sight of her mother, Su Liao, perspiring profusely at the door. Su Liao shook the gleaming silver coins in her hand with irritation, remarking that Qinhuang was indeed filial, unlike her daughter, who was so miserly. Su Yuewei was taken aback to discover that her mother had truly solicited money from her husband. The color drained from her face. Mother, how could you do this? Her mother's demand for money would surely lead Qinhuang to despise their family. Would he come to view her as akin to her mother? After all her efforts to change his perception of her, she feared that they would have to start anew. Filled with a mix of anger and urgency, tears streamed down her cheeks. She could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. Initially, she had intended for Su Yuewei to provide the funds. How had it come to be that her family was now the one paying? She needed to clarify everything to Qinhuang. Suddenly, the door to the study swung open with a loud bang, revealing Zhang Qinhuang, who fixed her with a cold gaze, laced with sarcasm. You truly are a paragon of the Su family, he said. It seems your earlier proclamations about marrying into the Zhang family, living as a Zhang by birth and a Zhang in death, were mere flattery. He continued, you are even less admirable than Su Yuewei. At least she wouldn't use her husband's funds to support her maternal family. In Zhang Qinhuang's eyes, Su Liao must have learned of his business dealings through Su Yuewei's words. He had been so easily deceived by her, believing her to be the epitome of a dutiful wife, even contemplating providing her with a monthly allowance starting next month. Yet, it had all been an act. The once proud Zhang Qinhuang found himself humiliated and enraged, realizing that he had been outwitted by a mere woman. This has rendered him utterly unwilling to gaze upon Su Yuewei any longer, perceiving her compliant demeanor as a mere facade designed to deceive him, which he found exceedingly irksome. Consequently, he averted his gaze and departed with a flick of his sleeve. Su Yuewei's tears flowed more profusely, her feelings of grievance enveloping her like a relentless tide. She had truly never confided in her family about the Zhang household, particularly the stinging remark from Zhang Qinhuang, suggesting she was inferior to Su Yuewei, which struck her like 1,000 needles piercing her heart. As for Yuan Suijun, before stepping out, he meticulously organized his collection of calligraphy and paintings from recent years, arranging for the courier agency to send them to Manager Li in the capital for consignment. The funds Yuan Suifeng used for his purchases were borrowed from Baoshu, while Baoshu's resources were provided by Su Yuewei. Yuan Suifeng inquired, but with so much brown sugar, will you truly consume it all? This must weigh nearly 10 pounds. Moreover, in this weather, brown sugar is difficult to store and prone to spoilage. Baoshu replied, you shall see tonight. We are to make white sugar this evening. Yuan Suifeng continued. But is sister-in-law still asleep? If she doesn't rise soon, she may find it hard to slumber tonight. Baoshu expressed her concern. Sister-in-law is likely feeling low, after all. Her aunt arrived this afternoon. She softly recounted the events of the afternoon, noting that while sister-in-law appeared indifferent to the matter, being her own kin, it surely weighed on her heart. She simply chose not to display her emotions outwardly. Yuan Suifeng could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. It was no wonder that sister-in-law had developed such a disposition, likely as a means of self-preservation. In that household, being less assertive and willful could easily lead to being bullied. As Yuan Suejuan's heart stirred, he pondered whether Su Yueling had always possessed such a temperament. The Yuan family had always fostered a harmonious atmosphere, characterized by mutual assistance and transparency among relatives. If Su Yueling's disposition was indeed a means of survival within the Su household, then perhaps his previous criticisms were excessively harsh. He ought to exercise greater patience and grant her more opportunities. Even if she were to err, guidance should be offered rather than immediate abandonment. A faint, unacknowledged sense of pity welled up within him as he recalled Su Yueling's haughty visage, which now seemed to exude an air of feigned bravado. At this moment, Su Yueling, who had garnered affection from the Yuan family, was in her room engrossed in a film via the system. She had finally unlocked the family theater in the mall. And although each viewing cost 100 points, she was undeterred. Earlier that morning, she had discovered her domesticity score had exceeded 2,000 points, allowing her to indulge freely. Just as the plot reached a thrilling climax, the system's voice interrupted her reverie. Tilting her head, she wondered if she had performed any actions to enhance her favorability. Surely there was an error in the affection metrics. Upon finishing the film, Su Yueling emerged from her room, only to be met with two pairs of eyes brimming with concern and compassion. Even Yuan Suijun, though his demeanor was less overt, could not disguise the fact that his focus remained steadfastly upon her. A multitude of question marks appeared above her head. What was happening? Yuan Baoshu sniffled softly. Sister-in-law, we understand your struggles. Observing her, it was evident that her eyes were red, a clear indication of having shed tears alone in her room. Yet she presented a facade of nonchalance, unwilling to burden her family with worry. She always silently bears everything alone. If the 250 system were aware of Yuan Baoshu's thoughts, it would undoubtedly grasp her collar and shake her vigorously to drain the water from her mind. Su Yueling was clearly moved to tears by the film she watched. What sorrows does she endure? Su Yueling tilted her head, pondering. Indeed, being cast into this wretched place and tethered to a rather inept system is quite a suffering. Have the snacks been purchased? What about the rice paper? The inkstone? The brush? The writing materials were exorbitantly expensive, costing a full 10 taels of silver. When she made the purchase, Yuan Suifeng felt a pang in his heart. Su Yueling displayed a satisfied expression, instructing Yuan Suifeng to place these items in the study and imperiously demanded that a shelf be cleared for her belongings. Yuan Suijun watched as his books were relegated, observing Su Yueling's exuberant demeanor. This is my study. The mere thought that this space, once exclusively his, had been invaded by another, especially by Su Yueling, filled Yuan Suijun with profound discontent. From this day forward, it shall also be my study. Were it not for the constraints of the system, Su Yueling might have declared the study hers outright. She produced a divider, placing it in the center of the desk. The right side is mine, and the left is yours. As the head of this household, I have the final say. Yuan Suijun felt certain that he must have been muddled in the head to find Su Yueling pitiable. The consistently self-centered Su Yueling paid him no heed, commanding Yuan Baoshu to arrange her belongings according to her aesthetic sensibilities. Then, she presented approximately 1/3 of the ink, paper, and inkstone to Yuan Suifeng, saying, "These are for you, considered as your stipend." Yuan Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. But I cannot possibly use such fine materials. Such exquisite items were ones his elder brother had hesitated to purchase. Their worth was easily 3 or 4 taels. Utilizing them felt akin to squandering a treasure. From that moment, he resolved to be exceedingly cautious with his writing, fearful of wasting such splendid paper. Yuan Suifeng suddenly felt a weight upon his shoulders. His sister-in-law was exceedingly kind to him, yet this kindness felt overwhelmingly heavy. Yuan Baoshu, having organized the items, turned and immediately noticed her brother's expression. Quickly discerning that his mood was not particularly favorable, she hurriedly pulled Yuan Suijun outside and whispered, "Brother, you should be more accommodating to sister-in-law these days. She bears a heavy heart." Yuan Suijun was unaware of how Su Yueling had managed to influence Baoshu's thoughts. Am I not already accommodating enough? She is nearly climbing over my head now, and she has even begun to invade my study. Yuan Baoshu replied, "You do not understand, sister-in-law. I know her best in this household. She simply lacks a sense of security, which is why she insists on portraying herself as the head of the family. But consider, which person who desires to manage a household would behave as she does, neglecting even her finances? She does not even keep her own money. She entrusts it to me." As she contemplated this, Yuan Baoshu felt both moved and anxious. Her sister-in-law's naivety could have led to dire consequences had she married into another family. Even Yuan Suijun is unaware of this. She has handed her finances over to you when it comes to expenses. She does not even listen when I ask her to account for them. In truth, Su Yueling could not be bothered to listen, yet in Yuan Baoshu's eyes, this was merely a testament to Su Yueling's unwavering trust in her. The town often spoke of how Zhang's sister-in-law treated her sister-in-law with kindness. But could that ever compare to even a fraction of the affection shown by the sister-in-law towards me? Yuan Baoshu could no longer bear to witness this. Today, she seized the opportunity to have a serious conversation with her elder brother. To her astonishment, however, Su Yueling genuinely cared for Baoshu. The deeply ingrained negative impression she held began to fracture at that moment. Yuan Suijun stood in place, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After dinner, as Yuan Baoshu poured yellow clay water over brown sugar to yield sugar as white as snow, both Yuan Suijun and Yuan Suifeng were rendered speechless by the revelation that the ethereal white sugar, celebrated throughout the city, was indeed produced by their own family. Yuan Baoshu exclaimed in surprise, "Has it truly sold for such a high price? We are selling it for a tael and 6 coins per pound, for every pound sold." The sister-in-law rewarded her with a tael of silver. Moreover, it was the sister-in-law who had imparted the method of making this white sugar to her. Yuan Suifeng, aside from his astonishment, found himself at a loss for words. Such a unique recipe could easily be treasured as a family heirloom. After all, once a daughter is married, she is often seen as water spilled from a bucket. No newlywed, having been in her husband's home for less than 2 months, would willingly share this recipe with her sister-in-law. Now that he too was privy to this knowledge, it implied that he could also profit from it if he so desired. The sister-in-law truly was so innocent that he found himself at a loss for words. Then, a realization struck Yuan Suifeng. Baoshu earned a tael for every pound sold, and she sold at least 10 pounds each time. This meant that aside from the sister-in-law, Baoshu was the wealthiest in the household. In the Yuan household, 2 women are the breadwinners, while the 2 men merely indulge in a life of leisure. Yuan Suifeng found himself in a state of disarray, his voice trembling with dismay at the notion that he and his elder brother were the ones reliant on others for sustenance. The thought of such a revelation becoming public was utterly mortifying. Yuan Suijun was not in a better predicament. Indeed, only he was the one living off others. However, in just a few days, once his paintings and calligraphy sold, he would possess some silver of his own. He resolutely refused to accept the label of a freeloader. Chapter 30. A fragile discontent. The affection of Yuan Suifeng for you increased from 20 to 40. Yuan Suijun's affection for you rose from -30 to 0. After Su Yueling finished her bath and dried her hair, she received a notification from the system. Typically, she would bathe in her own space. But as a precaution, she had Baoshu prepare a basin of water for her, which she ultimately used to soak her feet. Confused, she pondered why her affection ratings had surged. Was it possible that Yuan Suijun, despite his outward anger at her actions, secretly enjoyed her antics? Had she known earlier of his preferences, she would have felt emboldened to indulge her whims, while she would refuse to engage in other chores. She found no difficulty in being her true self, even feeling a stirring excitement. Not only Yuan Baoshu, but Yuan Suifeng and Yuan Suijun's fondness for Su Yueling grew day by day. Unable to comprehend this phenomenon, she chose to relax and cheer for herself. After her bath, Su Yueling donned her shoes and headed off to her lessons, where she noticed that today, Mr. Yuan Suifeng was particularly passionate in his teaching, his voice resonating with a captivating rhythm. To be candid, his passion for teaching is commendable, yet it can be quite overwhelming to one's ears. Su Yueling glanced at him and softly implored, "Yuan Suifeng, please lower your voice. My ears are aching." Yuan Suifeng, as if awakening from a reverie, acquiesced. Adjusting his volume accordingly, Su Yueling discerned that Yuan Suifeng possessed redeeming qualities. He was amenable to listening and capable of making adjustments. Unlike a certain male figure in their household, Yuan Suijun, who was the most bothersome among the 4 of them. After Yuan Suifeng concluded his lecture, he assigned Su Yueling several pages of substantial homework. Outside the study, Yuan Baoshu having gauged the passage of time, entered to present her sister-in-law with a cup of warm water. The water was infused with honey. Her daily ritual of honey water had made her acutely aware of Su Yuewei's preferences, knowing that the optimal amount was 3/4 of a tablespoon of honey. Too sweet or too bland, Su Yuewei would not partake, and the temperature had to be just right. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard on your studies. Have a sip to soothe your throat. Yuan Suifeng's lips twitched. After all, his sister-in-law merely needed to listen to the class, while he was the one who had labored for an entire hour. This girl, Bao Shu, had seemingly forgotten her two elder brothers since the arrival of their sister-in-law. He felt a mix of happiness for their rapport and a tinge of envy. Nevertheless, as someone who relied on others, he realized he had no grounds to voice such feelings. Contemplating his position in the family, the sole member without an income, Yuan Suifeng's spirits dimmed, and he hesitantly asked Su Yuewei, "Sister-in-law, am I really of no use?" Su Yuewei took her time savoring the honey water, and upon hearing his question, replied, "Not at all, you teach quite well." Yet, he lamented, "But I am the only one in this family who cannot earn." He was at a loss as to how to provide for his family. Apart from his considerable strength, he possessed no other notable qualities. Su Yuewei held a cup, a delicate and pristine piece that Yuan Baoshu had procured from over 10 shops in the county town. Her demeanor was consistently nonchalant, which often led others to perceive her as haughty and harbor ill feelings towards her. However, Yuan Suifeng had begun to discern the softness nestled within her exterior. "I think you are quite admirable. You fetch the water and chop the firewood at home." Especially industrious, Yuan Suifeng would carry numerous buckets of water in a single day, promptly replacing the water when the tank ran dry. Thus, no matter how extravagantly Su Yuewei wasted the water, it was of little concern. With the current weather being so oppressive, devoid of even a single ice cube, Su Yuewei had to occasionally ask Bao Shu to mop the floor and splash some water indoors to bring a semblance of coolness. But others could do that as well. Your brother, however, cannot. Yuan Suijun, who had been called out, set down his book, realizing that Su Yuewei seemed to be particularly targeting him, perhaps to belittle him. Prompted by Yuan Suifeng, Su Yuewei recalled something. "Tomorrow, you must go to the city to find someone to dig a well in the courtyard. Having our own well would be much more convenient, especially in summer when we could chill watermelons." There were no well diggers in the village, necessitating a trip to the city. The going rate for digging a well was approximately 5 taels of silver, a sum Su Yuewei could manage. Certainly, who doesn't know that having a well at home is convenient? Yet, many are reluctant to part with such funds. After some contemplation, Su Yuewei said to Yuan Bashu, "I shall keep 100 taels from my savings, and the rest will be used to purchase land." Yuan Baoshu felt the weight of her secret each day, hoarding her money with a heart full of trepidation, fearing that a thief might intrude and steal her fortune. She contemplated that when the time came to dig a well, she could carve a hole in her home to conceal her savings. Yuan Suifeng resolved that when he summoned someone to excavate the well the next day, he would ardently promote his sister-in-law's virtuous reputation, asserting that the funds for the well were solely hers, thus sparing her from the slanderous tongues of gossipers. Unfortunately, his sister-in-law was not one to venture outside or engage in disputes, allowing her pristine name to be tarnished unjustly. After quenching her thirst, Su Yuewei raised her chin, presenting another opportunity for him to prove his worth. "Help me with a massage, my hands are sore." Su Yuewei, delicate as her temperament suggested, had been practicing calligraphy and painting fervently over the past few days, resulting in her wrist protesting under the strain. Previously, she had requested Yuan Suijun to massage her, but he had acted as though she owed him an insurmountable debt. Thus, Su Yuewei resolved to forego his company. "Shouldn't this be a task for the eldest brother?" Yuan Suifeng queried, bemused. Yuan Suijun, unable to contain his irritation any longer, retorted to Yuan Suifeng, "Leave. I will attend to your sister-in-law." His tone was laced with a barely concealed bitterness, as though the words had been forced through clenched teeth. It was audacious of Su Yuewei to request a massage from Suifeng. Did she possess no sense of the boundaries that ought to exist between men and women? After all, Suifeng was 13, an age when other families were already considering marriage prospects. Did Su Yuewei not recognize her identity as a wife? Yuan Suifeng hastily retreated, eager to avoid becoming a target for his brother's frustrations. Surely, the eldest brother was consumed with jealousy. Was this truly the reason his sister-in-law had called upon him? Yuan Baoshu followed closely behind him, deftly closing the study door. Su Yuewei gazed at the darkened expression of Yuan Suijun, pondering the fact that this was his own doing, not a request from her. His arrogance stirred a sense of irritation within her. Indeed, Yuan Suijun had initially intended to exert a firm grip, hoping to impart a minor lesson upon her. However, as his gaze fell upon her delicate wrist, smooth and pale as jade, he softened his touch when his hand met her skin. After all, a firmer grasp might leave a mark, and she would likely wail and lament, presenting herself as the epitome of grievance. She was too delicate, her fragility deeply exasperating. Chapter 31. The spring dream leaves no trace. Su Yueling observed that though Yuan Suijun appeared displeased, he nonetheless provided her with a thorough massage, which greatly lifted her spirits. Once finished, she continued to instruct him in grinding ink. Previously, he had refused to assist her and had even bullied her, yet now he complied without protest. Su Yueling felt so content that she nearly burst into song. The joy radiated from the corners of her eyes and brows, while Yuan Suijun, diligently grinding the ink, noticed her expression with a hint of confusion. Why was she so elated over his assistance with the ink? Despite indulging in exquisite delicacies or donning luxurious silks, she rarely exhibited such delight, often adopting a rather indifferent demeanor. He found himself increasingly perplexed by Su Yueling. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, they did not hinder the fluidity of his movements. His actions were measured and rhythmic, akin to flowing clouds and water, exuding an indescribable elegance. And the ink he produced was perfectly balanced in richness. Two individuals engaged in distinct activities, one grinding ink, the other inscribing words, created an atmosphere of rare harmony. A stark contrast to their previous state of perpetual tension, where conflict seemed imminent. Once Su Yueling completed the assignments assigned by Yuan Suijun, she finally felt liberated. Her diligence over the past few days had been remarkable as she devoted herself to her studies. Unable to suppress a yawn, she stretched, only to suddenly recall the presence of Yuan Suijun beside her. Turning her gaze to him, she found him engrossed in a book, seemingly oblivious to her movements. Relieved, she discreetly stuck out her tongue and resumed her composed posture. Yuan Suijun, catching a glimpse of her actions from the corner of his eye, found his attention drawn to her enticing crimson lips, his expression deepening slightly. For several nights, Yuan Suijun had been sleeping in the study, where the narrow couch, even with a blanket spread over it, offered little comfort for rest. Su Yueling had no intention of relinquishing her spacious bed. That night, Yuan Suijun dreamt of Su Yueling. In his dream, she parted her alluring lips, revealing a hint of captivating crimson within. Her delicate, fragile arms reached for him, her demeanor contrasting her usual arrogance with an unfamiliar allure. He yearned to push her away, yet upon touching her soft form, he felt an inexplicable loss of strength, helplessly watching as she approached him with a beguiling smile. Upon awakening, Yuan Suijun's countenance was as dark as ink. He had dreamed of Su Yueling, and in that dream, he had been ensnared by her charm, utterly unrecognizable and devoid of reason. He loathed the version of himself that was entirely governed by desire. Perhaps it was due to Su Yueling's extraordinary beauty, her smile radiating an exquisite sweetness, coupled with the recent interactions between them that far exceeded the norm, that led her to entertain dreams even she herself despised. Su Yueling was not the wife he envisioned. He admired a woman of independence and grace, one who could stand by his side to weather life's storms, rather than a delicate, pleasure-seeking figure like her. Their engagement was not of his choosing. Yet until she committed a grave misstep, or until he discovered a suitable means to ensure her well-being, Yuan Suijun would not abandon her. A woman cast aside by divorce would face innumerable adversities in this world. Even if he harbored no affection for Su Yueling, he would not condemn her to hardship. He had even changed the bedding, taking advantage of the darkness to wash the quilt himself, for it was not something he would entrust to others. After laundering, he hung the quilt in the courtyard, and with sleep eluding him, he began practicing a different style of calligraphy. It must be said that the reality of Su Yueling being the breadwinner weighed heavily upon him. He could not comfortably spend the money she earned. However, if he were to hastily release an excess of his works, it would inevitably lead to a devaluation of his art, preventing him from fetching a fair price. Thus, Yuan Suijun resolved to practice another script, striving to conceal his identity. Rarely did anyone know that while he lay in bed recuperating, he would either read or practice calligraphy with his left hand. Over the years, his proficiency had indeed improved. When Baoshu rose, she would find the quilt hanging in the courtyard. The quilt was damp, evidently washed less than an hour ago, and it looked familiar, resembling the one from her brother's study in recent days. Baoshu knocked on the study door and, upon hearing the invitation to enter, pushed the door open. Indeed, she found her brother had risen early, practicing calligraphy. Brother, if your quilt is dirty, just place it in the basin, and I will wash it for you. There is no need for you to do it yourself, she said, concerned that he might not clean it properly. Yuan set down his brush, clenched his fist against his mouth, and coughed lightly, his tone casual. This morning, while reading on the couch and drinking water, I accidentally spilled some from the cup. So I merely gave it a quick wash. I see, Baoshu replied, pursing her lips in a smile. She had not anticipated that her usually composed brother could be so careless at times. She chose not to dwell on the matter and hurried off to prepare breakfast. After the family had finished their morning meal, Yuan Suifeng filled the water jar before heading into town to find a well digger. He was inherently restless and frequently ventured into the city, well aware of which well diggers possessed the finest skills. Digging wells was not a common task, after all. A well could serve its purpose for many years. Thus, most well diggers typically had other occupations. The earnings from digging a single well could amount to several taels of silver, enough to sustain a family for half a year with careful budgeting. Once in the city, Yuan Suifeng noticed a vendor on the street selling a barrel of lively crabs at a reasonable price, at least 10 crabs for merely 21. However, the crabs had little meat, and the average commoner would rather purchase something else with their money. Upon arriving in the village, the villagers recognized that the person trailing behind Yuan Suifeng was the well digger Yi Dun from the city. They inquired, Suifeng, are you planning to dig a well at your home? You shouldn't indulge her. Your family hardly has any silver left. And yet you are willing to squander money on this. Our village has 5 wells. Fetching water isn't difficult. If you allow her to continue her extravagance, your family fortune will surely be depleted. After they voiced their concerns, Yuan Suifeng displayed a radiant smile, her teeth gleaming as if illuminated by the sun. The cost of this well is covered by my sister-in-law's dowry, she exclaimed. My sister-in-law is sympathetic to the toil that Baoshu and I endure while fetching water. The villagers, who had initially intended to criticize Su Yueling, found themselves momentarily speechless, their faces flushed with disbelief, their mouths agape in astonishment. Had they truly heard correctly? The woman who had once mistreated her sister-in-law, Su Yueling, had changed her ways? Indeed, perhaps she is merely toying with you, suggested Zhang Lishir, unable to contain herself. I believe you harbor a bias against Yuan's wife. I have visited the Yuan household twice. Aside from her reluctance to engage socially, she possesses no faults. Just look at Baoshu's complexion. It has improved significantly since she married, hardly indicative of mistreatment. Su Yueling is even willing to offer dompa pork to ensure that Yuan Baoshu does not have to fetch water or chop firewood. Thus, the decision to spend money on hiring someone to dig a well certainly aligns with her character. Yuan Suifeng gave a thumbs up to Zhang Lishir, saying, Aunt Zhang, your keen insight is truly commendable. He cast a glance at the villagers, asserting, my sister-in-law treats us well. If you continue to slander her, do not blame my fists for being indiscriminate. With that, he brandished his fists. The villagers exchanged awkward smiles, instinctively retreating a few steps. Yuan Suifeng, though only 13, possessed a physique sturdier than that of most 18-year-olds, renowned since childhood for his remarkable strength and prowess in combat. Everyone was aware, none wished to incur his wrath. Turning to lead the well digger back to his home, Yuan Suifeng promptly placed the crabs into a water bucket upon arrival. Su Yueling, naturally fond of crabs, contemplated before suggesting. Simply steam them with ginger. They pair wonderfully with vinegar. Do we have the 8 crab tools? She inquired. What are the 8 crab tools? Yuan Suifeng thought to himself, feeling rather ignorant for not knowing such a thing. Just then, Yuan Suijun, who had stepped outside, halted at the unfamiliar term. His gaze fell upon Su Yueling's lovely face, and fragments of dreams flickered in his mind before he averted his eyes, no longer gazing at her. Su Yueling's voice was bright and melodious, explaining. It's a set of 8 tools for eating crabs. It includes a small round mallet, a long-handled axe. In her modern life, she relished crabs, particularly the air-freighted Alaskan king crab. Familiar with the 8 crab tools, she knew that crabs were best enjoyed when one peeled them oneself. Tools crafted from silver were most suitable for this purpose. Typically, gold, silver, and copper were used, but gold was too soft and copper had potential contamination issues. The 8 crab tools in her home had been specially commissioned for her use. Yuan Suifeng had not anticipated that consuming a mere crab would involve such intricate considerations. Yuan Suijun was unaware that Su Yueling had gleaned these details from her father. Even he, a voracious reader, had never encountered such notions. Yet, observing Su Yueling's demeanor, It seemed improbable that she had fabricated these concerns. He remarked mildly, "Even if we were to commission someone to custom make it for you now, it would take at least 2 days to arrive. Do you believe the crabs at home could endure until then? By that time, they would be emaciated from hunger." Su Yueling's spirits dampened considerably. Without the 8 essential tools for crab preparation, she was expected to simply dive in? Absolutely not. Her discontent was palpable, as all present could see her once radiant expression fade, replaced by a pouting, delicate mouth that exuded a visible sense of grievance. Yueling Jun, accustomed to her usual flamboyance, found himself unable to bear her current defeated demeanor, reminiscent of a frostbitten eggplant. It must have been the lingering effects of the dream from the previous night that instilled in him a sense of guilt towards her plight. Meanwhile, Yidun, the well-digger laboring in the courtyard, couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The Yuan family truly indulged their daughter-in-law beyond measure. To think that for the simple act of eating a crab, one required tools fashioned from silver, such notions were unfathomable to ordinary folk like them. However, considering the well-digging wages, it became evident that this seemingly delicate young lady was the one footing the bill. If their family were to marry such a stunningly beautiful and affluent bride, she would undoubtedly be cherished. In Lushan village, with its mere 200 households, even the most trivial matters could swiftly circulate throughout the community, let alone the significant undertaking of the Yuan family's well digging. Particularly regarding the wages for digging the well, it was Su Yueling who footed the bill, which undoubtedly left them astounded. Last year, when I sought to have a well dug, it cost me several taels of silver. Su Yueling truly is generous with her money. Initially, I believed that the Yuan family marrying her was akin to enduring 8 generations of misfortune. However, it seems that not only do they enjoy the aroma of meat wafting from their meals, but they now also possess a well, alleviating their need to fetch water in the future. The one uttering these words bore a countenance steeped in envy. Previously, they had reveled in the misfortunes of the Yuan family, yet now, instead of laughter, they found themselves imbibing the sour taste of vinegar. Evidently, Su Yueling's recipes have fetched a handsome profit, as she has indulged in extravagance for quite some time without a hint of exhaustion to her funds. The gossiping villagers fell silent, clutching their chests, reluctant to acknowledge their own jealousy. Zhang Xinghua, Su Yuewei's sister-in-law, found herself twisting her handkerchief in distress upon overhearing the conversation. She had once regarded her sister-in-law as a paragon of virtue, not only sharing her meat but also crafting new garments from fine cotton. Yet, turning around, she saw the very Yuan Bao Shu, whom she pitied, now clad in satin and feasting on meat at every meal. Thus, her dissatisfaction with Su Yuewei began to brew. Why could Su Yueling provide such lavishness for her sister-in-law, while Su Yuewei could not? Even so, despite her envy, she would not betray her feelings through words. Merely remarking in a sarcastic tone, no matter how much money Su Yueling has, it is still finite. Once her funds are depleted, and she has grown accustomed to this luxurious lifestyle, who knows how she will torment the Yuan family then? My sister-in-law is far superior, understanding the virtues of frugality and household management. Upon hearing this, others found her reasoning compelling, realizing that one must not only consider the present but also contemplate the future. A sudden burst of laughter echoed, laced with a tone of mockery. Su Yueling, despite her shortcomings, had spent her wealth on the Yuan family. Unlike certain individuals who feigned virtue and understanding while secretly seeking personal gain from their natal families, Zhang Xinghua shot an irate glare at Wang Lusher, inquiring who she referred to. Wang Lusher, eyeing the fierce Zhang Xinghua, smirked maliciously. "Xinghua, are you not aware? Your sister-in-law has discreetly sent 2 taels of silver back to her family to cover her brother's tuition. Where do you think she acquired such funds? Surely, it must have come from your household. It appears your family has a traitor among you." Chapter 33. Wrath unleashed. Zhang Xinghua felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief as the surrounding sounds faded into the background. 2 taels of silver. That sum could sustain her family for several months. Given that a pound of pork costs 101, how much pork could that buy? Absurd. How could my sister-in-law possibly embezzle money from our household? We cannot even produce 2 taels of silver. She quickly gathered her thoughts. Their family's modest income stemmed only from 10 acres of land, and her brother occasionally earned a few coins by copying texts. Furthermore, her sister-in-law toiled tirelessly to weave nets and embroider handkerchiefs to supplement their household expenses. She had seen the money box before, usually containing at most a few hundred won. At first, others were taken aback by Wang Lusher's words, astonished that Su Yuewei could be such a person. Yet, after hearing Zhang Xinghua's response, they began to find her reasoning compelling. 2 taels of silver. In the village, aside from the village chief's family and Su Yueling, who had a substantial dowry, no one else could possibly produce such a sum in one go. Wang Lushi, even if you harbor resentment towards Zhang's daughter-in-law, it is unbecoming of you to slander her. Indeed, your actions are truly unprincipled. Everyone is well aware of your temperament. Initially, I believed your words to be merely harsh. I never anticipated your heart to be so unkind. Upon witnessing the support Zhang Xinghua received from so many, her confidence only grew. Wang Lushi gritted her teeth. After residing in the village for decades, she found her reputation overshadowed by a newcomer, Su Yuewei, who had merely been married for a few months. Su Yuewei is adept at feigning virtue. Today, I shall unmask her hypocritical facade and reveal her true character to all. With a cold huff, she declared her intention to venture into the city to procure bones for her son, intending to prepare nourishing bone soup for him. It was then that she witnessed Su Yuewei's mother escorting her son to the academy to pay the tuition fee, a sum of 2 taels of silver, which she produced without a flicker of hesitation. If their family possessed such wealth, would they have delayed sending him to school until now? I approached to inquire. And Su Liao replied that the money was provided by your brother, claiming it was to prevent Su Tianbao's academic talents from being squandered. Upon hearing this, I instantly recognized the falsehood. What family would offer such a sum to their in-laws? It was undoubtedly Su Yuewei who provided it, and her mother, aware of the impropriety, sought to shift the blame onto your brother. Her mother is indeed cunning, believing that by implicating Cheng Wang, she could deceive me. If Cheng Wang had 2 taels of silver, he would certainly invest it in land. Her reasoning was coherent and logically sound. Even those villagers who initially doubted her found themselves nodding in agreement. This incident transpired before the academy and the county, and undoubtedly many witnesses were present. There was no necessity for Wang Lushi to fabricate such a lie. It was a close call. They would prefer a lazy daughter-in-law over one who steals. If such a daughter-in-law emerged, she would undoubtedly be driven away with a broom. Zhang Xinghua was taken aback. She clutched Wang Lushi's arm tightly, exclaiming, "You are deceiving me. Take me to meet Su Yuewei's mother. I do not believe you." Infuriated to the utmost, she called out Su Yuewei's name. Wang Lushi forcefully shook off her grip and replied, "There's no need for such trouble. You can ask Su Yuewei herself. Let us see if she dares to deny it." Zhang Xinghua stood still for a moment, shooting her a fierce glare before stamping her foot and turning to run home. Wang Lushi noticed the marks left on her arm from Zhang Xinghua's grasp and expressed her displeasure, saying, "What sort of upbringing does the Zhang family provide for their daughters? There is no sense of decorum, and her temper is so wild, showing no respect for her elders. I wonder who would dare to marry her in the future." In contrast, Yuan Baoshu was much more favored. She managed household chores effortlessly, possessed a gentle demeanor, and was pleasing in appearance. Although her biological brother was ailing, he was, at least, a scholar. However, after learning of the situation involving Heir Liang, her perspective on Su Yuewei shifted, finding her pretentious and utterly loathsome. She muttered through clenched teeth, "Sister-in-law is truly remarkable." Her words were laced with sharpness and ire, prompting Su Yuewei to lift her head and behold her furious sister-in-law. Confused, she set down her work and inquired, "What has happened? Was Xinghua distressed by something outside? Even if she had suffered, why direct her anger at her? Hadn't Su Yuewei always treated her well?" It seemed to Su Yuewei that all her kindness had been rendered worthless. Zhang Xinghua, noticing her concerned expression, coldly remarked, "Sister-in-law, did you take money from the family to support your brother's education? 2 taels of silver. You truly care for your maternal family." Su Yuewei was taken aback. "You are aware of this matter?" Upon hearing her acknowledgement, Zhang Xinghua's anger intensified. 2 taels of silver. Our family can barely afford to eat well, yet you eagerly hand over money to your maternal family. If your heart lies solely with them, why did you marry into our family? Moreover, she felt aggrieved. The silver was not given by her. Following this incident, Cheng Wang's demeanor towards her grew cold, leaving her heart shattered. Yet, Zhang Xinghua's mood did not improve. She questioned incredulously, "He gave it, and your family accepted it?" The Zhang family possessed merely 10 acres of land, which was considered quite decent in the village. Zhang Xinghua had hoped her elder brother would allocate a portion of the land as her dowry to enhance her appearance upon marriage, only to be denied. In Lushan village, land was inexpensive. 2 taels of silver could purchase an acre. Yet, her elder brother preferred to allocate that money for Su Tianbao's education rather than buy her land for her dowry. She was his biological sister. Initially, upon entering the family, Her elder brother had been indifferent towards her, and she had even felt sympathy for him. However, just a few months into the marriage, Su Yuewei had managed to win over her cold-hearted brother. Once she bore children, this household might leave her without even a place to stand. Zhang Xinghua trembled with rage, gritting her teeth. You vixen. I detest you. How could our family have engaged such a spendthrift like you? Chapter 34. No second chances. Su Yuewei was so distressed that tears streamed down her face. She could hardly comprehend why her husband was willing to part with such money. I never asked for money. You all witnessed how I integrated into your family. Every day, she arose before dawn and retired well after dusk, devotedly striving to be a virtuous housewife. Was there any daughter-in-law in the village who could match even half of her efforts? Yet, to her dismay, Xinghua spoke of her in such a manner, which truly broke her heart, making her feel that all her previous sacrifices had been in vain. As she quarreled with Zhang Xinghua in the house, Zhang Qinhuang in the study found himself devoid of inspiration, his brows furrowed in frustration. He emerged from his study, massaging his temples, displaying evident fatigue. Xinghua, refrain from speaking so much. The money was given by me, and has nothing to do with your sister-in-law. Having already relinquished the money, Zhang Qinhuang naturally had to safeguard his own reputation. It was far preferable to willingly support his brother-in-law's education than to be coerced into financial contributions by his mother-in-law. A flicker of disdain crossed his face at the thought of Su Liao's threatening demeanor, his hand unconsciously clenching into a fist. This year, he must attain the title of Xiaocai. Zhang Xinghua, observing his expression, misconstrued his emotions, assuming her elder brother harbored animosity towards her for the sake of his sister-in-law. They were bound by blood, yet now her elder brother, having acquired wealth, refused to allocate any for her dowry, instead bestowing it upon an outsider. She had devoted herself entirely to this family, only to be scorned by her elder brother. A sense of grievance welled up within her. The brother who once stood protectively before her seemed to have vanished. Indeed, sister, you should also speak less. The money is earned by elder brother. How it is spent is his prerogative. Rather than spending your days fixated on the family's wealth, it would be far more prudent to learn some needlework from your sister-in-law and save a bit of pocket money for yourself. We do not expect you to contribute to the household expenses. At the age of 13, if you do not begin to acquire these skills, you may find yourself undesirable as a bride. Zhang Wanli, the second son of the Zhang family, holds a favorable impression of Su Yuewei. Although she may not possess the striking beauty of his previous sister-in-law, her gentle demeanor and nurturing concern for him, particularly regarding his well-being at school, are endearing. Should he seek a wife in the future, it would be wise to choose someone akin to his sister-in-law. The domineering nature of Sister Xinghua is tolerated only within their family, as their amicable dispositions allow for it. In other households, she would have long since been reined in. Moreover, the extent of a girl's dowry is determined by the two male heirs. Sister Xinghua, however, seems solely intent on seizing the family's land and wealth for her own dowry. His disdain for her selfishness has long been established. Upon witnessing her brother-in-law willing to advocate for her, Su Yuewei's tears lessened, and her heart felt considerably lighter. Fortunately, her efforts have not gone unnoticed, and there are those willing to extend their sympathy. Unlike Xinghua, her brother-in-law is no traitor. Zhang Xinghua feels besieged on all sides, even her brother chastising her on behalf of Su Yuewei, leaving her feeling unwelcome in her own home. Her animosity towards Su Yuewei has intensified. With a fierce glare directed at Su Yuewei, she stormed out of the house. Though Su Yuewei harbors a deep-seated dislike for Zhang Xinghua, she maintains a facade of anxiety, wondering if Xinghua will be all right. Zhang Qinhuang is currently exasperated, equally perturbed by both Xinghua and Su Yuewei. He said coldly, "No need. The village is small. Everyone knows each other well. Nothing can be lost." Su Yuewei gently replied, "I went to the county town this morning to buy a fish. Would you like me to make fish soup to nourish you?" "As you wish." Seeing that he was willing to converse with her, unlike the previous days when he treated her as if she did not exist, her heart brimmed with joy. She was naturally unconcerned about his indifferent demeanor. After all, Cheng Wang was willing to stand up for her today, which indicated that he held her in his heart. She merely needed to continue to perform well, and they would surely be able to restore their previous relationship soon. Perhaps starting today, she could stay up an extra half hour each night and work a bit more. If only she could earn that 2 taels of silver sooner. Reflecting on the difficulty of making money, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness and jealousy as she thought of Su Yueling next door, who effortlessly amassed a fortune by selling recipes. The emotions of resentment and envy twisted around her heart like creeping vines. Although the Yuan family had not publicly disclosed how much Su Yueling's recipes had sold for, the villagers speculated that she must have earned at least 50 taels of silver, given her lavish spending. 50 taels of silver was an amount she could never hope to earn even after 5 years of hard labor. How could someone be so fortunate? Su Yueling gazed at the crabs arranged before her, freshly steamed and still steaming. Beside the plate lay a dipping sauce of ginger and vinegar, along with a cup of yellow wine. In addition to the steamed crabs, today's lunch also featured boiled shrimp and a dish of garlic stir-fried greens. The shrimp were not purchased from the county town, but were caught directly from the river. Yuan Suifeng had set up a net in the river these past few days and often had a modest harvest. The Yuan family consists of 4 members, each possessing a distinct style when it comes to consuming crabs. Yuan Suifeng embodies the bold approach, seizing a crab with his hands and devouring it with gusto, all the while extolling its freshness. Although the meat is scant, it is undeniably delectable. He muses that in 2 months, the crabs will be even more exquisite. Yuan Baoshu, on the other hand, adopts a more delicate demeanor. Lacking the famed crab tools that Su Yueling mentioned, she resorts to using scissors and a hammer to crack the shell, meticulously extracting the meat afterward. Her movements are graceful, yet her inexperience is evident, leaving a heap of scattered shells on the table, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. As for Su Yueling, she represents the indifferent faction, consciously avoiding the crabs despite their tantalizing aroma. Unsure of how to eat them without the proper utensils, she dismisses the idea altogether, opting instead to place a few shrimp into her bowl. Perhaps I could help you with that, sister-in-law? Suggests Yuan Baoshu. If it were anyone else, they would have readily accepted her offer. Yet, Su Yueling, with a discerning eye, retorts, no, your crab meat is all scattered. It's quite unappetizing. As she speaks, her bright gaze shifts towards Yuan Suijun. Yuan Suijun stands apart, demonstrating the most elegant technique among the 3. However, upon seeing her gaze, he furrows his brow, having just resolved to maintain some distance from Su Yueling and not indulge her further. Must she truly be so delicate, even over crabs? The spark in Su Yueling's eyes dims. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Suijun adopts a cool tone, just this once. After this, you shall manage on your own. With that, he lifts the plate of crabs positioned before Su Yueling. Chapter 35. The 8 delicacies of crab. The Zhang family swiftly dispelled the rumors circulating in the village, clarifying that the 2 taels of silver were not stolen by Su Yuewei, but rather were specifically provided by Zhang Chenwang to pay for Su Tianbao's tuition. Everyone was astonished. They had not anticipated that the usually aloof Zhang Chenwang would display such kindness towards Su Yuewei. In the past, he had treated his ex-wife with considerable care, even crafting several exquisite hairpins from fine wood for her. However, he had never exhibited such affection towards Su Yuewei, leading others to believe he was indifferent to her. Who would have guessed he would part with such a substantial amount of money? As they marveled at Su Yuewei's fortunate marriage, their perception of the Zhang family's wealth shifted. They realized that the Zhang family, though modest in appearance, possessed considerable assets. Initially, they had assumed that Zhang Qinhuang's scholarly pursuits would be financially burdensome. Remarkably, he was set to participate in the provincial examinations this August. Should he succeed, he would attain the esteemed title of scholar, garnering respect from all. Even if he did not achieve the rank of Jinshi, his status as a scholar would allow him to open a school and earn a living through tuition fees. No one doubted Zhang Qinhuang's ability to pass the provincial examinations, especially since he had secured a commendable 4th place in the previous county assessments. While not as dazzling as Yuan Suijun's first-place finish from several years prior, Zhang Qinhuang's health was decidedly superior to Yuan Suijun's. Given Yuan Suijun's frail condition, many speculated that he would be unable to participate in the upcoming examinations. Should he attempt to do so, it was feared he might enter standing but exit in a prone position. Thus, comparisons between the 2 cousins, Su Yuewei and Su Yueling, led to the general consensus that Su Yuewei's fate appeared to be more favorable. The fate of a woman's later years is often determined by the caliber of the husband she chooses. As Su Yuewei listened to the village gossip, she felt a wave of calm wash over her. Indeed, why should she incessantly compete with Su Yueling? Her future was promising, destined to become a noble lady. Unlike Su Yueling, whose prospects seemed to lead towards widowhood. Once Cheng Wang successfully passed the examination this year, he would partake in the triennial imperial examination next year, ultimately becoming a gentleman of distinction. Just the thought of such a future invigorated Su Yuewei, motivating her to diligently engage in her needlework, alleviating her envy of the well being dug next door. Although the villagers drew comparisons between Zhang Chengwang and Yuan Suijun, no one was foolish enough to voice such thoughts in front of the Yuan family. After all, provoking Yuan Suifeng was unwise. And the Yuan family had long maintained a respectable reputation in the village. No one wanted to incur their wrath. The well at the Yuan residence was completed 5 days later. Su Yuewei instructed Yuan Baoshu to pay the agreed sum of 5 taels of silver to the well diggers. The diggers departed happily, showering praises on Su Yuewei for her generosity. The villagers were left incredulous, questioning how Su Yuewei could be considered generous. Surely this was the most amusing joke they had ever heard. The Zhao family, in order to provide for their son, had to sell off a portion of their farmland. This land was contiguous, making it easy to manage. Yuan Baoshu not only purchased land for her sister-in-law, but also acquired some for herself. It was rumored that land in the capital was extraordinarily expensive, with common plots starting at 6 taels per mu, while prime farmland could fetch as much as 10 taels. Upon receiving the land deed, Su Yuewei cast a glance at her name inscribed upon it, waved her hand dismissively, and said, "All right, just keep it safe for me." If the original tenant posed no issues, there would be no need for a change. Yuan Baoshu nodded, as during the past few days of well digging, her family had secretly excavated a hole capable of accommodating a large chest, perfectly suited to conceal the land deeds and silver within. The fine fields she purchased with her savings were initially intended to be registered under her elder brother and second brother's names. However, both brothers were unwilling. Her second brother even asserted that it was unbecoming for a man to seize his sister's land, for it would bring shame upon them. Consequently, Yuan Baoshu had no choice but to inscribe her name upon the deeds. Ultimately, she would utilize the annual yield to supplement the family's expenses. In early July, Yuan Suijun finally received the silver from the capital. Even at the peak of the Yuan family's wealth, their total assets paled in comparison. Yet, when juxtaposed with Su Yuewei, Yuan Suijun felt a distinct lack of accomplishment. He promptly purchased fertile land for 100 taels and handed over 2 taels to Yuan Baoshu, intended for that month's household expenses. At last, he no longer had to rely on Su Yuewei's support. The term living off another he had heard from her, and its vivid imagery rendered it immediately comprehensible, even without detailed explanation. With over 40 taels remaining, Yuan Suijun naturally wished to procure gifts for his loved ones. Throughout his years of affliction, Baoshu and Suifeng had selflessly cared for him, even selling off most of their family's land for his sake. Since he was to present gifts, it was prudent to first avoid the two of them. Under the pretense of purchasing writing supplies, he ventured into the city alone. Although he indeed replenished his stock of rice paper and ink sticks, the gift for Suifeng had long been decided, a fine long sword. For a long time, Suifeng harbored a desire to possess a sword of his own, often wielding branches in playful mimicry. The price of a sword typically ranged between 2 to 5 taels. As for Baoshu, she could purchase jewelry, yet she saved every coin, often indulging only in a silk flower, reluctant to acquire silver or gold adornments. Yuan Suijun selected a silver hairpin adorned with butterflies and requested the shopkeeper to place it in a box. The shopkeeper jested, "Surely this is for your young lady? Such a beautiful design. Your wife must be quite fond of it." Yuan Suijun replied with indifference, "This is for my sister." He paused, recalling the delicate visage of Su Yuewei. Given her temperament, she would likely dismiss a silver hairpin as beneath her notice. He then looked up at the shopkeeper and said, "I wish to commission a set of silver tools. I will draw them, and you may replicate my design." This establishment was renowned for its craftsmanship, being the finest silver shop in the county. The shopkeeper swiftly produced paper, urging, "Please, draw away. As long as you can illustrate it, we shall craft it impeccably." Yuan Suijun skillfully inked the paper, depicting the 8 crab utensils Su Yuewei had previously mentioned. This set would serve her well, sparing him the trouble of peeling crabs for her every time, for she would not eat unless they were prepared to her liking. He realized he could not indulge her whims indefinitely. She must learn to adapt, starting with her own peeling of crabs. Chapter 36. The Ghostwriter. Once he completed his drawing, the shopkeeper nodded. "These are all common items, yet I estimate they will cost over 10 taels combined. Are you truly set on commissioning this set? With that sum, you could instead have silver bracelets made. You must provide a deposit of 2 taels first. When can it be completed?" Yuan Suijun inquired about the matter and handed over 2 taels of silver as a deposit. The shopkeeper then inscribed a receipt for the deposit and affixed a crimson seal using his fingertip. These tasks were easily accomplished, and he was told to return the following afternoon to collect his items. As he exited, He caught a glimpse of a furtive figure from the corner of his eye. It was none other than Su Yueling's aunt, Su Liao. Following the direction of Su Liao, Yuan Suijun was taken aback to spot an unexpected figure, a masked man clad in a blue robe adorned with embroidered green bamboo. The man's silhouette struck a familiar chord. Yuan Suijun recognized him as Zhang Chengwang. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he decided to follow. Passing by a stall, he casually purchased a mask for 2-1, concealing his face before he noticed Zhang Chengwang entering a dead-end alley in the southeastern corner of the county town. An idea sparked within Yuan Suijun as he turned his steps towards another direction, which conveniently led him to the opposite side of the alley. From there, he could eavesdrop on the conversation without being detected. As for Su Liao, she naturally followed without hesitation. Zhang Chengwang, pondering the impending results of the provincial examination, anticipated that the literati in town would soon convene for various poetry gatherings, where his 2 essays and 3 poems, each themed around autumn and winter, would prove invaluable. The 2 essays, commissioned by his longtime client, the only son of the wealthy Li Yuanwei, Li Jian, promised a reward of 10 taels of silver for each. After paying the broker's commission, he would net a total of 16 taels, funds he contemplated using to acquire farmland. Zhang Chengwang waited patiently until his usual collaborator, Zhang De, arrived. Known for his discretion, Zhang De never divulged any client information. However, to err on the side of caution, Zhang Chengwang always donned a mask when meeting him. He introduced himself as Yuan Qian, striving to make his voice sound more mature. The 2 essays requested by Li Yuanwei had been completed, along with 3 poems related to autumn and winter. Zhang Da's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "If you trust me, I can deliver these to Li Yuanwei's residence right away. It's not far from here." Eager to receive his payment, Zhang Chengwang nodded in agreement. Understanding the significance of this transaction, Zhang De was equally keen to expedite the process to secure a substantial commission. He dashed out swiftly, declaring, "Here are your 40 taels." He patted his chest reassuringly, adding, "No rush, I can wait. Should you have new works, remember to seek out old Zhang." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, reminiscent of someone accidentally colliding with an object. Zhang De, alert, glanced towards the nearby alley and strode over. Zhang Chengwang's heart raced. Could someone have overheard their conversation? He reassured himself by remembering he was still masked and using a pseudonym, so even if someone had listened in, they could not identify him. Moreover, the surname Yuan bore no connection to his identity. Gradually regaining his composure, Zhang Chengwang nodded slightly at Zhang De, wishing to refrain from revealing any further details. Meanwhile, Yuan Suijun, separated from him by a mere wall, furrowed his brow in deep concern, especially when the other party adopted the alias Yuan Qian. Could it be that he intends to divert blame onto him should the truth come to light? A chill flickered across Yuan Suijun's face. If that were truly his intention, he ought not to blame him for unmasking his deceit. Setting aside the fact that his handwriting starkly contrasted with Zhang Chengwang's, which was formal and meticulous, Yuan Suijun's script bore a unique flair of its own. Perhaps he chose this path knowing that his calligraphy would not fetch a price in the market. Yet, even in his direst financial straits, Yuan Suijun would rather transcribe books than engage in such underhanded dealings. He and Zhang Chengwang were fundamentally at odds in their principles. After the voices on the other side of the wall faded, Yuan Suijun quietly departed. Just as he reached the city gate, he was intercepted by Su Liao. "Madam." Yuan Suijun greeted her coolly. Without engaging in unnecessary pleasantries, Su Liao, her tone charged with urgency, asked, "I have a question for you. There's a child from my relative's family, quite talented. Someone has approached him to purchase his poetry, offering several taels. Do you think he should sell?" Yuan Suijun discerned that Su Liao was probing into the gravity of the situation to leverage it against Zhang Chengwang. He adopted a serious demeanor, expressing that such fraudulent behavior was utterly unacceptable. If word got out, the child from her relative's family might suffer irreparable disgrace, leaving all to shun him. Su Liao understood. This was a significant taboo within scholarly circles. It turned out that her esteemed son-in-law had committed such a grave error, and now she possessed a means to hold him accountable. Chapter 37. A gift for Su Yueling, 40 taels of silver. Surely, asking for 5 taels is not unreasonable. Fortunately, her cleverness allowed her to enlist the help of a neighbor who set up a stall at the city gate to keep watch. If her son-in-law entered the city, he would call out to her. After days of vigilance, she finally caught him red-handed. 5 taels of silver. That could purchase a great deal of meat. Her son Tianbao had begun his studies at the school, and as learning requires mental exertion, She intended to buy him more meat to nourish his mind. It was fortunate that she had an eye for talent, having chosen Zhang Chuang as her son-in-law, someone who could both earn and study. With his support, the Su family need not worry about enjoying a prosperous life. Alas, her brother-in-law's judgment was lacking. He had chosen a frail bride for Su Yuewei. Having consulted a fortune-teller, she learned that Yuan Suijun was destined for a short life, unlikely to see his 20th year. She anticipated Su Yuewei's future as a widow. Upon hearing this grim news from the lips of the so-called short-lived man, Su Liao was elated and prepared to seek out a good son-in-law for financial assistance in the coming days. She was too indifferent to entertain Yuan Suijun, turning on her heel and departing. Upon returning home, he presented a silver hairpin to Bao Shu. As a girl, she had an innate fondness for jewelry, particularly from a silver shop renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship and lifelike designs. Bao Shu held it in her hands with great affection. After a moment of admiration, she suddenly inquired, "Brother, what did you buy for sister-in-law?" Her sister-in-law had impeccable taste and would not be impressed by ordinary craftsmanship. Yuan Suijun replied nonchalantly, "I did not buy anything." Bao Shu's eyes widened in surprise. Why didn't you get her something? Although sister-in-law was not lacking in wealth, it was the thought that mattered. Yuan Suijun had no choice but to explain, "I have prepared a gift for her. It's just not ready yet." Yuan Bao Shu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief indeed, for her brother had truly frightened her earlier. The following day, Yuan Suijun ventured into the city once more, acquiring a custom-made sword and a set of 8 crabs. After a moment's contemplation, he strolled through the county's market. Compared to other streets, the air here was laden with a complex mlang of odors, the pungent scent of meat intermingled with that of seafood. He wrinkled his brow in discomfort and pressed further inside, ultimately arriving at a shop selling crabs. There appeared to be 6 still in the tub, bound yet still clawing and writhing. On his way home, he chanced upon the approaching Su Yuewei. Upon seeing Yuan Suijun, her smile deepened. "Brother-in-law, have you come to the city to shop?" Su Yuewei felt particularly touched. Although the hairpin was not made of silver, it would still cost over 100 coins at the store. 100 coins was a sum that Qing Wang would need to toil for several days of riding to earn. She never expected him to spend his hard-earned money to buy her a hairpin, and this morning he had even given her half a tael of silver for this month's household expenses. Qing Wang was truly remarkable to her. She vowed to treat her stepson as her own, to honor the profound affection he had for her. Her heart felt as though it had been sweetened by honey, a delightful sensation. When she spotted Yuan Suijun, she couldn't help but boast a little. Surely, he wouldn't buy jewelry for her sister, would he? He seemed utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. Observing Yuan Suijun again, she noted that he held a long object in a box in his right hand, while his left hand carried a fishing net filled with several crabs. How exceedingly frugal of him! Despite being a scholar, his demeanor was rather petty, unworthy of admiration. After she finished stewing the lamb at noon, she decided to send a piece to Su Yuewei for her to taste. Although Su Yuewei was not particularly appreciative, as an elder sister, it was unbecoming to hold any grievances against her younger sibling. Upon returning home, Yuan Suijun first handed the iron sword to Yuan Suifeng, who was overjoyed and began to dance with it in the courtyard, the blade ringing as it moved. After completing a set of movements, he still felt it was somewhat light. However, the mere possession of a sword that belonged solely to him filled him with happiness, making him yearn to transform into a chivalrous hero from a tale, ready to uphold justice. Yuan Suijun observed Su Yuewei, who was propped up on her chin, watching him practice his swordplay. Casually, he approached her and placed a red box in front of her, stating that it was a gift, a token of gratitude for her care of Bao Shu. Su Yuewei looked at Yuan Suijun in astonishment. Despite his apparent disdain for her, he had prepared a gift. Upon opening the box, she discovered a set of silver crab utensils. She had initially thought of acquiring a set for herself, but had to forego the idea due to her current lack of artistic skill. To her surprise, Yuan Suijun had managed to recreate it from her mere description. A smile blossomed on her face, as she realized she could use it the next time they feasted on crabs. When she smiled, her bright apricot eyes seemed to shimmer with light, capturing attention effortlessly. Yet she refrained from mentioning her trip to the market, where her shoes had become soiled. Yuan Baoshu observed this and felt a surge of joy. It seemed her brother had finally grasped the proper way to appease his sister-in-law. "I shall go steam the crabs. For lunch, I will prepare pan-fried fish, lotus leaf chicken, and a vegetable stir-fry." The lotus leaf chicken was indeed a revelation from her sister-in-law. It was astonishing to discover that chicken could be stuffed to fullness within, then enveloped in lotus leaves. This culinary method was entirely unfamiliar to Yuan Baoshu, leading her to conclude that her sister-in-law possessed an extraordinary breadth of knowledge, particularly in the realm of gastronomy. As noon approached, she meticulously served the dishes one by one, with the crabs being the crowning delight. Before Su Yueling lay a splendid array of 8 crab pieces, signaling the imminent feast. Yuan Baoshu, a discerning crab connoisseur, selected a particularly plump specimen and presented it before her sister-in-law. Just as Su Yueling grasped the crab tools, a knock echoed through the room. Yuan Baoshu hurried to answer the door, revealing Su Yuewei, who entered holding a bowl of lamb stew, containing 2 generous pieces of lamb and several slices of white radish. With a beaming smile, Su Yuewei remarked, "I heard you were indulging in crabs for lunch, so I brought some lamb stew from home to complement your meal." Despite her current disdain for Su Yuewei, Yuan Baoshu graciously allowed her in, expressing gratitude for her sister-in-law's thoughtfulness, even though their household was not lacking in meaty dishes. After all, crabs could hardly be equated to substantial meat. Combined, they scarcely amounted to a mere 2 taels. This day marked a rare moment of triumph for Su Yuewei as she relished the chance to provoke Su Yueling. Upon entering, she observed Su Yueling diligently enjoying her crabs. A closer look revealed that Su Yueling wielded a pair of small scissors to snip the crab's legs, the scissors glinting with a silvery sheen, clearly crafted from silver. Surrounding her were 7 exquisite utensils, a hammer, a chisel, a long-handled axe, all fashioned from the same fine metal. After deftly removing the crab's pincers, Su Yueling proceeded to strike the crab shell with the round hammer. Su Yuewei's voice rose in astonishment. "Are you truly using that to eat crabs? The entire set must weigh at least 6 taels or more. If she possessed such silver, she would have meticulously concealed it long ago. How could she possibly use it as a tool for eating crabs?" Su Yueling blinked. What else could it be? Su Yuewei felt as though she were suffocating, unable to refrain from glancing at Yuan Suijun. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Yuan Suijun replied indifferently. "This is a gift I prepared for her." Chapter 38. Su Yueling. A person of elegance, it was as if firecrackers had detonated nearby, leaving Su Yuewei's mind in a cacophony, momentarily rendering her incapable of thought. Her entire consciousness was consumed by a single realization. Yuan Suijun had bestowed upon Su Yueling a set of silver, crab-eating utensils. If it had been Su Yueling's own doing, it would not have been so extraordinary. After all, she lacked intellect and reveled in indulgence, making such an act plausible. Yet, the fact that it was Yuan Suijun who gifted it to her? How could he possibly part with such a sum? Did he truly harbor such affection for Su Yueling? Instantly, Su Yuewei felt less enamored with the silver-plated hairpin atop her head. She managed to force a smile, thinking, "These must be merely silver-plated. My brother-in-law is quite considerate. Indeed, it must be plated. It couldn't possibly be genuine silver." With this thought, she concluded that the entire set was worth at most 201. Although it surpassed the value of her hairpin, Su Yuewei could reluctantly accept it. Su Yueling wrinkled her nose, her delicate voice imbued with righteous indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly use copper-plated items? The crab utensils must undoubtedly be made of pure silver. Gold is too soft, and copper taints the food. Silver is the most suitable choice." Yuan Baoshu cast a glance at Su Yuewei, whose complexion had drained in an instant, and pronounced deliberately, "This was custom-made by a master craftsman in the city, with a deposit of 2 taels of silver." It wasn't that her family was ostentatiously flaunting their wealth. Rather, Yuan Baoshu could no longer endure the disdainful expression of Zhang's sister-in-law, who seemed convinced that her brother would never part with his money. Thus, she felt compelled to vindicate her brother. Su Yuewei was bereft of excuses, her composure fraying under the pressure. Why squander money on such superficial gifts for Su Yueling when it could be better spent on acquiring land? Su Yueling observed Su Yuewei's face, unable to resist prodding the system in her mind. "Are you certain this is the virtuous and kind-hearted heroine of the novel? Beautiful? She pales in comparison to me, and I see no kindness. Instead, her envious countenance is rather unsightly. Indeed, the novel depicts her as virtuous and renowned for her goodness," the system replied, its tone tinged with doubt. With such a jealous visage before her, Su Yueling felt unable to savor her crab meal. "Do you have any further business?" She unceremoniously issued an eviction notice, omitting even the customary pleasantries. After all, Su Yueling had always acted according to her own nature. "Your continued presence here is quite unappetizing." A smirk played on Yuan Suijun's lips, realizing that Su Yueling's straightforward and unpretentious demeanor was somewhat endearing when she confronted others, at least compared to the pretentious Su Yuewei. This version of Su Yueling appeared more vibrant and authentic. She had no desire to linger and witness Su Yueling's triumphant grin any longer. What arrogance, one wonders, will remain after Yuan Zuejun's demise? Once stripped of her protection, possessing only wealth and beauty, she remains oblivious to the depths to which she might descend. Although I harbor no fondness for Su Yuewei, her offering of lamb at our doorstep is not lost on the many watchful eyes outside. Should they remain indifferent, one can only speculate how the Zhang family would respond. Currently, Yuan Baoshu has entirely lost faith in the integrity of the Zhang family. As she unfurled the lotus leaf, the enticing aroma of the chicken, previously enveloped within, wafted into the air. Yuan Baoshu retrieved a knife dedicated to slicing cooked food from the kitchen. Their household had never been so particular. A simple kitchen knife sufficed. However, due to her sister-in-law's discerning palate, they now possessed separate knives for meat, vegetables, cooked dishes, and fruits. After making the incision, she discovered the chicken was stuffed with glutinous rice, mushrooms, and chestnuts. The chicken wings were left untouched, for her sister-in-law relished them, while the chicken legs were reserved for her elder brothers. Yuan Baoshu sliced a few pieces, adding some of the accompanying ingredients. The glutinous rice, having absorbed the essence of the chicken, was utterly delectable. Once Su Yuewei had taken her leave with her bowl, Su Yueling continued to savor her crab. Initially, the rest of the Yuan family focused on their own meals, but soon found their attention irresistibly drawn to Su Yueling. Indeed, the sight of her delicately wielding 8 tools to consume the crab was nothing short of captivating. Her movements were extraordinarily graceful, and astonishingly, after finishing one crab, she meticulously assembled the shell pieces to form a complete crab once more. How remarkable! Yuan Zuefeng stared in disbelief, suddenly feeling rather coarse in comparison. Su Yueling had a modest appetite. Thus, despite her fondness for crabs, she only indulged in one before stopping. She also enjoyed a bit of lotus leaf chicken, feeling no need for rice. As for the mutton sent by Su Yuewei, she could hardly be bothered to reach for her chopsticks, disdainful even of the fat that remained. Ultimately, all of this found its way into Yuan Zuefeng's stomach. Although it was not as delectable as home-cooked meals, it was still meat and should not go to waste. Zhang Xinghua, while savoring her meal, extolled its virtues, proclaiming it delicious, truly delightful. She was surprised to discover how well lotus leaves complemented chicken, infusing the meat with a fragrant aroma. The glutinous rice was the best she had ever tasted. This culinary method must have been conceived by Su Yueling, for before her arrival, Baoshu had never prepared such dishes. Su Yueling was truly exceptional in her culinary skills. Zhang Xinghua's praise was not merely to commend Su Yueling, but rather to provoke Su Yuewei. With her head bowed, Su Yuewei clenched her fists beneath the table. Ever since Cheng Wang had given her family a small sum, Xinghua had harbored resentment towards her, often making snide remarks at home. She longed for the day when she could marry off her willful sister-in-law, preferably to a distant place, to enjoy some peace and quiet. As Zhang Xinghua placed the last piece of mushroom in her mouth, she continued, "With such a delightful recipe, Su Yueling will surely earn a handsome profit, perhaps even dozens of taels. The Yuan family is fortunate to have married a veritable golden hen." She mused that the money earned from this could not be matched by producing thousands of handkerchiefs. Zhang Qingwang, who previously held a low opinion of Su Yueling, deeming her unworthy and indolent, had begun to reconsider his stance after tasting the lotus leaf chicken. Such culinary creativity reveals her refined nature. Unfortunately, fate has not favored her. Marrying Yuan Zuejun, she is destined to endure hardships. Su Yuewei found herself increasingly agitated as she recalled her nightly toil at needlework until the late hours. Her lower lip nearly bitten to the point of bleeding. Chapter 39. Stealing the recipe for lotus leaf chicken. The more Su Yuewei contemplated, the more she believed her idea to be brilliant. She felt no guilt in her actions. Having tasted the dish, she was inspired and did not seek out the recipe, which she did not consider theft. It merely required lotus leaves, chicken, glutinous rice, along with chestnuts and shiitake mushrooms. Even Su Yueling, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, could conceive of such a dish. Having started cooking at the age of 7, Su Yuewei could undoubtedly create it even more deliciously. Regrettably, the bowl of lotus leaf chicken she had just seen was devoured by others, and to maintain her image, she refrained from competing for it, leaving her without a taste to compare. Though Zhang Qiwang maintained a placid exterior, he too felt a surge of anticipation within. Once everyone had finished their meal and cleared the table, Su Yuewei fed her stepson. At 2 years old, he was in a lively phase, beginning to babble and full of energy, and if left unattended for even a moment, he could easily tumble over. Unfortunately, her sister-in-law only assisted in watching him when she ventured into the city for groceries. As the hour of Shun approached, her stepson Zhang Jinyu, exhausted from play, finally succumbed to sleep. Su Yuewei, holding a basket of finished handkerchiefs, turned to Zhang Xinghua and said, "Xinghua, I am heading to the city to sell these handkerchiefs and to procure the ingredients for the lotus leaf chicken. Could you please keep an eye on Jinyu for me?" Although Zhang Xinghua harbored no affection for Su Yuewei, she could not dismiss her feelings for Zhang Jinyu, who was indeed her dear nephew. It would be unreasonable for her not to care for him. Su Yuewei merely used this as a pretext to venture into the city. After all, it was only by selling her handkerchiefs there that she could linger longer in the urban environment. Once she entered the city, she skillfully navigated her way to the familiar shops with which she had established a partnership, presenting a basket of handkerchiefs to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, upon seeing them, expressed some surprise, noting the improvement in her color combinations, stating that the handkerchiefs appeared significantly more elegant. With a gentle smile, Su Yuewei explained that she had been idly experimenting at home, resulting in new color schemes, and she could only hope that the patrons of the shop would find them appealing. This particular combination had been inspired by handkerchiefs she had casually observed from the Yuan family, which she found aesthetically pleasing and discreetly noted for her own use. To her delight, it garnered the shopkeeper's praise, indicating that she had indeed made the right move. Baoshu demonstrated a certain talent for needlework and embroidery, a fact that Su Yuewei had never attributed to Su Yueling, who had never engaged in such crafts and thus could hardly comprehend them. The shopkeeper, genuinely enamored with these handkerchiefs, displayed them prominently in the shop, offering an additional coin for each piece compared to before. Su Yuewei was immensely pleased, her smile unwavering as she exited the shop. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly purchased the necessary ingredients for making lotus leaf chicken. After completing her shopping, she proceeded directly to her maternal family's residence in the county, intending to prepare the dish for sale at the auspicious restaurant. She was acutely aware that her second uncle had once managed the Fulai restaurant, and Su Yueling's recipes had also been sold there, which had led her to harbor a less than favorable impression of that establishment. Moreover, the Fortune restaurant holds several signature dishes and may not be inclined to pay a high price for her lotus leaf chicken. However, the auspicious restaurant stands in stark contrast. It has been acquired by the young master of the Mingyue building, resulting in both establishments now sharing a common owner and exchanging resources. Originally, the two establishments joined forces to squeeze the Fortune restaurant to the brink of closure, yet the tides have turned, and now the Fortune restaurant reigns supreme. Consequently, the auspicious restaurant is in dire need of a popular new dish. Once prepared, the aroma released upon unveiling the lotus leaf encasing the chicken caused Su Yuewei's parents, Su Liao and Su Dashan, to salivate. "Dear, did you prepare this especially for us?" Su Liao remarked, feeling a tinge of regret for not being able to consume it all, yet content with a portion. She intended to save a few pieces for her cherished son. Su Yuewei sliced the chicken in half, setting one portion aside for them, while she meticulously extracted all the ingredients stuffed within the chicken, discarding the lotus leaf wrapping. This way, when she presented it to the auspicious restaurant, the chef would be none the wiser regarding its preparation. In that moment, she could negotiate her price. After tasting a morsel, a smile graced her face. Indeed, it was delicious, although she had never sampled Yuan Baoshu's cooking. She presumed it could not possibly be inferior to her own. Eagerly, Su Yuewei carried the dish to the auspicious restaurant to discuss business. To her chagrin, they were only willing to offer 10 taels of silver. It is worth noting that Su Yueling sold her recipes for dozens of taels. Gripping the silver tightly, her heart raced. She had never possessed such a sum before. Thus, that very evening, the Zhang family once again savored the lotus leaf chicken. After tasting a piece, Zhang Xinghua unhappily set down her chopsticks, wondering why it was not as delicious as the lunch. The chicken at noon was exceptionally tender, infused with the fragrance of lotus leaves, while the glutinous rice absorbed the essence of all the ingredients, perfectly seasoned and utterly irresistible. Su Yuewei picked up a piece and questioned, "Is my cooking not to your liking? It is undeniably delicious. Otherwise, Ji Xianglu would not have spent 10 taels of silver on the recipe." Zhang Xinghua huffed, acknowledging the flavor was indeed good. But it depended on what it was compared to. Had she not tasted the lotus leaf chicken sent by the Yuan family, she would have found this dish delightful. However, after experiencing that, her sister-in-law's version now seemed rather bland, making her long for the delicious meal from earlier. "If you cannot achieve it, then do not boast. You made me anticipate it for so long." Zhang Wanli, while agreeing that his sister-in-law's dish was inferior to that of the Yuan family, still found it acceptable. Xinghua simply loved to be critical, but he added, "Let's not speak too much. Sister-in-law works hard in the kitchen." Yet, his words tacitly validated Zhang Xinghua's sentiments. Su Yuewei's previously good mood instantly diminished. Why was she not as capable as Su Yueling? Chapter 40. Authentic lotus leaf chicken. After Zhang Chenhuang sampled a few pieces, he too lost interest. Ultimately, most of the lotus leaf chicken ended up in Zhang Wanli's stomach, with a portion consumed by Zhang Xinghua and Su Yuewei. When Yuan Baoshu and Yuan Suifeng took white sugar to sell at Falajiu Lu, they overheard a discussion about the lotus leaf chicken. Now Su Yueling, dissatisfied with the rough roads and the discomfort of traveling by carriage, declared that she would not venture out until the roads were repaired. Yuan Suifeng disembarked from the carriage. His brow furrowed in contemplation. He inquired of Yuan Baoshu, "Baoshu, have you heard them speak of lotus leaf chicken?" Naturally, Yuan Baoshu had heard the whispers. And with a hint of hesitation, she replied, "Perhaps it is not solely sister-in-law who has conceived the pairing of lotus leaves with chicken. The preparation methods may well differ. They cannot be so presumptuous as to believe that only their family can craft lotus leaf chicken." Indeed, Yuan Suifeng mused, shouldering the 50 pounds of sugar from the cart. Yuan Baoshu asked a young attendant from the tavern to keep an eye on their horse. Over the past few months, frequent excursions into the city and interactions with various individuals had transformed her, rendering her far less bashful than before. For Yuan Suifeng, the weight of the sugar was but a trifle. After handing over the payment, Sun Qian jested, "Baoshu, we have collaborated so splendidly for so long. I had presumed your family had discovered a new recipe and would come to me first. What the auspicious tavern offers, I can also provide," he added. Yuan Baoshu was momentarily taken aback. What new recipe? Understanding her disposition, Sun Qian continued, "It's the lotus leaf chicken recently sold at the auspicious tavern." "Is it not your family that sells it?" Yuan Suifeng interjected, "Neither my sister nor I have ever visited the auspicious tavern." Sun Qian paused. "Isn't it that girl, Yueling? Who sells it?" Yuan Baoshu, now irked, retorted, "Who has slandered my sister-in-law? She scarcely steps out of the house and is not fond of venturing out at all." Sun Qian, equally perplexed, summoned the tavern attendant to recount the details of the lotus leaf chicken inquiry from a few days prior. The shopkeeper mentioned that an apprentice in the kitchen of Jixiang Lu is a fellow townsman of mine. He revealed that the recipe for the lotus leaf chicken was sold to their restaurant by someone surnamed Su, who is married into Lushan village, and that this recipe fetched 10 taels of silver. This led me to ponder. A person who has married into Lushan village, with the surname Su, and possesses knowledge of exquisite cuisine, could it not be our former proprietor's only daughter? Yuan Baoshu interjected, declaring it impossible for my sister-in-law to be involved. On such a sweltering day, she would not venture outside. Moreover, for a mere 10 taels of silver, it would be quite beneath her notice. Su Yueling, being the only daughter of Su Han, was no stranger to Fulai restaurant, having grown up in its vicinity, and had a fair understanding of her somewhat willful character. Once this notion was expressed, everyone was convinced. Upon hearing Yuan Baoshu's mention of 10 taels of silver, Sun Qian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. As the proprietor of Fulai restaurant, he earned approximately 20 taels a month, and that was only because he had the foresight to purchase Dompa meat and negotiate a long-term partnership for sugar, which is why the owner was willing to pay him such a salary. Who, then, sold the recipe to Jixiang Lu? Yuan Baoshu suggested. "Let us first procure a serving of the lotus leaf chicken from Jixiang Lu and discern how it differs from our family's preparation." Sun Qian replied, "There is no need for you to go. I shall send someone to fetch it." Instantly, the expressions of Yuan Baoshu and Yuan Suifeng soured. Yuan Baoshu remarked, "The ingredients are indeed identical to those used in my family's dish." She picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and soon her brow relaxed, exclaiming, "This lotus leaf chicken is not even half as delectable as mine." The chicken lacked tenderness, the glutinous rice was insufficiently flavorful, and the aroma failed to reach the level of filling the entire house with fragrance. Yuan Suifeng tasted it and concurred with Yuan Baoshu's assessment. "I suspect someone observed us enjoying this dish and secretly learned to replicate it. It is one thing to learn by stealth, but to actually sell it is utterly contemptible." An image of a person flashed through Yuan Baoshu's mind, her pupils widening slightly in astonishment. Could it be Zhang's sister-in-law? She had visited when we prepared lotus leaf chicken, and we even shared some with her. She explained to the shopkeeper that Zhang's sister-in-law is the cousin of my sister-in-law. Sun Qian revealed a look of sudden realization. It was indeed their family. I still recall that before Yueling's marriage, her aunt had hoped to claim her city property. So it is not surprising that their daughter would engage in such behavior. Su Yuewei's reputation for virtue had not reached the city. And coupled with the past actions of the main family, Sun Qian held no fondness for them. A thought struck him, and his eyes brightened. You just mentioned that your lotus leaf chicken is more delectable? Would you be willing to sell me the recipe? This was a matter Yuan Baoshu could easily accommodate. Sun Qian promptly produced 5 taels of gold to purchase it and prepared all the ingredients Yuan Baoshu had mentioned. She immediately began to prepare it before their eyes, occasionally sharing some tips. Sun Qian nodded repeatedly, realizing that it could be done this way. Once the lotus leaf chicken was ready, the moment the leaf was opened, the fragrance burst forth, overwhelming like dompa pork, wafting forward and prompting several patrons to inquire about the new dish being offered at the restaurant. Sun Qian savored the exquisite flavor of the lotus leaf chicken, instantly realizing that the 50 taels spent were exceptionally worthwhile. This was a case of throwing away inferior goods for something superior. Unable to suppress his delight, he chuckled, recognizing the folly of the auspicious restaurant in opting for a pirated recipe. They had unwittingly crafted a bridal gown for their own demise. He resolved to instruct the kitchen to practice diligently today, with the intention of unveiling the authentic lotus leaf chicken tomorrow, to astound everyone. Chapter 41. Shamelessness. As the misunderstanding dissipated, Yuan Baoshu breathed a sigh of relief, yet her disdain for Su Yuewei only deepened. Upon exiting the restaurant, she could not help but express her thoughts to Yuan Suifeng. How could the Zhang family's wife engage in such clandestine behavior? Yuan Suifeng scoffed. I believe she is simply envious of your sister-in-law's remarkable skills, having been indulged by Su Yueling over the past few months. Yuan Baoshu had developed a bit of a temper. Previously, she might have tolerated such behavior, but now she found it intolerable. Since the Zhang family's wife had abandoned all decorum, they saw no reason to spare her feelings. Moreover, the shoes must be crafted from plain, unpatterned fine cotton, otherwise they would cause discomfort. The soles required multiple layers, for if they were too thin, her feet would soon ache from wear. Additionally, breathable and soft fabrics were essential. As the weather grew increasingly warm, even with cool water placed in the room, it offered only slight relief. Unfortunately, in the city, only affluent families had the means to stock ice. Others had no such resources and lacked connections with those wealthy households. Yuan Baoshu recalled her sister-in-law's discontented demeanor and felt a wave of anxiety. As the heat intensified, her sister-in-law was bound to suffer. Hearing this, Yuan Suifeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He acknowledged that his sister-in-law was indeed a good person, yet he felt that Baoshuzi was perhaps overthinking. If his sister-in-law's life could be deemed as suffering, then the others had even less of a right to exist. However, he chose not to engage in a debate with Baoshuzi on this topic, as she always seemed to possess her own skewed logic. Yuan Baoshuzi purchased everything that Su Yueling needed, for she only desired the finest. The total cost of these items exceeded 10 taels of silver. Additionally, she spotted a beautifully woven blanket in the store, vibrant in color and exuding an exotic charm. Most importantly, it appeared incredibly soft, seemingly something her sister-in-law would adore. Upon inquiry, she learned that a blanket large enough to cover a bed would cost 2 taels of silver. Instantly, she felt a surge of desire. This blanket, seemingly crafted from wool and dyed in various hues, formed a magnificently irregular beauty. Without hesitation, she made the purchase. If her sister-in-law liked it, it would be a source of joy for all. If not, she would simply bear the expense herself. Yuan Suifeng's keen eyes quickly discerned a familiar figure. Was that Chen Wanga? It seemed he was being intercepted by his mother-in-law, who happened to be their aunt. Following where he pointed, Yuan Baoshuzi also spotted Su Liaoshu. It appeared that Su Liaoshu had something to communicate to Zhang Chuang, and since they were legitimate relatives, it was best for them to refrain from intervening. They still needed to clarify the good deeds done by Su Yuewei to their family. As Zhang Chuang was held back by Su Liaoshu, a tumult of fury churned within him, yet he restrained himself from exploding. He had not anticipated that this foolish Su Liaoshu would actually manage to seize his weakness. Did she truly speak in a manner that could be considered human? Son-in-law, you would not wish for the news of your writing for others to earn money to spread, would you? You were fortunate that I happened to overhear it. Had it been someone else, your reputation would have been tarnished. And how would you ever hope to become a scholar? These words fell on Zhang Qinhuang's ears as a blatant threat. Suppressing his anger, he endeavored to keep his voice nonchalant. What do you desire? The sole intention of Su Liaoshu was clear. She sought money. I believe that 5 taels of silver should suffice for our household until the end of the year. We shall strive to live frugally and not trouble you further. 5 taels of silver. Why doesn't she simply resort to robbery? Yet he soon recognized his lapse in composure and strove to regain his calm. In these past days, he had begun to formulate a strategy to address this predicament. He could not allow this leverage to remain in Su Yuewei's hands. Given the greedy nature of this family, they would not be easily appeased, and he feared they would continue to demand more in the future. Now, Zhang Chenwang deeply regretted marrying Su Yuewei. This union felt akin to being ensnared in thick mud, impossible to cleanse. Su Yuewei was quite satisfied. Very well. I shall await your arrival. She also understood the principle of moderation and added, rest assured, I will not request money from you again this year. Zhang Chenwang scoffed inwardly, not believing a single word of Su Yuewei's statement. As he arrived home, Su Yuewei approached him, her gaze tender and shy. Chenwang, I have made you some new sachets. In one of the sachets lay a lock of her dark hair. Su Yuewei could not bring herself to openly declare her affection. Instead, she resorted to this subtle means of expressing her feelings. Shall I help you change it? Your sachet has grown old, she said, reaching out to untie the sachet from her husband's waist. Unfortunately, Zhang Chenwang had only recently encountered Su Yuewei and had been threatened by her. Upon seeing Su Yuewei, he could only think of Su Yuewei, and a surge of anger welled within him. Just as Su Yuewei's hand was about to brush against Zhang Chenwang, he forcefully struck it away. With a sharp sound, Su Yuewei's hand turned red, and she looked at Zhang Chenwang in disbelief. Her heart sinking as she noticed his gaze was filled with coldness and disdain. That look sent a chill through her, and she stammered. Chenwang. Zhang Chenwang retorted with contempt. In broad daylight, you dare to act so shamelessly? Is this the upbringing of your Su family? Have you no sense of the most basic modesty a woman should possess? It is utterly disgraceful. With that, he swept away, leaving a devastated Su Yuewei behind. All she wished was to replace his sachet, to showcase her tenderness and thoughtfulness. How could that be considered shameful? Chapter 42. Su Yuewei, open the door. Sister-in-law, at least during the day, you should conduct yourself with a bit more decorum. Stop trying to entice men. It only leads to disdain. Zhang Xinghua had just witnessed the earlier scene and found it utterly amusing, reveling in Su Yuewei's embarrassment. Particularly, she was delighted to see her elder brother unleash such fury upon Su Yuewei, showing her no mercy. Thus, she eagerly joined in, ready to deliver her own sharp remarks. Upon hearing Zhang Xinghua's words, Su Yuewei felt tears welling in her eyes. I merely wished to replace his fragrance pouch. She noticed that the pouch had grown worn, contrasting starkly with his pristine attire. Fearful that, upon venturing out, others would remark on her negligence as a wife for not caring for him, she hurriedly crafted a new pouch, carefully selecting an elegant color scheme. Yet, Chenwang received it with utter disdain, chastising her instead. The phrase shameless echoed relentlessly in her mind, amplifying her disorientation, leaving her hands trembling even now. Zhang Xinghua recalled the fragrance pouch and suddenly grasped the situation, a malicious smile spreading across her face. That pouch was sewn by my late sister-in-law for my brother. He has always cherished it. Zhang Xinghua harbored a dislike for her former sister-in-law, Yueling, who appeared delicate and perpetually wore a furrowed brow, embodying a victim's demeanor. However, her beauty was undeniable. Her features, though slightly less captivating than Su Yueling's, surpassed those of Su Yuewei. Initially, her brother had doted on Yueling, tenderly enhancing her eyebrows each day, enveloped in a fervent affection. Yueling had departed a year ago, her absence diminishing Zhang Xinghua's animosity towards her, and she now sought to provoke Su Yuewei with memories of Yueling. The last vestiges of color drained from Su Yuewei's face, disbelief etched upon her features. Yueling, did she not abandon Chenwang and leave? Although the Zhang family had meticulously concealed this matter, they only disclosed to the outside world that Yueling had tragically drowned while in the capital. However, Su Yuewei's family had long secretly investigated and discovered that Yueling had indeed attached herself to a nobleman from the capital, preferring to be the concubine of a powerful man rather than the legitimate wife of Chenwang. It was this knowledge that gave Su Yuewei the confidence to win Chenwang's heart. What man could endure being abandoned by his own wife? Chenwang must have harbored immense resentment towards her. What she did not anticipate was that Chenwang still held her in his thoughts. He even clung to the tattered sachet she had embroidered, unable to part with it. The craftsmanship of that sachet was far beneath her own capabilities, which left her in a state of profound despair. Reflecting on this, Her heart felt as though it had been pierced by an icy blade. Filled with both anguish and pain. Who said Lin Yang had abandoned me and left? Lin Yang had tragically perished in an accident. Should I hear you slander her again? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At that moment, as Zhang Qinhuang stepped out to retrieve something, he overheard Su Yuewei's words, and a surge of old grievances and new animosities welled up within him. So, the Su family had been secretly investigating his family's affairs? Were they attempting to manipulate him once more? Lin Yang had been forced into her circumstances. She had never wished to leave. Yet, her family had threatened her with death, compelling her to depart with that nobleman. Lin Yang could not bear to witness her parents meet their demise before her eyes, and thus, she had to endure the pain of leaving. The pouch he carried had been crafted by her during sleepless nights before her departure, containing a lock of her hair. She had urged him to forget her and to live well with his new partner. Initially, Zhang Qinhuang also sought to forget her and to coexist amicably with Su Yuewei. However, Su Yuewei's disappointment was too great, causing him to inevitably reminisce about his late wife. Su Yuewei could not help but take a step back, for all the tenderness in his gaze was bestowed upon another woman, while he reserved his indifference for her. Even though that woman had betrayed him, he remained unable to forget her, rendering her own existence tragically absurd. She buried her face in the blanket, emitting soft whimpers. A large rug lay beneath her. Su Yueling placed her hand on the blanket, her brow furrowing as she spoke with a tone laced with disdain, noting that the wool had not been cleaned adequately, carrying an unpleasant odor. The color scheme, however, possessed a certain rustic charm. The quality of the wool was poor, lacking the fine softness she desired, and was rather prickly. As she enumerated each flaw, Yuan Baoshu could not help but lower her head, feeling regret for the purchase, as her sister-in-law's words rendered the carpet utterly worthless. After highlighting more than 10 shortcomings, Su Yueling remarked, perhaps after washing it a good 10 times and combing out the coarse patches, it might still be somewhat usable. After all, given the current circumstances, one cannot afford to be too selective. If it were in the past, such a carpet would not even have caught my eye. Yuan Suijun, with a cool demeanor, inquired, aren't you afraid of the heat? Why would you want to cover yourself with this? He was well aware of Su Yueling's aversion to warmth. She would don sheer fabrics and light clothing whenever she was indoors. Yuan Suijun attempted to correct her. Yet Su Yueling would blink her innocent eyes as if he were the one bullying her for feeling hot. Left with no choice, he acquiesced to her whims. With conviction, Su Yueling declared, this blanket can be begrudgingly used on the floor. The floor here is too hard, and it hurts my feet. I shall compensate you for running errands. Yuan Suifeng promptly stated, I shall procure it for you. There is no need for any errand fee. Having already taken his sister-in-law's carriage, he could not possibly bring himself to accept such a fee. Once Yuan Suifeng departed, Yuan Bosch recalled the matter concerning Su Yuewei and hurriedly voiced her concerns, her visage still bearing traces of indignation. Su Yueling was perplexed, wondering if such behavior was truly befitting a protagonist of a novel. Wasn't this conduct more reminiscent of a supporting character than her own? Ah, is this what you envisioned for me? To become a virtuous wife and mother? To emulate her by profiting from the ideas of others? A recipe for lotus leaf chicken was of little consequence to Su Yueling, after all. It was merely a product of her world's inhabitants, and, to be precise, did not rightfully belong to her. However, the source of the issue was Su Yuewei, who often took a moral high ground to castigate her, expounding on those well-rehearsed platitudes. When it came to her earning a profit, Su Yuewei could not abide it. And this was deeply irksome to her. She poked at the system in her mind. Woe is me. The 250 system was on the verge of existential crisis, beginning to question the integrity of its task world. Could it be that this was a pirated version of the original narrative? Why did Su Yuewei differ so significantly from what it had come to know? Su Yueling, undeterred by the prospect of loss, declared with fervor, bring forth my veil. The sun was relentless, and she would not allow its rays to tarnish her skin. Her veil, made of fine gauze, was soft and breathable. Once adorned with her veil and properly shod, she strode confidently outside, with Yuan Bosch resolutely following, anxious not to see her suffer any disadvantage. Although Yuan Suijun was unaware of Su Yueling's intentions, he felt she did not possess the demeanor of someone prone to conflict. With a sigh, he followed her. Upon reaching the Zhang family's doorstep, Su Yueling cleared her throat and called out, Su Yuewei, open the door. Don't hide inside without making a sound. I know you are home. Chapter 43. The malicious countenance of the supporting female character, even Yuan Suijun, was taken aback by Su Yueling's audacity, causing his eyelids to twitch. He rubbed his temples, feeling a dull ache in that area, and muttered, "Where did you learn those lines just now?" "Of course from television. There are plenty of outrageous videos online," she replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I learned it quite well." She seemed rather proud of herself. The words she had just uttered were utterly incongruous with her usual demeanor. They would have seemed more fitting coming from the mouth of a common shrew. Su Yueling gestured towards the villagers who had emerged to observe the commotion. "See, the effect is quite good. If it works, then that's all that matters." The other villagers gathered closer, their eyes drawn to Su Yueling's resplendent satin attire, which she had complemented with an exquisite veil forming a hood, making her appear more distinguished than the young ladies of the city. However, their curiosity was piqued by her earlier proclamation. "Su Yueling, did you just say Su Yuewei stole your man?" In their excitement, they completely overlooked the fact that Yuan Suijun, Su Yueling's man, was standing nearby. Yuan Suijun's forehead twitched with irritation as he interjected, "No, I have no relationship with her whatsoever." Su Yueling clarified, "I did not steal a man. Suijun simply does not find her appealing. She has stolen my family's recipe." The recipe? Could it be the one that Su Yueling previously intended to sell for profit? As the realization of the stolen recipe sank in, fists clenched in indignation. At that moment, Su Yueling leisurely interjected, "Whoever calls out with me will receive 10 coins. And the most enthusiastic will earn 20. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately rallied. Merely shouting a phrase could yield 10 coins, an amount equivalent to what they earned after toiling for half a day at the docks. One by one, they raised their voices in unison, echoing Su Yueling's words, which were so catchy they could be remembered after just one hearing. "Su Yuewei, come out. Don't hide in there in silence. You have the audacity to steal the recipe, yet lack the courage to show yourself." Their taunts were accompanied by a series of loud knocks on the door. The commotion outside was impossible for the Zhang family to ignore. Zhang Xinghua, despite her earlier bravado in front of Su Yuewei, was merely a bully at home and had already rushed to knock on her brother's study door in fear. Inside, Su Yuewei, who was in tears, felt her world spin as the shouts rang in her ears, rendering her weak and panicked. How could Su Yueling possibly know about her dealings with the recipe? She had not even confided in Chang Wang yet, planning to gather her thoughts and approach him in a few days. To her dismay, Su Yueling had arrived so swiftly. After all the profit she had amassed, was it truly necessary for her to quibble over such a trivial sum? They were blood relatives, after all. If her reputation was tarnished, how could she expect Su Yueling to fare any better? It was only a short while ago that she had even thought of her while stewing lamb. The door was abruptly pushed open, and Zhang Chuang strode in, his gaze directed at her with unmasked disdain and contempt. "What on earth have you done? Even your cousin has come to confront you." He believed that whoever instigated the trouble should handle it themselves. As a future scholar, he could not stoop to quarrel with a woman like Su Yueling. Su Yuewei, at a loss, replied with reddened eyes, "They are mistaken. I am not that kind of person. If it's a misunderstanding, then clarify it." Zhang Chuang responded coldly. Su Yuewei, who had always placed great importance on her appearance, could not simply step out in disarray. She hurriedly tidied herself up, preparing her words before finally pushing open the door. Upon opening the door, she was startled to find a crowd gathered outside, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Her gaze landed on Su Yueling, and with a choked voice that conveyed deep distress, she asked, "Yueling, why do you slander me?" Su Yueling merely chuckled derisively. "Isn't the lotus leaf chicken you sold to Jixiang Lu made from my family's recipe?" Su Yuewei pressed her lips together, retorting, "Are you the only one allowed to make lotus leaf chicken? That was my own creation, inspired by you at most." Though she had considered consulting Yuan Bashu, the latter was as tight-lipped as a clam and had refused to divulge anything. If Jixiang Lu was thriving, didn't that imply her culinary skills were commendable? Su Yueling replied, "Had you communicated with me beforehand, I would not have been so furious. However, I fear that the business at Jixiang Lu may only last a few more days." Having sold the authentic recipe for lotus leaf chicken, Su Yuewei pondered whether anyone would still frequent Jixiang Tower with a more delectable alternative available. With disbelief etched across her face, she gazed at Su Yueling, exclaiming, "How can you be so heartless? Would Jixiang Tower not suspect her of malicious intent? Was Su Yueling attempting to bring about her ruin?" Initially, the other villagers had been swayed by Su Yuewei's words, considering her reasoning valid. If Su Yueling had achieved mastery through self-study rather than through deceit, it was unreasonable for her to blame Su Yuewei. However, upon hearing Su Yuewei's accusations, they began to reconsider. Why should Su Yueling's decision to sell her own recipe be deemed ruthless? Indeed, if one chooses to sell their recipe and the tavern is willing to purchase it. Is that not a matter of course? Why should it be permissible for one to sell while forbidding another? Su Yuewei coolly remarked that Su Yuewei believed she had the right to sell, but she herself should refrain, lest Jixiang Tower hold her accountable and possibly seek retribution, which she feared. Yet, shouldn't such considerations have been contemplated before taking action? Her gaze shifted to Zhang Xinghua, standing behind Su Yuewei, her demeanor growing more assertive. Does your sister-in-law know you sold it for 10 taels? Zhang Xinghua erupted, exclaiming, What? You actually sold it for 10 taels? Are you planning to pocket that money? Su Yuewei, now in a state of panic, retorted, No, I had intended to inform you in the coming days. Stop deceiving us. You went to the city a few days ago precisely for this matter, didn't you? In everyday conversation, one may sound more melodious than in song, professing that everyone is akin to family, yet secretly hoarding private savings. Su Yueling, who successfully ignited a civil conflict within the Zhang household, reveled in the spectacle, thoroughly satisfied. With merely 10 taels of silver, she could witness the drama unfold, a most advantageous arrangement. Indeed, she planned to share this incident with Su Liaoshe. For with Su Liaoshe's avaricious nature, she would undoubtedly covet those 10 taels. Upon hearing this, Su Yuewei nearly retched in fury. Was Su Yuewei not excessively contemptible? Yet, bound by her concern for her image, she could not openly berate Su Yueling, forced instead to watch as she stirred up a multitude of troubles before elegantly departing. Dear host, are you aware that your current demeanor resembles that of a particularly wicked supporting character? Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 44. She desired a grand abode. Su Yueling believed that she would rather embrace the role of a wicked antagonist than endure the humiliation of a virtuous heroine who bears the weight of the world. After all, the malicious supporting character often finds moments of delight. Observing the life of Su Yuewei in the original narrative, one must question if such existence is truly living. Diminishing oneself to dust, laboring tirelessly to curry favor with the in-laws, only to receive a semblance of respect from her husband, while her stepson dutifully honors her. And her daughter marries into a prestigious family, thus, she is perceived as a victor in the eyes of others. If her own life is fraught with hardship, she shall ensure theirs is even more burdensome. After all, it involves merely a handful of individuals, collectively worth less than 301. Yuan Baoshu recognized her sister-in-law's habitual carelessness, yet fortunate was she that the latter possessed a knack for earning money. She promptly entered to retrieve the funds, distributing them among the group. The villagers initially believed that 10 was the maximum they could hope for, and they merely shouted a few words. To their surprise, Su Yueling generously offered each person 21. Those who often criticized her for being extravagant quickly changed their tune. The wife of the Yuan family certainly conducted herself with transparency and grandeur. Indeed, she truly delivered. Her generosity was commendable. In the past, I had remarked on her excessive spending, yet upon reflection, it is her own money she spends. What concern is it of ours? The Yuan family harbored no objections. Because this money seemed to come so effortlessly, and with little persuasion required, the villagers who received it felt a twinge of guilt. Consequently, they resolved to speak highly of Su Yueling in the future and to promote the endeavors of Su Yuewei. Su Yuewei's actions were, in fact, rather ungracious. Moreover, she garnered profits while remaining clandestine, with even the Zhang family unaware. This was no trivial sum. It amounted to 10 taels of silver, sufficient to support a family for an entire year. It appears that her previously virtuous image was merely a faade. How foolish they had been to have dined at her table for so many years while being misled. Thus, the villagers who received the money tirelessly spread the word about the day's events. Su Yuewei's reputation for virtue in the village took a significant hit. And should she continue to feign her benevolence, few would be persuaded by her act. Other villagers, realizing they had missed the opportunity to earn 21, were filled with regret, wishing they could break their legs for their folly. They repeatedly urged those who had received the money to remember them next time such a fortunate event occurred. Certainly, I shall inform you, came the response. Su Yueling is forthright in her dealings. She is indeed a person one can trust. Having previously fallen victim to Su Yuewei's schemes, Wang Lusher seized the opportunity to voice his grievances. I have always maintained that Su Yuewei is not to be trusted. She merely excels at putting on a facade. You all choose to believe her, rather than placing your faith in someone who has been by your side for decades. Look, her true colors are finally being revealed. His words dripped with a sense of prophetic wisdom. Others began to murmur among themselves, contemplating the wisdom of limiting their interactions with Su Yuewei, uncertain of when they might be ensnared next. However, upon noticing the inevitable dirt clinging to her shoes, her mood soured. She promptly retreated to her room to change into another pair, discarding the current ones and instructing Bao Shu to dispose of them. Bao Shu, taken aback, suggested, "Shall I wash these shoes? Perhaps a few rounds of cleaning could help?" Aware of her sister-in-law's fastidiousness, she had always laundered her clothes multiple times. Although frequent washing could lead to wear, she understood that her sister-in-law would discard a new outfit within a month. Su Yuewei declined. "No, it doesn't matter how many times you wash them. They will never be as pristine as they were initially. Just make me a few new pairs." Bao Shu possessed commendable craftsmanship, creating embroidered shoes that were far softer than those sold in the city, tailored specifically to fit Su Yuewei's feet. Thus, the shoes she wore were lovingly stitched by Bao Shu herself. Although Bao Shu felt a twinge of regret, she knew she must honor her sister-in-law's wishes. She quickly retrieved a new pair of shoes and presented them to Su Yuewei. As Su Yuewei wiggled her toes and rested her chin on her hand, she sighed. The Yuan family's house is simply too small. Being cooped up inside all day is making me feel stifled. The distance from her room to the front door takes less than a minute to traverse, and there isn't even a garden. In her previous villa, it took over 5 minutes by car to travel the same distance. She yearns for a grand house. When Yuan Suijun entered, he beheld Su Yuewei. Resting her chin on her hand, her expression one of despondency. The Su Yuewei he knew was always haughty and full of life, constantly devising ways to provoke him. Much like a blooming peony, radiating vitality. Although reason reminded him that Su Yuewei epitomized everything he disliked, spoiled, headstrong, and self-centered, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her vibrant spirit. Was her melancholy a consequence of Su Yuewei's actions? No matter how much she detested the members of the Su family, they were still her blood relatives. After such a quarrel with Su Yuewei, it was impossible for her to remain unaffected. Very well, he resolved to show her a bit of kindness today. Yuan Suijun recalled how Su Yuewei often concocted ways to have him grind ink for her. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Would you like to paint? I can grind ink for you." "No, I'm not in the mood today. Perhaps tomorrow." Her glossy eyes turned toward Yuan Suijun. "How much would it cost to build a 4-courtyard house? Our family spent 20 taels on this courtyard." Their home was already one of the finest in the village. The Yuan family had once been considered well off. A 4-courtyard house, even without gardens or embellishments, would cost at least 500 taels. If one were to include landscaped gardens and intricate railings, the price would easily exceed 1,000 taels. Yuan Suijun initially mentioned this to deter Su Yuewei's aspirations. Yet to his surprise, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "What? Is it truly so inexpensive? It must be covered. Her grand residence. Without a doubt, her chambers must be spacious, and equipped with her own shower room and study. A house of such magnitude would indeed be challenging to maintain. One could always hire assistants. However, an abundance of rooms would render it desolate, devoid of vitality." Yuan Suijun is aware that Su Yuewei possesses the ability to earn, but he does not wish for her to squander her earnings frivolously. "Then I could decorate it in various styles, sleeping in a different room each day," Su Yuewei mused, finding delight in the arrangement. If built in the village, it would not compare to the city. Selling it in the future would pose a significant challenge. If one desires a grand house, it would be wiser to purchase an existing one in the city. Su Yuewei huffed, her dramatic nature resurfacing. "I refuse. I do not wish to inhabit a place once occupied by others. If I am to live somewhere, it must be in a newly constructed house of my own." Su Yuewei recognized her lack of patience to oversee the construction process. Although Yuan Suijun could be rather bothersome at times, he was fundamentally upright and kept his word. With him supervising, she could adopt a hands-off approach. "Let us build it then." Agreed? Chapter 45. "All our mundane people release me." He gritted through clenched teeth. A faint annoyance etched across his face, while warmth surged to his ears, reddening them. Compared to his usual composed demeanor, Yuan Suijun appeared more vibrant and less restrained at that moment. "I shall not. You must agree first." Yuan Suijun found it perplexing how someone could so thoroughly enjoy being coy. Su Yuewei's gaze fell upon his slightly flushed face, a manifestation of his irritation, as if a new world had been unveiled to her. It dawned on her that Yuan Suijun was not always so effortlessly composed. He disliked delicate, whiny voices. Excellent. That was precisely her forte. Thus, she deliberately softened her tone, urging him to acquiesce, suggesting that it would entail no detriment to him. "If you refuse, I shall continue to speak to you in this manner, using this voice to irritate you." Ultimately, she could no longer restrain her inherent nature, resorting to veiled threats. Yuan Suijun paused, his gaze heavy upon her. Do you truly believe you are repulsing me? Su Yueling tilted her head, her expression somewhat bewildered. Did you not claim to dislike this? Yuan Suijun, reflecting on his previous fleeting thought that Su Yueling was somewhat endearing, concluded that he must have been in a moment of folly. Seizing the opportunity while she remained perplexed, he resolutely pulled his sleeve away. Once you have saved enough money, I shall assist you in hiring someone to construct a house. Having uttered this, he hastily exited the room, as though it were a den of peril. Content with her successful manipulation, Su Yueling felt a sense of satisfaction. It was merely 1,000 taels. A little more sugar sold would suffice. A moment later, the system's voice chimed in. Yuan Suijun's fondness for you has increased from 0 to 10. It must be because you, dear host, wish to build a grand house to improve the Yuan family's circumstances. It seems this path was indeed the right choice. The system concluded that it no longer needed to guide Su Yueling, as her performance had markedly improved. Su Yueling tilted her head slightly, recalling that Yuan Suijun had just opposed this notion moments ago. Could it be that he was merely feigning disinterest? Regardless, with such minimal goodwill, she found it hardly worth her concern. Her recent act of generosity had undeniably altered several villagers' perceptions of her, resulting in a notable increase in their favor. Although their contributions could not rival those of the Yuan family, the sheer number of them was advantageous. It appeared that she could adopt a populist approach, spreading her reputation for virtue far and wide. Who could rival her willingness to invest such a considerable sum in constructing a grand abode for her husband? Though in truth, Su Yueling was merely motivated by her desire for a spacious home. Ultimately, the goal was achieved. With that thought, she reached out to touch his forehead. The Yuan family had long been acutely aware of Yuan Suijun's frailty, and thus were genuinely concerned for his health. Recently, his elder brother had shown signs of improvement. It would be unfortunate if he were to fall ill again. Yuan Suijun evaded her touch, his expression indifferent, merely stating that it was warm inside and he had stepped out for some fresh air. An involuntary wave of self-loathing surged within him. Yuan Suijun was all too aware of the peculiar nature of his feelings. Despite his disdain for Su Yueling's character and his desire to correct her, he found himself inexplicably captivated. Surely, it was due to her striking beauty, radiant and alluring. He had once believed himself different from other men, immune to the allure of physical charm, valuing authenticity beneath the surface more than mere appearances. Yet, Su Yueling's very presence had made him realize that he was no different from those other men, merely a commoner. Rather than directing his ire towards Su Yueling, he found himself blaming only himself. In the house, Su Yueling and the 250 system experienced the fluctuating affections of Yuan Suijun. Yuan Suijun's affection for you decreased from 10 to 0. What happened? Yuan Suijun's affection for the host has once again risen to 10, growing increasingly frustrated. Su Yueling wondered what this man was up to. She decided it was high time to halt today's affection ratings. Irritated by Yuan Suijun's erratic feelings, Su Yueling resolved to engage in some mischief to lift her spirits. Is there anything you wish to purchase, sister-in-law? Yuan Suijun, being inherently restless, felt quite pleased to be given a task, believing it made his time at home more worthwhile. With a sweet smile that brightened her eyes, Su Yueling asked, Could you please find my uncle and aunt? You should know where the main residence is, right? Yuan Suijun nodded, for how could he not be aware of his in-laws' whereabouts? Both Yuan Suijun and Yuan Baoshu cast their gazes toward her. Su Yueling had never concealed her disdain for the main residence, typically avoiding the topic altogether. Yet today, she had surprisingly suggested that Suifeng visit that very place, which raised suspicions. Yuan Suijun perceived Su Yueling's smile as cunning, reminiscent of a little fox. Just tell them that Su Yuewei has engaged in business with the people from Jixianglu, selling 10 taels of silver. Yuan Baoshu remarked, sister-in-law. They will undoubtedly side with their daughter. They might even think highly of Su Yuewei's capabilities. She could already envision their reactions upon learning of this development. Su Yueling let out a soft hum, asserting that she was not seeking to arbitrate on their behalf. She was far from foolish. Her intention was merely to remind them that their beloved daughter had come into wealth, and thus, it was only fitting for her to show filial piety towards her parents. Given her understanding of the couple, it seemed likely they would rush to the Zhang family, vying with Su Yuewei for a share of that fortune. As soon as Su Yueling spoke, the others instantly grasped her underlying motive. She relished in the spectacle, unperturbed by the ensuing chaos. Yuan Suijun was rendered speechless. Su Yueling was anything but an ordinary troublemaker. If Su Yuewei displeased her, she was determined to ensure the other party felt even greater discontent. The resentful Su Yueling, with a veneer of insincerity, proclaimed, "I am acting in their family's best interest. Surely, education for Tianbao incurs considerable expense. As the only male heir of the Su family's main branch, Su Yuewei would undoubtedly be more than willing to toil for her younger brother." She further asserted that her actions were in service of nurturing the sibling bond between them. In a moment of self-reflection, she mused, "I truly am an understanding person. Am I not?" Even Yuan Bashu, who often viewed Su Yueling through a rose-tinted lens, found it hard to nod in agreement. Yuan Suijun stifled a laugh. Su Yueling was simply beyond comprehension, her audacity in wrongdoing delivered with an air of righteous conviction, as if she sought accolades for her misdeeds. He cast a glance at Yuan Suifeng, who was equally astonished by Su Yueling's antics, and said, "Let us proceed as she suggests." One could hardly blame Su Yueling. It was merely a reflection of the Su family's previous neglect in handling affairs, and she was simply seeking to reclaim a bit of what was rightfully hers. Chapter 46. Why is she so unfortunate? Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the Su family residence, Yuan Suifeng knocked forcefully, creating a resounding thud that shook the very door. "Who is it? Enough already. If you knock any harder, the door will fall apart," Su Yaoshe called out. Her voice strained. As she opened the door, she was taken aback to find Yuan Suifeng standing there. "What brings you here?" She harbored a certain apprehension towards Yuan Suifeng's robust physique, pondering what kind of nourishment the Yuan family provided to their children. With a cheerful demeanor, Yuan Suifeng replied, "I have come to deliver a message from my sister-in-law." "Su Yueling?" Su Yaoshe furrowed her brow, as if recalling something significant. Her expression darkened as she exclaimed, "Tell her to abandon any unrealistic hopes. I will never allow Tianbao to be adopted by their branch." With that, she attempted to shut the door once more. Yuan Suifeng interjected, "Actually, your daughter, the wife of the Zhang family, recently learned the recipe for our family's lotus leaf chicken and has been selling it at the auspicious restaurant in town." Su Yaoshe's demeanor shifted instantly. "Indeed, that is my way. She is truly remarkable, managing to secure business even with the auspicious restaurant. Moreover, profiting from Su Yueling's recipe only adds to my delight. She sold it for a substantial 10 taels. My sister-in-law mentioned that this money is her way of showing filial piety to you both as elders. She does not seek to confront you. She merely worries that you might be unaware of this matter and kindly asked me to inform you." Su Yaoshe stood rooted in place, her mind consumed by the thought of 10 taels. Cursed be that lotus leaf chicken. She suddenly recalled, "Damn it, she is my own flesh and blood. And she has made a fortune while keeping it from us. 10 taels of silver. She endured the arduous journey of carrying her child for 10 months, only to wish to cast them aside upon earning money. How naive." Su Dashan's countenance darkened. It was indeed disheartening, for she often proclaimed that her maternal family was her true support. All of it was mere pretense. Her thoughts solely lingered on the Zhang family, entirely disregarding us. She had scarcely been married into the Zhang family for 6 months, and already her allegiance had strayed. This wealth must be shared with us, otherwise. Have we not raised her in vain all these years? The head of the household, you are correct. We must go at once. If we delay any longer, that money may slip from our grasp. Su Yaoshe pondered the recent developments regarding Yuan Suifeng's visit, realizing that Yueling had specifically sent someone to inform us of this matter. Undoubtedly to curry favor. I knew she had her eyes on our Tianbao. Su Dashan's expression darkened further. Tianbao is our family's hope, and she should not even dare to entertain such thoughts. She is merely a married woman. How dare she presume to govern our affairs? Henceforth, Tianbao shall not meet with her. As long as he remains opposed, Su Yueling can only dream in vain. The matter of the money remains paramount, and Su Yaoshe concurred. The couple hurried towards Lushan village, anxious that if they tarried, the money might sprout wings and vanish. At the Zhang residence, Su Yuewei had already presented 10 taels of silver to Zhang Chuang, yet, even so, the Zhang family regarded her with disdain. The husband she adored treated her as if she were invisible, while Xinghua occasionally shot her scornful glances. Her once supportive brother-in-law, Zhang Wanli, now looked at her with disbelief, as if she had committed some grievous error. In the depths of her heart, Su Yuewei felt utterly wronged. Her efforts were undeniably for the sake of her small family with Cheng Wang, and the savings she had meticulously gathered would ultimately benefit them both. Yet, Cheng Wang refused to utter a single word in her defense. Su Yueling. She was the root of all this turmoil. Had she not been so indiscreet, there would have been no discord with the Zhang family. Why was she so unable to tolerate her happiness? It was infuriating that she engaged in such self-sabotaging actions, merely spending a trifling amount of money, while the short-sighted villagers praised Su Yueling, conveniently overlooking her previous misdeeds, and even belittled her, branding her duplicitous. Was money truly so paramount that it could compel these people to shamelessly extol Su Yueling? If she did not voice her grievances, she felt she might suffocate in her own frustration. However, given that Su Yueling rarely ventured beyond her own doorstep, she found herself lacking any means to exact revenge. Forced to bide her time. Yuewei, open the door. Your father and mother have come to see you. Upon hearing her parents' voices at the door, Su Yuewei's heart warmed. Surely, they were concerned about her life after marriage and had come to check on her. Zhang Xinghua, hearing this commotion, scoffed derisively and stormed into her own room, too disinterested to maintain even a facade of cordiality with her sister-in-law. Presently, Su Yuewei had no inclination to appease her. She hurried to open the door instead. Her parents, Su Yaoshi and Su Dashan, had rushed over, and given the sweltering weather, they were both drenched in sweat, emanating a scent reminiscent of salted fish. Su Yuewei felt a surge of emotion. Father, mother, what brings you here? To her surprise, even her father, who typically loathed leaving the house, had come today. Su Liao tightly grasped her arm, exerting such force that Su Yuewei found it impossible to break free. My dear Weier, you have truly made something of yourself. Earning money now. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Yuewei. Mother, what are you talking about? Do not feign ignorance with me, Su Liao retorted sharply. Who doesn't know that you sold the recipe for lotus leaf chicken for 10 taels of silver? Where is that money? Let me see it. You must not forget about Tianbao. He is your younger brother and the hope for our family's future. Before your marriage, you promised us that as long as you had a morsel to eat, you would not let Tianbao suffer. Su Dashan chimed in. Where? You have always been the most filial. Surely, you wouldn't neglect your parents or your brother, would you? The expenses for Tianbao's education are significant. We will use that money to ensure he can study, and when he succeeds, the entire family will be grateful for your generosity. The words struck Su Yuewei like firecrackers exploding beside her, leaving her pale and tearful. Why was her fate so cruel? After finally earning a little money, her in-laws were already on her mind, and now her own family was visiting with expectations. Mother, I placed that money with Zhang Chenwang, she murmured softly, attempting to dispel her parents' delusions. Having married into the Zhang family, she naturally had to prioritize them. Su Liao erupted in anger. That money belongs to the Su family. How dare he claim it? No, I must reason with him. At the very least, he should give us half of those 10 taels. Chapter 47. Su Yuewei hits a wall. Having toiled in the fields since childhood, Su Liao, though in her 40s, remained particularly agile. She stormed inside, determined to confront Zhang Chuang. She could hardly believe that Zhang Chuang would dare to defy her, his elder. After all, she held a significant leverage over him. Su Dashan intentionally lagged a few steps behind his wife, allowing her to take the lead in this confrontation. He was not adept at arguing and certainly could not emulate his wife's fierce demeanor. Thus, it was wisest to leave such matters to Su Liao. Su Yuewei wished to intervene and stop her mother, but was shoved aside by Su Liao, stumbling and falling to the ground, her palms stinging with pain. Ignoring the throbbing in her hand, she hastily rose to her feet. With Zhang Chenwang currently harboring disdain for her, any further escalation could leave her without a place in the Zhang household. In her haste to stand, she lost her balance and twisted her ankle, the sharp pain eliciting a pained groan from her, beads of sweat forming as she struggled. She could only drag her foot. A look of agony etched on her face as she entered the room. Upon her arrival, Su Liao wore an expression of triumph, her head held high. Su Yuewei's heart sank, her voice trembling as she asked, Mother, what have you done? Naturally, Su Liao would not confess to having stormed into the study to threaten Zhang Chenwang. She was practically beaming with joy. Oh, it's nothing. That child, Chenwang, is far more sensible and filial than you. As soon as I mentioned it, he handed me 5 taels of silver. Tears streamed down Su Yuewei's face. This was her parents, who would readily strip her of her very bones and blood. Her thoughts drifted to her late uncle, who toiled tirelessly to provide a generous dowry for Su Yueling, fearing she might suffer any disadvantage. At that moment, an unfilial thought crossed Su Yuewei's mind. How she wished she were her uncle's daughter. She watched her parents depart with cheerful hearts, and she felt as though she were ensconced in the depths of winter, a chill permeating her very being. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Zhang Qingwang's frigid voice jolted her from her reverie. Why must you feign emotions here? You truly are the perfect daughter of the Su family. If you were so concerned about your natal family, why marry into the Zhang family? He regretted marrying Su Yuewei, believing it would ensure his son was cared for, especially since he had initially been deceived by her seemingly virtuous facade, even harboring thoughts of abandoning Lin Yang to grow old together with her. Upon encountering his unabashed disdain, Su Yuewei felt her heart shatter into countless fragments. Was Zhang Chenwang truly contemplating divorce? How heartless he was! Despite being betrayed by his ex-wife Gu Linyang, he could not bring himself to leave her, even crafting a narrative to shield her reputation from tarnish. She had been so devoted, laboring tirelessly for him, yet he failed to acknowledge her efforts, allowing the ire of her parents to be unjustly directed towards her. In the throes of profound sorrow and indignation, Su Yuewei wept in lament. Is it only through my death that you will recognize my sincerity? With that, she dashed towards the wall that stood furthest away from her. Zhang Chenwang, caught off guard, could only watch in horror as her resolute figure moved away. His expression shifted drastically, his voice cracking as he implored, "Stop her." If Su Yuewei were to come to harm, the idle tongues outside would surely accuse him of driving his wife to despair. No matter how innocent he was, their words would tarnish his reputation. How could he possibly maintain his position thereafter? Zhang Wanli instinctively seized Su Yuewei's form, halting her advance. His complexion paled as he pleaded, "Sister-in-law, please do not lose hope. I believe in you." He inherently possessed a certain tenderness towards the weak. Upon witnessing Su Yuewei's tear-filled eyes, pale complexion, and lips devoid of color, he felt a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor, as if she were a delicate flower ravaged by a tempest. Zhang Wanli's previous dissatisfaction with Su Yuewei dissipated entirely, and he began to reminisce about her past kindness, harboring some grievances towards his cold-hearted elder brother. His brother had shown excessive indifference towards his sister-in-law, having just celebrated his 11th birthday and with a hearty appetite contributing to his physical development. He was not as naive as one might presume. Realizing the softness pressed against him, he quickly released his grip. Su Yuewei had never truly intended to harm herself. She merely sought to convey her determination through such drastic means. After being restrained, she turned her head away, silently shedding tears. Zhang Chenwang felt a pang of remorse in his heart, and his voice softened slightly compared to before, urging her not to cry, assuring her of his belief in her. Regardless, they managed to endure this trial with relative ease. While Su Liao was somewhat reluctant, she had little choice but to acquiesce to the men of the household. Su Dashan nodded impatiently, indicating his understanding. In truth, he had never engaged in gambling. He was well aware that gambling houses were far from respectable establishments. He merely sought an excuse to procure money from home. Now that he had funds, he could finally visit his beloved concubine again and even purchase her a silver hairpin. He had long grown weary of the face of the matron at home. The mere thought of his delicate darling waiting for him in the brothel ignited a fervor within Su Dashan, prompting him to hastily bathe and don his finest attire before blissfully departing. In the auspicious establishment, the auspicious building, Master Su of Jixiang Building gazed at the noticeably diminished number of patrons compared to the previous day and could not help but inquire of the nearby waiter, "Why are there so few customers today?" Hardly had this fortunate period lasted a few days when the numbers dwindled again. Surely, it could not be that the guests had grown weary of the lotus leaf chicken. How could that be? This delicacy is so exquisite that one could savor it daily without ever tiring of it. He was even contemplating inviting the literati from the city to partake, hoping they would inscribe their praises, for these cultured individuals have a penchant for such dishes. "Master, the customers have all flocked to Fulai restaurant," the waiter replied. "Fulai has also introduced lotus leaf chicken, and they claim their version is the authentic one, while ours is but a counterfeit." "Nonsense," Master Su retorted angrily. "We were the first to offer lotus leaf chicken, but the patrons insist that theirs is indeed superior, the genuine article, and have now all migrated to their establishment." The waiter lamented. Fuming, Master Su's hands trembled with rage. "Fulai restaurant is riding on our coattails. This is utterly outrageous." What confounded him further was how they managed to present a more delectable version of the dish so swiftly. He understood that these patrons were exceedingly pragmatic. Given the same price, they would naturally gravitate towards the tastier option. They had considered imitating Fulai's signature dish, yet despite their efforts, it never matched the quality of Fulai's offering. If customers began to compare, it would tarnish Jixiang Building's reputation. Investigate this matter thoroughly. I demand clarity. After 2 days of waiting and parting with a significant amount of money, Master Su finally gleaned some insider information. The information he uncovered only fueled his anger further. It appeared that the recipe for the lotus leaf chicken at Jixianglu had been surreptitiously acquired by Su Yuewei from her cousin, Su Yueling. Su Yueweling's father was the former proprietor of Fuelai restaurant. Moreover, the dompa pork, shrimp dumplings, and cold noodles were all dishes that Su Yueling had sold to Fuelai restaurant. How could Su Yueling possess such extensive culinary knowledge? And as for Su Yuewei, how dare she deceive them? Had he known earlier that there existed a superior version, he would have never purchased from her and would have sought out Su Yueling directly. It was no wonder that Fuelai restaurant had the audacity to claim they were the authentic source. The young waiter, brimming with indignation, asked the manager whether they should confront Su Yuewei. Confront? What purpose would that serve? Are you intent on causing a commotion that would reveal to everyone how we were swindled? If we are to settle accounts, it is not something to be rushed. Manager Su replied, let us seek out Su Yueling. He pondered whether the white sugar was also supplied by Su Yueling. He had heard that the large shipment had been sent to the prefecture, and that the influential family behind Fuelai restaurant was the wealthy Imo family of the prefecture. If that white sugar indeed originated from Su Yueling, they must do everything in their power to win her favor. After some reflection, Manager Su reluctantly purchased a set of silver-headed utensils and extravagantly acquired a heavy gold bracelet, preparing to present it to Su Yueling. After all, women are often swayed by such tokens. Once his gifts were ready, Manager Su inquired about Su Yueling's current residence and set off for Lushan village. Upon arriving in Lushan village, he was greeted by a landscape predominantly filled with dilapidated, low-lying houses, and the ground was merely a stretch of yellow earth. He furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before deciding to retrieve the gold bracelet from the box. There was no need to spend such a considerable sum. The silver headpiece would suffice. Given the humble appearance of Lushan village, Su Yueling likely had little exposure to the finer things in life. After making inquiries along the way, they arrived at the doorstep of the Yuan family. The residence was evidently superior to those of the surrounding households, yet Manager Su remained unimpressed. Inside, Su Yuewei lifted her gaze and immediately spotted the carriage marked with the emblem of Jixiang Tower. Her heart skipped a beat, nearly lodging in her throat. Could it be that Jixiang Tower had come to settle a score with her? The 10 taels of silver were far from her possession. However, Manager Su disembarked from the carriage and proceeded directly to the Yuan family's entrance, where he knocked on the door, with the shop assistant behind him holding the box. Su Yuewei was momentarily taken aback. Was Manager Su not seeking her? She found herself unable to resist standing by the window. After a considerable time of knocking, when Yuan Suifeng finally opened the door, Su inquired, is this the Yuan residence? Is Su Yueling present? I am the manager of Jixiang Tower and wish to conduct business with her. Su Yuewei felt as if she had been struck a resounding blow, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Manager Su had come in search of Su Yueling for business? Had Su Yueling's reputation reached even Jixiang Tower? The esteemed manager had personally arrived. In contrast, she had to accompany her previous transaction with flattery, and now her heart twisted with a mix of jealousy and sorrow. She should have felt elated that Jixiang Tower had overlooked her. As Manager Su entered the house alongside Yuan Suifeng, he immediately regretted his decision upon seeing Yuan Baoshu, adorned in splendid cloud silk. Yuan Baoshu, only 10 years of age, did not mistake her for Su Yueling. However, upon observing her attire, he realized he had underestimated the wealth of the Yuan family. Who would have thought that such a humble mountain village could boast someone adorned in cloud silk? Even his own daughter typically donned only fine cotton at home. Please, have some tea, Yuan Baoshu said, placing a cup of sweetened water before Manager Su. Despite her lack of fondness for the auspicious building that conducted business with Su Yuewei, she was still aware of the fundamental etiquette of hospitality. As for her sister-in-law, it was her nap time, and Yuan Baoshu had no intention of disturbing her. Manager Su glanced at the cup, realizing it contained merely plain water, devoid of even a single tea leaf. A sense of displeasure washed over him, given his status. Bolstered by his connections, he was accustomed to being treated as a distinguished guest in the grandest households of the city. Yet here he was, being offered hot water by the Yuan family. He had heard that the Yuan family had even produced a scholar. Was this the manner of hospitality one could expect from a scholar's household? After taking a sip, Manager Su was taken aback by the delightful sweetness that enveloped his palate. An exquisite sweetness unlike that derived from ordinary cane sugar. He peered into the cup, and a thought occurred to him. Had they added white granulated sugar to the water? Yuan Baoshu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we may lack in many things, but sugar is not one of them. We just prepared 50 pounds last night. Manager Su was genuinely surprised that a humble family like the Yuans could afford to serve white granulated sugar. Even his own household could not manage such a luxury. After all, the white sugar supplied to Fululu predominantly catered to the capital, with only a small portion reaching the county. And it was nearly impossible to procure, even with wealth. Is the white sugar served here supplied by your family? Yuan Baoshu had no intention of admitting to the matter. Her inherent inability to deceive was apparent, for even in silence, her expression betrayed a hint of truth. Su, the shopkeeper, was elated. All thoughts of recipes had fled his mind. If he could secure a deal for white sugar, he would be hailed as a hero, perhaps even promoted to a managerial position in the capital, a veritable leap to greatness. He exclaimed with fervor, "I am willing to purchase your family's white sugar recipe for 100 taels. Sell it to me." Chapter 49. I shall see you in a different light, 100 taels. Is that meant to dismiss me like a beggar? Su's insincerity was palpable. Are you certain? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Su quickly sensed the underlying mockery and replied, "Then let us say 200 taels. It cannot be more than that. Others may not be inclined to offer such a sum for the recipe." Yuan Suifeng chuckled lightly. "I'm afraid our monthly earnings from white sugar far exceed 200 taels." Su had not anticipated that Fula restaurant would be willing to spend such a considerable amount. Were he in their shoes, he would certainly offer 1 tael for a pound of white sugar and insist on a contract stipulating a minimum monthly supply of 500 pounds. The proprietor of Fula restaurant, Sun Qian, evidently lacked business acumen. Yet, Su was adaptable. He smiled readily, his demeanor devoid of embarrassment, declaring, "What Fula restaurant can offer, our Jixiang building can match. Moreover, our owner, the Wu family, is a renowned and affluent household in the capital. Cultivating this beneficial relationship would not be a loss for you." In the Wu family's current generation, there emerged a remarkably gifted individual, Wu Shoujie, who, at the tender age of 17, achieved the prestigious title of Shoucai with the highest distinction, promising a bright future ahead. His words seemed to extend an olive branch. Yet they also bore an undertone of pressure, subtly cautioning the Yuan family against provoking the Wu clan heedlessly. As the steward of the Wu family, "Your arrival has indeed brought honor to our humble abode," he remarked. Yuan Suejuan's voice was cool and detached, yet he swiftly altered his tone, stating, "We, as a modest household, are ill-equipped to host esteemed guests like yourself. Please take your leave." "You." Steward Su erupted in fury. Incredulous that a mere Yuan family would dare to dismiss him, Yuan Suifeng rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, and challenged, "Will you leave on your own? Or shall I escort you out?" Steward Su's expression shifted, and with a frigid demeanor, he replied, "I shall take my leave." He then swept out in indignation. He deemed it necessary to report this incident to his superior, intending to lodge a formal complaint against the Yuan family. Upon boarding his carriage, he witnessed Yuan Suifeng tossing a basin of water at the entrance of their home, which only fueled his ire further. Was this an affront to his cleanliness? Yuan Suifeng was unfazed. After all, Steward Su had shown them no respect, yet he expected it in return. It was only after Su Yueling awoke that she became aware of the unfolding events. Yuan Baoshu remarked, "Fortunately, sister-in-law, you did not witness his countenance." It was utterly infuriating. He is merely leveraging the influence of the Wu family to act so brazenly. Had it not been for my brother's ill health these past few years, Wu Shoujie would not have had the opportunity to gain such renown. While it is often said that Wu Shoujie's achievement of the top rank as a Shoucai at 17 is a rare feat, my brother accomplished the same at the age of 14. However, due to his health issues over the years, he has unfortunately fallen from grace. However, my brother's health has improved significantly. Once he has fully recuperated, he will be able to participate in the provincial examination next year. Wu Shoujie, that name sounds incredibly familiar. Suddenly, she recalled an incident. The original owner's illicit affair was apparently with someone named Wu Xiaoming. Wu Xiaoming and Wu Shoujie, their names bear a striking resemblance, suggesting they might be brothers. She promptly consulted the system, which swiftly clarified her doubts. Wu Xiaoming is the third son of the Wu family, born of a concubine, while Wu Shoujie is the legitimate fourth son. Currently, the proprietors of Mingwei Tower and Jixiang Tower are also from the Wu family. The system even presented an image of Wu Xiaoming. He appeared above average in looks, adorned in fine silk, wielding a folding fan, exuding an air of self-proclaimed elegance. Su Yueling thought, absolutely not. The original owner's taste was truly questionable. After witnessing Yuan Suejuan's countenance, reminiscent of the illustrious Canon, how could she possibly find Wu Xiaoming appealing? Perhaps it was his wealth that captivated her. Although he was born of a concubine, his mother was quite favored within the Wu household, hence he was adorned with jade ornaments worth hundreds of taels. His attire certainly suggested affluence. It would be more accurate to say the original owner was enamored with his riches rather than with him as a person. Is he truly wealthy? This jade ornament lacks purity and contains impurities. Based on its quality, it barely ranks as a third-tier piece. Such jade is unworthy of being crafted into marbles for me. The system refrained from further dialogue with Su Yuewei. After encountering with Yueling, she found him repulsive and resolved to seek Yuan Suijun to cleanse her eyes. In the study, Yuan Suijun, engrossed in his reading, noticed the sound of the door opening and lifted his gaze to see Su Yuewei entering. Was she here to fetch a book? The faint fragrance emanating from Su Yuewei enveloped him like an elusive web, and although he wished to disregard it, accomplishing such a feat proved more challenging than anticipated. He continued to nod in concentration over his book. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Yuewei settling across from him. She held no book, nor did she engage in calligraphy or painting. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, quietly observing him. Yuan Suijun could feel her gaze resting upon his face. Even in her stillness, her presence was undeniably compelling. In the company of others, he could easily ignore prying eyes, immersing himself in the ocean of literature. Yet when the observer was Su Yuewei, he found it impossible to feign indifference. After a while, he set down his book and lifted his gaze to meet hers, inquiring what was amiss. Su Yuewei blinked and replied, "You may continue reading. There is no need to mind me." "Then why do you watch me?" he questioned, suspecting that this might be Su Yuewei's new method of teasing him. If so, she had certainly succeeded in disrupting his composure. "Because you are rather handsome," Su Yuewei declared unabashedly. Yuan Suijun's heart raced unexpectedly, warmth spreading from his chest to his limbs, and his ears burned with heat. He struggled to maintain an outward appearance of nonchalance. "What are you playing at?" Su Yuewei responded, "I just saw someone who was both ugly and narcissistic, and my eyes were injured. Thus, I needed to gaze upon something beautiful to cleanse my vision." In truth, she could gaze upon her own reflection, for her beauty was exquisite and ethereal, and each glance at her visage allowed her to savor another morsel of food. Yet, alas, the copper mirror of this world failed to reflect her allure. Thus, Su Yuewei had no choice but to settle for observing Yuan Suijun. Upon meeting her clear, limpid gaze, Yuan Suijun felt not infatuation for her appearance, but rather a genuine admiration. He averted his eyes, his grip on the book tightening slightly. His tone as consistently indifferent as ever. "As you wish, gaze as you please, provided you do not disturb me." It seemed he perceived his words as an indulgence towards Su Yuewei, and he hastily added, "There shall be no next time." As a stick of incense burned down, the page of his book remained unturned. Chapter 50, The Dark Scheme. After cleansing her eyes with the visage of Yuan Suijun, Su Yuewei departed with a heart full of joy, leaving behind a Yuan Suijun whose emotions fluctuated ceaselessly. Upon exiting the study, she encountered Yuan Suifeng, who was hauling a sack of yellow earth. Upon seeing Su Yuewei, he waved and declared, "Tonight, I shall work through the night to see if I can produce 100 G. As for the wood needed for the boiling process, he had already ventured into the mountains to gather a substantial amount. For others, this was undoubtedly laborious toil. Yet Yuan Suifeng found great delight in applying his strength to such a purpose. His eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister-in-law, do you intend to sell this recipe? With this formula in hand, we could earn several hundred taels each month, accumulating thousands over the course of a year. Do not worry about us being burdened. This is but a trifle for us." Their family enjoys meat at every meal, and Bao Shu can even don luxurious silks, all thanks to her sister-in-law. Yuan Suifeng is more than willing to assist and never complains of hardship. Su Yuewei remarked, "However, my room is in close proximity to the kitchen, and the stove makes it unbearably hot every day. Even adding several basins of water does little to alleviate the heat. Moreover, due to the constant simmering of sugar, the smoke from the fire occasionally drifts into my room, compromising my quality of life, which I simply cannot tolerate. Earning money is meant to enhance my living conditions. To sacrifice quality for the sake of profit is utterly misguided. Besides, if one seeks to earn, there are far more options than merely selling white sugar." Yuan Suifeng wished to counsel Su Yuewei, but found himself in no position to do so, as the recipe belonged to her, and she alone held the authority. "Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the city to discuss matters with that shopkeeper." Yuan Suijun emerged from the study, acknowledging that selling the recipe might be beneficial. Yet the shopkeeper Su from Jixiong building did not seem to be a man of good nature. However, the intricacies of how much to sell and the method of selling are indeed matters of great significance. If Yuan Suifeng were to go alone, he feared the recipe would be sold at a bargain. Upon hearing that his elder brother would accompany him, Yuan Suifeng felt a sense of relief. After all, His intellect and eloquence paled in comparison to that of his brother. He intended to lodge a grievous complaint against the Yuan family, while also informing his employer about the sugar situation. The profit from white sugar was substantial, and even the affluent Wu family would likely be tempted. Should the Wu family decide to act, the Yuan family could face ruin. And he would not only be able to vent his frustrations but also gain recognition for his efforts. After instructing his trusted aides on various matters, Master Su promptly set off for the prefectural capital. After a day and a night of travel, upon arriving at the capital, he took the time to tidy himself up before delivering a letter to the Wu family's gatekeeper. It was not until 2 days later that Master Su finally met with the eldest son of the Wu family, Wu Xiaoping, as the legitimate heir. He had long been regarded as the next head of the Wu clan. Your sudden arrival, has something occurred in Guangning County? Guangning County is merely a small town within Ding'an Prefecture, and the Wu family only possesses a couple of taverns in the area. Had Master Su not sent word indicating the presence of a matter of great importance, Wu Xiaoping would have deemed it unworthy of his time to meet with a mere tavern keeper. Aware of the young master's temperament, Master Su wasted no time and got straight to the point. Young master, I have obtained leads on white sugar. Wu Xiaoping's initially indifferent expression shifted to one of solemnity. You are not jesting? Upon learning this information, I specifically sought to collaborate with the Yuan family. To my dismay, the Yuan family proved exceedingly arrogant. Despite my amiable overtures for cooperation, they dismissed us and expelled me from their presence. Master Su exaggerated, attributing all blame to the Yuan family. He felt justified in his words, believing he had approached them with sincerity, only to be met with their ungratefulness. Wu Xiaoping's demeanor turned cold. What sort of prominent family is the Yuan family? Master Su embellished the tale. The Yuan family has merely produced a scholar. Yet they behave as if they are above us. Yuan Suijun appears to be in poor health, clearly a man of short life expectancy. His wife, however, is a rare beauty, and it is a pity she is wed to him. However, the Wu family does not truly regard a mere scholar with much esteem. Nonetheless, Yuan Suijun, having once enjoyed a modicum of fame, might provoke the ire of literati if the Wu family were to exert their influence upon him. Over the years, the Wu family has expended considerable wealth to cultivate friendships with scholars, and they cannot afford to falter in this matter. If they wish to acquire the recipe for white sugar, they must proceed with caution. When discussing this issue with his younger brothers, Wu Xiaoming promptly suggested, Elder brother, this is quite simple. We should forge a marriage alliance with the Yuan family. The Yuan family produces a significant quantity of white sugar each month, likely requiring the entire household's involvement. Does Yuan Suijun not have a sister? We could merely betroth one of our own to her. Once the recipe is secured, and Yuan Suijun has passed away, the Yuan family would lose their support, allowing us to orchestrate the demise of his sister. Should she possess beauty, I would not hesitate to make a sacrifice of myself. Wu Xiaoping interjected with a hint of disdain, remarking that the Yuan family, being of such a lineage, is hardly a match for ours. Yet, he also recognized that Yuan Suijun's sister would certainly not be inclined to become a concubine. Nevertheless, there is merit in the suggestion of the third brother. Wu Xiaoming fanned himself, adopting a charming demeanor, suggesting that a marriage alliance may not be strictly necessary. I shall first engage with the young lady of the Yuan family to see if I can extract the recipe from her through persuasion. With his handsome visage and wealth, the Na'vi young lady of the Yuan family would be ill-equipped to withstand his flattery. Perhaps, with a simple gift of a gold hairpin and a few eloquent verses, he could easily win her heart. Wu Xiaoping's expression softened. Third brother, I entrust this matter to you. Chapter 51. The examination of talents at Fula Lu Sun Qian gazed at the composed and unruffled Yuan Suijun before him, nearly doubting that he had misheard. He stammered. Are you truly willing to sell us the recipe for white sugar? He was acutely aware of his master's immense valuation of the recipe. Securing this deal would elevate him to the status of a great benefactor. Yuan Suijun replied calmly, it all depends on how much Fula Lu is prepared to offer. Given the previous stance of the Mo family, as long as the Yuan family did not demand exorbitant prices, the Mo family would go to great lengths to acquire the recipe. Grant us 2 days' time, and I shall dispatch a letter to my master immediately. Even with the fastest steed, it will take at least a day to reach the capital. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, Yuan Suijun added, once this recipe is sold, it will not be offered to any other party. We shall not engage in this business again. I have 2 proposals for sale. The first is 5,000 taels of silver, along with 10% of the profits for the first decade. Sun Qian inhaled sharply. A 10% profit, even for just the first 10 years, seemed excessive. Alternatively, you could purchase it outright for 50,000 taels. Hearing the second option, he regained some composure. I shall relay this to my master, he responded. Yuan Suijun remarked, I believe the Wu family would also find this recipe quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian grew increasingly anxious. If the Wu family were to acquire the recipe, the Mo family would struggle to maintain dominance over them for the next decade. After departing Fula Lu alongside his elder brother and boarding their carriage, Yuan Suifeng, in a state of shock, exclaimed, 50,000 taels. Does the Mo family truly intend to offer such an amount? Perhaps this illustrates the distinction between him and his elder brother. Were it his decision, he would only dare to propose a price of 10,000 taels. Yuan Suijun remarked, in the possession of the Mo family. This formula could yield an annual profit exceeding 100,000 taels. Upon hearing this, Yuan Suifeng felt a pang of distress. Should we perhaps refrain from selling it? Your sister-in-law desires a spacious residence. She does not wish for our home to be suffused with the saccharine aroma of sweetness. We lack the manpower and financial resources of the Mo family, and our annual earnings are limited. The more individuals we hire, the greater the risk of exposure. As these words escaped his lips, Yuan Suijun found himself momentarily taken aback. When had he grown so accustomed to referring to her as her sister-in-law? Yuan Suifeng fell silent. Recognizing that the formula belonged to his sister-in-law, if she wished to sell it, it was indeed her prerogative, and others had no right to voice excessive opinions. Elder brother, which option do you believe the Mo family will choose? I sense that the first option is more advantageous for us, he ventured. Yuan Suijun replied. They will undoubtedly opt for the second option. Of course, the Mo family possesses a far superior character in this regard compared to the Wu family. So there is little cause for concern about their actions being excessively ruthless. This is also the rationale behind my choice to collaborate with the Mo family. My decision to forsake the Wu family is not solely rooted in my aversion to Manager Su. Mentioning the Wu family in the presence of Sun Qian is merely a tactic to exert pressure upon them. With a rival in the fray, the Mo family should be able to arrive at a decision more swiftly. Yuan Suifeng remained somewhat dazed, contemplating the sum of 50,000 taels. He knew that the wealthiest individual in the county was the Zhang merchant, yet even when aggregating all his belongings, he feared he possessed no more than 20,000 taels at most, let alone the village. As Yuan Suijun sat in the carriage, another thought crossed his mind, prompting a soft sigh. With this newfound wealth, Su Yueling would undoubtedly never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Yet, suddenly acquiring such a vast fortune was akin to a 3-year-old child clutching gold, oblivious to the many who coveted it. If he were to part ways with her at this moment, given her malleable nature, he could only imagine how many would seek to devour her. Were it not for his modest reputation in Guangdong County, merely possessing the title of a scholar might not suffice to protect her. Regardless, he must participate in the examinations next year and secure the title of a successful candidate first. Just as Yuan Suijun anticipated, upon receiving this news, Mo Lin, the head of the Mo family, personally arrived to negotiate the transaction. They opted for the second proposal, a lump sum of 50,000 taels. Converting all of it into cash was impractical, as even 5,000 pieces of gold would require several boxes. Ultimately, Yuan Suijun retained 1 box of gold and 1 box of silver, exchanging the remainder for silver notes. The Mo family demonstrated great courtesy, presenting not only the promised 50,000 taels but also a box of exquisite silk, adorned with the latest patterns. Additionally, they gifted a box of high-quality ink, paper, and writing implements, along with a set of ruby-headed and gold-headed writing brushes. In this regard, the Mo family certainly outshone the Wu family, not underestimating them simply because the Yuan family was of modest standing. Once the money was secured, the recipe for white sugar was formally handed over to Mo Lin. Upon examining the recipe, he stood in stunned silence for a few seconds. This was the method for producing white sugar? Yuan Suijun nodded, affirming the honesty of the exchange. Morin was utterly astonished. Who would have imagined that the seemingly filthy yellow clay could give rise to sugar as pure and pristine as snowflakes? It is no wonder that despite their various attempts, they had failed to produce white sugar. The method of creation proved to be far simpler than anticipated. Morin resolved to entrust the boiling of the sugar solely to his most trusted confidant. In order to maintain a low profile, any financial transactions would only be conducted under the cover of darkness. Thus, when Su Yueling awoke the following day, she was met with the news that the recipe for white sugar had fetched an impressive 50,000 taels. Though her understanding of wealth in this world was rather superficial, she comprehended that 50,000 taels was indeed a substantial sum. Truly remarkable, Yuan Suijun, Her initial estimate had merely been 10,000 taels at most. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. So I can build my grand house, right? Upon entering, Yuan Suijun beheld Su Yueling's radiant smile for the first time. Her bright eyes seemingly filled with stars. Yes, Su Yueling was overjoyed. Modern bathrooms and showers awaited. As for the expenditure, she was indifferent, after all. 50,000 taels would surely suffice. Suddenly, she recalled something and opened the box containing the banknotes. Each note was worth 1,000 taels. She withdrew 5 notes and handed them to Yuan Suijun, saying, "Here, this is your commission." Su Yueling, having little inclination to venture out for negotiations, recognized that without Yuan Suijun's assistance, securing such a sum would have been impossible. It was only right to offer him a commission. Yuan Suijun initially intended to decline, but observing Su Yueling's joyful demeanor as she eagerly prepared to sketch, he realized that given her nature, it was indeed plausible that she could squander the money completely within a few years. With this sum of money, it would be prudent to acquire some fertile land, subsequently registering it under Su Yueling's name. Possessing such land would undoubtedly ensure her sustenance and security. Chapter 52. Waiting here. To construct a residence, one must first procure land. In the capital, urban plots are elusive even to those with wealth, often requiring connections. However, the situation in Lushan village is quite different, as there are vast expanses of unclaimed wasteland available at remarkably low prices. To purchase land, it is essential to consult the village chief. Lushan village predominantly comprises the Lu surname, and upon hearing that Yuan Suijun intends to acquire land, Chief Luli expressed surprise, stating that one should be aware that the arable land here yields little produce. Any land capable of cultivation has long been developed, leaving behind only barren tracts, which are primarily suitable for constructing houses. Yuan Suijun, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that his wife desires to build a new home. Luli was taken aback, questioning whether the Yuan family's residence was not already satisfactory, as it is regarded as one of the finest in the village. Surely, Su Yueling could not be dissatisfied with the house she occupies? Such fastidiousness seems excessive. Nevertheless, if the funds for the construction were to be provided by Su Yueling, then others would have no grounds for skepticism. Luli casually inquired about the size of land intended for purchase. Yuan Suijun had already contemplated this and decided that 3 mu would suffice. Although Su Yueling's envisioned courtyard typically requires merely 2 mu, Yuan Suijun preferred to secure an additional mu to allow for future expansion. Luli was astonished, exclaiming, 3 mu? What scale of construction do you envision? Generally, in their village, acquiring 2 or 3 fun of land suffices, with half a mu already categorizing one as affluent. The Yuan family and the Lu family, both possessing residences of half an acre, were presumed to be limited in their aspirations for a new home, perhaps at most an acre. However, to everyone's astonishment, one of them intended to acquire 3 acres. Yuan Suijun was well aware that once the construction commenced, the news would be impossible to conceal, especially for a compound with 4 courtyards. Luli was taken aback. How could Su Yueling possess such wealth? To construct a residence with 4 courtyards? It is worth noting that in the county, families with such grand abodes are fewer than 5. She had just sold a recipe for white sugar and found herself with some disposable income. Yuan Suijun inquired about when the land would be approved. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady his overly excited heart, yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings. Was it indeed your family who produced the white sugar that sells for 10 taels of silver per pound in the city? Good heavens! He had seen that white sugar when he entered the city. It was as beautiful as snow. Yet, its exorbitant price made it utterly unaffordable for him. Moreover, it was rumored that this white sugar had a market but no price, making it unattainable for ordinary folk. They had speculated about whose ingenious method of sugar production could lead to immense wealth. Little did they realize that the bearer of the white sugar recipe resided in their own Lushan village, none other than Su Yueling herself. It is no wonder that Su Yueling spent money like water. Indeed, she was not lacking in funds. Now, to casually proclaim the construction of a 4-courtyard residence speaks volumes of her financial success. Surely, she must have accumulated several thousand taels. How fortunate the Yuan family must be, as the land for Yuan Suijun's construction was approved. News of Su Yueling's plans for a 4-courtyard mansion and her white sugar recipe spread throughout Lushan village within merely half a day. The villagers were filled with both envy and admiration. Indeed, it is no wonder that the Yuan family treats her with utmost reverence, for it seems they are quietly amassing wealth. They do not complain about Su Yueling's capriciousness. With such abundant resources at her disposal, even her whims would be indulged. Regrettably, it all benefits the Yuan family. Many villagers, simmering in jealousy, could extract a torrent of bitterness from their discontent. Henceforth, the Yuan family shall undoubtedly relish the fruits of their association with Su Yuewei. The grand residence, once completed, will surely astonish them with its magnitude. He surmised they were likely discussing matters concerning his household. Dismounting from his horse, his youthful voice rang clear. "Aunt Son, I would like your assistance in spreading the word about an important matter. My sister-in-law is planning to build a house, and we will certainly need extra hands. If there are any strong individuals in our village willing to work, please have them come forward to sign up with us. The daily wage will be no less than 21, and we shall ensure no one is underpaid. We seek those who are willing to toil diligently." Instantly, Aunt Son's previously sour expression transformed into a radiant smile. She patted her chest, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will notify every household about this. I am committed to my duties." Oh, she was blessed with 4 capable sons, and with a day's work, they could earn at least 81, amounting to over 2 taels a month. The thought of such earnings quickened her breath. The Yuan family's dealings were indeed straightforward. Who does not know that laboring in the fields is less profitable than manual labor? Yet, there are simply not enough jobs available. During the slack season, even a month of wandering in the city might yield no opportunities. Others, hearing this, shared in the delight, with some even suggesting, "Can we women also contribute? Although our strength may not be considerable, we are willing to accept a reduced wage. Half would suffice." They would be content with 10 coins a day. This way, with the whole family contributing, we could augment our income. Yuan Suifeng's voice was clear and resonant. As long as one is diligent in their work, all is feasible. With more hands, we could expedite the completion of the house. He recalled his elder brother's words. "Envy exists for the prosperous, while laughter is reserved for the destitute. Your sister-in-law has recently come into wealth, and many are envious of her. Though she may dismiss such idle gossip, we must still consider her well-being. By distributing the work among the villagers, they would be less inclined to speak ill of her behind her back." Moreover, some inquired of Yuan Suifeng how long it would take to construct Su Yuewei's house. They wished to calculate how long they could work and how much they could earn. Remembering his brother's instructions, he replied, "My sister-in-law believes that, with no work in the fields at present, everyone has ample time, so we can take our time. The house will require at least 2 months to complete." In truth, Su Yuewei had expressed that only the finest house is worthy of her residence. Given her beauty and grace, it is only fitting that she resides in an exquisite dwelling. This is justified, since the house is intended to be a lifelong home. It deserves meticulous attention. A construction period of 2 to 3 months is entirely reasonable. No one dared to label Su Yuewei as extravagant. Rather, they welcomed the notion that the house would take a minimum of 2 months to build, hoping it would take even longer. Observing the villagers' unanimous praise, Yuan Suifeng experienced a moment of clarity. It dawned on him that his elder brother had been waiting here all along. Observing her elder brother's seemingly indifferent demeanor towards his sister-in-law, one could hardly anticipate his genuine concern for her affairs, meticulously considering every aspect. Chapter 53, The Fallacy of Trusting Su Yuewei. At this moment, Su Yuewei bore an expression as solemn as one attending a funeral. This so-called virtuous wife and loving mother system proved to be utterly futile, with the daily refreshed marketplace offering scant desirable items. The so-called fertility elixirs and pregnancy-enhancing pills merely served to reinforce the facade of a devoted wife and mother, yet they failed to pique her interest, despite her points being sufficient for purchase. Over these past months, Yuan Suijuan's fondness for her remained stagnant at a mere 10. But her improving reputation in the village had contributed some points to her tally, compounded by the daily guaranteed 20 points. As a result, Su Yuewei's accumulation of points had surpassed 3,000, placing her in a position of relative affluence. How vexing it was that this insufferable system did not yield the design blueprint for an ancient flush toilet. Once her points exceeded 3,000, the system underwent an upgrade, unveiling a new monthly lottery feature. Each month afforded her 1 complimentary draw, while subsequent attempts demanded 50 points each, capping the total draws at 10 per month. The lottery was indeed intoxicating. Today, she had already drawn 5 times, each yielding a haphazard assortment of prizes. However, among today's offerings was the coveted flush toilet design, stirring her enthusiasm. Her new home could not possibly lack such a modern convenience. Although the odds of winning were a mere one must always harbor dreams. Reflecting on her previous draws only brought tears, 20 points, a 5 milliliters bottle of perfume, an eraser, a lipstick, and a pair of gloves. Upon a mere whiff of that perfume, she instantly discerned it to be a concoction of inferior synthetic fragrances, undoubtedly a product devoid of quality assurance. Utilizing it would surely result in an allergic reaction. The lipstick, in a ghastly shade of pink reminiscent of a Barbie doll, was something Su Yuewei would never dare apply to her lips, even after a year of going barefaced. As she watched her hundreds of points diminish into a pile of worthless items, she was compelled to confront a troubling notion. Perhaps her perfection incited the heavens' envy, resulting in her misfortunes and luck during the lottery. Would it not be prudent to borrow a smidgen of another's fortune? With a grave expression, she approached Yuan Baoshu and gently caressed her exquisitely smooth face, leaving Yuan Baoshu bewildered. After this fleeting touch, she decided to draw again. A bonus of 100 points. After deducting the 50 points required for the lottery, she effectively gained 50 points. But did Su Yuewei truly require such trifles? What she yearned to draw was a toilet. Oh, that might prove somewhat useful for her future residence. Yuan Baoshu possessed remarkably good luck. According to the law of conservation of fortune, she could no longer rely on her good fortune. Who else could she exploit next? There were still 2 draws left this month. Perhaps she should try her luck with Yuan Suifeng. Approaching Yuan Suifeng, she inquired, "May I see your sword?" Without hesitation, he produced his weapon. This sword was something Yuan Suifeng never parted with. It was, in essence, an extension of himself. With the sword in hand, she performed a flourish, effectively borrowing a fraction of Yuan Suifeng's good fortune. Without a moment's hesitation, she made her draw, only to be met with dismay the following second. "Thank you for your patronage, ugh." The probability of receiving the one-chance African Grand Gift Pack was thus seized by Yuan Suifeng, showcasing luck even more abysmal than hers. Su Yuewei hurried to wash her hands, scrubbing them no less than 10 times before she felt that the unsettling sensation had diminished somewhat. Was she truly destined to seek out Yuan Suijun for the final draw of the month? What if he turned out to be African as well? Yet, Yuan Suijun seemed to possess a modicum of good fortune. After all, he narrowly escaped death, having encountered a divine doctor who happened to be wandering in the capital. In the original tale, he was the longest-lived member of the Yuan family, albeit only surviving for a few years. Nevertheless, it was worth a try, surely. His luck must be better than her own. Thus, she pushed open the study door and approached Yuan Suijun. He had become adept at discerning who entered merely by the sound of footsteps, and Su Yuewei's were particularly light, akin to a bird alighting on the ground. Perhaps due to her disdain for the jade pendants and hairpins that adorned others, she never donned such trinkets. Instead, she preferred the silk flowers crafted by Baoshu herself. Meanwhile, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of orchids enveloped him as she drew near. Yuan Suijun set his book aside and looked up, inquiring with an air of indifference, "What is it?" Su Yuewei smiled sweetly. With each sugary smile, it foretold impending misfortune for someone, and that someone was likely to be him. He recalled how, just the previous night, she had knocked on his study door, lamenting her insomnia caused by a sip of tea she had indulged in during the day. To alleviate her incessant chatter and the possibility of her intruding upon his dreams, he had recounted tales from her storybooks. However, Su Yuewei had dismissed those tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens as tedious, insisting instead on hearing tales of the supernatural. Where, he wondered, might he find such stories? Yueling remarked, "You must be feeling fatigued from reading. How about I show you some eye exercises?" Yuan Suijun, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What is that?" With great enthusiasm, Su Yueling approached him from behind, exclaiming, "Come, let me teach you." She seized the opportunity to bask in his good fortune. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to consult the system. "Oh, system, by voluntarily offering Yuan Suijun eye exercises, am I not demonstrating my domestic virtues? Surely, today's virtue KPI is achieved." The system had grown accustomed to her whimsical nicknames. After some contemplation, it realized that when Zhangqing Wang felt weary from reading, Su Yuewei would never offer him eye exercises. By comparison, Su Yueling indeed exhibited greater domesticity. Thus, it granted today's task reward. "Now, close your eyes." Su Yueling placed her hands beneath Yuan Suijun's eyebrows at the Tianying acupoint and began to massage, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It must land on the toilet bowl. When the lottery pointer landed on the toilet bowl, Su Yueling nearly erupted in joy. She had truly won. The odds were a mere 1, and she had struck gold. Had she known Yuan Suijun possessed such fortuitous luck, she would have endeavored to bask in his aura more often. Su Yueling declared with conviction, she should not have doubted my abilities. Chapter 54. A distinguished guest arrives. Su Yueling's arrival was abrupt, and her departure even more so. The unique fragrance she left behind gradually faded, enveloping Yuan Suijun in a haze of confusion. Had Su Yueling simply come to relieve his eyes? Initially, he pondered whether she sought something from him, which prompted her attempts to ingratiate herself. Yet, that fleeting thought was swiftly dismissed. Yuan could not help but chuckle. How could that possibly be, given Su Yueling's disposition? Should she truly require his assistance, she would never beg but instead command him imperiously. One could only wonder how she developed such a temperament, perpetually exuding an air of entitlement, as if everyone ought to indulge her and heed her directives. Although others might acquiesce, their compliance often revealed an underlying sense of exhaustion. However, Su Yueling was distinctly different. Her brazen confidence invariably led others to follow her whims without hesitation. Could it be that, having awakened him in the middle of the night a few days prior to demand a story, she finally recognized her folly and sought to amend her behavior? Yet, the sincerity of her reparations seemed rather lacking. Nevertheless, the mere fact that she entertained such thoughts signified a remarkable progression. Yuan picked up a nearby brush, intending to compose a fantastical tale that would captivate her. If she found herself restless one night, he would regale her with a new narrative. She had always expressed disdain for the mundane tales circulating in society, deeming them cliché and tiresome. At this moment, Yuan's fondness for the host has risen to 20. The system was even more exhilarated than Su Yueling herself, for it was notoriously challenging to earn Yuan's affections. His favor was prone to rapid fluctuations, oscillating from 10 one moment to -10 the next. Su Yueling, however, remained largely indifferent, for she could easily cultivate the favor of others and saw no need to compromise herself for Yuan's approval. Yet, an increase in fondness was undoubtedly a positive development. Observing the situation, one cannot help but ponder the intricacies of enhancing one's favorable impression. A conundrum arises. She possesses the design, yet how shall she translate it into art? While she finds no difficulty in employing a brush for calligraphy, the realm of painting proves to be a challenge. Suddenly, Su Yueling realizes that her thought process has been ensnared in a fallacy. How could someone as astute as she fall into such an error? It must be the consequence of prolonged exposure to this era. She could effortlessly procure a pencil. With charcoal and wood at her disposal, the task becomes feasible. Moreover, she fortuitously acquired an eraser today. Even in its absence, a bun could serve as a substitute. To craft the pencil, Su Yueling naturally seeks the assistance of Yuan Feng, who possesses the most adept skills in her household. Although Yuan Feng remains oblivious to the purpose behind the pencil, he readily agrees with enthusiasm. Once she entrusts this task to him, she eagerly anticipates the completion of his work. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Su Yuewei finds herself in a state of discontent, akin to the sensation of countless ants crawling upon her. Her heart is restless. How could Su Yueling possibly possess the recipe for white sugar? Furthermore, she intends to construct a grand four-courtyard mansion. Does she not consider her own standing? She is merely the daughter of a shopkeeper, not even a true heiress. Despite her own virtues, being more diligent, more gentle, and more capable than Su Yueling, fate seems to favor her sister disproportionately, bestowing all the fortune upon her. The concept of building a four-courtyard house eludes Su Yuewei, yet she understands that such an endeavor would require a substantial sum of hundreds of taels. Her parents, in their misguided focus, have failed to recognize that rather than fixating on her meager savings, they ought to seek out Su Yueling. As if her mood were not already dismal enough, Zhang Xinghua further exacerbates her distress. Sister-in-law, I have heard that your cousin is offering a daily wage of 20 yuan for labor on the construction of her house, which amounts to 600 yuan in a month. Would you consider joining? This is certainly more profitable than your daily weaving. After all, you are family. Even if your strength is modest, your cousin is likely to compensate you with that same 21, perhaps even doubling it. Zhang Xinghua felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, lamenting why her brother did not marry Su Yueling instead. Had he done so, she would now be adorned in fine garments and residing in a grand abode, rather than Yuan Baoshu. In her discontent, she sought to provoke Su Yuewei. If it were not for Su Yuewei's unrelenting offense towards Su Yueling as a cousin, she could have benefited from the association. The Zhang family, being both relatives and neighbors, would have surely reaped some advantages. Now, due to Su Yuewei's singular actions, their ties with the Yuan family have only grown more tenuous. Su Yuewei, intent on suppressing Su Yueling, found the prospect of assisting this unremarkable cousin in her construction endeavors more unbearable than death itself. She furrowed her brow and declared, "No, Jinyu is still too young. He cannot be left without my care. I can help look after him," Zhang Xinghua retorted deliberately. Su Yuewei pressed her lips together in frustration, feeling increasingly disrespected by Xinghua. Why had she not yet found her a suitable match to hasten her departure? as she pondered how to dismiss Zhang Xinghua. The latter's attention was suddenly captured elsewhere. Her gaze fell upon the window, her mouth agape in astonishment, nearly speechless. Su Yuewei followed her gaze and beheld a splendid carriage, more resplendent than the county magistrate's sedan she had previously encountered in the city. This carriage was crafted from rosewood, while its frame was adorned with exquisite satin, a fabric so beautiful that it seemed a travesty to use it merely for draping a carriage instead of fashioning it into garments. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the decorative elements of the carriage were fashioned from gold, gleaming with an opulent brilliance. Zhang Xinghua, lost in thought, articulated Su Yuewei's unvoiced sentiments, pondering the vast quantity of gold required for such extravagance. Su Yuewei could not help but nod, her expression one of heartfelt concern. The gold spent on this carriage alone could sustain their family for several years. Yet, what could such a prominent figure possibly want in their village? Her heart raced with anticipation. Could it be that they sought Cheng Wang? Renowned for his talents in the county, perhaps he had attracted the attention of wealthy admirers. This individual possessed discernment. Her Cheng Wang was destined for a promising future in public office. However, the carriage soon came to a halt, and a driver clad in blue silk leaped down, lifting the curtain to reveal a young gentleman, resplendent in brocade and jade. His charismatic demeanor and striking features caused Zhang Xinghua to blush instantaneously. He was unlike any man from their village. Every gesture exuded an indescribable charm. Zhang Xinghua's heart raced. Could he have come to propose, having heard of her reputation? Su Yuewei was equally exhilarated, convinced he was there for Cheng Wang. Should she don the silver-plated hairpin that Cheng Wang had gifted her, to avoid bringing him shame? Alas, it seemed too late to don a new outfit. However, the coachman walked straight towards the Yuan residence and knocked on their grand door. The affluent young gentleman, elegantly wielding a folding fan, gently waved it. Su Yuewei felt a heaviness in her heart. Why was it the Yuan family again? Chapter 55, Evil Arises from the Heart. First update, he gracefully swayed the fan, a gesture he often practiced at home to demonstrate his exceptional charm. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a window in a nearby house ajar, with two ladies peering at him. One was distinctly dressed as a matron, her appearance merely pleasant, while the other, a young miss, was rather ordinary. When Wu Xiaoming's gaze met that of Zhang Xinghua, her cheeks flushed, revealing a bashful demeanor. This hint of shyness bestowed a touch of allure upon her otherwise commonplace visage. Wu Xiaoming felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Such unsophisticated girls from humble backgrounds were easily captivated. Without even fully displaying his charm, he had already captured a heart. Regrettably, the village girl's plainness rendered her unworthy of being his mistress. While he indulged in his fanciful musings, the door of the Yuan residence swung open, revealing Yuan Suifeng. Wu Xiaoming's servant stood tall, his tone imbued with a hint of superiority, proclaiming, "Our young master hails from the esteemed Wu family of the province. We have heard that your family possesses a recipe for white sugar, hence our visit to discuss business with you. With our Wu family's reputation, you shall undoubtedly not suffer any loss." He prided himself on the belief that merely mentioning the Wu family from the province would prompt the Yuan family to immediately recognize their status and respectfully engage in commerce with them. However, Yuan Suifeng merely scratched his head, a look of confusion adorning his face, and asked, "Which Wu family?" The surname Wu is not particularly rare, so how could he possibly know which Wu family it is? The smile on Wu Xiaoming's face faded. It was evident that this country bumpkin had never encountered the world, not even having heard of their Wu family. The young servant, brimming with a sense of familial pride, retorted with irritation, "The largest cloth shop in the capital is ours." Upon hearing this, Yuan Suifeng immediately understood. The Wu family's cloth shop indeed held significant renown, their silk being offered as tribute to the royal family. Although he could not fathom why the Wu family had set their sights on the recipe for white sugar, he was certain that the Yuan family would not engage in business with them. Wu Xiaoming's expression turned to one of astonishment, his composure shattered as his voice rose. "Who did you sell it to?" On this matter, the Mo family had not insisted on confidentiality, for once the Mo family began to sell white sugar in large quantities, everyone would inevitably become aware of it. "The Mo family," Yuan Suifeng replied, shutting the door behind him. Wu Xiaoming clutched his fan tightly, incredulous that it was the Mo family. Although the Mo family's primary business did not overlap with theirs, the two families had borne a grudge for 20 years over a dispute regarding a hot spring, and in the years since, they had both opened restaurants, intensifying their rivalry and mutual disdain, particularly now, as both families vied for the title of the wealthiest merchant. The Mo family acquiring the white sugar recipe was, without a doubt, the worst news he could have received. effectively derailing their original plans. His young servant looked anxiously at Wu Xiaoming. "Young master, what shall we do?" Wu Xiaoming's countenance was grave, his thoughts momentarily devoid of any inclination to flirt with the young maidens. The gates of the Yuan residence were firmly shut, rendering him unable to even catch a glimpse of anyone, let alone engage with the young ladies. Zhang Xinghua watched in despair as the man she cherished departed without even stepping into the Yuan household. After Wu Xiaoming had left, she hurriedly approached the door of the Yuan residence, knocking anxiously. Yuan Sui Feng, assuming it was Wu Xiaoming returning with undeterred persistence, irritably remarked, "I've already stated that the recipe for white sugar has been sold. Why do you still persist?" "Oh, it's you, Xinghua." Zhang Xinghua, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired of Yuan Sui Feng about the identity of the earlier visitor. What an impressive presence! To possess the means to purchase a recipe for white sugar. He must surely be affluent. Yuan Sui Feng casually replied, "He is a wealthy merchant from the prefecture, surname Wu." A dreamlike expression crossed Zhang Xinghua's face. A prosperous merchant from the prefecture must indeed be very wealthy. She yearned to pose further questions, yet Yuan Sui Feng had already closed the door. Frustrated, she pondered whether to curry favor with Su Yueling and borrow a few of her garments. Su Yueling's attire was crafted from exquisite silks, pristine and splendid, which would undoubtedly enhance her appearance, perhaps even making her as beautiful as Su Yueling herself. However, the thought of approaching her directly for a favor was daunting. She considered borrowing from Yuan Baoshu, but her shyness made that unlikely. Yet, the disparity in their figures posed a challenge, as she could not fit into Yuan Baoshu's garments. Ultimately, Zhang Xinghua resolved to seek out Su Yuewei, softening her tone as she addressed her, "Dearest sister-in-law, could you kindly assist me in borrowing 2 sets of clothing that Su Yueling typically wears? I would only need them for a couple of days." Su Yuewei was naturally unwilling. The thought of lowering herself to Su Yueling was more tormenting than death itself. However, she did not outright refuse, merely frowning and saying, "Yueling currently harbors misunderstandings towards me. Attempting to borrow from her may prove more difficult than your request." Zhang Xinghua replied, "You two are at least relatives. Surely there are no lingering grudges. A few kind words from you would undoubtedly persuade her. I won't borrow for long, just a few days. And I promise to return it without damage." She added, "If you cannot assist with such a trivial matter, then when I am well married, do not expect my support." Zhang Xinghua continued, "A wealthy merchant from the capital has come seeking the recipe for white sugar." She muttered, "The Yuan family truly lacks hospitality. A visitor arrives from afar, and they do not even offer a cup of tea, simply shutting the door in their face. Had it been our family, we would have served the finest tea, and I would personally brew it for that gentleman." The thought of white sugar starkly contrasted with her own frugality, where she was reluctant to part with even a single coin. The villagers, preparing for work, had shifted their earlier sentiments and now spoke highly of her. In stark contrast to Su Yueling, whose reputation had considerably declined, many labeled her as a false paragon of virtue. Recently, misfortunes had plagued her, further exacerbated by Su Yueling's provocations, igniting a fierce resentment within Su Yuewei. She glanced at Xinghua, noting that their figures were not dissimilar. If Xinghua donned Su Yueling's attire and adorned herself with her accessories from behind, one might easily mistake her for Su Yueling. Su Yuewei, with a plan forming in her heart, revealed a gentle smile and addressed Zhang Xinghua. "Is it for that young master we just encountered?" Zhang Xinghua's cheeks flushed as she replied, "No, I merely feel that I have reached the age to start dressing up." With a smile gracing her lips, Su Yuewei remarked, "Indeed, you have reached the age of admiration. Allow me to assist you in seeking information about that young master during my upcoming trip to the city. Even if it means compromising my own appearance, I shall ensure you acquire the garments you desire. Furthermore, I will learn from Baoshu the art of hairstyling to help you present yourself beautifully." Chapter 56. Dreaming of Su Yueling, second update. Zhang Xinghua was overjoyed, surprised that her sister-in-law was genuinely willing to help. Could it be that she sought to curry favor in hopes of benefiting from her future fortune? If she were to marry that wealthy young master, it would not be unreasonable to expect her assistance in return, as even a small share of her earnings would suffice for her needs. Su Yuewei softly continued, "However, I must consult my mother first. As an elder, her involvement will make it difficult for Yueling to decline, making it easier to persuade her." Zhang Xinghua waved her hand for the first time in days. She offered Su Yuewei a warm smile. "Sister-in-law, you should speak to Aunt about this tomorrow. I will keep an eye on Jinyu, so do not worry." Hearing this, Zhang Xinghua nodded in agreement, finding Su Yuewei increasingly agreeable. It was indeed crucial to keep this matter from her brother, for he would certainly object. Believing that as a young woman, she should not take the initiative to pursue a man without her family's consent, as it would tarnish the Zhang family's reputation. Her brother had become foolishly absorbed in his studies. Can reputation be exchanged for a comfortable life? If the Zhang family were affluent, then elder sister Gu Linyang would not have abandoned them. Zhang Xinghua, however, was resolute in rejecting her brother's counsel. She refused to marry the farmers from the village, whose circumstances were far inferior to theirs, and toil in the fields each day. Having never labored in the fields herself, her experience was limited to household chores, primarily cooking and laundry, and after Su Yuewei's marriage, she had relinquished even those duties. The thought of marrying those impoverished and rustic villagers to endure a life of hardship was utterly repugnant to her. Over the past year, suitors had been nothing but illiterate brutes, and even a fleeting glance at them felt like an affront to her eyes, let alone the prospect of sharing a life with them. Zhang Xinghua pressed her lips together. That young Master Wu represented a pivotal opportunity to alter the course of her life, and she could not allow it to slip away. Moreover, he had stolen several glances in her direction upon alighting from his carriage, indicating his interest in her. Even if it meant becoming his concubine, she would gladly accept. Observing his attendants clad in sumptuous silks, she felt a pang of longing. She had never worn such luxurious garments, with only her brother owning a couple of sets worn to poetic gatherings. The thought of young Master Wu's charming demeanor ignited a blush upon Zhang Xinghua's cheeks, rendering her almost breathless with desire. Su Yuewei watched with growing disdain, perceiving her infatuation as a betrayal of the modesty a woman ought to embody. Yet, recognizing the necessity of Zhang Xinghua in her forthcoming plans, she resolved to endure her presence for the time being. Reviewing her strategy in her mind, her brows unfurled, and her demeanor returned to its customary gentleness and kindness. It was evident that their fates were at odds, destined for one to overshadow the other. Thus, she must devise a means to subdue her rival first. Zhang Xinghua was lost in thoughts of a promising future when she turned her head and caught sight of her sister-in-law's gentle expression. For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly shivered. Shaking her head, she dismissed it as an illusion. Just moments ago, she had found her sister-in-law's demeanor somewhat unsettling. At the Yuan household, Yuan Suifeng had informed his family about Wu Xiaoming's impending arrival. Upon hearing the name Wu Xiaoming, Su Yueling couldn't help but conjure up the image of that greasy face, which nearly robbed her of her appetite for dinner. Consequently, she turned to Yuan Suijun, seeking solace in his handsome features. Now that Yuan Suifeng had rejected Wu Xiaoming, it seemed unlikely they would have to engage with him in the future. Yuan Suijun assumed that Su Yueling's unease stemmed from the news of the Wu family's visit. Though she often exhibited a domineering attitude at home, it was likely a reflection of her comfort within the Yuan family. He rarely took the initiative to offer reassurance. But he told her not to worry. The Wu family had produced a scholarly heir who valued his reputation, and they would not dare to act openly against them. Su Yueling blinked, thinking to herself, what is there to fear? Reflecting on the original storyline, she felt that the original character had not been particularly astute, unwittingly squandering a promising hand. This lingering concern caused her to eat even less at dinner than she had the previous evening. Yuan Baoshu inquired, sister-in-law, want you eat a bit more? Today, she had barely consumed half a bowl of cold noodles along with a piece of poached chicken wing. Su Yueling replied, the weather has been hot lately, and my appetite isn't great. Yuan Baoshu pondered whether it might be time to introduce new dishes or prepare something more appetizing. The Su Yueling in her dreams was undeniably the original character. Even with the same visage, their expressions were markedly different. In her dream, Su Yueling, having squandered her dowry, chanced upon Su Yuewei's former suitor seeking her out, resulting in a moment of physical proximity between them. Seizing this as leverage, Su Yueling resorted to blackmailing Su Yuewei, demanding her jewelry. In the dream, Su Yuewei remarked, my hairpin has long been worn and the design is rather mundane. It hardly befits your exquisite beauty, dear sister. Alas, sister, your fate is unfortunate. Having married into the Yuan family, a once vibrant flower now wilting away. With your grace and charm, you ought to be wed to a dashing figure like the master of Jixiang Tower, adorned in gold and jade. That master's concubine, dressed in fine silks, possesses but a fraction of your beauty. In the dream, the vainly beautiful Su Yueling held great trust in her cousin. Upon hearing these words, she promptly donned her finest attire and allowed Su Yuewei to style her hair elegantly, setting off to encounter Wu Xiaoming at Jixiang Tower. One driven by desire, the other by wealth, they formed an instant connection, inadvertently placing a fresh green hat upon Yuan Suijun's head. Chapter 57, The First to Exploit a Gap, Part 1. Su Yueling awoke, glancing at the clock in the lower right corner of her system, which indicated it was 2:24 a.m. She felt no trace of sleepiness, attributing her wakefulness to the recent dream. Furrowing her brow slightly, she noted that the original text made no mention of such an event. Yet, the memories remained vivid, as if they had transpired in her own life. Nevertheless, Su Yuewei felt a twinge of discontent. While the original protagonist's fate could be deemed self-inflicted, Su Yuewei had also played a part in her downfall. She, after pushing others into the abyss, could still wipe the dust from her hands with a handkerchief, stepping on the reputation of the original owner, presenting herself as a virtuous woman in the eyes of the world. In the conclusion of the novel, people regarded Su Yuewei with both envy and admiration, believing that a woman of such grace deserved a fittingly prosperous ending. As for Su Yuewei, after being sold, she essentially faded into obscurity. It was only during the celebration of her son's first month that Su Yuewei recalled Su Yuewei while accepting the congratulations of others, mentioning her in a condescending tone. Su Yuewei, despite her striking beauty, lacked the character to match. Her vanity led her astray, resulting in her complete downfall. Yuan Suijun also met with misfortune, having married such a woman, leading to his early demise from depression, ultimately wasting his considerable talents. Therefore, when seeking a wife for her son, she must avoid someone like Su Yuewei, ideally finding a match resembling herself. Su Yuewei recounted her dreams to the system. 250. Are you certain you wish for me to adopt the ways of a virtuous wife and mother? Upon hearing the designation 250, the system recognized Su Yuewei's current displeasure. Its diminutive form shook its head vigorously. Of course not. If Su Yuewei were to misinterpret and emulate Su Yuewei, where would I find solace? Thus, the system lamented the unreliability of the company that produced such a flawed example of a virtuous wife. Thankfully, I am clever and wise enough not to heed your advice. The system felt a sense of injustice but acknowledged its own shortcomings in this matter. Moreover, in accordance with Su Yuewei's approach, her reputation has indeed improved. And Yuan Baoshu has become utterly devoted to her, while Yuan Suifeng also protects her. As for Yuan Suijun, although his demeanor remains aloof and indifferent, he occasionally expresses concern for Su Yuewei. Henceforth, everything shall be conducted according to my method. Understood? All right. The system could not help but emit a series of whimpers. Speaking of which, with the arrival of a new day, the marketplace has once again refreshed its offerings. Su Yuewei perused the marketplace but found none of the elusive elixirs that sever ties and ensure solitude, causing her a tinge of disappointment. What use is a marketplace that does not offer such potions? Today marks yet another day of contemplating the uninstallation of this seemingly useless system. The system dared not retort, for the majority of the items displayed in the marketplace are intended to assist the host in embodying the ideal woman in the eyes of society. Only through the monthly lottery could such a potion possibly appear. Oh! Suddenly, Su Yuewei's gaze fell upon a delicate elixir in the lower right corner. This potion required 500 points, its lower cost compared to others, which often demanded 1,000 or 2,000 points. Stemmed from the fact that while it would indeed render one appearing slender and fragile, it also bore significant side effects. Namely, it would make one prone to injuries, potentially causing a simple stroll to end in a tumble. Is this not precisely the side effect she desired? Without hesitation, Su Yuewei made the purchase. Oh, host, why did you buy this? You are already quite fragile, are you not? Moreover, the side effects are considerable. Given the host's disposition, it is feared that a mere misstep might lead to daily tearful lamentations. Wait, could this perhaps be the host's true intention? The system comprehended. You are merely feigning weakness to garner the favor of Yuan Suijun, aren't you? Truly, as the host, you possess remarkable foresight. Nay, who suggested that I would resort to such tactics? She cherishes her own body too much to ingest such a substance. Su Yuewei narrowed her eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips. If I encounter Wu Xiaoming, I shall offer him this. Wait. Your system should be capable of designating the location for the items when summoned, correct? At that moment, I shall place it in Wu Xiaoming's tea. The medicinal pills within the system possess the exceptional quality of dissolving instantly in water, being colorless and tasteless, making them the ideal companion for clandestine endeavors. While the original owner brought about her own downfall, Wu Xiaoming is no virtuous character either. Initially infatuated with the original owner's beauty, he sought to provoke Yuan Suijun by courting her. Later, in pursuit of his own matrimonial ambitions, he callously betrayed the original owner. If he dares to prance before me in this lifetime, he shall taste this concoction. I shall ensure he becomes delicate and frail, stumbling daily, and ideally suffer a catastrophic fracture. The system was left speechless. Is such manipulation truly feasible? It rummaged through the rules and discovered that Su Yuewei had indeed not breached any regulations. When it comes to exploiting loopholes, it would concede only to Su Yuewei. Ecstatic, Su Yuewei procured the medicinal pills, and despite the expenditure of 500 points, her joy remained unbridled. However, her exhilaration led to an unexpected consequence. She found herself unable to sleep. With insomnia creeping in and disinterest in films, given her limited points, she refrained from indulging daily. In truth, she yearned for Yuan Suifeng to bring her the little yellow book, yet she was well aware that he would surely refuse. Once the roads were repaired and she could enter the city, she would personally select her treasures. The moon hung high outside, its silvery light cascading into the room, cloaking everything in a layer of frost. Within the shimmering veil, two figures emerged. Su Yuewei raised her head, observing Yuan Suijun descending from the couch. Ever since she had claimed the room as her own, Yuan Suijun had resorted to sleeping in the study. He cast her a fleeting glance, remarking, "Your commotion at the door roused me." "That is your concern, not mine," she retorted, stepping further into the room. Su Yuewei intended to seek out Yuan Suifeng for a new storybook. He refrained from mentioning that this tale had been crafted based on her discerning taste over the past few days. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Su Yuewei accepted the book, flipping through its pages. After more than 2 months of diligent study, she recognized most of the characters and had no trouble reading the text. However, after only a few pages, her eyes sparkled with delight. She found herself captivated by this story. It was distinctly different from those she had perused previously. Chapter 58. Could Su Yuewei truly be his kindred spirit? Second update. Many storybooks commenced with the protagonist suffering oppression or enduring a tragic background. Often, they would rescue a small creature, leading to an encounter with a fairy who bestowed upon them fortune in return. These benevolent fairies would dutifully serve the protagonist as devoted wives, resulting in a life filled with progeny and success for the male lead. Such portrayals could be deemed somewhat considerate, as some narratives depicted the protagonist achieving academic excellence under the fairy's guidance, eventually being appointed as a prince consort, with the fairy willingly relinquishing her rightful position as the primary wife, creating a harmonious household. Su Yuewei could only scoff at such fanciful notions, recognizing them as mere dreams spun by these literary men. Yet, the story presented to her by Yuan Suijun was unlike any other. It began with a fairy wishing to repay kindness by becoming the male lead's wife and caring for him. In accordance with the archetypal narratives, the male protagonist, youthful and captivating, possessing both charm and warmth, finds himself amidst a world of enchanting spirits who must yield to his will. This tale can be classified as a work of supernatural fiction, wherein the protagonist's reputation gradually permeates the realms of the mystical beings, prompting various fairies to seek his intervention for justice. After Su Yuewei concluded her reading, a lingering sense of anticipation remained within her. What becomes of the story? The absence of a continuation left her vexed. Tossing and turning in her bed, she ultimately succumbed to slumber once more. Upon awakening the following day, she eagerly sought out Yuan Suijun, yearning for more. Yuan Suijun, astonished, inquired if she had finished the tale. Su Yuewei nodded enthusiastically, expressing that it had barely sufficed. With eager eyes, she asked him if he had transcribed the subsequent chapters. To her dismay, he responded that there were no further installments yet, as his friend had not penned them. A visible dejection washed over Su Yuewei. Reminiscent of a small dog Yuan Suijun had once cared for, it would whimper pathetically when denied a morsel of meat, gazing up at him with imploring eyes. The depth of her affection for the narrative struck Yuan Suijun, who subtly acknowledged her enthusiasm. "Do you truly cherish this story so?" One of Su Yuewei's admirable traits was her unwavering generosity and praise when others excelled. The male protagonist's character was commendable, embodying integrity and impartiality towards both creatures of the supernatural and humanity alike, navigating situations with dexterity, unbound by the constraints of societal norms. Su Yuewei extolled the narrative with fervor. Yuan Suijun's lips curled into a smile. To have one's heartfelt creation appreciated by another was indeed a splendid occurrence, especially for those who appreciate it. Su Yuewei, a person with exceptionally high standards and a discerning eye, brings an indescribable sense of accomplishment. What astonished him even more was that Su Yuewei had discerned all the subtle hints he had embedded in his narrative. If 2 months ago someone had told him that Su Yuewei would become his kindred spirit, he would have surely considered that person to be indulging in fanciful dreams. This revelation left his emotions in a state of delightful complexity. Host, Yuan Suijun's fondness for you has risen to 30. While Su Yueling was basking in the praises she showered, she tilted her head and noticed that Sueijun, in contrast to his earlier aloofness, now bore a gentler expression, his lips curving into a subtle smile that radiated warmth akin to the gentle light of spring. It was quite curious. After complimenting his friend's writing, Sueijun not only showed no signs of jealousy, but appeared genuinely pleased, even increasing his fondness for her. It was noteworthy that they had been in each other's company for several months, and Sueijun's fondness was notoriously difficult to cultivate. Yet, upon praising his friend, his fondness surged almost immediately. That friend must hold significant importance to him. Su Yueling inquired, "Is that friend male or female?" "Male." "Oh, I see. For certain men, perhaps the bonds of brotherhood outweigh those of romantic relationships." It was no wonder that he felt such joy at her complimenting his friend. "I believe this story is more captivating than those commonly found in the market, and unlike other narratives that often resort to excessive literary references, even the uneducated can comprehend it. I think it would be quite suitable for publication and sale." It was only upon Su Yueling's reminder that he realized this story could actually be sold. The smile at the corners of his lips was elusive. "And I believed you would prefer to savor this tale in solitude." Su Yueling, typically quite domineering, would never touch the utensils used by others. The items she used were exclusively hers. Even during cleaning, they had to be washed separately, never mingling with those of others, both delicate and overbearing. It was unexpected that she would be willing to share this particular item, which certainly caught Sueijun's attention. This story was originally penned for Su Yueling to pass the time, and it was only fitting that she be the first to read it. Moreover, she possessed an appreciation for the work that few could rival. "The manuscript must be mine. It cannot be given to anyone else." Accustomed to Sueijun's usual aloofness, Su Yueling found his sudden amiability somewhat disconcerting. "Are you being so kind to me in hopes of persuading me to invest in your friend's novel?" She jested. "No problem. Would 100 taels suffice?" Su Yueling was always willing to lavish money on what she cherished. In modern times, she had frequently spent considerable sums to bring her beloved works to the big screen. Sueijun's smile gradually vanished, and with a resounding thud, he shut the study door, leaving Su Yueling on the outside. Tomorrow, I shall continue writing for Su Yueling. I must be a fool. I should refrain from providing her with any updates for at least a while." Su Yueling, bewildered, pondered his sudden change in demeanor. What was this man's issue? Why was he throwing a fit? Did he perhaps feel insulted by her willingness to invest in his esteemed friend? If it weren't for her curiosity about what lay ahead, she would have little inclination to engage with him. Chapter 59, The Heavenly Trap, Part 3, Jixiang Building. Wu Xiaoming was taken aback, realizing that the recipe for white sugar originated from the wife of Sueijun. And even the signature dishes of Filelu were acquired from Su Yueling's culinary repertoire. The Yuan family seemed exceedingly fortunate. How could a frail figure like Sueijun marry such an exquisite woman? Just for the sake of the white sugar recipe, Wu Xiaoming would willingly wed Su Yueling, the daughter of the innkeeper. Alas, Su Yueling was already married. Wu Xiaoming sighed in regret. Manager Su of Jixianglu observed his expression and stoked the flames of conversation, remarking that before Su Yueling's marriage, he had encountered her on several occasions. In their county, none could rival her beauty. She was akin to the dawn of spring, with features as delicate as a painting. Wu Xiaoming dismissively replied, "That is merely because you have yet to behold true beauty." Manager Su, having inquired about the Wu family situation, was well acquainted with the temperaments of the young masters, particularly Wu Xiaoming's evident infatuation with beauty. If he were to take a liking to Su Yueling, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to win her over. Is Sueijun not merely relying on his scholar status to look down upon someone like me, the innkeeper? Once his wife is taken from him, we shall see how he holds his head high. If it were not for the fact that she had been betrothed to Sueijun before blossoming into womanhood, and considering Yuan was a scholar, countless affluent families in the city would have set their sights on her. Li Xinyang, the courtesan of Baiwa Lu, was another beauty he had encountered, resembling a celestial peony. How could Sueijun's wife be so stunning? Once the recipe was acquired, the Mo family would have no choice but to collaborate with them. Yet with Su Yueling already married, meeting her would prove to be a formidable challenge. Regarding their eventual meeting, given his appearance and wealth, a modest pursuit would undoubtedly yield results. The expression on Sueijun's face at that moment would surely be fascinating. However, how might one arrange to meet Su Yueling? What are her preferences? Does she have an affinity for jewelry and silk? Even Master Su himself has not been able to see Su Yueling, as it is always the two brothers of the Yuan family who make appearances. A thought crossed his mind. While Su Yueling's parents have passed, she still has her uncle and aunt to act on her behalf, particularly Su Yuewei, who had previously deceived them. If it weren't for the current constraints on his time, he would have dealt with them already, given their family's greedy nature. A mere trifle would prompt them to eagerly assist. Wu Xiaoming, feeling a surge of eagerness, resolutely declared, "Leave this matter to me." In the deepest part of a narrow alley, a house echoed with cries of anguish. "Stop hitting me. I was wrong. I won't dare again." The victim of the beating was Su Dashan. "Huh. You dare to defile my new wife. I would not hesitate to kill you." And no one would utter a word against it. Su Dashan covered his head, protecting his face, unaware of how many punches he had endured. "I truly did not know she was married. Who would have thought that Wunyang would betray him and secretly marry someone else?" While they were caught in a compromising situation, Wunyang's husband burst in, accompanied by his brothers, to beat him mercilessly. "Do you think we would believe your ignorance? Did you not see my clothes and shoes scattered about the room? I thought they were prepared for me." Su Dashan felt utterly wronged. "Cease your futile attempts at evasion. Today, you are faced with but two stark choices: either succumb to my blows or forfeit your right hand." Neither option appeals to Su Dashan, who pleads for mercy, offering money instead. Despite his habitual bravado at home, he transforms into a quivering coward before a man of greater strength, reduced to desperate supplication. At that moment, a familiar voice resonates through the air. Su Dashan, astonished, halts his clenched fists and gazes upward to find his son-in-law, Zhang Chuang, clad in a scholarly blue robe, exuding an air of refinement. Tears welling in his eyes, Su Dashan disregards his shameful predicament as he implores, "Chuang, save your father. They seek to take my life." Yodingzu gritted his teeth and retorted, "Brother Chuang, he has wronged me grievously. How can I swallow this indignity?" A faint smile flickered at the corners of Zhang Qinhuang's lips as he remarked, "My father-in-law has been deceived by that woman. He dares not defy me. Indeed, it is that wretched harlot who has led me astray. Very well, for your sake, I shall spare his life. After all, you are my benefactor. Your request holds weight, and thus I shall grant it. However, Su Dashan must provide me with 50 taels of silver. Otherwise, I shall take legal action against him." 50 taels. A chill coursed through Su Dashan's limbs. From where could he possibly procure such a sum? He cast a pleading gaze at Zhang Qinhuang. With a sigh, Zhang Qinhuang proposed, "How about this? I shall repay you the 50 taels over the course of 3 years." In that instant, Zhang Qinhuang transcended the role of a mere son-in-law in Su Dashan's eyes. He was, without question, akin to a beloved son. He felt immensely fortunate to have wisely arranged this marriage for his daughter. Soon after, the Niu brothers unceremoniously threw Su Dashan out. Zhang Qinhuang sighed and addressed Su Dashan, "Father, this 50 taels of silver is a substantial sum for me. I will have to live frugally for years to repay this debt, and henceforth, it will be quite difficult for me to show filial piety towards you and mother." Having narrowly escaped the calamity, Su Dashan felt a deep sense of satisfaction and hastily replied, "I am well aware of your filial intentions. If your mother dares to demand money from you or spreads nonsense outside, just watch how I deal with her." What if he angered this dutiful son-in-law, rendering him unwilling to assist? The Niu brothers were clearly not to be trifled with. Had it not been for Qinhuang being his savior, he might have lost his life today. Observing Su Dashan's anxious demeanor, Zhang Qinhuang couldn't help but smirk. All his meticulous planning had finally borne fruit. In the years to come, with Su Dashan around, Su Liaoshi would not dare to attempt extorting him again. He could now begin preparing for his imperial examination. "You may leave now," he said, as Su Dashan regarded Zhang Chuang with newfound admiration. In a fit of rage, Su Dashan delivered a resounding slap to Su Liaoshi, exclaiming, "Who told you to ask Chuang for money? If I find out you are seeking money from him again, do not blame me for casting you aside. You greedy and venomous woman." Chapter 60. Not only the prescription but also her person. Part 4. This slap was delivered without restraint, leaving Su Liaoshi with a swollen cheek. Beyond the pain, she felt utterly bewildered. Why would the head of the household strike her, and even contemplate divorce? What wrong has she committed? Tears streamed down Su Liaoshi's cheeks as she lamented, "I am only acting for the benefit of our Tiabao." In the past, when seeking financial support from Qinhuang, was not Dashan always in her corner? Su Dashan cast her a fierce glance, warning, "If you dare to threaten Qinhuang again, I shall divorce you." Upon hearing this, Su Liaoshi could only weep quietly, promising, "I shall not dare again." At her age, being cast aside would be akin to driving her to despair. If her mother were to persist in demanding money from Qinhuang every few days, no matter how humble she remained in the Zhang household, her position would be jeopardized. Irritated, she retorted, "Mother, Do not fixate solely on Cheng Wang. His meager funds are insufficient for education. If wealth is the measure, who in the county can rival Su Yuewei? Su Liaoshe dismissed this notion, scoffing, "What grandiose claims you make. Su Yuewei's fortune barely reaches a few hundred taels." When Su Yuewei mentioned Su Yuewei's venture into selling white sugar, Su Liaoshe's heart raced with anxiety. Good heavens, a grand four-courtyard mansion. She truly dares to build it? Their own dwelling was small and dilapidated, which is why she had previously coveted Su Yuewei's city residence. She had envisioned moving her entire family there once the construction was complete, yet she feared that Su Yuewei might covet her Tianbao. Her complexion turned pale, caught in a conflict of thoughts. Resentfully, she muttered, "No matter how much wealth she possesses, we shall gain nothing from it. After all, she is merely a distant relative. And our families have long since parted ways." Su Yuewei smirked. "As long as we hold leverage over Yueling, can we truly fear that she would refuse us financial assistance?" Su Dashan leaned closer, speaking in a grave tone. "Wire, you have always been more astute than us. We shall heed your counsel." He harbored no greed, content with merely acquiring a few hundred taels from Su Yuewei. She must possess at least 1,000 taels, given her ability to construct a grand four-courtyard house. This spendthrift, so preoccupied with erecting such an extravagant dwelling, seems oblivious to the need to show filial piety towards her elders. Su Yuewei interjected, "At that time, you should feign illness, claiming to be on the brink of death." Upon hearing this, Su Dashan's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, intending to strike Su Yuewei. "You unfilial daughter! How dare you curse us?" Su Yuewei quickly evaded, her voice laced with urgency. "Father, please hear me out. I merely suggest you pretend to be ill. Without that pretense, how could we deceive her? Once she arrives, my younger sister-in-law will don Su Yuewei's garments to clandestinely rendezvous with a wealthy young master from the prefecture. Those unaware will surely mistake her for Su Yuewei on a date with a gentleman. At that juncture, we can threaten Su Yuewei. Unless she consents to share a portion of her wealth with us, we shall refuse to testify on her behalf. As for my sister-in-law, she can be easily managed. We shall simply assert that should this matter escalate, her reputation will suffer, rendering her only fit to be a concubine. That headstrong sister-in-law will undoubtedly shift the blame onto Su Yuewei. In such dire circumstances, who else can she turn to but her maternal family?" Su Yuewei articulated her scheme, the words rolling off her tongue, and Su Dashan and Su Liao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Su Liao, momentarily casting aside her sorrow, began to envision a promising future. "At that time, I shall reside in her grand four-courtyard mansion, and she will attend to my every need, including the emptying of my spittoon. I shall demand half a chicken for each meal, though I shall not partake of the chicken's posterior. I also require the finest garments, with the least acceptable being of delicate cotton." Su Dashan, though not overtly expressive with his emotions, has already envisioned a future adorned with wealth and a charming concubine. For this matter, he would feign illness without hesitation. However, Su Dashan furrowed his brow, questioning whether that wealthy young master would be willing to cooperate. Su Yuewei replied with certainty, asserting that he would undoubtedly comply for the sake of the white sugar recipe. "Father, please inquire about the residence of that young master," she began, but her words were interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Su Dashan approached to open it, revealing the esteemed shopkeeper Su from the auspicious building standing at the threshold. Half an hour later, Su Yuewei and Su Dashan exited the auspicious building. They had been summoned there to meet the young master Wu Xiaoming from the provincial government, who sought the hand of Su Yuewei and the coveted white sugar recipe she possessed. "If I am fortunate enough to win the heart of a beauty, I shall surely present you with generous gifts," he proclaimed. As for Su Dashan, he carried 20 taels of silver, feeling as though he were floating with each step. The young master Wu was exceedingly generous, bestowing upon him 20 taels and several exquisite bolts of silk. Observing the manner in which he handled the money, it was evident that those 20 taels were of little significance to him. Once their plans came to fruition, the promised gifts would surely be even more substantial. Su Yuewei's emotions were quite complex. This interaction with Wu Xiaoming would likely alter their plans, and it was certain that he would taste the sweetness of success. Originally, she merely intended to tarnish Su Yuewei's reputation, without truly wishing for her to be compromised. Who could have anticipated that Wu Xiaoming not only sought the recipe for white sugar, but also desired Su Yuewei herself? The Wu family was not someone to be trifled with. A mere flick of their finger could obliterate her family. Furthermore, her father had accepted payment, leaving no option for refusal. For the sake of her parents, she could only express her sincere apologies to Su Yuewei. After all, filial piety is paramount. Well then, even if Su Yuewei were genuinely sullied, she would remain silent about the matter. Moreover, if blame were to be assigned, it would largely fall upon Su Yuewei herself. A woman ought to embody propriety and modesty in her demeanor and attire. Yet, Su Yuewei persistently adorned herself like a fairy, parading about and thus provoking the envy of others. Even without her family's involvement, given that gentleman's disposition, he would have set his sights on Su Yuewei. By allowing their family to intervene, they could at least ensure that this affair remained concealed, sparing them the scandal of public scrutiny. If there were any fault, it lay predominantly with Su Yuewei. Unlike her, who maintained a facade of virtue, the dashing young master would treated her with the respect she deserved. Unlike the frivolity he displayed towards Su Yuewei, she exhaled deeply, her feelings of guilt diminishing, leaving only a faint disdain for Su Yuewei. Chapter 61. No Such Fortune. Fifth update. Although Su Yuewei altered her original plans, she still had to placate her younger sister-in-law. The door was opened by Yuan Sui Feng, who now held a poor opinion of Su Yuewei. Upon seeing her, his expression soured. "What brings you here?" Su Yuewei replied softly, "I need to find Yueling. There is something very important I must discuss with her." Upon hearing something of great significance, Yuan Sui Feng finally allowed her entry. Su Yuewei observed this with a heavy heart, feeling a sense of discomfort. Once revered as the model wife in the village, admired and emulated by all, she now found herself in a position where Yuan Sui Feng treated her with the same caution one reserves for a thief, merely for seeking to converse with Su Yuewei. The stark contrast in her treatment was indeed disheartening. As she stepped inside, she noticed Su Yuewei had already emerged, having received the news. Although her hair was simply styled in a flowing cloud bun, devoid of any extravagant adornments, her beauty remained astonishing. Particularly striking was her skin. So delicate it seemed to glisten with moisture, a clear indication that she seldom engaged in household chores. The attire she wore was not the cloud silk from before, but rather a newly acquired Huanhua brocade from the local fabric shop. It seemed that every time Su Yuewei encountered Su Yueling, the latter was donned in fresh garments, each distinctly different from the last. Upon seeing her, Su Yueling smirked. "What brings you here? If you have time to seek me out, you might as well spend it weaving another net. You could earn an extra coin." This remark landed upon Su Yuewei's ears like a taunt, mocking her for being relegated to menial labor at the Zhang household. Her expression darkened as she clenched her teeth in silence. When Su Yueling's innocence was finally tarnished, she was eager to witness the arrogance that would unfold before her. Imagining such a scene quelled the fire of her indignation, and she spoke softly. "May I enter your room for a private conversation? There are matters that should not be overheard by others." Su Yueling replied coolly, "No, you may not." Her gaze fell to Su Yuewei's feet. "Your feet are quite dirty and would soil the carpet in my room. Others must now change into indoor slippers before entering her room to avoid soiling her blanket. That blanket is not particularly expensive for Su Yueling, but it is somewhat difficult to obtain. Moreover, even without the matter of the blanket, Su Yueling would not permit her entry." Su Yuewei realized that each time she faced Su Yueling, her temper easily flared. "Furthermore, there is nothing between you and me that cannot be overheard by others. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. I am rather straightforward, unlike your roundabout manner of speech, and I fear being taken advantage of." Upon hearing this, the other members of the Yuan family regarded Su Yuewei with increased caution. Even Yuan Sui Jun emerged from his study. He felt that Su Yueling's forthright nature might not necessarily be a match for Su Yuewei. A smirk played at the corners of Yuan Sui Jun's mouth. However, he acknowledged that Su Yueling had become much more astute, aware of her own limitations and the necessity of seeking assistance. Su Yuewei was nearly twisting her handkerchief into a ball. Were the Yuan family members truly blind? With Su Yueling's relentless disposition, how could she possibly intimidate her? It should be the other way around. Since she was so aggressive, Su Yuewei decided not to show her any leniency. She adjusted her hairstyle and earnestly remarked, "Yueling, I am aware that you harbor no fondness for me, yet I assure you that my intentions are not malevolent. I merely wish to remind you to dress more modestly, rather than always adorning yourself in extravagant attire. Having grown up together, I know you mean no harm. You simply have a penchant for beauty. However, others may perceive you as frivolous. Today, as I ventured into the city, I learned of a rumor that the esteemed proprietor of the auspicious building, the young master of the Wu family, has been inquiring about your affairs. Her intent in uttering such words seems merely to distance herself from any suspicion should misfortune befall Su Yueling in the future. After all, she has ostensibly offered her good-hearted warning, leaving the Yuan family with no grounds to blame her." Upon hearing of Wu Shouyuan's inquiries regarding Su Yueling, Yuan Suijun surmised that his interest likely pertains to Bai Shadang. As for Su Yuewei's so-called warning, it was hardly born of benevolence. My wife, blessed with innate beauty, exudes unparalleled grace even in the coarsest of garments. Such a divine countenance is beyond the reach of envy. His tone, though cool and detached, carried an undeniable spirit. If I cannot safeguard my own wife, it reflects my inadequacy as a husband, and what relation does that bear to her? Should I then fault Su Yueling for being so strikingly alluring? Yuan Suifeng nodded in agreement. Must my sister-in-law, simply due to her beauty, deliberately shroud herself in unattractiveness? Such reasoning is absurd. Your words do not sit well with me, implying as they do that my sister-in-law intentionally attracts unwelcome attention, when in truth, she rarely steps beyond the threshold of our home. The city's young ladies don their finest silks and satins daily. Why has the Zhang family's matron not taken it upon herself to caution them? Should Su Yuewei have spoken thus, she would likely find herself the target of public scorn. She forced a smile, claiming her sole concern was that slander can be lethal, hence her additional admonition. We, however, are not so fortunate and must instead bear the burden of worry. Yuan Suijun promptly grasped the underlying implications of Su Yueling's words, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Su Yueling's remarks were not merely disparaging. They were an affront to her cousin, openly deriding her beauty. Yet, one cannot entirely fault Su Yueling. For Su Yuewei had provoked her without any real provocation. Merely uttering a few words and refraining from any physical confrontation was already a display of remarkable forbearance. It took Su Yuewei a considerable amount of time to comprehend the implication of Su Yueling's words, her face flushing crimson. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her hand trembling as she pointed at Su Yueling, stammering, You. Could she truly be insulted for her appearance? Although she lacked the striking beauty of Su Yueling, she possessed a graceful and composed visage, embodying the ideal of a virtuous wife. Many suitors had once sought her hand in marriage. Had it not been for the fortune-teller's ominous words, she would not have chosen to wed Cheng Wang as a second wife. With a resigned sigh, Su Yueling decided to offer her sister a couple of pieces of advice. Considering their familial bond, first, your appearance is already less than pleasing. Widening your eyes only accentuates that unattractiveness. Second, when you point at others, 4 of your own fingers are directed back at you. After imparting these remarks, she lost interest in further banter with Su Yuewei and retreated to her chamber, leaving behind her final words. An unattractive demeanor, tainted by jealousy, is even more unsightly. Chapter 62, The Final Farewell, Part 1. Though Su Yueling was undeniably enamored with her own natural beauty, she recognized that one's appearance is a gift from the heavens, and thus, she refrained from attacking others based solely on looks. However, Su Yuewei had initiated the conflict by casting aspersions on her, insinuating that she was discontent with her domestic life. Just because she was blessed with beauty, must she appear unkempt? When someone other than her husband shows interest in her, she is deemed promiscuous. Is this not a quintessential example of victim blaming? Given that Su Yuewei had previously made veiled remarks towards her, it was only natural for Su Yueling to strike at her vulnerabilities. She believes that everything Su Yuewei does, including her so-called virtuous behavior, stems from jealousy. Indeed, she has always been envious of Su Yueling. After all, Su Yueling is not only beautiful but also has a father who dotes on her excessively, working diligently to provide a substantial dowry for the original owner, ensuring she has never faced hardship throughout her life. The family chosen by Su Erzhan, the Yuan family, has no difficult members to deal with. Even Yuan Suijun, who has a cold demeanor, possesses commendable character and holds the title of scholar, aside from being frail. He has no discernible flaws. Moreover, had Su's father not rescued Yuan Suijun, and considering his poor health, with his remarkable talent in passing the scholar's examination at such a young age, he would have already attracted the attention of affluent families in the city, leaving no opportunity for Su Yueling. In contrast, Su Yuewei grew up in a family that favored sons over daughters, shouldering all household responsibilities from a young age. Her appearance could only be described as modestly attractive, and her family would never provide her with a respectable dowry. Aside from striving to earn a reputation for being virtuous, she has nothing else of merit to offer. Previously, with Su Yueling as a point of comparison, she had navigated this path with relative success, earning praise from everyone in the village, as well as the admiration of the Zhang family. However, once Su Yueling arrived and no longer served as her benchmark, Su Yuewei found herself unable to continue basking in her cousin's shadow. With her mindset shattered, her behavior became increasingly erratic, leading her to make foolish decisions. Certainly, Su Yueling would never extend her sympathy to her, nor would she ever serve as her control group. If she wishes to embrace the role of a devoted wife and a supporter of her brother, she should pursue that path herself without dragging others into her turmoil. She departed with a sense of decisiveness, leaving Su Yuewei seething in place, her face flushed with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly, tears welling in her eyes. Regrettably, the Yuan family was not swayed by her theatrics and promptly ushered her out. Yuan Suijun even knocked on the door, addressing Zhang Chuang, Brother Zhang. I kindly ask you to manage your wife appropriately, ensuring she refrains from meddling in the affairs of others, even dictating what others should wear. Each time she visits, it ends in tears. To prevent any misunderstandings that we are mistreating her, it would be best if she refrained from coming over. Yuan Suijun was well aware that Zhang Chuang held his reputation in high regard. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing these words, Zhang Chuang's expression shifted dramatically. He had initially felt a sense of triumph for having successfully outmaneuvered his father-in-law, only to find his wife creating trouble for him. With Yuan Suijun daring to visit him with such sarcasm. Indeed, Su Yuewei was quite something. After delivering his remarks, Yuan Suijun departed, leaving behind a Su Yuewei who was utterly incredulous. How could Yuan Suijun utter such blatant falsehoods? Was he not attempting to sow discord between her and Chuang? Initially, she had felt sympathy for Yuan Suijun, believing he was the victim of infidelity. Now, however, she found herself wishing for him to bear the weight of multiple betrayals. Upon meeting Zhang Chuang's cold, unfeeling gaze, Su Yuewei called out softly, "Chuang." Zhang Chuang disdainfully replied, "If you have so much free time, perhaps you should mop the floor a few more times, fill the water tank to the brim, and sew several new outfits for Jinyu. I noticed a hole in the pants he is wearing. Stop meddling in others' family affairs. Isn't there enough household work for you at the Zhang residence?" Su Yuewei replied reluctantly, "I will attend to it right away. I made Jinyu a new pair of pants last night. I just need to finish up today." With her head bowed, she hurried into the house. Money, as always, was the root of her troubles. Su Yueling had wealth, which allowed her to behave however she pleased. And everyone would hypocritically praise her. The Yuan family, too, indulged her due to her riches. In contrast, Su Yuewei, lacking financial means, could toil endlessly yet remained unappreciated, often being slandered to appease Su Yueling. After all, society is inherently materialistic, with a keen eye for wealth. If she were to acquire money, Chuang would undoubtedly treat her with the same kindness he once did. Furthermore, her parents would not need to frequent her in-laws for a few coins. Soon, they would find themselves in a more prosperous situation. With this thought, Su Yuewei's indignation began to subside somewhat. However, she was soon confronted by the difficult Zhang Xinghua. Zhang Xinghua frowned at her, demanding, "What happened to the clothes you promised to lend me? Where are they? I heard you have offended Su Yueling again. Why are you so consistently inept? What use are you?" Su Yuewei responded, "Once I have money, I will certainly buy you the finest silk garments, more exquisite than those of Su Yueling." Zhang Xinghua swiftly grasped the crux of the matter, her expression immediately darkening. "Are you saying you have failed? If you cannot accomplish it, then refrain from boasting." She had anticipated this for so long that she had even begun to ponder the names for the children she would have with young Master Wu. If she could not marry him, it would be Su Yuewei's fault. "I shall never trust you again, you deceitful one." She could only hope that her parents would swiftly arrange matters. She had grown weary of her current circumstances. In the following days, perhaps out of irritation at Su Yuewei's embarrassment, Zhang Chuang, who typically disregarded household affairs, assigned an overwhelming amount of chores to her. The table had to be wiped 3 times, the floor scrubbed 5 times. The water in the tank could not be allowed to dwindle, and Su Yuewei had to fetch water more than 10 times in a single day. Zhang Xinghua further fueled the fire, demanding hot water for a bath one moment, and then complaining about her sore shoulders, insisting that Su Yuewei massage them. By the end of the day, Su Yuewei was so busy she scarcely had a moment to breathe, only finding time late at night, her back aching to the point of near immobility. Su Yuewei endured it all. On the morning of July 25th, as dawn broke, Su Liao rushed breathlessly to Lushan village, knocking loudly at the Yuan family's door. By this time, everyone in the Yuan household, except for Su Yueling, had risen. It was Yuan Baoshu who answered the door, busy washing clothes in the yard. Upon seeing Su Liao's woeful expression, Yuan Baoshu felt a tremor of unease. She had never been adept at dealing with Su Liao. Su Liao took out a handkerchief soaked in garlic water to wipe her eyes, which immediately turned red as tears began to fall. "Baoshu, please call Yueling. Her uncle is in grave condition. After a fall this morning, he has been unconscious. We summoned a doctor, yet he remains unresponsive. I fear if Yueling does not hurry, she may miss seeing him one last time. Chapter 63. Overwhelmed by grief and fainting. Second update. Su Liao smote her thigh, emitting a heart-wrenching wail that echoed through the air. The volume of her lamentation roused several neighboring households, prompting them to open their windows to witness the commotion. Observing the gathering crowd, Su Liao intensified her performance. I understand there are misunderstandings between Yueling and us elders, but despite any discord, we share the same surname and bloodline. Her uncle's condition is dire, and I can only implore her to come and bid him farewell. Many who heard her words were visibly moved. Indeed, when one is nearing death, it is only fitting to allow them to depart with a sense of peace, considering the bond of blood. Yuan Shu hesitated, uncertain whether to awaken her sister-in-law. Although her sister-in-law often exhibited a strained relationship with the Su family's main branch, would she not harbor regret if she never saw Su Dashin again? However, her indecision was rendered moot as Su Yueling had already appeared. She had been sleeping soundly until Su Liao's voice jolted her awake. Very well, from now on, she would ensure that her new room would possess the finest soundproofing. In the morning light, her unadorned face bore the rigidity of waking irritation, exuding an unusual chill. Her voice was equally frigid as she inquired, "Did you just say my uncle is on the brink of death?" This fabric alone would likely fetch over 10 taels of silver. Indeed, Su Yuewei had not lied. Su Yueling had truly made a fortune. A fervor ignited within Su Liao, yet she remained focused on the matter at hand, wiping her tears to display a sorrowful facade. "Yes, I consulted several physicians, yet your uncle has yet to regain consciousness," Su Yueling retorted coolly. "This is a positive sign. It indicates he is nearing a life of ease. You ought to rejoice for him, to celebrate his impending comfort. I shall procure the finest coffin for him," she added, "and the coffin lid must be securely nailed shut." Su Liao was taken aback. She had not anticipated Su Yueling's callous words. Others gasped in disbelief. Was the relationship between Su Yueling and her uncle truly so fraught that even the pretense of decorum was cast aside? Su Liao seethed. "He is your own uncle. How can you be so heartless?" Su Yueling replied coldly, "When my father passed away, did you not express similar sentiments? You claimed it was better for him to depart early and enjoy his peace. Now, my uncle can finally reunite with my father and rekindle their brotherly bonds. I genuinely rejoice for them. Though the original owner possessed many flaws, her bond with her father was genuine. When Su Ershan passed away, she had indeed mourned deeply, only to be met with the coldness of the main house, which, upon being denied the inheritance left for her by Su Ershan, resorted to mockery that left her utterly disoriented. In the original text, Su Dashin and Su Liaoshi, the biological parents of the female protagonist Su Yuewei, despite their numerous shortcomings, ultimately find redemption through their daughter's influence, living long and fulfilling lives. Now, as Su Liaoshi arrives, pounding on the door with news of Su Dashin's misfortune, the situation appears highly suspicious. Upon hearing Su Yueling's remarks, others begin to empathize with her sentiments. If they were in her position, they too would desire a complete severance from such relatives, perhaps even wishing to spit upon their past. Su Liaoshi is taken aback by Su Yueling's deep-seated resentment, astonished that she still harbors memories of events long past. Meanwhile, she thinks of Wu Xiuyuan waiting at home, gritting her teeth as she recalls the sorrowful times when she and Dashin were overwhelmed with grief, leading to their hasty departure. Dashin has regretted their actions over the years, often pondering the past, but feeling too embarrassed to extend an apology. As she speaks, Su Liaoshi almost convinces herself of her sincerity. However, Su Yueling remains unconvinced, retorting, "If you are nearing death, why didn't you inform your own daughter?" Su Liaoshi stiffens, realizing her emotional outburst has caused her to momentarily forget her intentions. "I will notify her right away," she insists, determined to bring Su Yueling along. With that, she rushes to knock on the door of the neighboring Zhang family. "Sister-in-law, are you going?" Yuan Baoshu follows closely, whispering, "Shall we all accompany you?" Su Yueling firmly replies, "I will not go. It is clearly a trap, and I would be a fool to walk into it. Just tell them I was so distraught that I fainted at the thought of confronting such a tragic scene. Indeed, remember to find the finest physician in the city. I am quite curious about the remedies they offer. You need not accompany them. Let Sui Feng and Sui Jun go instead." She decisively arranged matters with clarity. As for the notion of being in a deep stupor, that merely indicates the physician's needles are insufficiently robust. Calamities endure for centuries. Su Dashin is not so easily extinguished. Yuan Baizu briefly discussed this matter with her elder brother and second brother. Yuan Suijin asserted, "I shall go first. Sui Feng will seek the doctor, and I will follow later. Baizhu, you may remain at home. Yuan Suifeng nodded in agreement. If the situation truly became dire, they could inform his sister-in-law in due time. Yuan Suijun cast a glance at his younger brother, noting, "You are not as astute as your sister-in-law." It was evident that Su Dashan was unharmed. If there were indeed a concern, Su Yuewei, his biological daughter, ought to be informed before her cousin. To him, this appeared to be a scheme orchestrated by the main branch of the Su family to deceive Su Yueling. Yuan Suifeng remained perplexed. However, one commendable trait he possessed was his willingness to acknowledge his own limitations. I have never been as clever as my elder brother and sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Su Liao arrived at the Zhang family residence, summoning Su Yuewei. Both Su Liao and Su Yuewei stood before the Yuan family's entrance, their hearts brimming with anticipation. The long-awaited event was finally upon them. The thought of holding leverage over Su Yueling and fostering a connection with the Wu family filled their hearts with delight. Were it not for the fear of exposure, Su Liao would have burst into laughter. Shortly thereafter, the grand door of the Yuan residence swung open, revealing the tall and elegant Yuan Suijun alongside the robust and upright Yuan Suifeng. Su Liao's eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced around, failing to spot Su Yueling. She hastily inquired, "Where's Yueling?" Yuan Suijun replied, "Yueling is deeply sentimental. Though she appears cold and indifferent, her heart is profoundly sorrowful. She has succumbed to unconsciousness due to her overwhelming grief just moments ago. Suifeng and I will stand in for her." Su Liao and Su Yuewei felt as if struck by lightning. Without Su Yueling, how could their performance continue? How absurd. Would Su Yueling truly be so overcome with sorrow? Given her cold-hearted nature, she would likely be too busy celebrating to feel sadness to the point of fainting. They had not anticipated that Su Yueling would not even make an appearance, instead sending Yuan Suijun and the others in her stead. Su Liao, anxious, exclaimed, "Her dear uncle is in trouble. How can she possibly remain in bed? Do not defend her. There is no way she could be unconscious." Beside her, Su Yuewei could hardly conceal her agitation. Yuan Suijun observed the expressions of the mother and daughter, increasingly convinced that this was a scheme directed at Su Yueling. Yueling was perceptive and deeply loyal. She had merely feigned strength in front of others. You who are not her cannot possibly comprehend her sentiments. Su Yuewei felt as if she were about to shatter, for Yuan Suijun's words implied that she and her mother did not sufficiently value their father. Yuan Suifeng, impatiently, interjected, "Are we not leaving? Can we not go in place of our sister-in-law? Your loved one lies alone in bed, their fate uncertain, while you both linger here indecisively. Is it your intention to prolong the suffering of the esteemed Uncle Mountain?" Such words strike deeply, and Su Yuewei could not possibly acquiesce to them. Taking a deep breath, she recognized that, regardless of her efforts, she could not invite Su Yueling over today, and would have to seek a more opportune moment. She tugged at Su Liao's sleeve, signaling her to retreat gracefully. As Yuan Suifeng arrived in the city, he promptly sought out Dr. Mei, who had previously treated his elder brother and was renowned for his exceptional medical skills in the county. However, due to his advanced age, he had largely entrusted his practice to his son. Were it not for the cordial relationship between the Yuan family and him, it would have been difficult to summon him. Yuan Suifeng briefly recounted the situation to Dr. Mei, saying, "My brother has requested that you bring the thickest needles and the most bitter huanglian." Meanwhile, Yuan Suijun accompanied Su Yuewei and Su Liaoshi to the Su household. As the door creaked open, a young man with a fan greeted them with a cheerful voice, exclaiming, "At last, you have arrived." The one who opened the door was none other than the eagerly awaiting Wu Xiaoming. His appetite had been whetted by the praises sung by Su Zhangguei and the Su family regarding Su Yueling's beauty. Thus, he had lowered his pride to personally welcome them. Yet, upon opening the door, instead of the lovely maiden, he was met with her husband, Yuan Suijun. A look of disappointment crossed Wu Xiaoming's face as he blurted out, "Why are you here? Where is Su Yueling? Why hasn't she come?" Yuan Suijun, being astute, quickly deduced the situation. It appeared that the Su family had orchestrated this grand scheme to lure Su Yueling over. Though he and Su Yueling were merely a nominal couple, through their daily interactions, he had discerned that Su Yueling possessed a certain innocence, making her easily susceptible to deceit without proper protection. Even if he intended to part ways with her, it would only be after she had found a suitable refuge. However, the Su family seemed impatient to offer her as a gift to another, a notion so vile and malicious that it was beyond comprehension. Fortunately, Su Yueling had not arrived, for otherwise, her unblemished reputation would have been tarnished, and the ensuing slander could have driven her to despair. Contemplating the possibility of those bright eyes being forever closed, a chilling aura emanated from Su Yuewei. Who did you originally wish to see? On this sweltering day, Wu Xiaoming involuntarily shivered, despite his lack of intellect and arrogance. He understood that he could not acknowledge his desire for Su Yueling in front of her husband. He forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I thought they had invited a physician." Su Yuewei was unnerved by Yuan Suejuan's piercing gaze, uncertain if he had deduced anything. She attempted to justify her actions, stating, "When my father fell into a coma, it was in the dead of night, and fortunately, young Master Wu passed by and saved him. He is a good man, and our entire family is immensely grateful." Wu Xiaoming nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Yes, exactly." Internally, he was also fuming. How could the Su Liao family be so inept? Not only had they failed to summon Su Yueling, but had instead invited Yuan Suejun. While he recognized Yuan Suejun, the latter might not have the same familiarity with him. Yuan Suejun did not express his belief or disbelief, merely stepping inside. In the dimly lit room, Su Dashan kept his eyes tightly shut, making every effort to feign unconsciousness. He had resolutely decided that he would not awaken, regardless of who might enter. Su Liao's voice continued to resonate, imploring, "Dashan, you must recover swiftly. Did you not mention your intention to apologize to Yueling? You must wait for her arrival." Su Yuewei exclaimed with delight, "Mother, look, father's fingers are moving. It must be because he heard Yueling's name. He has repeatedly expressed remorse for not properly caring for her when he was intoxicated." Yuan Suejun observed the mother and daughter's performance with a cold demeanor. At that moment, Yuan Suifeng rushed in, accompanied by Dr. Mei, like a gust of wind. "Elder brother, I have invited Dr. Mei," he announced, with the doctor trailing behind, breathless from the effort to keep up. Upon seeing Wu Xiaoming, Dr. Mei exhibited a look of astonishment. "Isn't this young Master Wu from the capital? What brings you here?" Yuan Suejun inquired. "Suifeng, do you recognize him?" Yuan Suifeng nodded. "Indeed. Just a few days ago, he came with servants to procure the recipe for white sugar from my sister-in-law." Yuan Suejuan's eyes turned even colder as he regarded Su Yuewei. Dr. Mei's gaze fell upon Su Dashan on the bed. "This must be the patient. Allow me to assess his condition." Su Liao's expression shifted dramatically, her voice becoming sharp. "Why did you bring Dr. Mei here?" A smirk played on Yuan Suejuan's lips. Yueling is deeply concerned for her uncle and specifically instructed that the best doctor be summoned for his treatment. Su Liao could only reassure herself that as long as Su Dashan remained with his eyes closed, no matter how skilled Dr. Mei might be, they would remain impervious to his efforts. After Dr. Mei allowed the air to settle, he first took Su Dashan's pulse. Upon examination, he immediately discerned the vigor of the patient's heartbeat. A glance at the tongue confirmed his suspicion. The so-called ailment was merely an act. This patient was in even better health than he himself was. Without uttering a word, he unwrapped his bundle and produced a long, thick needle, declaring, "His condition is not difficult. It is merely a matter of stagnant blood in the head. Once the blood is released, he shall awaken. Rest assured, all I need to do is pierce his scalp with this needle 9 times, and he will undoubtedly regain consciousness." The sight of that needle left Su Yuewei and Su Liaoshe breathless. Should he indeed pierce the head 9 times, even if he were not dead, it would surely lead to his demise. Lying on the bed, Su Dashan felt an ominous premonition at the mention of the needle. Upon hearing that Dr. Mei intended to draw blood from his head, he was gripped by a chilling fear. He yearned for wealth, but not at the cost of his life. After all, what use was fortune in death? No, this could not happen. Su Yuewei rushed forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Dashan. "This needle will surely take my father's life," she exclaimed, her heart heavy with anguish. "Do you wish to kill him?" As a dutiful daughter, despite her many grievances with her father, she could not bear to watch him perish. She was determined to thwart any harm that might come his way. Dr. Mei frowned, retorting, "By obstructing my treatment, you are the one truly endangering his life. Is this how a daughter behaves? Preventing a doctor from attending to her own father. What are your motives?" Yuan Suifeng interjected. "It seems there are those who eagerly await their father's demise, seeking to lighten their burdens. Dr. Mei is undoubtedly the finest physician in our county. He pretended to leave, but I intend to summon the neighbors to weigh in on the matter." Su Liao dared not allow Yuan Suifeng to step outside. If his loose tongue were to spread unfounded rumors, both her and Wei's reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. Su Yuewei was so anxious that beads of sweat trickled down her forehead, her eyes filled with panic, utterly at a loss. Yuan Suejun remarked coolly, "If you do not step aside, when the elder passes, I shall have no choice but to compose a heartfelt elegy, showcasing the true face of you, the dutiful daughter. To the entire county. Su Yuewei and Zhang Shuang shared a common trait. Both held their reputations in the highest regard. The mere thought of being branded as the daughter responsible for her father's demise, subjected to the scorn of the masses, made it difficult for her to breathe, draining her of the strength to obstruct. Though Su Dashan lay still, he secretly opened his eyes a crack, and upon seeing Dr. May approach with such a large needle, he could no longer contain himself. He abruptly opened his eyes wide, feigning confusion. How is it that I find myself lying in bed? Yuan Suifeng couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, Dr. May's medical skills were remarkable, for even before administering the needle, he had roused the patient. Su Yuewei, feeling dejected, realized that the tide had turned against her today. To deceive Su Yueling again, she would need to devise another scheme, for Su Yueling was rather impervious to persuasion. With the well-laid plans now in shambles, Su Yuewei felt particularly disheartened. To think that her father was suffering due to this, all because of Su Yueling's obstinacy. Yuan Suijun remarked indifferently, Yueling is dutiful and concerned for your health. Hence, she instructed us to seek a doctor. You need not worry. The cost of the medical treatment will be covered by our family. Su Dashan caught a glimpse of Dr. May's needle from the corner of his eye, causing his heart to tremble. He forced a smile, asserting that he felt perfectly well and that it was merely Wei's excessive concern that had led to such alarm. Thus, there was no need to consult a doctor. Dr. May, with a grave expression, stated, since you have awakened, there should be no need for acupuncture or bloodletting. Just as Su Dashan felt a sense of relief, he heard the doctor continue, however, you must take the medicine. I will prescribe it for you. You are to take 3 doses daily for a total of 49 days. The thought of taking medication made Su Dashan reluctant. Yet he reasoned that since the medicine would be provided, he could simply discard it if he wished. Thus, he nodded and expressed his gratitude to the doctor. After the prescription was written, Yuan Suifeng accompanied him to collect the medicine, taking a supply for 10 days. Su Yuewei was taken aback and asked, are you going to brew the medicine? Having had limited interactions with Yuan Suifeng, she was surprised by his stubbornness. Gritting her teeth, she insisted, there's no need to trouble you. I can manage it. After all, he is your biological father. How could you possibly be so indifferent? It was still daytime, and Yuan Suifeng's voice was particularly loud, attracting the attention of the neighbors. Su Yuewei felt a prickling sensation along her spine, fearing that she might be labeled unfilial for speaking out. Yuan Suifeng, surprisingly friendly, waved to the neighbors, freely answering any inquiries. In conclusion, he remarked, the doctor has advised that he must take good care of his health, avoiding alcohol and meat for the time being. Ensure you keep a close watch on him and prevent him from consuming those items. Upon hearing these words, Su Dashan felt a wave of despair wash over him. If he could neither indulge in alcohol nor partake in meat, what purpose did his life serve? Were it not for Yuan Suijun's presence, he would have scorned Su Yuewei for suggesting such a ludicrous idea, forcing him to feign illness while he bore the brunt of the consequences. Yuan Suifeng wore a subtle smile and remarked, Suijun is simply compassionate in this manner. Su Liaoshi's lips curled into a faint smile, yet her expression remained bleak. As for Wu Xiaoming, having sensed the unfavorable turn of events, he had long since slipped away unnoticed. Remarkably, Yuan Suifeng chose to remain at the Su residence, waiting until the concoction was ready to be served to Su Dashan. The noxious odor of the medicine made Su Dashan's face turn pale. After consuming this potion, even if he were not ill, surely he would feel unwell. Yuan Suifeng flashed a bright smile and said, Uncle, good medicine is often bitter. You must drink it while it's hot. How can you hope to recover if you refuse to drink? Allow me to assist you. He brought a spoonful of the medicine to Su Dashan's lips, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow. The taste was indescribably bitter and astringent, contorting his face into a grimace. He could only console himself with the thought that he would endure this for just one bowl. After finishing the concoction, Yuan Suifeng explained, this medicine contains a significant amount of huanglian, which accounts for its bitterness, yet it is immensely beneficial for your health. Oh, and we have also added Yuelingzi. Uncle, do you know what Yuelingzi is? It is the excrement of a mole. Su Dashan's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Are you saying there is mole droppings in this? Indeed, the doctor informed me that you must take this medicine for 49 days. Rest assured. Henceforth, I shall personally come each day to prepare your medicine thrice daily. After all, you are a relative of my sister-in-law. Your swift recovery is essential for her peace of mind. As for the cost of the medicine, my family will cover it, so there is no need for concern. Su Dashin, as if struck by lightning, could endure no more of this burden and fainted. Yuan Suijun, with a hint of indifference, remarked that it seemed the elder was so moved that he had lost consciousness. Chapter 66, Will you blame me? First update. Su Yuewei genuinely felt sorrow for her father. At such an age, he had to endure these hardships. How could his frail body withstand it? Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene. Any attempt to do so would leave her caught in a web of criticism from outsiders. She could only resign herself to her father's plight, convincing herself that the bitter herb Huanglian was not detrimental to one's health, and she had heard of Yuelingzi, which could alleviate constipation. Indeed, the medicine prescribed by Dr. May was appropriate for his condition. Perhaps she could persuade her father to use the money given by young master Wu to purchase a house in the city, and then invite Su Yueling over under the pretense of a housewarming celebration. With this new idea, the sorrow etched on Su Yuewei's face eased somewhat. Yuan Suijun had no intention of lingering, departing alongside Yuan Suifeng, who took the medicines with him. Though he was not particularly astute, he was no fool. He recognized that the elder of the Su family was feigning illness, clearly intending to harm his sister-in-law. Once the brothers Yuan had left, Su Yuewei hurriedly shared her plan with Su Liaoshi. Su Liaoshi nodded, gritting her teeth as she said, when the brothers Yuan return, we should purchase ample strong liquor and ensure they are thoroughly intoxicated. As for Yuan Suijun, having just recovered from a serious illness, he was once again subjected to excessive drinking, which raised concerns about his health. Yet, Su Liaoshi remained indifferent. She secretly wished that he would continue to appear unwell, for fortune-tellers had foretold that he bore the visage of a short-lived man. Should calamity truly befall him, it would merely be a predestined misfortune, for which he could not be held accountable. With a damp handkerchief in hand, she gently wiped Su Dashin's face, filled with compassion for the suffering he had endured that day. Fortunately, it was not she who feigned illness. Otherwise, she would have been the one to bear the brunt of the hardship. After a while of tenderly attending to him, Su Dashin finally awakened. Upon seeing Su Yuewei, he was consumed by anger and struck out at her, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea you had! You've led me to utter ruin. Truly a devoted daughter." Su Yuewei felt a mix of indignation and sorrow. Initially, when she had proposed the idea, the entire family had praised her cleverness. The failure of the plan was not her fault. It was due to Su Yuling's cold-heartedness, as she wouldn't even come over. What did that have to do with her? Yet, having been raised with the belief that a daughter should obey her father and then her husband, she felt compelled to endure the unjust treatment silently, softly explaining her new plan to her father. By the time Yuan Suijun and the others returned home, it was already time for lunch. Yuan Baoshu had prepared a sumptuous meal, featuring stir-fried cucumbers, sweet and sour fish, boiled shrimp, chestnut chicken, garlic sautéed vegetables, and fish head soup with tofu, all artfully arranged on the table. Yuan Suifeng, already ravenous, felt his spirits lift at the sight of the delightful spread. Su Yueling, as usual, ate sparingly. Among the family, she had the smallest appetite, and even consuming half of what Yuan Baoshu prepared was considered an extraordinary feat after the meal. Yuan Baoshu graciously brewed her tea using dried jasmine flowers. Yuan Suijun held little affection for floral teas, preferring instead to brew Longjing tea to cleanse his palate. He was unwilling to let Su Yueling be deceived by the prominent members of the Su family, so he brought up Su Dashin's feigned illness and Wu Xiaoming's dealings within the Su household. Yuan Suifeng suddenly realized, his anger flaring, were they truly after his sister-in-law's recipe? Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Tomorrow, I shall procure more Huanglian to add in. Today, I have been too lenient with them." The more sordid intentions of the Su family remained unspoken by Yuan Suijun, as this matter pertained to Su Yueling's reputation. However, Su Yueling, having experienced that drain, quickly grasped the situation. It was not solely the recipe they coveted, but her as well. Just days prior, Su Yuewei had visited and uttered those veiled remarks. Hadn't she? Once Yuan Baoshu comprehended the implications, her tiny fist clenched, her increasingly round face flushed with anger, resembling a ripe peach. What did they take her sister-in-law for? She was already married, yet they still attempted to use her as a means to curry favor with Wu Xiaoming. Did they possess no humanity? Yuan Baoshu felt she had been overly accommodating towards Su Yuewei in the past, allowing her to become so brazen, not only humiliating her sister-in-law but also bullying their Yuan family. Yuan Suifeng rose, his teeth gritted, exclaiming, "I shall go and smash their home." Even if Su Yueling remained innocent, there would undoubtedly be many eager to cast malicious aspersions upon her, cloaked in the guise of righteous indignation. Yuan Suijun also wished to shield Su Yueling from becoming fodder for their gossip. Yuan Suifeng fumed. Are we to simply stand by and watch them torment our family? Yuan Suijuan's gaze was icy. His tone remained composed. Yet beneath the tranquil surface, akin to the ocean, turbulent waves were brewing. Naturally, I would seek to avenge her. Su Yueling was initially perusing the mall, searching for any items of use, as she had plans to arrange the delicate body elixir she had exchanged for Wu Xiaoming. Upon hearing Yuan Suijuan's words, her curiosity piqued regarding his subsequent actions. I must observe. The suppressed fury within Yuan Suijun dissipated upon hearing her exuberant voice. Akin to being doused with a bucket of water, much of his anger evaporated, replaced by a gentle sense of helplessness. You are currently a bedridden patient, overwhelmed by sorrow, and cannot venture outside freely. Witnessing Su Yueling's expression wilt instantaneously, Yuan Baoshu offered her comfort. Sister-in-law, I will accompany my brother outside shortly. And I promise to relay the entire sequence of events to you. Yuan Suijun. After a brief interval, his voice revealed a hint of resignation. Very well. I shall inform you later. However, would his words come across as boastful? Imagining that scenario made Yuan Suijun feel somewhat awkward, prompting him to rise and exit his home. Heading towards the adjacent Zhang residence. The Zhang household lacked a courtyard and was relatively modest. He knocked twice, and the door swung open, revealing Su Yuewei. Brother-in-law, is there something you need? Could you kindly summon Zhang Chuang? I have a few words to discuss with him. Upon realizing he sought Zhang Chuang, Su Yuewei exhaled a sigh of relief. Please, come in and sit for a moment. Since it was a matter concerning Chuang, it must pertain to poetry, right? No. It is merely a brief exchange. His demeanor was resolute, and Su Yuewei could not compel him further, so she reluctantly entered to convey a message to her husband. Soon, Zhang Chuang appeared before Yuan Suijun. Brother Yuan, is there something of importance? Yuan Suijun maintained his elegant and relaxed posture. Today, during my visit to the Su family, I observed some inappropriate matters. After much deliberation, I could not bear to let Brother Chuang remain in ignorance. Hence I have come to offer this warning. Upon hearing about her natal family, Su Yuewei felt a lump rise in her throat. Zhang Xinghua rushed out, eager to witness the unfolding drama. During my visit to the Su family today, I encountered Wu Xiaoming from the provincial government. His words suggested a certain familiarity with my sister-in-law. I have heard of his notorious reputation. He is notorious for his indiscretions regarding women and has even pursued married women. As a young master of the Wu family, what ulterior motive could he possibly have for lowering himself to visit the Su family? Yuan Suijun sighed. In such a delicate situation, my sister-in-law must distance herself from him for the sake of her reputation. After all, she is now a member of the Zhang family, and her every action reflects upon our family's honor. To outsiders, countless rumors could be spun. In this regard, my sister-in-law ought to learn from Yueling, who has never afforded anyone the opportunity to gossip, consistently upholding her self-respect and dignity. Were it not for your best interests, I would not have taken the liberty to speak such offensive words. Brother Chuang, you wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Chapter 67. I shall divorce you, Part 2. Furthermore, though this individual is merely a son of a concubine, his favored status has rendered him arrogant, looking down upon those of lesser standing. Such a person, yet he begrudgingly remains in the dilapidated and cramped abode of the Su family, even displaying a cordial demeanor towards Su Yuewei. As Yuan Suijun seldom speaks ill of others and addressed this matter in the presence of Su Yuewei, his words gained an air of credibility. Zhang Xinguang's complexion turned a shade of green, feeling as though he were under a cloud of envy. He abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on the astonished Su Yuewei. Her pupils widened slightly, her pallid face awash with fury and disbelief. Yuan Suijun, how dare he so brazenly tarnish her reputation? She was not Su Yueling, who, being married, could entangle herself with another man. Tears welled in her eyes as she questioned, why would you conspire against me? Yuan Suijun cast her a cold glance, untouched by her tears. Which of my words is untrue? Is it not a fact that Wu Xiaoyuan, as a privileged young lord, ventured into the southern alley to rescue your father? I witnessed his gentle demeanor towards you firsthand, when I accompanied Suifeng to the Su residence. I even beheld 2 exquisite pieces of cloud silk displayed on the table, the latest fashion from the provincial capital. Clearly, they were gifts from him to your family. If he harbored no ulterior motives, why would he traverse to the southern alley, both rescuing and gifting? I am aware that my sister-in-law is devoted to Chuang, but there should still be a sense of propriety between men and women to avoid giving that young lord any misconceptions. Yuan Suijun seemed to speak on behalf of Su Yuewei, yet every word pierced her heart, insinuating a clandestine affair between her and Wu Xiaoyuan. Many villagers, attracted by the commotion, emerged to witness the spectacle, all exclaiming in astonishment. Was this melon truly so sensational? They collectively turned their gazes towards Su Yuewei. Although her beauty could not rival the striking allure of Su Yueling, her slender and graceful figure, coupled with the tears glistening in her eyes, imbued her with a certain poignant charm. Was there perhaps a hint of seduction? Su Yuewei fervently shook her head, insisting that it was not so. She was entirely innocent. Wu Yuan merely shared a rapport with her father. She was already a member of the Zhang family, and how could there possibly be any entanglement with him? No matter how affluent Wu Yuan might be, he was merely the son of a merchant. While Qing Wang aspired to officialdom and could elevate her to the esteemed status of a noble consort, she was hardly foolish enough to forsake Qing Wang. Yet, she could not divulge the truth, that Wu Yuan had lowered himself to associate with them solely for Su Yueling's sake. After all, Su Yueling had never departed from the Yuan household, making it impossible to cast aspersions upon her. Moreover, she could not reveal her concealed thoughts, lest the virtuous and guileless image Qing Wang held of her be irrevocably tarnished. Yuan Suijun simply chuckled, remarking on their immediate camaraderie. Su Yuewei's complexion paled further, her body swaying unsteadily. In her embarrassment, and to preserve her own innocence, she resorted to self-deprecation, exclaiming, "I am but a delicate willow. How could he, a dashing young gentleman accustomed to the finest blooms, possibly take notice of me?" Yuan Baoshu could not resist interjecting, suggesting that perhaps even one who feasts upon lavish delicacies might occasionally crave the simplicity of congee and pickles. Su Yuewei nearly crushed her silver tooth in frustration. She had once worried about Yuan Baoshu being bullied and even contemplated offering assistance, but now she felt as though she had been ruthlessly stabbed in the back. Zhang Chuang's gaze was icy, and his voice carried a chilling tone. "It seems that our Zhang family temple is too humble to accommodate such a grand Buddha as you." They had yet to part ways formally, yet she had already harbored ulterior motives. It turned out that all the affection he had previously shown was merely an act. Su Yuewei's heart sank into despair, overwhelming her with a sense of hopelessness. Her voice trembled with suppressed tears as she pleaded, "You must believe me, Qing Wang. My relationship with him is pure and untainted. Do not fall prey to others' malicious insinuations." Zhang Xinghua, overhearing the conversation, grew increasingly uneasy. Wasn't Wu Yuan the very gentleman she had long admired? His close ties with her sister-in-law were evident, even to the point of visiting the Su family. Yet, Su Yuewei had never confided this to her. No wonder she had been reluctant to assist. The promise to lend her clothes had turned into a bitter affront towards Su Yueling. It became clear that her intentions had never been pure, as she sought only to supplant her. In her fury, Zhang Xinghua spoke indiscriminately, her inner thoughts spilling forth. Yuan Baoshu remarked that she had never mentioned the clothing matter to her sister-in-law, subtly implying that the latter dressed too attractively. Previously, Yuan Baoshu would not have engaged in such incendiary remarks. However, now, she cast a furtive glance at the increasingly enraged Zhang Xinghua. Reasoning that she was truly stoking the flames, she merely stated the truth, refusing to allow the blame to fall unjustly upon her sister-in-law. Zhang Xinguang had not anticipated that Zhang Xinghua was entangled in this matter as well. Su Yuewei had actually deceived Xinghua without his knowledge. If Xinghua were to become embroiled in a scandal with Wu Yuan, the reputation of the Zhang family would be irrevocably tarnished. As the son of the Wu family, Wu Yuan would never take a liking to Xinghua. At best, she would merely be acknowledged as a concubine, as someone aspiring for academic distinction. He could never allow his sister to be a mere concubine to a merchant's son, particularly to a bastard. He gazed at Su Yuewei with eyes as frigid as ice, filled with utter contempt. "I shall divorce you," he declared through clenched teeth, having intended to utter something far more ruthless. However, upon noticing the nearby villagers' eager expressions, Zhang Chuang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, jolting him back to reality. How could he have lost his composure in such a public setting? Now, the entire village was aware that he had been cuckolded by Su Yuewei, and they also knew of his sister's indiscretions, attempting to engage with a man of dubious character. Yuan Suijun. It had to have been deliberate. Zhang Qinhuang gritted his teeth and strode into the house, unwilling to provide further fodder for gossip. Su Yuewei, on the other hand, was left reeling from Zhang Qinhuang's words about divorce, standing dazed and confused. Despite the sweltering heat of July, she felt an overwhelming chill, as if she were trapped in the depths of winter. After a brief period of observation, the other villagers, seeing no further excitement, gradually dispersed. Yet, judging by their animated expressions, it was certain that the news would spread like wildfire. Su Yuewei remained lost in thought, staring blankly at Yuan Suijun. In the past, She had never regarded him, this frail figure, with any seriousness. Yet, with just a few casual words, he had cast her into an abyss of despair. Why? Why did he wish to harm her in this way? Chapter 68. Let the heavy rain come down even harder, Part 3. It felt as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt, causing even her toes to curl in distress. Su Yuewei's pupils dilated, her eyes brimming with fear and astonishment. Yuan Suijun had discovered their intentions. He had actually guessed what they were planning. Yet, they had merely contemplated it, without any actual accomplishment. His reaction was exceedingly excessive. She bit her lower lip tightly, casting another glance at the firmly shut door of the Zhang family. The most pressing matter now was to dispel Cheng Wang's misconceptions about her. She was an innocent woman of virtue, and she could not bear the weight of slander. I'm going to divorce you. Gu Linyang had forsaken him. Yet he still sought justifications for her actions, unable to bear reproaching her. Meanwhile, it was she who genuinely loved him, yet he remained oblivious to her heartfelt devotion, ready to cast her aside due to the provocations of outsiders. His cruelty knew no bounds. Dragging her heavy body, she attempted to push open the door, yearning to elucidate her position to Cheng Wang. However, the door remained immovable. Su Yuewei felt as if struck by lightning. Had they truly locked her out? Was he genuinely intent on divorcing her? Devastated, the color drained from her face inch by inch, her expression a mix of terror and helplessness. Her heart felt as though it were ensnared by creeping vines, causing her breaths to come in painful gasps. Tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls scattered from a broken string. Su Yuewei was aware that they were inside, yet no one was willing to grant her entry. A resolute determination surged within her, leading her to kneel at the threshold. She resolved to take a gamble on Cheng Wang's feelings for her. After all, she was kneeling in the sun. Could he truly bear to let her remain there indefinitely? The sun was exceptionally fierce today, forcing her to squint, and she began to see stars dancing before her eyes. Yuan family. Su Yueling had already instructed Yuan Baoshu to brew her some pu'er tea again, and she also sent Yuan Suifeng to the city to procure freshly baked pastries. Once everything was prepared, she cradled the warm tea in her hands. With pastries and the beef jerky made by Yuan Baoshu laid out before her, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yuan Suijun. Aren't you sad? The moment the words escaped her lips, he regretted them. Had he not just stirred up Su Yueling's sorrow? Sad about what? Su Yueling tilted her head and replied, It's not so bad. Perhaps because I never had any expectations of them. I understand that they are capable of anything. She had never regarded the members of the main house as family. In truth, Su Yueling always remembered that she was not of this world, forever separated by a veil. Lowering her eyelids, she once again longed for the modern world. At this very moment in that world, she should be lying at home, indulging in meticulous care services for her every detail, savoring rare ingredients flown in from afar, and donning haute couture that would never exceed 3 wears. Yuan Suijun noticed that although Su Yueling claimed not to be saddened, a faint melancholy lingered in her expression. Even when wronged, her nature would not allow her to display her feelings openly. Didn't you say you wanted to hear about the Zhang family? Given Yuan Suijun's disposition, he was not one to offer much comfort. He could only redirect the conversation. Su Yueling's emotions were fleeting, coming and going like the wind. One cannot remain mired in the past. One must look towards the future. She perked up once more, urging quickly, Tell me. Indeed. Yuan Suijun had become far more adept at storytelling than Yuan Baoshu and Yuan Suifeng, whether it be about Zhang Chuang or Su Yuewei. His words painted vivid images with just a few strokes. Even though Su Yuewei later clarified the matter, the blame could not be placed upon him, as he had not spoken incorrectly. Su Yueling found it perplexing. She was content living her days in the Yuan household, rarely paying attention to Su Yuewei. Why then? Did Su Yuewei insist on making her life difficult? Of course, this issue was not solely Su Yuewei's fault. The elders of the Su family and Wu Xiaoming were equally despicable, rendering them all as villains. Su Yueling tapped her head and addressed the system. System. Immediately apply the soft body pill to Wu Xiaoming. Right now? Yes. Understood. The system promptly set to work. Upon hearing the system cheer that it had succeeded, a smile graced Su Yueling's lips. As for Wu Xiaoming, there was no need for concern. Curiosity piqued. Su Yueling wondered how Yuan Suijun intended to take revenge on Wu Xiaoming. Although he was indeed a scholar, attaining a certain status required one to be recognized as a talent. It appeared that retaliating against the young master of the Wu family would be quite challenging. However, seeing that Yuan Suijun was not inclined to share his plans, Su Yueling decided to let it go. Well then, when he encounters misfortune, he must inform me. Turning to Yuan Suifeng, Su Yueling said, You should frequent the county town these days and see if there's any excitement to behold. Watching the drama brings her joy. Although Su Yuewei appeared pitiable at present, the moment Su Yueling recalled her scheming against her sister-in-law, her sympathy vanished, replaced instead by a sense of vindication. Su Yuewei, entangled with Wu Xiaoming, was in turmoil, yet she had no qualms about pushing others into the fire. Her sister-in-law had done her no wrong. With Su Yuewei's unfortunate circumstances, Su Yueling felt no hesitation in seeking entertainment from the unfolding chaos. Until she felt unwell, she found joy. She promptly rose and crossed the courtyard to the entrance. Indeed, Su Yuewei remained kneeling there, her frail form on the verge of collapse. The spot where she knelt offered no shade, and now, under the peak of the sun's intensity, her face glistened with sweat, her lips pale. Although Su Yueling harbored intense disdain for her, and their worldviews clashed, she could not help but acknowledge that Su Yuewei was undeniably a person of resilience. Zhang Chuang was remarkably ruthless, allowing her to continue kneeling. She lifted her gaze to the sky, which had now accumulated several large clouds compared to earlier. A glance at the weather forecast in the lower right corner of her screen revealed clear skies with thunderstorms expected in the afternoon. Rain was imminent. Let the downpour come with greater ferocity. Chapter 69. The Broad Road. Part 4. Though she was tempted to linger and witness the spectacle, Su Yueling could not allow herself to endure such humiliation. If she waited for the rain to fall, the ground would become drenched and clad in embroidered shoes. She had no desire to wet her feet. She cast one last glance at Su Yuewei before turning to enter the house. Just then, Su Yuewei lifted her head. Catching sight of Su Yueling's graceful figure, akin to a butterfly in flight, her expression darkened, and she bit her lip tightly. The most humiliating moment of her life was witnessed by Su Yueling, an undeniable torment to her heart. She could only console herself with the thought that she would eventually reap the rewards of her suffering. She gazed up at the sky. Rain was indeed approaching. Would Chen Wang allow her inside? She was unaware of how long she had been kneeling. Her knees throbbed with heat, as if pierced by scorching needles. Although Su Yuewei had managed all household chores since childhood, she had never truly endured such hardship. With a resounding thunder, the sky darkened rapidly, transforming the once clear expanse into a canvas of heavy clouds within mere moments. As they rushed indoors, clutching their blankets, the rain descended like a barrage of yellow soybeans. Stinging upon impact, the relentless downpour quickly accumulated in the uneven ground, forming puddles at every turn. Su Yuewei remained on her knees, unable to discern whether the liquid streaming down her face was rain or tears. Inside the house, Zhang Wanli gazed out at the torrential rain, unable to restrain himself from approaching the window. Su Yuewei's figure, kneeling in the downpour, appeared frail and pitiable. A wave of compassion surged within Zhang Wanli, prompting him to speak. Brother, sister-in-law is still out there kneeling. The rain is quite heavy. If she continues to be drenched, she will surely fall ill. Zhang Xinghua could not suppress her scorn. She is aiming for higher branches now. Do you still consider her your sister-in-law? Despite Su Yuewei's close relationship with young Master Wu, her reluctance to assist and her concealment of the matter seemed to Zhang Xinghua a manifestation of selfishness. Jealousy, mingled with resentment and confusion, burned in her heart like a fierce flame. Zhang Wanli countered, there must be a misunderstanding. Sister-in-law is not that kind of person. Xinghua, is your jealousy stemming from the fact that young Master Wu looks down upon you? Have you reflected on yourself? What is there about you that would attract anyone? You are neither virtuous nor pleasing in appearance, and you are quite lazy. Furious and humiliated, Zhang Xinghua retorted, have you been bewitched by her? You rushed to defend her. Brother, look at our sibling. We are blood relatives, yet he dares to criticize me for an outsider. Zhang Cheng's expression darkened ominously. Enough. If you continue to argue, both of you will leave. Zhang Wanli remarked, brother, allowing sister-in-law to remain kneeling in the rain tarnishes our family's reputation. People will surely say we are heartless and cruel towards her. Zhang Wanli, being the one most attuned to Zhang Qingwang's character, struck a chord with his words. Zhang Qingwang felt a surge of irritation. Today's incident could ruin much of his hard-earned reputation in the village. While the root cause lay in Su Yuewei's indiscretion, Yuan Suijin's instigation had also played a significant part. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, open the door and let her in. Let us first hear what Su Yuewei has to say. Of course, even if Su Yuewei were innocent, Zhang Chuang would not regret his actions. He had always believed that Su Yuewei held him in high esteem, yet he was taken aback to discover her audacity to meddle in Xinghua's marriage affairs behind his back. This revelation left him feeling deceived, as if he had been slapped in the face. Zhang Xinghua wore a disgruntled expression. She had hoped for Su Yuewei to remain kneeling until evening. If she were to enter now, it would only serve to benefit her unnecessarily. However, she understood that within this household, she could argue with her younger brother Zhang Wanli, but she could not defy her elder brother. As the head of the family and a prospective scholar, offending him would not bode well for her aspirations. When Zhang Wanli finally opened the door, he was met with the sight of Su Yuewei collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Brother, sister-in-law has fainted. Zhang Chuang furrowed his brow. Was her constitution truly so fragile? Merely kneeling for an hour and enduring a little rain, and she had fainted? Surely, she could not be feigning. At that moment, he had already lost his faith in Su Yuewei. Brother, you must hurry and carry sister-in-law inside. Zhang Wanli was even more anxious than he. Zhang Chuang glanced at the new shirt he had donned just last month and remarked, I shall change my attire. Once he had changed, he lifted Su Yuewei into his arms. Although she appeared delicate, she weighed nearly 100 pounds. Zhang Chuang had never toiled in the fields nor engaged in any physical exercise, dedicating himself solely to scholarly pursuits, which rendered his strength inferior to that of the other men in the village. As he attempted to lift her, his legs faltered, and he fell unceremoniously to the ground, landing on his back. The sight elicited laughter from the villagers, who found amusement in the normally aloof Zhang Qinhuang's predicament. Recognizing that he was no different from them in his clumsiness, they exchanged knowing glances, amused by his apparent lack of strength, unable to lift even Su Yuewei. How embarrassing! Zhang Chuang, with a scowl, gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to successfully lift her. He resolved that she should eat less in the future. Was her weight meant to crush him? In contrast, Lin Yang had been a different story, light and graceful, with a slender waist easily encompassed by his hands. He could lift her effortlessly. Su Yuewei remained unconscious until nightfall. Even in her stupor, she slept fitfully, mumbling, I am innocent, which only deepened Zhang Qinhuang's compassion and belief in her. His expression softened considerably. As long as there was no betrayal, everything could be resolved. When Su Yuewei finally stirred awake, she found herself in bed, her original garments replaced, while Chuang stood vigil nearby. The heavy burden on her heart had finally lifted. She had won her gamble. Chuang still harbored feelings for her. She endured her discomfort and managed to rise, saying, Chuang, I can explain the matter regarding Wu Shiyuan. Will you believe me? Her eyes glistened, tinged with red, for this issue touched upon the disgrace of my family, rendering me unable to speak of it openly. Upon hearing the connection to the elders of the Su family, Zhang Qinhuang believed her to a large extent. Go on. As for Wu Shiyuan, he seeks the recipe for the white sugar that Yueling makes. He has been courteous to us solely to gain the favor of my parents. I recognize that their actions are rather inappropriate, yet they are my parents, and as their daughter, it is not my place to defy or obstruct them. I dare not argue this matter in public, fearing that my parents' reputation would be tarnished. I find myself in an untenable position. As she spoke, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Little did I expect that in the eyes of my brother-in-law, I would be perceived as the one at fault. A person of integrity reduced to the label of a wanton in his words. He is intent on destroying me. Outside the door, Zhang Xinghua and Zhang Wanli pressed their ears against the wood, clearly eavesdropping. Upon hearing the truth, Zhang Xinghua's animosity towards Su Yuewei diminished considerably. Her heart raced as she realized how much Wu Gongzi valued the white sugar recipe, even willing to ingratiate himself with such humble figures as the elders of the Su family. If she were to acquire the recipe, he would undoubtedly appreciate her efforts profoundly. Zhang Xinghua felt as though she had discovered a pathway to marry Wu Gongzi. Chapter 70, Delicate and Tender, First Update. So it was all for the white sugar. Zhang Qinhuang's expression shifted to one of sudden understanding. A recipe for white sugar surprisingly enabled Wu Xiaoming to achieve this. It seems he had previously underestimated the importance those wealthy merchants placed on white sugar. Many in the village assert that Su Yueling must have earned several thousand taels from that recipe. Upon reflection, it is likely she has amassed over 10,000 taels. Yuan Suijuan's fortune appears to be exceedingly favorable, does it not? Had he initially wed Su Yueling, that wealth would belong to the Zhang family, allowing him to pursue his studies uninterrupted and forge numerous connections. Her voice trembled as she lamented, my pristine reputation has been tarnished by his malice. When outsiders speak of our family, how will they perceive us? As for me, I can bear it, but Chen Wang, you aspire to be an official. How can you afford such a stain on your character? At that moment, Zhang Qinhuang's aversion towards Yuan Suijun reached its zenith. With Su Yuewei's sullied reputation, he too would face ridicule as her husband. No man wishes to be perceived as wearing a green hat. It is a disgrace. Observing Su Yuewei, he felt a surge of empathy, his initial resentment dissipating considerably. Yet, there remained a need for admonishment. Su Yuewei hastily replied, I intended to speak with you about this. But they are my parents, and I truly did not know how to broach the subject. Regarding Xinghua, I planned to gauge Wu Xiaoming's intentions to see if he would consider marrying her as his legitimate wife. I thought that if my parents could obtain the white sugar recipe, perhaps Wu Xiaoming would be delighted enough to wed Xinghua. After all, she has been raised with care in our family, and I cannot bear the thought of her marrying one of those farmers and enduring a life of hardship. My every intention has been for her benefit, yet I never anticipated that Xinghua would misconstrue my motives. Her tears flowed more profusely, cascading in a continuous stream. If Zhang Xinghua could marry Wu Xiaoming as his legitimate wife, it would indeed be a boon for the Zhang family. Although the Wu family is comprised of merchants, they possess immense wealth and maintain cordial relations with numerous officials. This union would pave a smoother path for his future in governance. Of course, Zhang Chuang, mindful of his own status, would refrain from direct involvement to avoid tarnishing his reputation. The arrangements were left to his in-laws. What concern was it of his? As a younger generation, it was only natural that he could not impede the decisions of his elders. He offered her a handkerchief, urging her to cease her tears, reminding her that the circumstances were not her fault and that she too had endured much. Su Yuewei dabbed at her eyes with the cloth. Though the tears had not yet ceased, her heart brimmed with joy. She had successfully navigated this hurdle. As long as Chunwang stood by her side, idle gossip would be silenced by wisdom, and the village's prattle would inevitably subside. For reasons unknown, he had felt an inexplicable weakness creeping over him since moments ago, his body languid and devoid of vigor. Concerned for his health, he sought out several physicians, all of whom assured him of his robust condition, declaring him perfectly well. Wu Xiaoming felt momentarily reassured, yet his thoughts drifted back to Su Yueling. After encountering Yuan Suijun, his desire to win Su Yueling's affection intensified. The disdainful gaze of Yuan Suijun, a mere impoverished scholar, had stung him deeply. It was as if he were but a stone by the roadside in the eyes of that proud man. The more contemptuous Yuan Suijun became, the more fervently he yearned to see that arrogant figure beneath his heel, witnessing the unraveling of his composure. He departed from the inn, heading towards Su Dashan's residence, eager to ascertain the situation of Su Dashan and his associates. That evening, Su Dashan had once again been watched by Yuan Suifeng as he consumed a bowl of the most repugnant medicine, leaving him in a state of utter disorientation. Upon encountering the elegantly attired Wu Xiaoming, he mustered his strength to greet him. Young Master Wu, you have arrived. Indeed, I left at noon. Fearing Wu Xiaoming would reproach him for his ineffectiveness, Su Dashan hastily relayed the suggestion previously made by Su Yuewei. Once we have intoxicated Yuan Suijun, we can manipulate Yueling as we wish. Initially, Wu Xiaoming was rather displeased, but upon hearing Su Dashan's proposal, his spirits ignited with fervor. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Observing the renewed smile upon Wu Xiaoming's face, Su Dashan forced a sycophantic grin, yet he hesitated. However, regarding the purchase of a new residence, even a modest one would cost at least 40 to 50 taels, and our family simply cannot afford such a sum. Wu Xiaoming cast him a sidelong glance, bemused by the Su family's insatiable greed. The task was yet to be accomplished, and they were already seeking rewards. Nevertheless, a few dozen taels were of little concern to him. The money he typically spent during a visit to a brothel could easily exceed 100 taels. He casually unfastened his purse and tossed it towards Su Dashan. Consider this a gift. Inside the purse lay a 50-tael banknote. Su Dashan was elated, opening the purse before Wu Xiaoming and discovering the banknote. Although he recognized the note itself, he was unfamiliar with the characters inscribed upon it. With a stammer, he inquired, "How much is this?" The petty display of confusion amused Wu Xiaoming, who could not help but chuckle at Su Dashan's impoverished demeanor. "Have you never seen a banknote before?" Within it lay 50 taels. "Young Master Wu is truly generous in my past life. I must have burned incense for 8 lifetimes to encounter such a noble benefactor in this lifetime." A torrent of flattery poured forth from his lips. Wu Xiaoming seldom experienced such direct and unreserved praise, and he found it rather gratifying. However, the fire kindled within him had yet to be extinguished, and he was still contemplating finding a beautiful girl in the flower house to alleviate his desires. As he turned, he lost his footing unexpectedly. Having just experienced a heavy downpour earlier in the afternoon, his foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out with his right hand to brace himself. "Ah!" Wu Xiaoming let out a heart-wrenching scream. His posterior ached terribly, but even more excruciating was the pain in his hand, which had served as his support. Perhaps it was merely a trick of his mind, but as he fell, he fancied he heard the sound of bones dislocating. "Su Dashan, eager to make an impression, rushed forward to assist Wu Xiaoming, only to underestimate the slickness of the ground. In a moment, he lost his footing and fell directly onto Wu Xiaoming. In a reflexive attempt to grasp something, his flailing hand caught Wu Xiaoming's belt, tearing it asunder. Ah! Wu Xiaoming emitted an even more anguished wail, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 71. Break his legs. Second update. The shriek was so harrowing that it prompted neighbors to suspect a calamity had occurred next door. Consequently, they hurried out to investigate. Despite the poor reputation of Su Dashan and his wife, they were not well liked in the vicinity. However, after all, it concerns human life. And the inherently simple neighbors would not simply stand by and watch as misfortune befell them. Consequently, they hastily broke open the door of the Su residence, only to be rendered speechless by the scene that unfolded before their eyes. There lay Wu Xiaoming on the ground, with Su Dashan atop him, his hands groping indiscriminately. While Wu Xiaoming's belt had come undone, his face flushed crimson and beads of sweat glistening on his brow. This tableau was undeniably shocking. Apologies for the intrusion. The neighbors exchanged knowing glances and, with an unspoken agreement, promptly shut the door of the Su household. Once the door was closed, the neighborhood folk began to exchange furtive glances and smirks. They were astonished to discover that Su Dashan and this young master Wu shared such an intimate relationship. Although they had heard rumors of individuals who favored such liaisons, this was the first time they had witnessed such behavior in broad daylight. Moreover, Su Dashan was the one in the dominant position. Given his appearance and age, it seemed that young Master Wu was truly not discerning in his affections. It was remarkable that Su Dashan could captivate a young gentleman from the provincial capital to such an extent, drawing him here repeatedly. Furthermore, their activities appeared quite audacious. With cries that echoed profoundly, news of such romantic escapades spread swiftly, particularly since Wu Xiaoming had recently become a local celebrity. His usual displays were even more ostentatious than the county magistrates, and his lavish generosity was well known, marking him as a wealthy merchant from the provincial city. Once scandal was associated with him, it spread like wildfire, utterly unstoppable. That very evening, due to his fracture, Wu Xiaoming summoned a doctor with great fanfare. To the prying eyes of the curious, it transformed into a narrative of him and Su Dashan engaging in reckless abandon, resulting in his unfortunate predicament. When the esteemed shopkeeper Su of the auspicious building received this news, he was utterly stunned. He was acutely aware that Wu Xiaoming had always favored women. How could it be that he suddenly found himself entangled with Su Dashan? The image of Su Dashan's corpulent figure and greasy visage invaded his thoughts, and the mere notion of their companionship made Su feel nauseated. That scenario was an affront to his sensibilities. It sullied his eyes. His mind was tainted. No, he could not allow himself to be led astray by such individuals. Surely, the young master was merely compromising himself in his association with Su Dashan for the sake of the white sugar recipe. It was inconceivable that he could hold Su Dashan in any regard. This must be a misunderstanding. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hastily sought out Wu Xiaoming. In this predicament, to entertain notions of plotting against Su Yueling was nothing short of a daydream. With his injuries, he would require at least half a month to recuperate. The thought of Su Dashan's massive form pressing down upon him, coupled with the derision of those lowly commoners witnessing his disgrace, filled Wu Xiaoming with fury. Above all, he was concerned that if this situation dragged on, the Mo family's white sugar would have already hit the market, leaving the Wu family to helplessly watch their fortunes slip away. Even if he shared a close bond with his brothers, his ineptitude would surely breed discontent. His ability to thrive in the Wu household as a son of lesser status was predicated upon his skillful navigation of relationships, particularly with the legitimate heirs. Yet, no matter how strong their camaraderie, it could not rival the allure of profit. Cursed Su Dashan, Wu Xiaoming could not restrain himself and struck the bed with his uninjured left hand. In a moment of distraction, however, he missed the soft mattress and instead hit the hard edge of the bed frame. A cry of anguish escaped his lips once more. The momentary agony rendering his face as pale as death, his mind a blank slate, save for the singular thought of excruciating pain. His young attendant, wearing a mask of panic, rushed off in search of a physician. By the time Manager Su arrived, Wu Xiaoming's left hand had been meticulously bandaged, rendering both of his hands unusable as he languished against the bed, an expression of profound despair etched upon his features. Wu Xiaoming could not fathom why. Despite having always enjoyed robust health, he had never suffered a fracture until his arrival in Guangning County. It felt as though he had been cursed these past few days. He had been plagued not only by an overwhelming sense of weakness, but also by a series of inexplicable bone fractures. Was it truly a clash with Guangning County that had brought about this misfortune? Or was it the Su family's main branch that had invoked his misfortune? In hindsight, he regretted personally involving himself in matters, believing it would have sufficed to delegate the responsibility to his subordinates. The young servant attending to manager Su, upon learning of Wu Xiaoming's injury, found himself at a loss for words. Was Wu Xiaoye's constitution truly so frail? How could he sustain injuries so easily? Perhaps his prior indulgences had left him physically depleted. After a moment of bewilderment, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Regardless of the circumstances, Wu Xiaoming was the esteemed heir of the Wu family. Any incident occurring within his jurisdiction would surely not be laid at his feet, lest he be stripped of his managerial position. He was entirely innocent, after all. Since his arrival in Guangning County, he had endeavored to serve diligently. Manager Su took a deep breath, earnestly expressing concern for Wu Xiaoming. Unfortunately, Wu Xiaoming's spirits were at an all-time low, rendering even Su Yueling unable to ignite any semblance of desire within him. Everything associated with Guangning County filled him with irritation. Thus, observing manager Su, he impatiently remarked, "Speak quickly, do not annoy me." This predicament was initially the fault of manager Su. Had he not performed his duties inadequately and failed to resolve matters with the Yuan family and Su Yueling, would he have had to endure such suffering in Guangning County? Manager Su hesitated for a moment, stating, "There are some rumors circulating about the young master, and I am uncertain how to appropriately clarify them." What rumors? Wu Xiaoming's servant was taken aback, gasping in disbelief. How dare these shameless commoners slander their young master? What audacity! Wu Xiaoming stood frozen for a few seconds, and then, veins bulging on his forehead, the flames of fury consumed him. "Scoundrel! Which wretch is spreading these lies? I will kill him." Manager Su appeared troubled. "The entire county speaks thus. It is impossible to apprehend everyone." Wu Xiaoming, overwhelmed with revulsion, retched violently, expelling the contents of his midday meal. Afterward, with rage in his eyes and gritted teeth, he commanded, "Go, find Su Dashan and beat him soundly once more. Unless his legs are broken, my fury will not abate." My reputation. Chapter 72. The Curse of Childlessness. Third update. For a straightforward man like Wu Xiaoming, if rumors circulated regarding his romantic escapades with beautiful women, it would be an affirmation of his charm and character. However, to insinuate that he had an illicit affair with a man, and that he was the submissive one, was a deliberate affront to his dignity. All of this stemmed from Su Dashan. Were it not for Su Dashan, how could he have been subjected to such humiliation? Surely, he could not have intended to take advantage of him, could he? He found himself at the mercy of an old and unattractive man. Wu Xiaoming retched once more, expelling the remnants of his stomach's contents until there was little left to purge. The ground was a chaotic mess, the acrid stench relentlessly assaulting his nostrils. He remained oblivious to his own shortcomings. It was merely for the sake of a recipe involving white sugar that he had received any semblance of kindness. Yet he audaciously dared to overstep his bounds. Throughout his life, Wu Xiaoming had never endured such humiliation. Listening to his gritted teeth, shopkeeper Su felt a chill creep beneath him. This young master Wu was indeed ruthless, merely because of a slanderous rumor. He sought to break Su Dashan's legs and even considered rendering him a eunuch. Although he harbored a deep disdain for Su Dashan at that moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for the fallen fox. The servants of the Wu family mirrored Wu Xiaoming's arrogance and hostility. Following the previous day's oversight that had led to Wu Xiaoming's disgrace, they were determined to redeem themselves and earn forgiveness. After all, Su Dashan was nothing more than a lowly commoner without any connections. Even if they were to kill him, it would merely result in a larger monetary compensation. Thus, with a single command from Wu Xiaoming, they armed themselves with clubs and marched boldly toward the Su residence. The onlookers along the street were startled by their imposing presence and quickly stepped aside. What misfortune had befallen the individual who had incurred their wrath? They recognized these men as servants of the infamous young Master Wu, the one associated with the local textile trade. Were they truly brazen enough to resort to violence in broad daylight? It was human nature to be drawn to spectacle, and many trailed behind these thugs, eager to witness the impending misfortune, ready to report any potential tragedy that might unfold. The servants of the Wu family paid no heed to the string of whispers trailing behind them. Perhaps they actually wished to escalate the situation, so that everyone would know that their young master had no distasteful ties with Su Dashan. Before they reached the grand residence of the Su family, Su Dashan lay in bed, groaning incessantly, having been beaten by the servants of the Wu family the previous day. Every inch of his body ached as if he had been trampled by a cart. Su Liao, clutching a handkerchief, wept at the bedside, lamenting the brutality of their actions. How could they be so ruthless, especially considering he was a young master from a wealthy family? Dashin had merely intended to assist him, and it was not his intention to fall upon Wu Xiaoming. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest solely on the torrential rain that had poured the day before. Most egregious of all, after the beating, they had confiscated the money, 50 taels, just like that. It had vanished upon their entry into the estate, and the thought of it made Su Liao's tears flow even more profusely. Unfortunately, the Wu family was affluent and powerful. Even when wronged, they dared not voice their grievances openly, continuing to flatter the young master while only daring to mutter curses in private. Su Dashin, equally disgruntled, grumbled under his breath, blaming his wife, the lazy woman, for the mishap. With water pooled in the courtyard, why did she not clean it up thoroughly? The slippery ground had led to yesterday's calamity. It was all her fault, he thought, this harbinger of misfortune. Naturally, Su Dashin was a man who feared the strong and bullied the weak. Confronted by the Wu family servants, he dared not utter a word, only begging for mercy. Yet, when faced with his wife, Su Liao, he struck back with harsh words. As he continued to berate her, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Su Dashin tilted his ear, asking, "Did you hear that sound?" Su Liao's face was etched with hesitation, as if sensing the arrival of someone. Soon, she and her husband heard the distant sound of footsteps growing closer, and it seemed that several individuals were approaching. Could it be that the Wu family had sent someone? Were they here to deliver an apology? After all, they had caused such a ruckus yesterday. Su Liao turned her head, just as the door was forcefully pushed open. 6 imposing servants from the Wu family stood at the threshold, each wielding a sturdy wooden club, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace, clearly indicating that their intentions were far from benign. Even Su Liao, with her limited understanding, could not be foolish enough to believe they had come to express remorse. Forcing a smile, she inquired, "What brings you here?" The leader declared, "Seize Su Dashin." Immediately, the 6 men lunged forward, dragging Su Dashin from the bed, their clubs mercilessly striking his body. "Stop, please. Help!" Su Dashin cried out in anguish. Su Liao watched in horror, her limbs turning cold. She longed to intervene but feared that the indiscriminate blows might befall her as well. Her frail body could scarcely withstand such violence. Instead, she could only kneel and plead for mercy. "I beg you, spare my Dashin. What wrong has he committed?" Su Dashin has tarnished my young master's reputation. It is fortunate he is not dead. Continue to beat him." These assailants were skilled in their brutality, knowing precisely where to strike for maximum pain without crossing the line into fatality. In comparison to today's onslaught, yesterday's beating seemed but a mere trifle. Su Dashin's cries echoed as he begged for mercy, utterly powerless against the onslaught. However, the servants of the Wu family, accustomed to their arrogance, would not relent simply because he pleaded for mercy. In the end, the stick struck fiercely at Su Dashin's knee. Su Dashin emitted a piercing scream, akin to one being throttled, and then, his eyes rolling back, he fainted. The Wu family servants, undeterred by Su Dashin's unconsciousness and mindful of Wu Xiaoming's orders, mercilessly continued their assault. They lifted their feet and stomped down hard between Su Dashin's legs. The blow, despite his previous unconsciousness, roused him in agony. The onlookers, common folk who had gathered to witness the spectacle, gasped in horror at the brutality of the Wu family. Fortunately, Su Dashin already had a son. Otherwise, such a blow might have rendered him incapable of continuing his lineage. However, this act left Su Dashin in a state that could very well lead to his becoming a eunuch. A night spent as husband and wife should inspire affection. How could young Master Wu be so heartless? If he were unwilling, how could Su Dashin ever coerce him? Wu Xiaoming, oblivious to the ramifications of his actions, not only failed to dispel the rumors, but inadvertently adorned himself with the label of a cold-blooded villain. When Yuan Suifeng entered the city to deliver medicine to Su Dashin, he was met with the sight of an unconscious man. He learned from neighbors about the events that had transpired just an hour prior. Yuan Suifeng was taken aback. How could it be that in just one day's absence, the Su family had become embroiled in enmity with Wu Xiaoming? The rapid turn of events left him momentarily speechless. He glanced at the concoction he had prepared and then at the now incapacitated Su Dashin, deciding that given the severity of his plight, he would refrain from administering the medicine today. Chapter 73, Filial Piety Achieved, Part 4. Yuan Suifeng, eager to gather more information, visited several establishments and inquired with numerous locals. Naturally, he cloaked his inquiries under the guise of concern, generously offering them a few pieces of malt candy. It is worth noting that for many families, Spending money on sweets is a rare indulgence. Consequently, when Yuan Suifeng posed his questions, he received answers without hesitation. Su Yueling and Yuan Baoshu were both astonished, while Yuan Suijun felt a slight twitch in his eyelid. Even he had not anticipated that before he could take action, Su Dashan and Wu Xiaoming had already sealed their own fates. At this moment, Su Yueling had yet to connect Wu Xiaoming's dire predicament with the seductive pill she had administered. She was still marveling at Yuan Suijun's swift decisiveness, thinking to herself that this was astonishingly rapid. Indeed, one cannot casually attribute such accomplishments to Yuan Suijun. It was not my doing, Yuan Suijun stated succinctly. My plans are presently not in effect. He was aware of Wu Xiaoming's fondness for beauty and had initially intended to exploit this weakness, setting a trap for him to fall into the hands of the similarly debauched son of the county magistrate. However, while Wu Xiaoming was captivated by feminine allure, the other was drawn to masculine charms. Little did he expect that his arrangements would bear no fruit before Wu Xiaoming had already entangled himself in romantic misadventures with Su Dashan. This unforeseen turn of events was beyond his imagination. Now that Wu Xiaoming was in such a precarious state, his plans would have to be postponed for the time being. Host, this is my achievement. It is I who administered the elixir. The system eagerly interjected, desperate to assert its presence. Su Yueling suddenly recalled the effects of the delicate body-softening elixir she had administered. It dawned on her that perhaps it had coincidentally triggered at that moment, leading to Wu Xiaoming being overwhelmed by Su Dashan, resulting in this misunderstanding. The severity of his injuries was undoubtedly exacerbated by the potion's effects. From the perspective of the world, it appeared as though their reckless antics had spiraled into such a calamity. Initially, Su Yueling had merely intended to cause a fracture, yet she never anticipated that it would lead to his social demise. Astonishingly, she realized she was the unwitting architect of this turn of events. She truly was the most astute among them. After relishing her moment of triumph, Su Yueling inquired once more of her younger brother-in-law, Yuan Suifeng. Are you certain he has truly become a eunuch? Yuan Suifeng nodded, explaining that he had consulted a physician, who indicated that the injuries were too grave and would result in necrosis if not surgically addressed. Upon uttering these words, he belatedly recognized their inappropriateness in front of his sister-in-law and hastily shifted the topic. Moreover, both of Wu Xiaoming's legs had sustained severe damage. Even if he were to recover, he would undoubtedly walk with a limp for the rest of his life. Su Yueling retrieved a handkerchief, dabbing at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes, lamenting how truly sorrowful this situation was, so much so that it rendered her unable to eat. Yuan Suijun cast a sidelong glance at her. Had she managed to suppress the mirth evident on her face while speaking, perhaps her words would have held a modicum of credibility. Unbeknownst to him, the tragic fates of Su Dashan and Wu Xiaoming were intricately woven into the fabric of Su Yueling's machinations, with him merely perceiving her as a Navi damsel. Wronged and weeping in silence, determined to indulge in a more exhilarating endeavor, Su Yueling resolved to share this rather darkly amusing tale with her cousin. Such a fortuitous, albeit tragic, event must be communicated. Her exuberance was palpable, and it was clear that she was eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. Yuan Suijun rubbed his forehead, pondering how others, even when engaging in nefarious deeds, often donned a facade of benevolence, seeking to concoct grandiloquent justifications for their actions. However, Su Yueling was an anomaly. Each time she committed a misdeed, she did so with unabashed confidence, even taking pride in her transgressions. Was she truly unafraid of repercussions? Ultimately, Yuan Suijun decided to follow her, bringing along his brother, Yuan Suifeng. After all, within their household, Suifeng possessed the highest martial prowess, if a confrontation were to ensue. He had faith that Suifeng could single-handedly take on the entire Zhang family. It was fortunate that the Zhang residence was adjacent to theirs, otherwise, Su Yueling might not have ventured forth to witness the commotion herself. Upon reaching the Zhang family gate, she cast a glance over her shoulder. Yuan Suijun inexplicably discerned her intent. Was she beckoning them to open the door? Suifeng, knock, he instructed. Oh, very well, Yuan Suifeng replied, rolling up his sleeves and commencing a series of forceful knocks. The door was opened, as per usual, by the least esteemed member of the Zhang family, Su Yuewei. Upon seeing Su Yueling, her expression shifted subtly. This certainly appeared to be an attempt to force entry. Could it be that Yuan Suijun was once again plotting to sow discord? She pressed her lips together and inquired, Yueling, what brings you here? Her gaze, tinged with jealousy, lingered on Su Yuling's radiant visage, Her flawless skin and exquisite features exuded an air of untroubled arrogance and carefree spirit. It was evident that since marrying into the Yuan family, her life had been exceedingly pleasant. Su Yueling flashed a smile, bright enough to incite envy and resentment, and declared, "I have come to share some unfortunate news." Realizing that her cheerful demeanor was perhaps ill-timed, she swiftly furrowed her brow, her expression heavy with concern. The rapidity of her mood shift left Yuan Suijun momentarily speechless. She truly displays a lackadaisical demeanor. Upon observing the shift in her expression, Su Yuewei surmised that she was eager to witness some amusement. She inquired calmly, "What unfortunate news?" "It pertains to Wu Xiaoming. You should be acquainted with him. Given your close ties, your tainted heart leads you to perceive filth in everyone. Not only do you insult me, but you also tarnish the character of young Master Wu. After all, he is a wealthy heir from the provincial government. Unlike us who are family, he would not indulge your nonsensical ramblings as I do." Su Yueling exclaimed in astonishment. "Tarnish his character? Does he even possess such a quality? Although young Master Wu hails from affluence, he is approachable, generous, and warm-hearted. How can you defame him?" Seemingly aware that her praise might not sit well, Su Yuewei added, "How I wish I had a brother like him." Su Yueling feigned shock. "You hold him in such high regard?" "I speak nothing but the truth," Su Yuewei replied. "But Wu Xiaoming broke Uncle's leg. The amiable figure you refer to not only shattered his leg, but even rendered Uncle a eunuch. How can you laud someone who has harmed your father? Truly, you are filial to the extreme." Chapter 74. Spitting Su Yuewei, first update. The notion of filial piety expressed by Su Yueling elicited a chuckle from Yuan Suifeng. He quickly turned away, covering his mouth, though the subtle tremors of his shoulders betrayed his amusement. Yuan Suijuan's emotions were less overt, yet the corners of his lips curled upward. Su Yuewei, however, was too preoccupied to appreciate Su Yueling's humor, her mind swirling with the implications of Su Yueling's recent words. Her father had suffered a broken leg and had been rendered a eunuch? She shook her head in disappointment, declaring, "Do not attempt to sow discord. I refuse to believe such tales. Young Master Wu is not that kind of person. Yueling, you are no longer a child. Why do you persist in such antics?" Yuan Suifeng, visibly irritated, interjected, "There are countless witnesses in the city who saw your uncle being assaulted. The neighbors have all witnessed it clearly. If you doubt it, inquire with them, or better yet, ask your uncle and aunt what transpired." "You truly are amusing," Su Yueling retorted. "Choosing to trust a mere stranger whom you have known for less than a fortnight rather than your own cousin, or the neighbors who have watched you grow up." Her words dripped with sarcasm, striking a nerve, as she insinuated an illicit affair between Su Yuewei and Wu Xiaoming. Su Yuewei quickly replied, "I will certainly seek the truth in this matter." A sense of panic gripped her. The main branch of the family was relying on a partnership with the Wu family for prosperity. If relations soured, the combined might of the Su and Zhang families would pale in comparison to the Wu family's power, which could easily crush them with a mere flick of a finger. As the likelihood of this grim reality sank in, Su Yuewei's complexion turned pale, her limbs turned cold, and her strength ebbed away gradually. A number of neighbors had emerged to witness the commotion when Yuan Suifeng knocked on the door, only to be greeted with first-hand accounts of the unfolding scandal. Wang Lushi, who took great pleasure in watching Su Yuewei's misfortunes, unabashedly reveled in her schadenfreude, her voice brimming with delight. "So, has Su Dashan truly been rendered a eunuch?" Yuan Suifeng nodded. "I even went so far as to invite 3 physicians, and each confirmed the same. They said that should he not undergo the procedure, he might face severe infection leading to high fever, and for the safety of Uncle Dashan, the only recourse was to proceed with the operation. In these times, a high fever could very well claim a life. Whenever she had the chance, she would venture into the city with her son to witness the spectacle surrounding Su Dashan. It was undoubtedly the consequence of Su Yuewei's lack of virtue that such misfortune befell her father." She cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuewei, scoffing, "Ah, this is the so-called good person you speak of. Truly a benefactor, indeed, one who has turned your father into a eunuch. Under ordinary circumstances, a broken leg would be considered a grave matter. Yet, in light of the sensational nature of Su Dashan's predicament, such an injury paled in comparison, rendering it a trivial concern." Observing Wang Lushi's eager demeanor, it was likely that she would spread the news far and wide within a day. The mere thought of everyone nearby discovering her father's fate as a eunuch left Su Yuewei feeling bitter and her vision darkened. What sins had she committed? Just when life was beginning to improve, calamity struck. "No, you must be lying. This cannot possibly be true." Zhang Xinghua burst forth, defiantly asserting, "Young Master Wu is not that kind of person. He is charming, courteous, and how could he ever commit such an act? Su Yueling glanced at Zhang Xinghua's impassioned reaction and mused. Could it be that Zhang Xinghua has fallen for Wu Xiaoming? Her taste is truly questionable, considering she fancies such a greasy visage. Zhang Xinghua gazed intently at Yuan Suifeng, pondering whether there was some misunderstanding at play. Yuan Suifeng initially intended to remain silent, but seeing the eager expressions of those around them, he reconsidered. Realizing that they would inevitably learn the truth upon entering the city, he decided to unveil the matter. I have come across two distinct accounts. One narrative suggests that an incident involving Wu Xiaoming and his uncle was witnessed, leading to a frenzy of gossip throughout the town. Enraged, young Master Wu dispatched his servants to assault the uncle. Astonishingly scandalous. The villagers were electrified by the revelation. Su Yuewei struggled to breathe, shaking her head repeatedly, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be true." Tears streamed down her face as her resentment toward the neighbors grew. How could they fabricate such rumors that tarnished her father's name? The alternative account held that the uncle, having indulged excessively in drink, had bullied Wu Xiaoming, resulting in the latter sustaining injuries. Unable to suppress his indignation, Wu sought vengeance by instructing his retainers to incapacitate him. Both narratives found considerable traction in the city. Regardless of which tale prevailed, it was implicitly accepted that a conflict existed between Wu Xiaoming and Su Dashan. As Su Dashan's son-in-law, if he were to cultivate a rapport with the Wu family, he would likely become the target of scorn. Witnessing the promising situation dissolve before his eyes, Zhang Chuang felt a surge of frustration and disappointment. Zhang Xinghua stood there, lost in thought, as memories of her first encounter with Wu Xiaoming flooded her mind. At that moment, he had held a folding fan, exuding charm and elegance, embodying the very image of the husband she had envisioned. Yet, her reverie was abruptly interrupted by the unwelcome image of Su Dashan's aged and unsightly visage. Young Master Wu was unexpectedly ruined by such a person. A figure once radiant and resplendent has been dragged into the mire, reduced to mere gossip for many. How despairing he must feel. Zhang Xinghua, who reluctantly accepted the second narrative, felt a tumultuous wave of nausea surge within her, unable to contain her revulsion. While she pitied young Master Wu, she also feared that he might harbor resentment towards her for being the sister-in-law of Su Yuewei. In that moment, Zhang Xinghua couldn't help but spit at Su Yuewei. Shameless. Your father should take a long look in the mirror. Even a toad aspires to dine on swan flesh. Poor young Master Wu, his life is utterly ruined. Your father's castration is a result of his own making. It would be a mercy just to break his legs and render him a eunuch. How Zhang Xinghua wished to rush to young Master Wu's side and assure him that she would not disdain him. The spit she had expelled landed squarely upon Su Yuewei's eyelashes. Chapter 75. A Duty Unavoidable. Second update. Su Yuewei was overwhelmed by disgust and hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it away. Yet, even after removing it, that revolting sensation lingered like a shadow. What a remarkable Zhang Xinghua, to so brazenly insult her for a man who had no interest in her whatsoever. For a fleeting moment, Su Yuewei felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. What of her sense of propriety and honor? Did she not possess the awareness of being an unmarried maiden? Alas, while it might be commonplace for Su Yueling to strike her sister-in-law, such behavior would contradict the image Su Yuewei had meticulously cultivated. Thus, she could only force herself to endure. There would be ample opportunities to deal with Zhang Xinghua. There was no need to tarnish her own reputation for the sake of her. Su Yuewei's voice was filled with grievance. My father is an honest man who has never committed a wrongdoing in his life. How could he possibly engage in such unethical behavior? He would never betray my mother or wrong me and my brother. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuang could only scoff in derision. If Su Dashan were truly an honest man, then anyone in this world could be deemed as such. He wondered how she could utter such words with a straight face. Su Yueling similarly perceived that Su Yuewei was not merely brazen, it was as if a crow had landed upon a pig. Seeing only the faults of others while blind to their own family's darkness, her eyes widened slightly. Are you implying that Wu Xiaoming seduced our uncle? Su Yuewei was momentarily speechless. That's not what I meant. She simply believed her father would never stoop to such acts, as he had always been fond of women. Zhang Xinghua erupted in indignation. Do you have no shame? Young Master Wu has suffered enough, and yet you wish to tarnish his name further? If he had not been wronged, how could he so vehemently despise someone who was once close to him enough to wish for his legs to be broken? With such a shameless father, instead of seeking redemption, you wish to turn the tables? Are you even human? Zhang Xinghua's eyes reddened, feeling immense sympathy for Wu Xiaoming. The scandal had spread like wildfire through the city, ruining his reputation. Yet, amid her compassion, a flicker of delight surged within Zhang Xinghua. Did this mean she had a greater chance of marrying him? After all, she would not disdain him as others might. It was rare to find someone like Zhang Xinghua, who could offend both sides. Su Yuewei felt an overwhelming urge to tear Zhang Xinghua's mouth apart, yet she suppressed her fury and declared, "I will seek clarity on this matter from my parents." Su Yueling inquired, "Is that all you're going to do? Just ask?" Although Su Yueling's voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a golden aureole, it now caused Su Yuewei a throbbing headache. As a daughter, her father was suffering, and though she yearned to care for him, she was now married and belonged to the Zhang family. She could not linger in her maternal home indefinitely, which would only impose greater burdens on her mother. She retrieved a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes, stating, "I will weave more nets and exchange them for silver to buy medicine for my father." As a married woman, these were the only contributions she could offer. In these trying times, she believed Cheng Wang would understand her situation. Indeed, Zhang Qinhuang had no intention of scrutinizing her over the trifling amount of money. His income from composing poetry and prose could easily yield several taels each month. Even if Su Yuewei toiled through the night weaving nets, her earnings would barely amount to a few cents of silver, which he would hardly consider significant. Su Yueling remarked, "You need not worry about the cost of medicine. I will cover it." She then instructed the doctor to prescribe the most bitter concoction, ensuring that each dose felt like a punishment. After all, Yuan Suifeng had already examined him. His injuries were grievous, and unless a miraculous healer appeared, taking medicine would merely prevent further deterioration. She relished the thought of spending money to see him suffer. Yuan Suijun nodded, acknowledging that, although her uncle had erred, Wu Xiaoming's retaliation was excessively cruel. "Indeed, I cannot stand by and watch my uncle become a mere shell of a man. We must sue Wu Xiaoming for malicious harm." Su Yueling spoke with conviction, turning to Yuan Suijun and inquiring about the punishment for malicious harm. Yuan Suijun, well versed in the law, responded methodically, "That depends on the circumstances of your uncle. Given his symptoms, coughing up blood, emasculation, and fractures, we must first observe for 50 days to see if he can recover. If healing is not possible, he shall be sentenced to 100 strokes of the rod and 3 years of forced labor." Su Yueling was thoroughly satisfied. She was no longer the naive girl who had arrived a few months prior. She had gained some understanding of this era. A sentence of 3 years meant compulsory labor, which would be more torturous for Wu Xiaoming, who had been raised in luxury, than death itself. The emergence of such a disciple from the Wu family would tarnish their reputation. Su Yueling did not view the Wu family as innocent. Wu Xiaoming's audacity stemmed from his family's influence. Failing to control their hounds, allowing them to maul others, was indeed their wrongdoing. Su Yuewei's complexion paled at the thought of formally accusing Wu Xiaoming, as it would irrevocably bind them to the Wu family as enemies. Could they withstand the repercussions of such revenge? For Zhang Qinhuang, this was also an outcome he wished to avoid. He sought to use this incident to establish a rapport with the Wu family. He interjected, "There is no need for such extremes. It is possible that this was merely the folly of some servants. Until the matter is thoroughly investigated, we should refrain from making definitive judgments." Zhang Xinghua quickly added, "Indeed, young Master Wu could not possibly resort to such brutality. It must have been instigated by those few attendants." Although she felt that Su Dashan deserved his fate, she understood that blame could not be placed squarely on Wu Xiaoming. Yuan Suijun cast a glance at Zhang Qinhuang, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, the magnanimity and kindness of Brother Qinhuang are realms beyond my reach. Despite his father-in-law suffering such grievous injuries, he still seeks to exonerate the perpetrator, even hesitating to bring forth a lawsuit against him. Truly admirable." His tone was earnest, yet in conjunction with his words, it appeared even more sardonic. Su Yueling chimed in, "After all, he is not his biological father, merely a father-in-law. In ancient times, the bond between son-in-law and father-in-law was held in high esteem. To be unfilial to one's father-in-law was simply unacceptable." The other villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, when one's father-in-law faces such a predicament, even those with a fiery temperament ought to step forward in defense. Yueling, who usually seemed distant from the main family, displayed a sense of responsibility that surpassed that of a biological daughter when confronted with adversity. Zhang Qinhuang listened to the surrounding discussions, his complexion darkening. He aspired to rise through scholarly pursuits and placed immense value on his reputation. Thus, he could not bear the stigma of being unfilial. He realized that Yuan Suijun had placed him in a precarious position. Yuan Suijun inquired, "So, Brother Qinhuang, do you wish to accompany me to the Yamen?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Chunwang replied, "It is my duty." He cast a profound glance at Yuan Suijun. What a remarkable individual he is. Today's events would be etched in his memory. At this moment, Zhang Chunwang appeared calm, yet turmoil of rage and disdain churned within him. He had never harbored such animosity toward anyone. Yuan Suijun was even more detestable than the avaricious parents of his ex-wife. This was not the first time Yuan Suijun had targeted them. Previously, he had publicly sullied his wife's reputation, forcing him to wear the green hat of infidelity. Now he is pushing him to offend the Wu family together. Could it be that he is aware of his own frail condition? Knowing that his aspirations in the imperial examination will only culminate in the title of a mere scholar? Is that why he seeks to drag him down as well? Ironically, even though he is fully cognizant of his intentions, he finds himself compelled to step into this quagmire. Su Yuewei is at a loss, as this situation has surpassed her capacity to manage. She can only gaze at her husband with a plea in her eyes, hoping he will take the reins. Naturally, she must also see her parents at the earliest opportunity. As for Zhang Xinghua, her mind is consumed with thoughts of rescuing Wu Xiaoming. She cannot bear to watch him suffer. With this thought, Zhang Xinghua dashed out, determined to inform young Master Wu at once, so he can devise a strategy in advance. Yuan Suijun can easily surmise Zhang Xinghua's intentions, and he neither intervenes nor plans to do so. From the very beginning, he never intended to see Wu Xiaoming punished. When the time comes, the Wu family will undoubtedly present those few servants who committed the violence as scapegoats. Those servants, bound by their contracts, would never dare to defy the Wu family. His sole aim is to extinguish any hope of an alliance between Zhang Chunwang and the Wu family. Compared to Su Yuewei, Zhang Chunwang is far more astute. The Zhang family resides next door, and if they were to truly ally with the Wu family, it would indeed be a cause for concern. As for whether they would end up irrevocably offending them, Yuan Suijun is not overly concerned. The Yuan family has long since incurred their ire, and the events of today are merely inconsequential. Yuan Suijun wears a gentle smile. Having heard that Chunwang has previously assisted others in drafting petitions, why not take a turn himself? Zhang Chunwang, with a faint smile, replies, "I am not as exceptionally talented as Brother Yuan. It is better left to you." Su Yueling remarked, "I didn't expect you to possess such self-awareness. Then, I shall write as you wish." Deep down, she understood that Zhang Chunwang was indeed reluctant to offend the Wu family too much. A faint smile flickered on Zhang Chunwang's face, which he struggled to maintain. His humility had inadvertently encouraged Su Yueling. Su Yuewei could not tolerate her beloved husband being belittled. Chunwang's talents in this regard were unmatched. If he was truly so capable, why not write? Just as Su Yuewei was about to insist, she suddenly felt a chill and glanced up to find Zhang Chunwang gazing at her with an icy demeanor. Lowering her head, she refrained from speaking further. "There's no time like the present. Let us visit the Su family now and see the condition of my uncle," Yuan Suijun proposed eagerly. Zhang Chunwang nodded. Wishing to say nothing more, she had no intention of entering the city. The roads were riddled with potholes, and the jostling of a carriage ride could very well threaten her life. She preferred to wait and listen to his stories later. While Su Yueling could take it easy without concern, Su Yuewei, as a devoted daughter, bore the weight of expectation. Otherwise, the entire village's gossip would surely drown her. With a heavy heart, she entered the city, her steps burdened with sorrow. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinghua had already made her way to the city. The heat was stifling, and after running all the way, she was drenched in sweat, her hair clinging to her cheeks. Oblivious to her disheveled state, she would have surely tidied herself up before meeting Wu Xiaoming. She made a beeline for Jixiang Tower, recalling that Wu Xiaoming resided there. Aware that seeing Wu Xiaoming would not be an easy endeavor, she immediately sought out Manager Su upon entering the establishment. Initially, Master Su was entirely disinclined to pay any attention to Zhang Xinghua. However, upon learning that she was the sister-in-law of Su Yuewei and had come bearing crucial news, he reluctantly agreed to escort her. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoming was in a fit of rage. Due to injuries to both hands, he could only rely on servants for assistance during meals. When a servant accidentally spilled some water while feeding him, he punished them severely before his temper began to subside. Upon receiving word of Zhang Xinghua's arrival, he furrowed his brow and permitted her entry, having long since forgotten her existence. After all, Zhang Xinghua was hardly a striking beauty. She was merely an ordinary village girl. Led by Master Su to the third floor, Zhang Xinghua's heart raced with anticipation. As the door swung open, a fragrant scent of cosmetics enveloped her. She found the aroma utterly delightful. Upon entering the room, her eyes were drawn to the lavishly decorated space. unable to divert their gaze from the opulent furnishings that exuded undeniable wealth. The Wu family was wealthier than she had imagined. Even a temporary guest room was adorned with such grandeur. In contrast, Zhang Xinghua felt woefully out of place in her disheveled state, having traveled in a dusty manner that obscured any semblance of beauty. Were it not for her connection to Su Yuewei and her proximity to Su Yueling, Wu Xiaoming would have been loath to lower himself to meet such a village girl. Sensing an unpleasant odor reminiscent of sour sweat, he frowned and spoke with evident disdain. "I hear you have matters to discuss with me?" Zhang Xinghua's gaze fell upon Wu Xiaoming, and she found herself unable to look away. Today, he appeared more delicate than the dashing figure she remembered, lying there in a way that evoked a sense of compassion within her. This, perhaps, was what her elder brothers referred to as a fragile flower. Yet, such a tender blossom had been ravaged by someone as brutish as Su Dashan. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Zhang Xinghua blurted out, "Young Master Wu, fret not. Though you have been tarnished by Su Dashan and are no longer pure, I shall not turn my back on you." Unlike others, she would not scorn him nor find him contemptible. A courtesan may redeem herself, let alone Wu Xiaoming. Wu Xiaoming and the servants of the Wu family were taken aback. What had they just heard? Who had been defiled? Chapter 77. Already a eunuch, Part 4. Manager Su inhaled sharply, regretting bringing this naive girl along. What were the words spilling from her lips? Wu Xiaoming erupted in fury. "You wretch! What nonsense are you spouting? How dare she claim he had been humiliated by Su Dashan?" They were both men. In his rage, he momentarily forgot his circumstances, striking the bed with his fist. The searing pain radiated throughout his body, and as he curled up in agony, his lips drained of color, he barely managed to utter, "Fetch a doctor." Zhang Xinghua was taken aback by this turn of events. She had anticipated that Wu Xiaoming would be touched by her unwavering loyalty. Yet she had inadvertently provoked his wrath. He even insulted her, calling her a wretch. Zhang Xinghua possessed a haughty disposition. Yet the villagers of Lushan refrained from confronting her, out of respect for her brother. After Su Yuewei entered the household, she publicly lavished attention upon Zhang, so she had never truly experienced any genuine grievances. With a voice filled with confusion and indignation, she lamented, "I have already expressed that I do not despise you. There is no need for you to feel inferior over this matter. Your mouth is your own. Do not concern yourself with their words." Wu Xiaoming's forehead throbbed with veins as he glared fiercely at Zhang Xinghua, exclaiming, "Are you all dead? Why do you not silence this scoundrel?" The servants of the Wu family stepped forward to restrain Zhang Xinghua. Caught off guard by their sudden aggression, her expression shifted dramatically as she struggled desperately. However, a teenage girl, unaccustomed to labor, was no match for the strength of these servants. No matter how fiercely she fought, she could not prevent the rag from being stuffed into her mouth. The foul odor nearly caused her to faint. "Throw this wretch out. She is not to appear before me again." Were it not for Zhang Xinghua's brother, who was somewhat learned and held a modicum of renown, he would not have been so lenient after the humiliation she had inflicted upon him today. Thus, Zhang Xinghua was roughly pushed and shoved down the stairs, nearly stumbling in the process. Once expelled from Jixiang building, she tore the rag from her mouth and rushed to borrow water from others to cleanse herself. Yet, the lingering sense of disgust was inescapable. Such maltreatment significantly diminished Zhang Xinghua's regard for Wu Xiaoming. Yet when Zhang Xinghua recalled the furnishings of the room she had seen upon entering, she could not help but find excuses for Wu Xiaoming. He was merely unable to accept the reality in that moment, suffering from an overwhelming shock that had drastically altered his temperament. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon the instigator, Su Dashan. She stamped her foot and hurried off to find Manager Su. Upon seeing Zhang Xinghua, Manager Su felt a headache coming on, ready to call for someone to throw her out. Zhang Xinghua quickly interjected, urging him to inform young Master Wu that the Yuan family intended to sue him for malicious injury. Manager Su paused, regarding Zhang Xinghua with a look of disbelief, wondering how someone who had been insulted could still come forward with such urgency. Was this sister of Zhang Qingwang's truly muddled in her thoughts? Nevertheless, the matter she spoke of was indeed significant, prompting him to rush upstairs to report it to Wu Xiaoming. At that moment, Wu Xiaoming was awaiting the doctor's arrival. Upon hearing the news, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a cold smile, declaring that they were welcome to proceed with their suit. If they could manage to bring him down, he would not bear the surname Wu. After all, it was not he who had personally assaulted Su Dashan at worst. He could simply push a servant forward to take the fall. However, he was aware that if this matter escalated, it would ultimately tarnish the reputation of the Wu family. Wu Xiaoming understood well that his family aspired to more than mere merchant status. Thus, they had devoted considerable resources to nurturing educated heirs and had taken great care to cultivate relationships with literati and scholars. He genuinely felt that Guangning County was ill-fated for him, and if he continued to linger, it was uncertain how many more troubles would arise. It was best to leave while he still could. At the Su residence, Yuan Suijun, Zhang Qinhuang, and Su Yuewei were gathered by Su Dashan's bedside. At this moment, Su Dashan lay in bed, his face bruised and battered, his body swathed in layers of medicinal dressings. He was moaning in pain, oblivious to the fact that the physician had, in a desperate bid to save his life, removed a part of him, a truth concealed from him by Su Liao. He naively believed that with adequate rest, he would eventually heal and return to his former self. Although Su Yuewei harbored much resentment toward her father for the shame he had brought upon her, witnessing his pitiful state stirred her compassion. Upon entering, she had already inquired with her mother, and indeed Yuan Sui Feng had not lied. It was Wu Xiaoming who had orchestrated the brutal assault on her father. Wu Xiaoming's tyranny was utterly intolerable. Qinhuang, Suijun, you must stand up for Dashan. The Wu family has mercilessly tormented him. How could her husband have been reduced to a eunuch? Was she to live as a widow in her own marriage? Fortunately, she had given birth to Tianbao. Otherwise, the Wu family would have left her without an heir. Zhang Qinhuang, however, was reluctant to wade into troubled waters, having been dragged in by Yuan Suijun. Was it truly Wu Xiaoming's command, rather than the brazen actions of his subordinates? Su Liao expressed her dissatisfaction. Those servants would never have the audacity. It is all the fault of that despicable Wu Xiaoming. Yuan Suijun, appearing remarkably amiable, gently reassured her, "Aunt, rest assured, we will certainly advocate for you. We shall bring a lawsuit against Wu Xiaoming, ensuring he faces the consequences of his actions. Your husband shall not suffer this indignity in vain." Yet, Zhang Qinhuang made one final plea. "My concern lies with the Wu family's pride. They may retaliate against you." Upon uttering those words, Su Dashan, who lay in bed, instinctively recoiled, pondering whether they would continue to seek retribution against him. How could his frail body withstand such torment? Yuan Suijun remarked, "The Wu family values their reputation. Should we escalate the situation, they would not dare to act." Despite this, Su Dashan hesitated to gamble on such a notion and gritted his teeth, suggesting, "Shall we negotiate with the Wu family? They ought to compensate us. Given his severe injuries, they should at the very least offer 200 taels." Once that sum was acquired, he envisioned purchasing a residence and acquiring a young, exquisite concubine once he regained his health. Although Su Yuewei felt anguish for her father's suffering, she feared even more the ramifications of offending the Wu family. A monetary settlement would be the most prudent course of action. Yuan Suijun, perceptive of her thoughts, spoke with an air of calmness. "However, no amount of silver can restore your uncle to his feet, nor can it render him a true man." Su Dashan felt as though struck by lightning, his mind blank. After what seemed an eternity, he incredulously inquired, "What did you just say?" Yuan Suijun, with a look of pity, replied, "Uncle, you have become a eunuch." Chapter 78. A splash towards Su Yuewei. First update. Is it that age has dulled your hearing? Allow me to reiterate. Yuan Suijun continued in an unhurried manner, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Your kneecap is shattered. You will never be able to stand again. The severity of your injuries rendered it impossible for the physician to save that part. In order to preserve your life, it had to be amputated. Wu Xiaoming has been utterly ruthless. He intends for you to suffer a fate worse than death. In the depths of his subconscious, Su Dashan was utterly unwilling to accept the harsh reality before him. No, this cannot be true. He turned his gaze towards Su Liaoshi and Su Yuewei, his expression pleading. This was the first time he had displayed such vulnerability in front of the mother and daughter. He yearned for them to assure him that Yuan Suijun's words were mere fabrications, that his injuries were not as severe as claimed, and that with proper care, he could make a full recovery. Su Liaoshi averted her gaze, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Yuewei, too, could not bear to meet his eyes, her silence weighing heavily in the air. She found herself unable to voice the truth, unwilling to play the villain in this tragic tale. In that moment, Su Dashan finally grasped the painful truth. Yuan Suijun had not lied. He had indeed become a eunuch. In the past, during casual conversations with friends, he had mocked the eunuchs serving in the palace, deriding them as incomplete men. Were they to find themselves in his position? They would surely feel no shame in choosing to end their lives. Yet here he was, transformed into the very figure he had once scorned. A primal howl escaped his lips, echoing with despair. "Let me die. What purpose does my existence serve now? Why do you not allow me to perish? Even if granted 200 taels of silver, what would it matter if it could not restore his manhood? The silver he had once coveted had, in this moment, lost all allure. Life felt devoid of meaning, bereft of joy. Murky tears trickled down the corners of his eyes, a clear testament to the fact that though he still breathed, his spirit had long since withered. Unable to contain herself, Su Yuewei burst into tears, her voice laced with reproach. Yuan Suijun, why did you have to reveal the truth? How painful it must be for father to learn the reality of his situation. Thus, she was reluctant to reveal the truth, preferring to conceal it for another day. Yuan Suijun remarked, I cannot stand by idly while my uncle remains in the dark. Your refusal to disclose the truth only serves to deceive him, coaxing him into reconciliation with the Wu family, to avoid a bitter enmity. Su Yuewei sobbed. I am doing this for father's sake. Yuan Suijun's smile brimmed with derision, questioning whether it was truly for uncle or merely for your own interests. You are well aware of your intentions. Zhang Chuang furrowed his brow, lamenting that what has transpired cannot be altered. We merely wish to secure some benefits for father to ensure a comfortable old age. Why must we remain in opposition to the Wu family? Can we not set aside our disputes and live in peace? He addressed Su Dashan. Uncle, do you wish to accept the silver and bury the past, as if it never occurred, or do you intend to sue Wu Xiaoming? Su Dashan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with profound hatred. I want him to pay the price. Yuan Suijun nodded slightly. Then both I and Yueling shall assist you. He then chastised Su Yuewei, stating that Yueling, merely the niece from the next room, was willing to stand up for uncle upon learning of the matter. Yet you, as his biological daughter, selfishly think only of yourself. Failing to uphold even the most fundamental principles of filial piety, how can you have the audacity to blame me? His words resonated strongly, his demeanor solemn, embodying the spirit of advocating for Su Dashan. Zhang Chunwang, consumed by rage, yearned to tear his face apart. Yuan Suijun's motivations were hardly for Su Dashan's benefit. He appeared to revel in the chaos. Yet his every word rang with truth, rendering Zhang Chunwang incapable of retort. Even the sorrowful and furious Su Dashan found himself moved. Unexpectedly, when he found himself in a predicament, it was Yuan Suijun who stood up for him. Meanwhile, his daughter was still preoccupied with quelling the matter, attempting to deceive him. Rather than concern for him, it seemed more a worry about the Zhang family's potential entanglement, was it not? The ever-selfish Su Dashan, at this moment, felt a twinge of regret, lamenting his earlier inclination to offer Su Yueling to Wu Xiaoming, thereby humiliating Suijun. He felt he had wronged Yueling, wronged Suijun. No, he could not entirely bear the blame. He was merely momentarily confused. This notion had originated from where? He had simply been too malleable, deceived by her guile. Had he not acquiesced to the collaboration with the Wu family, Wu Xiaoming would not have come to the Su household, and he would not be enduring this ordeal today. Ultimately, it was all Weier's fault. Enlightened, Su Dashan's animosity towards his own daughter, Su Yuewei, reached its zenith at that instant. He clenched his fists tightly. Yet he endeavored to keep his voice steady. Weier, come here. I have something to discuss with you. A sense of foreboding washed over Su Yuewei, causing her to flinch slightly, her face betraying hesitation. Su Dashan's resentment deepened. What is it? Am I so incapable as a father that you refuse to acknowledge me? Have I become a eunuch in your eyes? Such words struck a deep chord. Su Yuewei dared not respond, her eyes reddening. You will always be my father. She reassured herself. At most, she would receive a few slaps from him, allowing him to vent his frustrations. As a daughter, she must heed her father's words, for filial piety was paramount. Approaching Su Dashan, she spoke gently. Father, what is it you wish to instruct me? I am here to listen. Her words were melodious. Yet Su Dashan had ceased to believe a single syllable. His gaze drifted to the bowl of freshly brewed medicine on the adjacent table, still steaming. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth, fleetingly, so that Su Yuewei thought she had imagined it. Hand me the medicine to drink. Father, it's still hot. Should we let it cool a bit? Su Dashan retorted with dissatisfaction. What do you know? This medicine must be consumed while it's hot to be effective. Unable to resist his insistence, Su Yuewei complied. She helped Su Dashan to sit up, a movement that inevitably disturbed his wounds. In the past, he would have cursed and complained, yet today he bore it in silence. Unbeknownst to Su Yuewei, she mistakenly believed his injuries were not as grave. Once Su Dashan was seated, she prepared to feed him spoonful by spoonful, but he interjected, Give me the bowl, I will drink it all at once. Do you intend to make me suffer with each sip? This bowl is very hot. I fear you may burn yourself, Su Yuewei replied. As a dutiful daughter, she was willing to endure the heat for the sake of administering the medicine. Su Dashan frowned. I said to hand it over. Reluctantly, Su Yuewei placed the bowl on the tray, allowing him easy access. His rough fingers touched the bowl. Even through the calluses, he could feel the heat radiating. He smiled broadly. Hot is good. If it's not hot, I would be displeased. In the next moment, he seized the bowl and splashed the scalding medicine towards Su Yuewei's face. Chapter 79. Yueling is his biological daughter. Second update. Su Yuewei had never anticipated that Su Dashan would suddenly erupt in fury, leaving her no time to evade. The scalding medicinal concoction was splashed directly onto Su Yuewei's face, instantly causing her skin to blister, rendering her countenance grotesque and repulsive, evoking a visceral reaction in anyone who dared to glance upon her. The potion had seeped into her left eye, igniting a searing pain akin to fire. Su Yuewei clutched her face, emitting a cry of anguish. Her face. Yuan Suijun, though aware of Su Dashan's merciless nature, had not anticipated the swiftness of his actions. Upon witnessing Su Yuewei's torment, he could only reflect on the adage that villains inevitably face their own kind. While Su Yuewei's misdeeds were traceable, they lacked concrete evidence, complicating any attempts to confront her, rendering her adept at manipulating her circumstances to craft an image of innocence and victimhood. Thus, he resorted to employing Su Dashan as a means of retribution. A father disciplining his own daughter left outsiders with no standing to intervene. Zhang Qingwang's feelings for Su Yuewei had nearly eroded amidst the recent accumulation of events. Yet, as her estranged spouse, witnessing her current plight stirred a sense of compassion within him. He approached her, taking her hand gently. In the past, such tender treatment from her husband would have deeply moved Su Yuewei, but now she was engulfed by the torment of her suffering. The pain was unbearable, compelling her to writhe upon the ground. Would she become blind? Would her visage be forever marred? Zhang Qingwang filled a basin with water, prioritizing the cleansing of her afflicted eye, followed by her blistered face. The temperature of the medicinal mixture had been excessively high. Her left cheek was entirely covered in blisters. Fortunately, Su Yuewei was so preoccupied with rinsing her eyes and face that she failed to notice the extent of her injuries. Otherwise, the pain would have been unbearable. Having exhausted half a water tank, the searing sensation eased considerably. However, her left eye remained stubbornly closed, prompting her resolve to seek out a doctor shortly. Before that, she felt compelled to confront her father. Covering her left cheek, she stumbled to Su Dashan's bedside and, in a state of anguish, demanded, "Father, why have you done this?" What pierced her heart was the utter absence of remorse on Su Dashan's face. Instead, it was suffused with a sinister delight. This expression, marred by scars, evoked a chilling sense of dread. Su Yuewei instinctively took a step back. Su Dashan scoffed. "How dare you question me? If it weren't for you, I would not have suffered such a fate, reduced to a mere shell of a man. Had I known you would bring such calamity upon me, I would have suffocated you at birth." His tone was not that of a father, but rather akin to that of an adversary. Tears streamed down Su Yuewei's face as she implored, "Is it merely because I urged you to reconcile with the Wu family?" Observing her still innocent demeanor, Su Dashan seethed with anger, abandoning any pretense of restraint. What innocence? It all began with your jealousy of Yuling's fortunate circumstances. You set your sights on her wealth and conspired with Wu Xiaoming. Yuan Suijun feigned ignorance, asking, "What conspiracy?" Zhang Qingwang's heart sank, wishing to intervene. But Su Dashan had already unveiled everything. "Ah, you remain unaware, don't you? Wu Xiaoming has not only coveted Yuling's prized white sugar recipe, but also her beauty." In a bid to gain leverage over Yueling, Wei Er consented to collaborate with Wu Xiaoming. A few days prior, feigning illness was also her suggestion. Upon mentioning this, the hatred on his face nearly materialized, as he glared fiercely at Su Yuewei, convinced that the troubles he now faced were a result of her curse. Zhang Qingwang had previously only been aware of the Su family's collaboration with Wu Xiaoming, oblivious to the fact that Wu Xiaoming had also set his sights on Su Yueling. Even more shocking was the revelation that this scheme had been proposed by his seemingly gentle and harmless wife. When she broached the subject, she feigned innocence, portraying herself as a victim of parental pressure. Although he discerned that Su Yuewei was not as virtuous as she appeared, he had not anticipated that beneath her seemingly virtuous facade lay a heart so venomous. The realization that such a person was his partner in life sent shivers down his spine, as he felt he was not beside a human, but rather a serpent poised to strike. Alongside the element of surprise, a sense of indignation at being deceived surged within him. This was not the first time Su Yuewei had misled him. Did she truly consider him so easily fooled? Being publicly exposed, and by none other than his own father, who had always been a paragon of filial piety, shattered Su Yuewei's psychological defenses entirely. She desperately shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I did not. Father, why would you harm me?" Her voice, filled with despair, echoed her plight. "Mother, please, tell them it is not true." Su Yuewei, leaning against the wall, was at a loss for what to do, consumed by tears. Torn between her daughter and her husband, she found herself unable to side with either. Yuan Suijun coldly regarded Su Yuewei, remarking that Yueling had surely suffered a misfortune to have such a sister. "From this day forth, our family shall sever all ties with you." Yuan Suifeng spat disdainfully at Su Yuewei, asserting that his sister-in-law's words rang true. "The envy etched upon your face is indeed repugnant." In a moment of inspiration, Yuan Suifeng, suppressing his revulsion, praised Su Dashan, saying, "Uncle, I am astounded by your ability to uphold justice and reveal the truth, even at the expense of family ties. My sister-in-law has not erred in her judgment. You are the only one in this household who still regards her as kin." Upon hearing these words, Su Dashan felt a twinge of guilt, yet he quickly regained his composure, justifying his stance. "That girl, Wei is willing to overlook the pain I endure as her father for the sake of the Zhang family. A daughter like her is not worth keeping." Yuan Suijuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, recognizing that Suifeng had indeed matured, finally understanding the significance of cunning. "Once Yueling recovers, she too shall come to visit you." Spending a mere few coins to sow discord between Su Dashan and Su Yuewei was a worthy investment. Furthermore, considering Su Dashan's health, even with money, he would find little joy in it. Clutching the coins, Su Dashan felt utterly moved. This was not merely a son-in-law, but a son in spirit. He bellowed at Su Yuewei, "Why don't you hurry and leave? I do not wish to have a malicious daughter who torments her sister. From now on, Yueling shall be regarded as his true daughter, and Yuan Suijun as his genuine son-in-law." Yuan Suijuan's words are mere deception. Chapter 80, Unbreakable, Part 3. Zhang Cheng observed Su Dashan's expression of profound emotion and felt an overwhelming headache. How could he possibly have such a foolish father-in-law as Su Dashan, who was so easily swayed by Yuan Suijuan's trifling acts of kindness? With just a few coins, he had swiftly forgotten his previous disdain for Yuan Suijun. He began to feel that his prior efforts and financial expenditures to reclaim Su Dasha were rather excessive, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He had underestimated both Su Dasha's folly and superficiality. Likewise, he had misjudged Su Yuewei's cruelty and cunning. Zhang Chengwang, a man of considerable self-regard, held particularly high moral expectations for his companion. She was expected to revolve around him, manage domestic affairs, remain steadfast, and embody virtue and grace. Previously, Su Yuewei had appeared to fulfill these expectations impeccably. However, once that facade was stripped away, he found it intolerable. His gaze towards Su Yuewei was laden with disappointment, as he pondered whether she had changed, or if he had never truly known her. "You have truly let me down." In that moment, Su Dasha recalled Zhang Chengwang's previous assistance in tidying up the mess he had created. He no longer wished to claim Su Yuewei as his daughter, yet he still desired Zhang Chengwang as a devoted son-in-law. He sighed and remarked, "Chengwang, it is our Su family that has wronged you. We have raised such a venomous daughter." Su Liao, standing nearby, was frantic, questioning whether the head of the family had lost all reason after the lineage was severed. Why expose their family shortcomings in public, thereby cutting off Wei's future? No matter the circumstances, she remained their beloved daughter. Su Dasha continued, "With such a daughter, we have no right to allow her to continue holding the position of your legitimate wife. Even if you choose to demote her to a concubine, I would understand." Su Yuewei trembled violently, her teeth chattering. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of her heart, gradually enveloping her limbs. Her face, ashen and devoid of color, bore witness to the extinguishing light in her eyes, inch by inch. Overwhelmed by sorrow and despair, she found herself unable to shed a single tear. Her biological father harbored such animosity towards her that he wished for her demise, all because of a mere misstep in her words. Her years of devotion to the Su family were reduced to nothing. Oh, how cruel he was! Did he truly possess no semblance of paternal affection? Her future lay in ruins. She had long aspired to emulate the virtuous women of literature, even harboring the hope that, upon her demise, she might be immortalized in the annals of exemplary women. How had she arrived at this juncture? If circumstances allowed, Zhang Qinhuang would also desire to sever ties with Su Yuewei, yet he knew he might never find another capable of caring for Jinyu as if he were her own. While managing the household, Jinyu was the beloved son of both him and Lin Yang. He could not bear to see the child suffer any indignities. Furthermore, by not parting ways with Su Yuewei and holding her transgressions over her head, she would become ever more diligent and conscientious, fearful of any shortcomings. Rumors would only portray him as magnanimous. Moreover, with the impending imperial examination, he deemed it unwise to allow trivial matters to disturb his peace of mind. With a resolute expression, he acknowledged that the pressing priority was to secure a place as a scholar. Should he succeed, he would aim for the higher examination the following year, thus making it imperative that Su Yuewei remain his wife. Casting a glance at her, he remarked, "Though her character is flawed and she has committed numerous wrongs, she is nonetheless my legally wedded wife. Once she has entered this household, she is a member of the Zhang family. I cannot bring myself to demote my wife to the status of a concubine." Su Yuewei abruptly raised her head, gazing at Zhang Qinhuang with a look of astonishment. She had thought she was on the verge of being cast aside. Zhang Qinhuang's eyes fell upon the blemish on her face, and he lowered his eyelids to conceal the disdain lingering within. "Thus, I shall grant her another opportunity to demonstrate her future conduct." The tension in Su Yuewei's body eased, and a wave of elation surged within her. How wonderful it was that she had not been forsaken. Qinhuang still harbored feelings for her, indicating that her existence had not been entirely in vain. However, until she rectifies her behavior, I shall not entertain the notion of bearing another child with her. Zhang Qinhuang's voice was frigid as he continued, "Therefore, for the next decade, I expect Yuewei to practice contraception. You are capable of this, are you not? In 10 years, Jinyu will be 12 years old, and even with a new legitimate heir, his position shall remain unthreatened. By then, he will require his mother's care less." The faint color that had returned to Su Yuewei's face drained once more, her hand instinctively resting upon her abdomen. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her monthly cycle had not yet arrived this month, which meant there was a possibility she might already be with child. How she had longed for a child with Qinhuang. Yet, for the next decade, she would be denied her own offspring. This meant that even if she were indeed pregnant, she would have to terminate the pregnancy. That was the child she had yearned for so long. She trembled involuntarily, the chill more profound than before, and her heart sank into desolation. Faced with this reality, there was no other path for her but to accept it. A sorrowful smile graced her lips as she uttered, "I promise you." Tears streamed continuously from the corners of her eyes. She ought to be content. After all, she is still the wife of Qinhuang. At this moment, Su Yuewei genuinely regretted her actions, lamenting how her selfish desires led her to meticulously scheme against Yueling, ultimately ensnaring herself in an irretrievable predicament. It felt as though the universe had conspired to exact its retribution. Su Liao's family also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was not divorced, there remained a glimmer of hope. Even in 10 years, when Wei Er would be 27, she could still bear children. She had given birth to Tian Bao when she was nearly 30. Yuan Suijun observed the couple and mused that if a marriage had devolved to such levels of mutual scheming, it was perhaps unnecessary to sustain it any longer. Today, he had witnessed quite the spectacle, thrilling indeed. He chose not to utter another word and turned to depart. Yuan Suifeng followed closely behind, reflecting, from now on, we need not associate with the Zhang family at all, using Su Yuewei as our justification. Unbeknownst to him, he harbored an inexplicable wariness towards Zhang Qinhuang, a sentiment rooted in an instinct unique to small creatures. Yuan Suijun nodded. Your sister-in-law should be quite pleased. She has always loathed dealing with Su Yuewei. Each encounter with her nearly makes her roll her eyes to the heavens. Seemingly reminded of something, he altered his course to meet another individual. Zhang Qinhuang thought, if I divorce her, I shall no longer be a mere servant, and we can discuss matters anew in 10 years. Chapter 81. Evil Begets Evil, Part 4. Yuan Suijun was meeting with Sun Fu, the proprietor of Lai Fu Building, specifically seeking his assistance in delivering a letter to Mo Lin, the head of the Mo family. Although he could deliver the letter himself, none could match the speed and security that Sun Fu could provide. Yuan Suijun recognized that, given his current abilities, it would be a Herculean task to shake the renowned Wu family in the provincial capital. However, he was not foolish enough to confront them directly. Instead, he sought to utilize every available resource. He meticulously composed a letter, completing it under the complex gaze of Sun Fu, and, once sealed in an envelope, entrusted it to him with the instruction to deliver it promptly to the head of the Mo family. In the past, Sun Fu, merely an innkeeper from Guangning County, would never have had the opportunity to engage with someone of Mo Lin's stature. Yet, due to the recipe for white sugar, he had inadvertently become a trusted confidant of that esteemed family head. The gravity of Yuan Suejuan's demeanor suggested that this matter was of utmost importance. Sun Fu nodded vigorously, acknowledging his understanding, and assured him he would deliver the message without delay. Having concluded this task, Yuan Suejun took the opportunity to procure some writing supplies in the city. Noticing Sun Fu's curiosity, a smile crept across Yuan Suejuan's lips as inspiration struck him. He decided to pen a story about the saga of Su Dashan and Wu Xiaoming. He turned to his brother, Yuan Suifeng, and inquired, "What kind of stories do you believe the common folk, those who have not received an education, find most captivating?" Without hesitation, Yuan Suifeng replied, "Certainly those pertaining to matters of love." Suddenly realizing something, his face flushed. "Brother, I have not read such tales myself. It was only after Xiaohu and the others bought them that they insisted I read aloud, but I confess I did not truly understand them." Yuan Suejun was momentarily speechless. He had previously thought his brother had matured significantly, only to discover that this perception was merely an illusion. "I did not imply that one should refrain from reading such works, rather that one should not become so engrossed in them as to lose their essence." Yuan Suifeng exhaled a sigh of relief, previously apprehensive about incurring his elder brother's ire. Suddenly recalling something, he lowered his voice and inquired, "Brother, have you ever watched it before?" "No." Yuan Suifeng found it hard to believe. It was inconceivable that a man had never seen it. His brother must simply be too bashful to admit it. Deciding to preserve his brother's dignity, he let it go. Throughout their journey home, the two siblings exchanged little conversation. Upon their arrival, Su Yueling immediately approached them, her face brimming with curiosity for gossip. Yuan Suejun smirked slightly before settling down and remarked, "After our trip, I find myself rather parched." Su Yueling turned to Yuan Baoshu. "Baoshu, please prepare some tea." Yuan Suejun added, "I believe your tea is superior in flavor and more refreshing." Dog of a man, just trying to boss her around. Su Yueling thought, could she be swayed merely for the sake of gossip? Indeed, she could. The dearth of entertainment in this world was simply too great. Without stories to indulge in, the prospect of boredom was unbearable. With a huff, she retrieved her usual Longjing tea. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Yueling was not one to merely indulge. Having received an elite education from a young age, brewing tea posed no challenge for her. Her movements were exceptionally graceful, flowing like a gentle stream, each gesture worthy of artistry. Yuan Suejun took a sip from the tea placed before him. The brew was clear and aromatic. Excellent tea. Not only was the tea of fine quality, but Su Yueling also prepared it masterfully. She tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, her beautiful visage radiating a sense of pride that seemed to demand praise. "How is it? Isn't it delightful?" The world tends to favor subtlety and humility. Even those who excel must occasionally exhibit modesty. However, Su Yueling stands apart, eager to showcase her abilities to the entire globe, her pride nearly soaring to the heavens. "Indeed, this is the finest tea I have ever tasted." Yuan Suejun is not one to intentionally belittle or suppress others. Good is good, and bad is bad. "It seems you possess a certain skill in appreciating tea." The corners of Su Yueling's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, having savored my tea. It was now time for her to share a tale. Yuan Suejun took another sip of tea and began recounting the events surrounding the Su family's main house. To his surprise, he had managed to turn Su Dashan against Su Yuewei, leading to a fierce conflict between them, akin to dogs tearing at each other. Su Yuewei had even suffered burns to her face, and for the next decade, she would be unable to bear children. Moreover, the carefully crafted image she had maintained before Zhang Chunwang was utterly shattered. For her, this was undoubtedly a form of slow torment. However, Su Yueling felt no sympathy for Su Yuewei. Had Su Yuewei not harbored ulterior motives against her, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. This is the law of retribution. When she had drugged Wu Xiaoming, she had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this level. Yuan Suejuan's investment of a mere 2 taels of silver proved exceedingly worthwhile. Su Yueling produced a 20-tael banknote from her pocket and slapped it onto the table. "This is the operational capital. From now on, the affairs concerning Su Dashan shall be entrusted to you." Indeed, sowing discord was best left to Yuan Suejun. With his cunning, ordinary individuals would only find themselves ensnared in his machinations. Yuan Suejun accepted the silver, and now his health has improved significantly. Apart from revisiting the 4 books and 5 classics, he finds himself with ample time for calligraphy and painting. While his wealth may not rival that of Su Yuewei, it is certainly not insignificant. After recounting the tale, he turned to his younger brother, asking, "Did you remember everything I just told you?" Yuan Suifeng appeared somewhat bewildered, responding with an "Ah. When the time comes, you shall learn to narrate the story as I did, for the villagers." As for why it was not he who would tell the tale, it was simply a matter of his reluctance to repeat himself. "But I fear I might not tell it as well as you. They will not be so discerning. After all, not everyone is Su Yuewei, who insists on only the finest stories." Yuan Suifeng understood, recognizing that since his sister-in-law was a woman, any involvement in romantic entanglements could tarnish her reputation. Although this was his first attempt at such a genre, to him, writing it was no different from any other narrative. The only peculiarity lay in the somewhat absurd pairing of Su Dashan and Wu Xiaoming. However, this was of little concern, for the local officials had never encountered Su Dashan and would likely not be critical. With real-life characters as his inspiration and merely needing to embellish reality, he found his pen flowing effortlessly, the words pouring forth with fervor until deep into the night. Yet, Yuan Suijun found himself at a loss, wondering how to approach the more delicate aspects of the narrative. Chapter 82. It's Time for Medicine, Part 1. Although Yuan Suijun had heard scholars around him mention the dragon yang preference, their discussions were always rather cursory, lacking deeper exploration. He truly did not comprehend these matters, and related imagery was scarce on the market. Yuan Suijun, who inherently possesses a hint of perfectionism, believed that since he had already embarked on this endeavor, he must strive for excellence. If he did not comprehend something, learning it would suffice. The mere mention of the Mo family was sufficient to compel the Wu family to forsake Wu Xiaoming, unless he could bolster his position with further leverage. Only by utterly tarnishing Wu Xiaoming's reputation could he ensure that Su Yueling's circumstances would become genuinely secure. Thus, he resolved to send Suifeng into the city the following day to procure the necessary items. Suifeng, with his open and amiable disposition, could easily mingle with anyone and, with a modicum of inquiry, would ascertain the means to acquire such literature. On the morrow, after finishing his breakfast, Yuan Suifeng was entrusted with a significant task by his elder brother. He was taken aback, stammering, "Brother, do you truly wish for me to purchase such novels? Goodness! If any of my acquaintances were to see me, my entire reputation would be in jeopardy." "This is for your sister-in-law's sake," his brother insisted. Yuan Suifeng failed to grasp how acquiring a Riska book could be construed as a gesture for his sister-in-law's benefit. Was it possible that she yearned for such a book but lacked the courage to voice her desire? His sister-in-law had always been exceptionally kind to him, and he willingly ran errands for her. Yet purchasing this particular book filled him with such profound embarrassment that he imagined he could excavate an entire courtyard with his toes. Ultimately, he resolved to proceed with the purchase, even if it meant donning a hood for discretion. Yuan Suifeng determined to brave the situation, donning an expression of valiant sacrifice as he ventured out, leaving Yuan Baoshu in a state of perplexity. "What is my second brother up to?" she wondered. "Second brother. I have roasted chestnuts. Would you care for some?" As he stepped outside, numerous villagers who had listened to his stories the previous day greeted him warmly. "Suifeng, are you heading into the city once more? Is there some new intrigue awaiting you there? Whether it is for the sake of monetary gain by calculating against a cousin or feigning illness for one's own father, these instances are truly astonishing. Many now regard Zhang Qinhuang as a person of integrity, having witnessed Su Yueling's true nature, and he has not divorced her, merely preventing her from bearing children for a decade. Were it them, they would have long expelled Su Yuewei from their home." Yuan Suifeng shook his head vigorously, stating that he had merely gone to the city to purchase a few pastries that his sister-in-law favored. He could acquire some from the old Chiu family beneath the banyan tree. Their freshly baked sesame pancakes are delectable. "Yes, let us procure a variety to soothe your sister-in-law's nerves." With Su Yuewei as a comparison, everyone suddenly felt that Su Yueling's minor flaws were hardly significant. Furthermore, given her remarkable ability to generate income, it is only natural for her to be a bit delicate. "By the way, Suifeng, when will your house begin construction? We have been waiting for quite some time." Yuan Suifeng was aware of the answer. It would commence in 3 days. By then, the craftsmen in the city would also be available. Initially, he thought 20 coins was a considerable sum, but when his sister-in-law learned of it, she looked astonished and exclaimed, "Are they not providing meals? Won't they lack the strength to work? Isn't it just food? I will cover it." She added, "By the way, remember to prepare plenty of meat dishes. Without some grease, they won't be able to carry the wood. Yuan Suifeng thought that while his sister-in-law was a bit delicate, her heart was exceptionally kind. Thus, he added, this is all at my sister-in-law's behest. She believes our family is too stingy and insists that we provide you with meat dishes. Meat dishes? Is that true? Healy exclaimed, her face filled with excitement. Indeed. It is true. In just a few days, you shall witness it for yourselves. Yuan Suifeng spoke with unwavering confidence. The villagers who were privy to this news were practically beaming with joy. They had previously thought that earning 21 a day was quite commendable. To discover that they would not only receive meals but also meat and vegetables, was this truly a fortuitous reality? One must understand that they typically refrained from indulging in meat, even once a month. Naturally, when faced with the choice between gossip and the satisfaction of a hearty meal, the latter held far greater significance. Consequently, the villagers eagerly shared this delightful news, and a festive atmosphere enveloped the village, reminiscent of the joyous celebrations during the New Year. Amidst their elation, they could not help but extol the virtues of Su Yueling, praising her beauty and kind heart, while simultaneously casting aspersions on Su Yuewei. How could such a benevolent cousin conspire against them? Su Yuewei must have lost her conscience to a dog. Thus, while watching a film at home, Su Yueling noticed a sudden surge in her virtuous points, akin to a flood. Pausing the movie, she inquired of the system, have you been compromised by a Trojan? Why has there been such a sudden increase in my virtuous points? Her backhand had directly increased by over 200 virtue points. Let me see. Goodness. The villagers now regard you with an average favorability of 20. It seems to stem from your provision of meals and meat. The host is becoming increasingly benevolent. I am truly moved. The provision of meals was a suggestion that Su Yueling had made herself, as the system appeared to witness the blossoming of a once difficult character. Was it truly so effortless to enhance the villagers' favorability? Su Yueling was utterly astonished. In reality, she had merely calculated the purchasing power of 21 and concluded that the villagers' wages were significantly lower than the modern minimum wage. Her character was one of perfectionism, naturally expecting them to labor with abundant energy for her benefit, which is why she contemplated providing meals, supplemented with meat and vegetables. To possess such a virtuous disposition was, indeed, a delightful surprise. Su Yueling found this to be a remarkably lucrative venture, quite splendid. When the time comes for the first meal, she thought it fitting to treat each person to a generous duck leg. Zhang Xinghua closed the window, thus shielding herself from the outside praises directed at Su Yueling. A thought resurfaced in her mind. How wonderful it would have been if her brother had married Su Yueling at that time. She made her way to the kitchen, discovering that the medicinal concoction had been prepared. Zhang Xinghua smiled as she poured the herbal decoction into a bowl, then unsteadily proceeded to Su Yuewei's room. Su Yuewei lay in bed, her left cheek smeared with a dark ointment, her left eye similarly treated and bound with a bandage. The severity of her burns surpassed her expectations. The treatment would require 14 days of application. Sister-in-law, it is time to take your medicine, she said weakly. What medicine? Su Yuewei inquired. Zhang Xinghua revealed a malicious smile. Why? It is an abortifacient, of course. Brother has made it quite clear that you are not to bear any children for the next decade. Zhang Xinghua's gaze fell upon her abdomen. Do you think I am unaware? When you sought the doctor yesterday for a prescription, you also had him check your pulse, did you not? I heard everything. You are already a month along. Su Yuewei's complexion darkened as she realized that Zhang Xinghua had eavesdropped on her conversation with the doctor. Consequently, she hesitated to terminate the pregnancy. The child's will to survive was so strong that, as a mother, how could she bear to take that life away? Moreover, Su Yuewei harbored a glimmer of hope within her heart, for this was, after all, the flesh and blood of Qing Wang. Once the pregnancy stabilized, Qing Wang might not have the heart to terminate this child. Without him, she feared that she would have to resort to contraceptive potions after every encounter. After a decade of such consumption, would her body still be capable of bearing children? She dreaded the prospect of having accumulated a multitude of toxins from the medicine. Yet, all of this was utterly ruined by Zhang Xinghua. Why did such a malicious and unfeeling sister-in-law exist? The child within her was also her own nephew. Although she harbored an intense hatred for Zhang Xinghua, Su Yuewei understood that she could never admit to the intention of keeping the child. With a sorrowful smile, she uttered, I merely wish to accompany this child for a few more days before bidding him farewell. Zhang Xinghua had no desire for the child to remain. Once a child was born, her brother might soften his heart for the child's sake. This was unacceptable to Su Yuewei, whose cunning surpassed that of Zhang Xinghua. Furthermore, The offspring of such a woman would likely be as detestable as she was. It is better to endure short-term pain than to suffer long-term, sister-in-law. You should drink it quickly. Tilting her head slightly, she suggested, shall I summon my brother to assist you in drinking it? Upon hearing these words, Su Yuewei's expression shifted drastically. Beneath the covers, her hand clenched the bedsheet tightly, creating deep creases. Zhang Xinghua. She would remember this humiliation today. Bring me the medicine, she demanded. Zhang Xinghua had also heard the tale shared by Yuan Sui Feng, and in her eyes, it was Su Yuewei who had instigated Wu Xiaoming's predicament. Young Master Wu must loathe Su Yuewei at this moment. If she aided him in avenging himself, he would surely be touched. Su Yuewei would not dare to deliberately spill the medicine. After Su Yuewei accepted the bowl, Zhang Xinghua deliberately remarked, I have brewed this medicine for half an hour, and it was quite arduous. However, for my sister-in-law, any hardship is worthwhile. Su Yuewei bit her lower lip so hard that she nearly drew blood, and she consumed the bitter concoction in one gulp. The bitterness was so intense that it felt as if her heart was weeping. The child she had with Cheng Wang was forced to depart from her even after merely a month within her womb. Zhang Xinghua was the perpetrator responsible for the death of her child. The abortion medicine that Zhang Xinghua concocted took effect swiftly, within the span of a single incense stick. Su Yuewei felt excruciating pain in her abdomen as if something were twisting within her, and a viscous stream of blood began to flow beneath her. Lying on the bed, she was engulfed by heart-wrenching agony. Zhang Xinghua showed her no sympathy. She was preparing to head into town to discuss this matter with young Master Wu. As for her brother, perhaps due to the multitude of troubling family matters and the impending examination in just a few days, he had long since gone to the vicinity of the examination hall to prepare. Zhang Xinghua was keenly aware that her brother could only achieve recognition through success in the examination, allowing her to become the esteemed younger sister of a scholar. In that case, she would stand on equal footing with Yuan Baoshu. In her elation, Zhang Xinghua remained oblivious to Su Yuewei's resentful gaze, even if she were aware. It mattered little. After all, she was Su Yuewei's sister-in-law, and with both her brother and younger sibling not siding with Su Yuewei, how could Su Yuewei dare to mistreat her? The status of a sister-in-law inherently surpassed that of a married daughter-in-law, unless the latter bore a son. Thus, Zhang Xinghua looked down upon Yuan Baoshu, serving Su Yueling daily like a maid, lacking any ambition. Regrettably, Zhang Xinghua entered the city with great anticipation, only to receive the disheartening news that young Master Wu had already departed from Guangning County. Although Wu Xiaoming had left, the matters concerning him and Su Dashan continued to circulate fervently, fueled by the whispers of those with ulterior motives. When Yuan Suifeng ventured into the city to purchase some trivial literature for his brother, he could overhear the discussions echoing through the streets and alleys. If Guangning County was abuzz with such gossip, one could only imagine the commotion that would ensue in the provincial capital. Once he completed his narrative, he intended for it to serve as the final spark to ignite the flames of intrigue. Meanwhile, Su Yueling's long-awaited grand house had finally commenced construction. Armed with the rudimentary designs for an ancient flushing toilet and a bathhouse, sketched out with the simple charcoal pencil crafted by Yuan Suifeng, she instructed the craftsman to bring her visions to life. The craftsman, Zhao Yu, possessed a modicum of discernment and remarked, Madam, your flushing toilet bears a resemblance to the styles seen in the capital. Is there such a thing in the capital? Su Yueling inquired. I gleaned this concept from a book. Is it a trend there as well? Zhao Yu nodded, affirming, indeed, it was invented by our founding emperor. Immediately, Su Yueling tapped into the system, exclaiming, System, your offerings have been outdone. A flushing toilet that has existed for ages, and yet I had to rely on a lottery to obtain it. Are you intentionally deceiving my virtuous self? Hold on, let me investigate, the system responded. A few minutes later, the system spoke again. The flushing toilets of this era are merely rudimentary versions, incomparable to what you possess, host. Your design represents the pinnacle achievable under current technological conditions. Well then, since it is indeed the finest, Su Yueling decided not to contest with the system. Naturally, she would opt for nothing less than the best. The financial contributor was the elder, and with Su Yueling being an exceptionally generous patron, Zhao Yu and his disciples exerted every effort to construct the house. Even with the assistance of the villagers from Lushan, it seemed the house would take at least 2 months to complete. For Su Yueling, it sufficed to move in before winter's arrival. After a fervent half-day of labor, they paused to prepare for lunch. Su Yueling, in her generosity, covered both lunch and dinner. Many from Lushan village were eager to lend a hand, resulting in a gathering of over 300 individuals. ultimately compelling the Yuan family to register everyone and organize a rotation. Nevertheless, at least 100 volunteers showed up daily. Managing meals for such a multitude was beyond Yuan Baoshu's capabilities alone. The Yuan family lacked sufficient cooking utensils, so they resorted to borrowing from other villagers and hired several local women as cooks. Naturally, the cooking took place elsewhere, as Su Yuewei could not endure the clamor of her own home. Among the hired cooks was Zhang Li, who had previously helped the Yuan family with firewood and water. She was efficient and led 6 other village women, successfully preparing the meal by midday. Zhang Li remarked on Su Yuewei's remarkable generosity. The other village women nodded in agreement. Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would scarcely believe that such a substantial lunch was prepared, even more lavish than their own New Year's feasts. As the lid lifted, they could only anticipate the astonishment it would evoke among the onlookers. Chapter 84. Envying Others, Part 3. The craftsmen and villagers congregated in the largest open space of the village, the only area capable of accommodating such a multitude. The astute among them swiftly claimed the shaded spots beneath the trees, fanning themselves to relish the coolness. After a morning of arduous labor, it was now time for lunch, and an air of anticipation enveloped the crowd as they began to speculate about the meal prepared by the Yuan family. Surely, they would serve congee. I hope it is thick and hearty, for if it is merely watery, hunger will strike again by afternoon. My curiosity piqued regarding the meat dishes they might bring. A basin of meat must weigh several pounds, allowing each person to savor at least a slice. It had been far too long since they had tasted the richness of meat. Suddenly, a short-statured villager caught a whiff of something delightful and exclaimed in astonishment, "I believe I can smell meat. It is so rich and fragrant." The others followed suit, inhaling deeply, their faces lighting up with genuine joy. Such an intense aroma must indicate that the Yuan family had prepared more than 10 pounds of meat. Many found themselves involuntarily swallowing, imagining that they might even share a morsel with their children. Before long, they spotted several women approaching, each carrying a large pot. Leading the group, Mrs. Zhang called out, "It's time to eat. Please line up. If you don't, there will be no rice or meat for you." They need not worry about the possibility of running out of food, for Su Yuewei had prepared an ample supply. Although the villagers found the prospect of queuing somewhat bothersome, the tantalizing scent of meat was irresistible. Drawn by its allure, they obediently formed a line, eager for their share. At the forefront are undoubtedly the artisans, for they are the backbone of this endeavor. Due to the limited number of bowls and chopsticks, Yuan Suifeng had long instructed them to bring their own plates and utensils. 10 large barrels were placed upon the ground, the first 6 brimmed with freshly cooked white rice, glistening under the sunlight and exuding an enchanting luster. Everyone stood in astonishment, and Lu Tong, in a daze, remarked, "It is indeed white rice, not porridge nor coarse grains." To them, this white rice represented fine grains, a delicacy they seldom indulged in, typically reserved for festive occasions. They had initially thought it commendable for the Yuan family to prepare thick porridge. As the lids of the subsequent barrels were removed, the 7th barrel, the largest of them all, revealed a delightful soup made of loofah and eggs, with the egg flours surprisingly abundant. The 8th barrel contained stir-fried zucchini, while the 9th was filled with soy sauce stir-fried radishes. Then came the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating. The 10th barrel emitted an irresistible aroma of meat. Zhang Lisher personally lifted the lid to unveil a bounty of braised duck legs, substantial in size and richly flavored. The aroma of soy mingling with the savory scent of the meat, captivating all who beheld it. Many found themselves momentarily unsteady, for these were indeed sizable duck legs. Each appeared to weigh at least half a kilogram. Goodness, was the Yuan family really engaged in charitable acts? Were these duck legs truly for us? One for each person? Zhang Lisher nodded affirmatively, assuring them that indeed, everyone would receive one, and there was no need for concern. Those who had come to assist would partake in the same splendid feast. Even the wealthiest households in the city would seldom provide such lavish fare for their laborers. She added that it was Yueling who had urged her to buy the duck legs. Initially, she felt that the meat dishes she had prepared were insufficient, fearing it would tarnish her reputation. Su Yuewei was indeed not one to hold back. Her generosity was remarkable. Everyone was touched by the meal. Realizing that each person would consume a significant portion, enough to equate to a day's wages. Due to the ample cooking, Mrs. Zhang only served them heartily, scooping 3 generous ladles, each weighing around 2 taels. The prize duck legs were plentiful, requiring no one to compete for them. As they gazed at their bowls brimming with food, their hearts swelled with joy and gratitude. Simultaneously, They resolved to work even harder in the afternoon. After all, with such a splendid meal prepared, it would be a betrayal of conscience to cut corners. Once news of the Yuan family's hospitality spread throughout the village, those yet to be served grew increasingly eager, anticipating their turn for a satisfying meal, complete with duck legs. In the past, while they admired Su Yuewei's lavishness, they often expressed envy, suggesting she lacked prudence and was wasteful. However, when her generosity was directed toward them, they could only regard her as a kind-hearted individual of commendable character. For Su Yuewei, the cost of this sumptuous lunch barely exceeded 2 taels of silver. Yet it significantly enhanced her reputation for virtue, an investment well worth it. Moreover, money is something that can always be earned again. Even if she spent 500 taels on food and labor over 2 months, it would ensure that these individuals took greater care of her house, preventing any corners from being cut. At first, the villagers were concerned that the first meal would be the most sumptuous, but as days passed, they discovered that every meal offered was consistently delightful, maintaining an exceptional standard. Those with a keen sense began to calculate the expenses, and could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Su Yuewei. Just how much would she have to spend if they continued working at this pace? It was feared that in 2 months, they would all have gained some weight. It was no wonder that Yuan Baoshu, who had once been slender and graceful, now bore a rounder visage, likely due to the abundance of meat at every meal. In an effort to alleviate Su Yuewei's financial burden, the villagers, whose turn it was not to work, took it upon themselves to venture into the mountains during their leisure time to gather quality timber and stones, hauling down any suitable materials for construction. Some even volunteered to keep an eye out, ensuring that none of the workers were shirking their duties. Although the weather was sweltering, their spirits burned fervently. Remarkably, this collaborative effort resulted in a commendable increase in efficiency. On the 14th of August, the results of the academy examination were to be announced. Should he succeed, he would earn the esteemed title of scholar, earning the respect of all. If his score ranked within the top 3, he would become a stipend student, receiving an annual grant of 4 taels of silver. However, these past few months had been fraught with mundane concerns, preventing him from adequately preparing for the exams, which had evidently affected his performance. What was once a certainty in passing the examination now seemed uncertain. He yearned to witness the announcement in person, yet the throngs of people made it impossible to approach. Instead, he resorted to paying a waiter to check the results for him while he waited at the entrance. For him, this waiting felt like an eternity. After an indeterminate amount of time, a familiar figure burst into the inn, and Zhang Cheng recognized it as his inn's waiter. Had the results of the examination been revealed? The innkeeper immediately spotted Zhang Chuang and forced a smile to congratulate him. Congratulations, Scholar Zhang. Upon hearing the title Scholar Zhang, a wave of relief washed over Zhang Chuang, and he could not help but reveal a hint of joy. After years of diligent study, he had finally achieved the status of a scholar. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "What rank did I attain?" The innkeeper, with a glint in his eye, replied, "Esteemed scholar, you rank 26th. 26th? Zhang Chuang was taken aback. The annual quota for scholars in Guangning County typically hovered around 20. The innkeeper lowered his voice. You landed precisely at 26th. Many say you are quite fortunate to be admitted by a mere stroke of luck. Indeed, it was an enviable fate. Chapter 85. The Last Place. Part 4. The Last Place. Zhang Chuang felt a profound blow to his pride. He had always considered himself equally talented as Yuan Suijun, attributing his previous failures to misfortune. He had aspired to achieve the top rank like Yuan Suijun, which delayed his appearance. Little did he expect to find himself at the very bottom, regarded as merely a fortunate candidate who happened to make the list. This was, without a doubt, a tremendous humiliation. He bit down hard on his lower lip, the metallic taste of blood swirling in his throat, provoking an urge to retch. The innkeeper continued to congratulate him, stating, "Many strive their entire lives without ever becoming a scholar. You, Scholar Zhang, at such a young age, have achieved this honor. Your future is indeed promising. Given time, you will surely rise to the rank of a Jiren." At 20, being a scholar was commendable. Yet he recalled that this Scholar Zhang was already married and supposedly had a son. Otherwise, numerous affluent families would certainly have sought to form alliances with him. Various complimentary words flowed from his lips, as the innkeeper eagerly anticipated Zhang Chuang's generosity. I recall that Scholar Zhang hails from Lushan village, a veritable land of fortune, having produced several scholars over the years. The most recent was Yuan, a renowned talent in Guangning County, who, at the tender age of 14, achieved the highest score in the imperial examinations. Had it not been for his health issues, he would undoubtedly be a distinguished Jiren by now. Did Scholar Zhang know Yuan? The innkeeper, rather indiscreetly, broached the subject that Zhang Qinhuang was deliberately trying to avoid. Yuan Suijun, who was celebrated for his exceptional intellect at the age of 14, stood in stark contrast to Zhang, who, at 20, had barely scraped through the examinations. They were worlds apart. The metallic taste of blood grew increasingly pronounced in Zhang Qinhuang's throat, and he could no longer contain himself, vomiting a mouthful of blood that splattered across his azure robe, resembling scattered plum blossoms. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Mid-sentence, the innkeeper suddenly felt something splatter against his face, instinctively. He looked up just in time to witness Zhang Qinhuang collapsing, his lips stained with a shocking crimson hue. The innkeeper touched his own face, realizing it was indeed blood. Slowly, comprehension dawned upon him. Zhang Qinhuang had coughed up blood. How could this happen? Was it not a joyous occasion to pass the examinations? Could he have been so overwhelmed with emotion that he bled? This Scholar Zhang was truly unable to keep his composure. The innkeeper hurriedly rushed to inform the manager, who waved his hand and instructed, quickly, assist him to his room and summon a doctor to attend to him. Originally, Zhang Qinhuang's success as a scholar was a fortunate event for their humble inn, as it brought a touch of joy, considering that literati often preferred to stay at grand establishments like Fulelu. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Qinhuang unexpectedly coughed up blood, casting a shadow over what should have been a celebratory occasion. The innkeeper could not help but ponder deeply. Was it possible that Zhang Qinhuang's fate was too fragile to bear such a triumph? If he could barely withstand this achievement, what would happen if he were to attain the higher rank of Jiren? Surely, it would be a matter of life and death. Of course, he understood that voicing such thoughts could invite animosity, so he dared to harbor them in silence. Zhang Qinhuang found the congratulatory remarks ringing in his ears to be painfully jarring, utterly extinguishing any semblance of joy. Were it not for the fear of offending the county magistrate, he would even consider foregoing the upcoming scholar banquet hosted by the magistrate. It was no wonder that the world often extolled the virtue of marrying a wise spouse. Without such a partner, he could only bear the bitter fruits of his circumstances alone. He reassured himself that even if he were to finish last, he would still be a genuine scholar, eligible to participate in next year's provincial examination. As long as he could become a Jiren, he would earn the distinction of being the youngest Jiren in Guangning County. Alas, he was but a step too late. Just as he stepped out of the inn, he was halted by a familiar figure. The newcomer, Gan Kuan, had a somewhat contentious relationship with Zhang Qinhuang. Gan Kuan flashed a radiant smile and congratulated him. Observing Gan Kuan's expression, Zhang Qinhuang immediately deduced that he too had passed the examination. Otherwise, such a bright smile would be inconceivable. As he finished last, it was evident that Gan Kuan must have placed ahead of him. How blind fate seemed to be, allowing Gan Kuan to succeed while he faltered. Zhang Qinhuang replied coolly, "Congratulations to you as well, Gan. I assume you too have achieved success?" Gan Kuan waved his fan with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Indeed. I am fortunate to have secured the 25th position. Ha ha ha, if I recall correctly, Brother Zhang placed last, didn't he? Thankfully, with Brother Zhang around, I avoided being at the bottom." He playfully patted Zhang Qinhuang's shoulder with such force that it nearly induced a bout of nausea. Zhang Qinhuang yearned to escape. Yet Gan Kuan seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of words, incessantly reminding him of his last place finish, which nearly provoked an involuntary reaction from Zhang Qinhuang. Time passed, and at last, a parched Gan Kuan ceased his relentless chatter, allowing Zhang Qinhuang to depart the inn. However, there was no trace of joy on his face, only irritation and fatigue. He silently vowed, "Next year, I must succeed in the examinations, and I shall make those who mock me see me in a new light." Zhang Qinhuang soon realized they were at the grand residence of Su Yueling. A faint smirk appeared in his eyes as he thought, Yuan Suijun, as a man, truly has the audacity to depend on his wife's earnings, lacking the sense of responsibility and temperament expected of a gentleman. Just as he was lost in his reflections, Yuan Suijun emerged from the house. Though Zhang Qinhuang was reluctant to encounter him, Yuan Suijun approached and performed a respectful gesture, saying, "Brother Qinhuang, I have yet to congratulate you on achieving your goal of becoming a scholar. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. I wonder which deity you prayed to before the examination. Perhaps it's time to express your gratitude." Zhang Qinhuang's expression darkened. He had anticipated that Yuan Suijun would seize this opportunity to mock him. Coincidentally, A villager overheard their conversation and approached with curiosity, inquiring, "Why do you say he is fortunate?" Yuan Suijun wore a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. In previous years, the county's quota for scholars was typically capped at 25. However, due to an influx of applicants this year, the number was increased to 26. Remarkably, Cheng Wang was positioned at the 26th place. Had there been fewer applicants, he would have remained unnoticed. Thus one might argue he was indeed fortunate. Cheng Wang ought to express gratitude to those who applied. In Chapter 86, being admitted is better than not. Yuan Suijun's words sliced through Zhang Chengwang's heart like a barrage of sharp blades, leaving it bleeding and riddled with wounds. He clenched his fists tightly, the pain of his nails digging into his palms anchoring his precarious sanity, preventing him from losing composure in that moment. He was acutely aware that Yuan Suijun was deliberately mocking him, ridiculing him for relying on sheer luck to become a scholar. It was clear to him that under different circumstances, had he been surrounded by such turmoil, his performance in the upcoming examination would likely not be superior. The villagers, oblivious to the underlying tension between them, took Yuan Suijun's words at face value, believing that yet another scholar had emerged from their village. Even if it was merely a stroke of luck, a scholar is still a scholar. They felt a newfound breeze as they walked, buoyed by the notion that years of arduous study had culminated in this singular moment of recognition. Yet, to be relegated to the status of a scholar solely for securing the last position, while all his talent and diligence were overshadowed and dismissed as mere fortune, felt like a profound insult. Zhang Chengwang could no longer contain his frustration. He forcefully shook off the villager's hand and strode away with a scowl. The villager, suddenly released, nearly stumbled, feeling bewildered. After the initial confusion, a flicker of irritation began to surface within him. Could it be that he believes himself to be above the common folk now that he has achieved the status of a scholar, distancing himself from us humble farmers? After all, we all reside in the same village. Is such an attitude truly necessary? Yuan Suijun, in his time, was the top scholar and remained humble in the presence of others. The villagers, feeling slighted, began to harbor negative sentiments towards Zhang Chengwang. Consequently, when other villagers inquired about him, one of them, filled with indignation, spread tales of how Zhang Chengwang, upon achieving his scholarly title, looked down upon others. This sparked a wave of outrage among the villagers. Zhang Chengwang's long-established image of gentility and courtesy began to waver precariously. Indeed, Zhang Chengwang had attained the title of scholar, albeit by the skin of his teeth, ranking at the very bottom. Yuan Suifeng widened his eyes, pondering what kind of good fortune this truly was. Could his brother possess such a broad-minded disposition? It was well known that the Zhang and Yuan families merely maintained a facade of peace. Even someone as oblivious as Yuan Suifeng could sense the animosity emanating from the Zhang family. Previously, when Zhang Chengwang had not yet achieved his title, the Zhang family dared to create trouble. Now that he had gained recognition, wouldn't their arrogance soar to new heights? Yuan Suijun remarked that his current standing was, paradoxically, better than if he had failed to pass the examination. Yuan Suifeng found himself utterly perplexed by his brother's words. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. He decided to share this news with Su Yueling, who paused momentarily before breaking into a radiant smile. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Zhang Chengwang was likely the most affected by this situation. One could only wonder if he would place the blame on Su Yuewei, for she undeniably seemed the type to evade responsibility. Aware of his discontent, Su Yueling found joy in it. Yuan Suifeng remarked, "You and my elder brother speak in unison. There seems to be a certain tacit understanding between him and my sister-in-law. Yet, these two remain enigmatic, still sleeping in separate rooms." Su Yueling beamed with delight, contemplating the idea of calling him 26, a constant reminder of his identity. She relished in delivering sharp remarks. At that moment, Yuan Suijun entered the study and cast a glance at Su Yueling upon overhearing her words. Her mischievous nature remained unchanged. Suddenly, Su Yueling developed an interest in the spinning wheel. It is worth noting that her charcoal sketches surpassed her ink paintings, bringing her subjects to life on paper. Yuan Suijun did not pay much heed to this matter. In reality, Su Yueling was illustrating the 3-spindle foot-powered spinning wheel she had initially exchanged from the system, which was far more efficient than the contemporary hand-operated spinning wheels. She did not intend to profit from it, but rather aimed to promote it, easing the weaving burdens of the local women. She discovered that the people of this era were rather easily appeased. If they could fill their stomachs and earn a modest income, they would express immense gratitude. Her motivation stemmed from a desire to maintain her dignity. leading her to provide relatively bountiful meals, which in turn earned her a reputation for being virtuous and garnered her numerous accolades for her domesticity. In truth, her contributions were quite trivial. Hence, she decided to regard the spinning wheel as a gift. Seated in his position, Yuan Suijun noticed Su Yueling lost in thought once more. However, even in her state of reverie, he found himself unable to compose his narrative in her presence. Although Su Yueling generally refrains from stealing glances while he writes or reads, one must always be cautious of the unforeseen. The mere thought of Su Yueling discovering the content of his writing sent a shiver down Yuan Suijun's spine. He continued his writing well into the night, and after completing the concluding passages, he finally set down his pen. After several days of diligent effort, he had at last finished the story. It was now time for him to visit the prefecture, seeking ways to promote this tale. Chapter 87. Delivered to the village. Second update, the Wu family. Wu Shilin, the head of the Wu household, could not contain his fury and hurled a cup worth 100 taels across the room, his face a mask of frost. Rumors had spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of the prefecture, alleging that his third son, Wu Xiaoming, and Su Dashan had transformed from love to enmity, becoming bitter rivals. Such scandalous gossip was a perennial favorite among the common folk, and thus it proliferated rapidly. Even his beloved youngest son, Wu Xiujia, faced mockery when he attended a poetry gathering. Moments ago, he had received word that Yuan Suijun and Zhang Qinhuang were preparing to sue Xiaoming for malicious injury. Infuriating. This must be the work of the Mo family. And those two, Yuan Suijun and Zhang Qinhuang, mere scholars, dared to oppose the Wu family. Were it not for the family's reputation, he would have already taken action to crush them. Through gritted teeth, he commanded, summon Xiaoming. Upon returning home, the Wu family had intended to punish him, but upon witnessing his sorry state, they reconsidered their course of action, especially after consulting a physician, who advised that for the next 3 months, he must avoid any strain on his injuries. Otherwise, he risked permanent damage to his hands and feet. Wu Xiaoming was now as fragile as porcelain, easily susceptible to harm. "Father, you called for me?" Wu Xiaoming forced a smile. At this moment, he could hardly bear the mention of Su Dashan's name. Were it not for the fact that the person addressing him was his own father, he would have likely unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. "Father, it was merely a rainy day, and the roads were slick. He accidentally fell upon me, and unfortunately, those wretched commoners witnessed it, leading to this misunderstanding. I am only attracted to women." This was a grave insult to him. Suddenly, a realization struck him, draining the color from his face and causing his voice to tremble. "Father, the news hasn't reached our provincial capital, has it?" Wu Shilin nodded, his expression heavy with concern. Wu Xiaoming nearly fainted. After all, Guangning County was a day's journey from the provincial capital. How could the news spread so swiftly? What was Manager Su doing? Why had he not suppressed the rumors by now? Wu Shilin, stern-faced, replied, "Are you foolish? In broad daylight, you called for someone to beat Su Dashan. They are determined to escalate this matter. The Mo family has also been stirring the waters these past few days. Su Dashan had a scholarly son-in-law and a scholarly nephew-in-law, and his nephew-in-law, Yuan Suijun, was no insignificant figure. If this matter is not handled properly, it could tarnish the reputation of the Wu family." Wu Shilin had not anticipated that merely sending his son to Guangning County would lead to such a calamity. Wu Xiaoming's lips quivered, yet he dared not utter a word. Previously, in the provincial capital, he had grown accustomed to wielding power to intimidate others, and he had naturally carried this behavior into Guangning County. Although he was aware that Yuan Suijun was a scholar, he presumed that Yuan Suijun would not stand up for Su Dashan, never considering that Su Dashan's son-in-law, Zhang Qinhuang, was also a scholar. It is evident that, given his current predicament, marriage is a distant fantasy for him. Wu Shilin, irate, remarked, "Do you think our family still possesses the power it once did?" In days gone by, they held sway over the Mo family, a feat achieved through a network of influential connections. Now, however, those connections have shifted their allegiance towards the Mo clan, particularly due to the allure of white sugar. Even in the past, their family could not truly dominate. Their apparent arrogance stemmed from their reluctance to offend those they could not afford to antagonize. He glanced at Wu Xiaoming and solemnly declared, "Xiaoming, I must consider the reputation and interests of our entire clan. I cannot jeopardize the Wu family's standing for your sake. Thus, I must send you to the estate for the time being." Wu Shilin summoned the steward and instructed him to arrange for Wu Xiaoming's transfer to the estate. Simultaneously, he dispatched another seasoned manager to Guangning County determined to persuade Yuan Suijun and Zhang Qinhuang to relinquish their pursuit of this matter. As long as they withdrew, the situation would remain manageable. Little did Wu Shilin know, a new surprise awaited him. In a pear orchard within the prefecture, Zhao Tsofeng, brimming with enthusiasm, clutched a book and hurried to find his adoptive father, the head of their troupe, Zhao Ko. The Nanji troupe had once been the most renowned theatrical group in the prefecture, but in recent years, it had fallen into decline and been relegated to obscurity. Zhao Tsongfeng and the other performers had been taken in by Zhao Ko since childhood, adopting his surname. Observing Zhao Tsongfeng's exuberance, Zhao Ko inquired, "What delightful news has you so elated? You appear as if you have stumbled upon a treasure of 100 tales of gold." Zhao Tsongfeng replied, "Adoptive father, you must see this book. A beggar presented it to me today. It is said that a former guest of our pear garden penned this script, believing it to be suitable for our stage, hence it was specially delivered to us." Zhao Ko received the script, noting that the handwriting was meticulous, and the paper was of the cheapest variety. "Do you know? This tale is reportedly inspired by the recently circulating story of the third young master of the Wu family and an elderly man." Zhao Ko's spirits lifted. The event had stirred considerable excitement in the prefecture, with everyone aware of it. He was curious about how the story unfolded. As he opened the script, he discovered that the characters were not directly named as Wu Xiuming, but rather referred to as Wu Ming, while the other was called Su Shan. Initially intending to skim a few pages, he found himself utterly engrossed, unable to put it down. The narrative was not lengthy, and after half an hour, Zhao Ko had finished reading. His murky eyes sparkled with delight as he summoned everyone to discuss how to stage this play. He had a premonition that the rise of their Nanji Fong rested on this script. Chapter 88. The efforts of one elevate the Yuan family's finances. Part 3. Zhao Tsongfeng was also literate. After being adopted by their foster father, he personally sought someone to teach them to read. He too had read this story and found it masterfully written, with the two characters rendered vividly and authentically. Whether it was the seemingly passionate, yet ultimately indifferent Wu Ming or the initially insincere, yet genuinely devoted Su Shan, the interplay between them evoked a sense of melancholy. The dialogue flowed melodiously and was straightforward, easily comprehensible even to young children. Coupled with the dramatic and gripping developments, it was bound to become a sensation. It is precisely because of this realization that Zhao Tsongfeng promptly entrusted the matter to his adoptive father. However, a trace of concern flickered across Zhao Tsongfeng's countenance, as the narrative they were orchestrating revolved around the tale of the third young master of the Wu family. Would this offend the Wu family? Zhao Ko pondered briefly before responding. This performance should align with the tastes of the young master of the governoress family. Once we have perfected our rendition, we shall invite him to appreciate it. Zhao Tsongfeng understood that with the young master of the governor's household as their patron, they need not fear the Wu family's potential retaliation. Moreover, their troupe might even ascend to higher echelons of society, thereby avoiding dissolution. What Zhao Ko did not mention was that with the Mo family in play, the Wu family might not even dare to act. The rivalry between the Wu and Mo families was evident, even to a commoner like him. As he gazed at the script, it appeared to him as a treasured artifact. Meanwhile, Yuan Suijun, still in the provincial capital, learned that the Nanji Fong troupe was rehearsing a new play, prompting him to conclude that his plans were largely successful. Thus, he no longer needed to share this story with other troops. Their Qiu Yuxian in the capital served as the main establishment, while this location was merely a branch. Any exquisite paintings or calligraphy they acquired would inevitably be sent to the capital. Shortly thereafter, the shopkeeper presented 400 taels to Yuan Suijun. He was quite taken aback by such a generous patron who begrudged not even the price of his purchases. However, he was not naive enough to refuse the silver, so he accepted it graciously. The shopkeeper, motivated by a desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yuan Suijun, would not have divulged so much otherwise. Compared to monetary gain, they evidently placed greater value on their connection with the Liu family. Yuan Suijun remarked, "Most of these paintings I possess are the result of previous accumulation. I fear I shall have little time to paint in the future. It may take several months to produce a single piece. This is primarily due to the principle that rarity enhances value, and in the absence of financial constraints, there is no need for one's creations to become overly abundant." Furthermore, Yuan Suijun must prepare for the provincial examination next year, necessitating his focus on this matter. The shopkeeper nodded in agreement, acknowledging the natural course of things. Exceptional works undoubtedly require more time for refinement. In addition to this matter, Yuan Suijun had another purpose for his visit. He inquired gently, "I recall that your establishment accepts story manuscripts, correct? A friend of mine has written a narrative and wishes for me to ascertain your interest." Although Su Yueling mentioned her willingness to finance the printing, Yuan Suijun deemed it unnecessary for her to incur such expenses. The 100 taels she provided were, as customary, utilized for purchasing land in her name. The shopkeeper, eager to honor Yuan Suijun, promptly accepted the manuscript and began to read. Initially, he intended merely to glance at it out of respect for Yuan Suijun, thinking to print 100 copies at most. However, as he delved into the tale, he became utterly engrossed, even forgetting about Yuan Suijun's presence. It was the attentive young attendant who sensed the awkwardness and hastened to brew tea and serve refreshments, also bringing several books for Yuan Suijun's perusal. When the shopkeeper finally finished the story, a stick of incense had burned down. He patted his head in mild frustration and said, "I apologize, young Master Yuan, for my earlier neglect. May I inquire if you have the authority to decide on this story? Our Autumn Rain Pavilion is eager to purchase it. My friend has entrusted all decisions to me." The shopkeeper sighed with relief and beamed widely. "That is splendid news. This narrative is incredibly captivating, and once published, it is sure to achieve great acclaim. How about we purchase this story from you at the price of 1,000 characters for 10 taels at Xiaoyuxian? This is indeed the highest price they offer for such narratives," reflecting not only a desire to cultivate a relationship with Yuan Suijun, but also the undeniable brilliance of the tale itself. The shopkeeper possesses considerable confidence in this story, believing that with proper management, sales will flourish. This indicates that the offerings he presents could yield as much as 200 taels of silver. When he initially penned this tale, it was merely to occupy Su Yueweling's time. He never anticipated it could be exchanged for such a substantial sum. Yuan Suijun recalls Su Yueling occasionally mentioning the graduated remuneration for writing and the contracts with merchants, where selling a certain number of books would secure additional fees. He paused, ultimately revealing a gentle smile, agreeing that while proposing this remuneration model now may not yield results, as the book has yet to be printed and its popularity remains uncertain, it would be prudent to assess audience feedback post-release. Nevertheless, for him, the paramount concern remains the provincial examination next year. With 600 taels in hand, allocating 100 taels suffices for a year's household expenses. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yueling has single-handedly elevated the living standards of a Yuan family. Writing materials are indispensable, yet these can be conveniently purchased at Xiaoyuxian, where the shopkeeper is willing to grant discounts. As for silks and satins, the household is well supplied. Yuan Suijun envisions Su Yueweling's neatly arranged hair, perhaps due to her aversion to the trinkets of Guangning County. She does not even adorn her hair with a single hairpin. Well, considering her recent exemplary behavior, I shall select a suitable hairpin for her. The styles available in the provincial capital are notably modern and elegant, likely to appeal to Su Yueling. Chapter 89. Yueling's Filial Piety, Part 4. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan Suijun emerged from the shop, cradling a white jade hairpin in his arms. The hairpin, intricately carved in the shape of a peony, showcased the translucence of the jade. The artisan's craftsmanship was exceptional. The peony appeared poised to bloom, imbued with a vivacity that was particularly striking, especially in the exquisitely detailed petals. Yuan Suijun was instantly captivated by this hairpin. To him, Su Yueling bore a striking resemblance to the peony, vibrant and radiant, brimming with life, unwavering in the face of life's tempests, flourishing regardless of external adversities. While the peony hairpin was undeniably beautiful, its exorbitant price was indisputable. It cost a staggering 100 taels of silver, a sum sufficient to purchase 30 acres of fertile land in Guangning County. As he stepped out of the shop, Yuan Suijun gazed at the box in his hands, reflecting on his usual disdain for ostentatious trinkets. Yet, he had just spent 100 taels on such an item, an act that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Indeed, Su Yueweling's ardent affection for Bao Shu was boundless and unreserved. Although she appeared to be somewhat authoritative toward Sui Feng, she held him in high regard and often encouraged him. Contemplating this, his previously furrowed brow relaxed. At this moment, Zhang Chengwang should have completed the written document. If it were not finished, it was time to prompt him. The steward Wu Hua, dispatched by Wu Shilin, had arrived in Guangning County even earlier than Yuan Suijun. Upon arriving in Guangning County, the first course of action he took was to inquire diligently from Su Yuewei and others about the intricacies of the situation at hand, promptly relieving Su Yuewei of his position. There was no rush. Once the turmoil was resolved, he could address him later. Wu Hua then decided to take action against Su Dashan, as long as Su Dashan, the victim, chose not to pursue the matter. The meticulously prepared documents by Yuan Suijun and his associates would be rendered futile. To this end, he had prepared a substantial gift, 100 taels of silver, 2 bolts of silk, and a set of silver headpieces, all totaling more than 150 taels in value. When Su Liao opened the door, she elongated her face upon seeing Wu Hua, demanding to know their intentions. Wu Hua, far more astute in matters of social etiquette than Su Yuewei, responded with a cordial demeanor. I am the steward of the Wu family. Previously, one of our servants acted on their own accord and injured your husband. We have come today to offer our apologies. Recalling the words relayed by Su Yueling through Yuan Suifeng, Su Liao raised her chin and asked, "Is this your compensation?" Indeed. Noticing Su Liao's demeanor soften, Wu Hua felt a sense of relief, growing increasingly confident in his approach. Su Liao stepped forward to open the box, and upon seeing the gifts, she nearly burst into laughter. Seizing the items, she quickly retreated to her room to stow them away. Seeing that Su Liao had accepted the gifts, Wu Hua felt that this matter had been surprisingly easy, almost an overestimation of his efforts. However, as soon as Su Liao took the gifts, she turned hostile, placing her hands on her hips and unleashing a torrent of furious invective, her voice resounding with thunderous intensity. Those devoid of conscience have inflicted such harm upon my husband, believing that a mere bribe of filthy money could absolve their sins. How audacious they are, imagining themselves to be beautiful despite their unattractive appearance. Allow me to enlighten you. Do not presume that this trifling sum can sway us. If you possess the audacity, strike me down as well. I shall not yield. I am determined to see whether justice still prevails in this world. I refuse to believe that the Wu family can dominate with impunity in Guangning County. Should anything happen to me, my son-in-law and nephew shall seek retribution on my behalf. After delivering this scathing reprimand, she resolutely closed the door. Wu Hua was left infuriated by her audacity, teetering on the brink of disbelief. Truly, the adage about cunning villagers emerging from remote areas holds true. How could a person like Su Liao be so brazen, snatching gifts while hurling insults and even issuing threats? Su Liao pressed her ear against the door, listening as the footsteps gradually faded, and she breathed a sigh of relief. That girl, Yueling, is indeed remarkable. The Wu family dares not retaliate against them. According to Yueling, as the situation escalates, the Wu family will continue to bestow lavish gifts. Had she known that heeding Yuling's counsel would lead to profit, she would not have fixated on the money in Yuling's hands. She should never have listened to that wretched girl, Wei Er. After marrying, she truly acted as if she could cast away her past. In recent days, Wei Er had even visited, subtly suggesting they reconcile with the Wu family rather than oppose them. Entering her room, she eagerly recounted to Su Dashan the silver and gifts bestowed by the Wu family. The silver headpiece was perfectly suited for her, and the 100 taels of silver could purchase a residence and over 10 acres of fertile land. The few pieces of silk can be fashioned into garments for the head of the household and Tianbao. Adorned in such fine attire, Tianbao would undoubtedly shine in the academy. Recently, due to matters concerning the mountains, he has been the subject of ridicule from many in the school. Su Dashan lies in bed. Unmoved by the gifts sent by the Wu family, what do they matter to him now? He is no longer a man. No amount of gifts can restore what has been lost to him. When Wei Er came to seek you this morning, did she urge you once more to persuade me? Su Liaoshe remained silent, prompting a cold laugh from Su Dashan at her reaction. She truly is a devoted wife to Chengwang, willing to overlook the suffering endured by her own father for his sake. Yueling exhibits a deeper understanding of filial piety than she does. Su Yuewei, still recovering from the birth of her child, hastened to visit, yet her concern was not for her father. Her heart and mind were solely occupied by her husband, rendering his years of care for her a futile endeavor. In contrast, Su Yueling, though not physically present, frequently sends delicacies through Yuan Suifeng: braised duck legs, dompa pork, stewed lamb, all substantial meats, and they are indeed quite delicious. This stark comparison only amplifies Su Dashan's disappointment in his biological daughter, Su Yuewei. Su Liaoshe no longer defends Su Yuewei as she once did, merely stating, that girl Yueling is indeed filial. After enduring this tribulation, Su Dashan's intellect has sharpened considerably. He advised Su Liaoshe, those chickens you've raised have laid quite a number of eggs. Gather a basket and send it to Yueling. mentioning that I appreciate her filiality. As for Weier, let not a single one be given to her. He is indeed curious to see how Weier will manage to establish herself in the village thereafter. Chapter 90. Delivering eggs to Su Yueling. Fifth update. Su Liao did not perceive this layer of complexity. She assumed that Su Dashan was merely expressing gratitude towards Su Yueling. She rummaged through her home to gather all the eggs, leaving only 2 for her son and husband to boil for dinner. In the past, parting with such a quantity of eggs, especially to Su Yueling, would have caused her considerable distress. She has always been one who places her husband above all else. Promptly taking a basket and heading to Lushan village. Even Wang Lusher, who harbored a deep-seated disdain for Su Yuewei, would not act in such a manner, especially since her son was aiding in the construction of Su Yueling's grand house, feasting heartily each day, as the saying goes. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. When the villagers saw Su Liao carrying a basket, albeit covered with a cloth, the outline of the eggs was still discernible. Zhang Lisher greeted her. "Ah, Su Liao, are you here to deliver eggs to your daughter?" One could understand this gesture, considering Su Yuewei had recently suffered a miscarriage. Poor Su Yuewei, her misfortune was palpable. A new marriage and pregnancy are typically joyous occasions, yet she, in her youth, failed to recognize her condition and overexerted herself, resulting in the loss of her child. She displayed remarkable tenacity. While most would take at least a short period of rest after a miscarriage, she lay in bed for less than 3 days before resuming her household duties, managing everything inside and out. Yet, her complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of any color, and her form resembled that of a mere reed, as if a gentle breeze could whisk her away. Even Zhang Lisher, who perceived Su Yuewei's disposition as unkind, could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. The Zhang family, once seemingly amiable, was now treating their daughter-in-law with such harshness. Due to Zhang Qinghuang's reluctance to disclose that Su Yuewei's child was lost as a result of a potion given by Zhang Xinghua, he publicly claimed that Su Yuewei had merely been careless. Su Liaoshi paused momentarily, shook her head, and explained, "No, these eggs are meant for Yueling." Zhang Lisher appeared astonished. "All of them for Yueling? She hardly needs these eggs. Why would Su Liaoshi suddenly decide to send eggs to Yueling? It can't be that she has some request of her." Indeed, Yueling was known for her sincerity, making her susceptible to manipulation. Recalling her husband's instructions, Su Liaoshi stated, "This is a directive from Dashan for me to deliver to Yueling, praising her for her filial piety and kindness towards us. As elders, we should not simply take without giving." Zhang Lisher finally felt reassured. However, as she observed Su Liaoshi carrying the basket towards the Yuan family, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Wait a moment. Dashan has sent all these eggs to Yueling while commending her for her filial piety. Meanwhile, his own daughter has just suffered a miscarriage and received not even a single egg to aid her recovery. The contrast is stark. It is likely that Su Yuewei's lack of filial piety has deeply wounded the hearts of her elders. Truly, Su Yuewei is quite thoughtless. Although it is said that a married woman is akin to water that has been spilled, which daughter in her right mind would dare to show ingratitude towards her biological parents? Such behavior would surely invite scorn. With a mind full of thoughts, Zhang Lisher was poised to share her concerns with others. Unbeknownst to her, upon arriving at the Yuan household, Su Liaoshi warmly addressed Su Yueling, saying, "These eggs are from my own hens, exceptionally delicious. Remember to eat one each day to restore your strength." For Su Yueling, Su Liaoshi and Su Dashan served as instruments to provoke Su Yuewei. When these two remained compliant, she did not hesitate to offer them a taste of sweetness, allowing them to engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. The eggs delivered by Su Liaoshi were certainly unappealing to her, as some must have been stale for days. She only consumed the freshest eggs laid on the same day, and with numerous poultry-raising households in the village, Su Yueling was never short of them. However, displaying a rare act of kindness, she instructed Yuan Baoshu to collect them. Yuan Baoshu swiftly set about preparing the pastries. Coincidentally, the kitchen had prepared a delightful dish of chestnut chicken for the artisans at noon, which was already complete. Yuan Baoshu took the opportunity to fill a box to the brim. Given that her sister-in-law consistently ordered an abundance of meat, their supply of meat dishes was always ample. Thus, Yuan Baoshu arranged for Yuan Suifeng to deliver some to Su Dashan to prevent outsiders from gossiping about her sister-in-law mistreating her elders. This strategy proved effective, as Su Liaoshi, upon seeing the chestnut chicken, exclaimed their excessive hospitality while beaming with delight. The sight of those pastries only heightened her joy. She recognized them as delicacies from the renowned Baxian shop, known for their exquisite taste and high price. Clever indeed was the head of the household for sending eggs to Yueling, for what slipped through her fingers were treasures beyond their wildest dreams. Humph. Even if their household had been reduced to mere eunuchs, they still enjoyed delicacies that others could only envy. With these thoughts occupying her mind, Su Yuewei completely forgot about her plan to visit her daughter and hurriedly departed from the Yuan residence, neglecting to stop by the Zhang family. As she departed, Zhang Lixi had just been discussing with others how Su Yuewei sent eggs to Su Yueling, along with his own speculations. The villagers were somewhat skeptical, but upon witnessing Su Yuewei indeed carrying eggs to the Yuan family, and afterward not even visiting Zhang's household to check on Su Yuewei, their doubts were entirely dispelled. Was it not said that Su Yuewei was renowned for her filial piety before her marriage? How could it be that after her miscarriage, her mother did not even bring her an egg? Prior to her marriage, people praised her for her gentle and virtuous nature. Yet, do her actions align with such a reputation? It seems that her so-called fame is merely inflated. After exchanging gossip, the villagers felt quite satisfied. Wang Lushi, who harbored a particular disdain for Su Yuewei, seized this opportunity to mock her. When she spotted Su Yuewei fetching water, she eagerly approached, feigning innocence. "Yuewei, you must finally be able to eat more eggs these days to nourish your body." Su Yuewei felt a headache upon seeing Wang Lushi, who seemed to relish in disparaging her and finding fault. What eggs? She would love to eat eggs, but given her current standing in the Zhang family, did she dare? Looking around, she wondered if her mother had arrived. Where was she? A sense of warmth washed over her. It was her own family who truly cared for her. Only her mother would be concerned about her nutrition after the miscarriage, unlike the Zhang family, who would chastise her for being slow in her chores. Wang Lushi remarked, "She left long ago. Did you not receive any eggs?" Feigning surprise, she covered her mouth and said, "Oh dear, I must have misremembered. Your mother took the eggs to the Yuan family. The basket of eggs is entirely for Yueling. It turns out that your daughter has not seen a single egg." Chapter 91. For the next month, you must heed my words. 6 updates. Su Yuewei felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The burden in her hands slipped from her shoulders as she stood there, dazed and unable to comprehend. Her mother sent a basket of eggs to Su Yueling without so much as a glance in her direction. Clearly, she was the biological daughter, having just suffered a miscarriage and in greater need of nourishment to restore her health than Su Yueling, who had no shortage of delicacies in her diet. It was well known that Su Yueling was particularly finicky about her food. Her mother's actions were a deliberate stab at her heart. They were family, were they not? Previously, her mother seemed ready to denounce Su Yueling, yet now she treated her as if they were inseparable. What, then, was her own status? Had it not been for the hope of improving her maternal family's circumstances, she would never have resorted to scheming against Su Yueling, thus tarnishing her own reputation and rendering herself an outcast. How was she to find her place with such behavior from her mother? Su Yuewei was genuinely heartbroken, feeling that her past kindness towards her family was utterly in vain. Wang Lushi took great pleasure in witnessing her pain. Some individuals truly exemplified failure. Not only shunned by their husbands and sisters-in-law, but also regarded as non-existent by their own families. What meaning does life hold for such a person? Thus, it is said that one's actions are observed by the heavens. The reputation one crafts will inevitably be revealed in time. Unbeknownst to Su Yueling, the basket of eggs sent by Su Yuewei only served to further tarnish Su Yuewei's reputation in the village. And Yuan Baoshu had not mentioned Su Yuewei's situation to her. Given Su Yuewei's current reputation, any attempts she might make to slander her sister-in-law will likely fall on deaf ears. After several days of meticulous drawing, Su Yueling has finally completed her illustration of the spinning wheel. Upon finishing this endeavor, she promptly requested Yuan Suifeng to seek out a carpenter to construct it. Su Yueling feels fortunate to have Yuan Suifeng as her errand runner. No matter the task assigned to him, he approaches it with eagerness and executes it with remarkable precision. Were it not for the fact that the system fails to yield martial arts manuals, Su Yueling would have readily exchanged such treasures as gifts for Yuan Suifeng, indulging his dreams of chivalry. With the promise of a generous reward, the town's carpenter willingly set aside less urgent matters to prioritize the construction of her spinning wheel. Yuan Suijun was taken aback to discover a spinning wheel suddenly appear in the courtyard. He wondered if this was a new design, though it seemed somewhat familiar. Yuan Baoshu, skilled in weaving, had previously relied on her embroidery talents to earn a living. Shaking her head, she remarked, "This spinning wheel was commissioned by my sister-in-law. She has been contemplating its design for several days. Su Yuewei interjected, clarifying, "This is not my invention. It was conceived by a person named Huang Daopo. I merely recalled the illustration from my previous readings. After all, a good memory is hard to shake off." Sitting in a chair, Yuan Baoshu began to operate the spindle with her foot and was pleasantly surprised to find it far easier than using her hands. Although her initial attempts were somewhat clumsy due to a long absence from this task, she soon found her rhythm. Su Yuewei recalled the description in the book and reminded, "This can spin 3 threads simultaneously." Yuan Baoshu suddenly enlightened and immediately added 2 more strands to continue spinning. As someone who personally engaged in the task, Yuan Baoshu was more acutely aware of the benefits of the spinning wheel. She felt that her efficiency in spinning had significantly improved due to the abundant sunlight. The spinning wheel was placed in the courtyard. After a quarter of an hour of trying, she was drenched in sweat and paused to ask Yuan Suifeng how much time had passed. Yuan Suifeng had indeed been mindful of the time, a quarter of an hour. Yuan Baoshu's eyes brightened, her tone filled with excitement. "This spinning wheel is truly remarkable. A mere 15 minutes equates to an entire hour's worth of work before, and it is considerably easier. It is less strenuous on my feet, saving both time and effort." Yuan Suijun was astonished. When he first saw the spinning wheel, he suspected it would enhance spinning efficiency, but he had not anticipated such a dramatic increase. It multiplied several times over. He was not entirely ignorant of the common people's livelihood. He quickly recognized the advantages of this spinning wheel. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps he had never truly understood his wife. The spinning wheel was not difficult to make, yet few had thought to utilize their feet, liberating their hands in the process. Although Su Yuewei mentioned that it was conceived by someone named Huang Daopo, he had never heard that name before and even doubted its authenticity. Yuan Suijun entered the study, where Su Yuewei was humming a tune while reading, her expression exuding an extraordinary sense of contentment. Before her lay the blueprint of the spinning wheel, a crucial design that would enable the carpenter to craft a 3-spindle foot-operated spinning wheel. He inquired, "Are you planning to sell this blueprint? If it is priced as high as white sugar, it would be quite difficult, perhaps even impossible to achieve such a sum. Once a single spinning wheel is sold, it will be easily replicated by others, unless a wealthy patron is willing to purchase the blueprint outright." Su Yuewei lifted her chin and shook her head. "How could that be? I do not lack for money. If she sought to earn, she could readily present other designs." However, Su Yuewei was not naive. She understood that if she revealed too many valuable designs, her advantage might slip away. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until Yuan Suijun became a successful scholar. "Is this for Baoshu?" Setting aside all else, it was evident that Su Yuewei treated Baoshu with great care, to the extent that she no longer harbored the initial suspicion that there were ulterior motives at play. Host quickly affirmed that it is indeed for Yuan Baoshu, that your tireless efforts stem from your concern for her, thus enhancing his fondness for you. The system almost yearned to vocalize the ideal response on Su Yuewei's behalf. With her chin slightly raised and an expression as haughty as ever, she retorted, "You think too much. I am merely passing the time out of boredom. Do I appear to be that benevolent?" Yuan Suijun recalled the burgeoning double chin of his younger sister and her incessant collection of new dresses, nodding involuntarily. Was it not true? Suddenly, Su Yuewei smiled. When she refrained from smiling, she exuded a cool and captivating aura, yet when she did smile, it was as if 100 blossoms had burst into bloom, irresistibly sweet and enchanting. Despite her humble beginnings, Su Yuewei has undeniably become the cherished jewel of the Su family, showcasing her own remarkable talents. For instance, none of her family members can resist the allure of her sweet smile. Yuan Suijun, her voice resembles honey, and she presents him with a gift. As she contemplates more intriguing matters, she playfully offers him this token. "For me?" Yuan Suijun echoes, gazing deeply at Su Yuewei, increasingly perplexed by her intentions. Does she truly comprehend the words she utters? Indeed. However, as a condition of this gift, you must heed my words for the next month. Chapter 92. A Shift in Dynamics. First update. The prospect of having Yuan Suijun at her beck and call for an entire month fills Su Yuewei with anticipation. Their time together has granted her insights into his character. Should he acquire this blueprint, he would undoubtedly share it, allowing the women around them to benefit in due time. This indicates that Su Yuewei's original objective in creating this design could be effortlessly realized. Consequently, she sees an opportunity to procure some personal advantages, such as having Yuan Suijun cater to her whims, which would undoubtedly be amusing. Missing this chance would mean losing a unique opportunity. Host, what are you contemplating? Is negotiating with him at this juncture not a cause for concern, given that he might grow increasingly averse to you? You should be aware that Su Yuewei despises coercion above all else. As a virtuous wife, you ought to bestow this blueprint upon your husband without expectation of recompense. With this blueprint, Su Yuewei might even attain great renown. Irritated by the incessant chatter of the system, Su Yueling threatened, "Continue to prattle, and I shall confine you to the little black room." What does Su Yuewei's feelings towards her have to do with her? She now finds it far easier to cultivate the villagers' goodwill than to win Su Yuewei's favor. Moreover, even if Su Yuewei were to obtain that item, given his character, he would never claim others' achievements as his own. Such behavior would be more characteristic of Zhang Qingyuan. The system fell silent, granting Su Yueling a moment of tranquility. The first thing she desired was a massage. After spending so many days drawing, her shoulders had begun to ache once more. Being coerced was something Su Yuewei detested above all else. His initial aversion towards Su Yueling stemmed from the coercive nature of their marriage. Yet, when faced with yet another instance of her coercion, he found it impossible to harbor any dislike. If she genuinely intended to barter with him, she should not have revealed that blueprint, nor should she have had someone construct a spinning wheel. With his remarkable memory, he had already etched the design of the spinning wheel clearly in his mind, making it easy for him to replicate it. It can be said that Su Yueling was exceptionally intelligent, to the point where one might lament that she was not a man capable of achieving great deeds. However, on the other hand, regarding the intricacies of human relationships, she was naively trusting, raising concerns about her susceptibility to deception. Su Yueling was indeed far too gullible. So much so that he felt compelled to keep a closer watch over her, investing more of his attention in her. After all, having brought her into his home, she became his responsibility until she found a secure future. As for her mention of commanding him for a month, it seemed less about humiliating him and more akin to wanting to playfully tease him. She had always taken delight in witnessing his antics. Moreover, given her temperament, her actions were merely playful, akin to a kitten extending its claws in a feigned attempt to scratch, yet entirely unaware of how to truly inflict harm. I promise you. Su Yueling genuinely did not anticipate that Su Yuewei would acquiesce, and by the look on his face, he appeared unperturbed. Had he undergone a transformation? The astonished voice of the system reverberated in Su Yueling's mind. What on earth? Su Yuewei's affection for you has risen to 40? What are men even thinking? After a prolonged stagnation, his affection finally increased by 10. Su Yueling found Su Yuewei to be exceptionally perplexing, as his affections always progressed at a snail's pace. Among the inhabitants of this household, he held the lowest regard for her, while the highest was undoubtedly for Yuan Baoshu, who consistently maintained an impressive score of 90. Yuan Suifeng was not far behind either. Over the past few months, his affection had reached 80. Yet Yuan Suijun remained at a mere 40. If he were a character in an otome game, he would undoubtedly be the most challenging to pursue. Feeling a surge of displeasure, her tone took on a petulant edge. Hurry up and give me a massage. Do you want my shoulders to ache to death? Yuan Suijun moved behind Su Yueling, placing his hands upon her shoulders and beginning to knead. His lips, as delicate as flower petals, her skin so fair it seemed to glow, bright lips, a petite, well-defined nose, and an almost imperceptible fragrance. Su Yueling had initially intended to critique a few aspects, but Yuan Suijun's massage skills surpassed her expectations, advancing rapidly, applying just the right amount of pressure and accurately targeting her sore spots. Her desire to nitpick left her at a loss for where to begin, the frustration mounting as she found herself unable to find any fault. It was then that the unconventional Su Yueling suddenly conceived an idea. Your massage technique has improved remarkably since our last encounter, she remarked. Yuan Suijun smiled gently, a hint of amusement dancing in his dark eyes. Such rapid progress, she continued. Does it imply you have a practice partner? Speak. Is there someone else in your life? Only upon uttering these words did she realize how possessive her tone seemed, when her intention had merely been to provoke. There is no one else. I merely treat myself occasionally, he replied, noting his consistent aptitude for learning. Oh. You need not feel compelled to explain, Su Yueling said, and a silence enveloped them both. Strangely, they had spent time alone together before, often. He would read while she practiced her calligraphy, and even in silence, the hours would pass without discomfort. Yet, the current atmosphere was palpably different. imbued with an indescribable tension that rendered the air almost viscous, leaving her feeling ill at ease. In this charged environment, her senses were heightened. The coolness of Yuan Suejuan's fingers, separated from her skin by a mere layer of fabric, ignited an unexpected warmth within her. This heat seemed to spread from the point of contact, permeating her entire being and intensifying her agitation. She could even hear the rhythm of Yuan Suejun's breathing. Yuan Suejun evidently felt somewhat out of sorts. Although Su Yueling remained silent and appeared demurely seated, her presence was undeniably potent, occupying his thoughts entirely. What was she contemplating? Why had she just uttered those words? Was it a mere jest, or did it stem from discontent? This was rather troubling. After contemplating for a moment, Yuan Suejun ceased his musings and remarked, "I have some matters to discuss with Suifeng. I shall seek him out." In times past, he would have dared to be so dismissive, knowing Su Yueling would seize the opportunity to compel him into signing several inequitable treaties. However, under the influence of the recent atmosphere, she merely waved her hand and said, "You should hurry along." Once Yuan Suejun departed the study, Su Yueling felt a sense of normalcy return. Indeed, it was likely due to the scarcity of handsome men lately, confined to the presence of Yuan Suejun, that she had become rather peculiar. She addressed the system. "System, please display more photos of my admired individuals." Before her transmigration, she had harbored affections for several charming young men. However, Su Yueling was rather fickle and refused to be limited to just one, for she would never forsake a whole forest for a single tree. The system promptly released a series of meticulously edited images of handsome men. As Su Yueling gazed at the faces of those she once pursued, her brow furrowed slightly. Had they become less attractive? How could they not compare to Yuan Suejun? Chapter 93. Washing Su Yueling's feet. Second update. She even found herself struggling to recall their names. The first gentleman's nose lacked the perfection of Yuan Suejuan's, appearing somewhat blunt and less intelligent. The second gentleman possessed enchanting peach blossom eyes, imbued with a magnetic allure, as if they could spark electricity. With a mere glance, it is evident that he is a sentimental type. Pass. The features of the third individual are indeed quite commendable, yet there is an air of forced charm about him, rendering him somewhat greasy, lacking in freshness. As for the fourth, while his demeanor and features bear a certain resemblance to Yuan Suejun, he ultimately falls short of that standard. With Yuan Suejuan's brilliance as a benchmark, Su Yueling finds it difficult to harbor any affection for this inferior substitute. In comparison to Yuan Suejun, these delicate-faced wallflowers seem to have lost their prior allure, stirring not a ripple in her heart. Had her judgment been so flawed in the past? Su Yueling sighed, thus making her unusual behavior more comprehensible. After all, she is a connoisseur of beauty, and Yuan Suejuan's visage undoubtedly aligns with her aesthetic sensibilities, his demeanor far surpassing that of those youthful pretenders. Although he possesses a rather aloof temperament, when juxtaposed with the likes of Zhang Chunwang next door, he can be regarded as a remarkably responsible individual. Indeed, a good man. Although Su Yueling often internally berates him as a dogman, she cannot help but acknowledge this truth. Hence, upon her departure, she intends to leave all the wealth she has accrued in this world to them. Her expression shifted back to one of determination. With this thought, the irritation that had previously troubled her subsided, and she appeared once more as carefree and untroubled as in the past. The 250 system observed this transformation and had to concede that, although Su Yueling herself would not admit it, her nature is indeed well suited for undertaking tasks. The carefree Su Yueling then began to contemplate how to instruct Yuan Suejun over the course of the coming month. When evening arrives, she would require him to bring her water for soaking her feet. Su Yueling envisioned the scene of Yuan Suejun toiling tirelessly for her, unable to suppress a radiant smile. Their sister-in-law, Su Yueling, had grown increasingly spoiled compared to before. She insisted that Yuan Suejun serve her meals, crack crabs for her, and grind ink for her calligraphy practice. The most exaggerated instance was when Yuan Suifeng, upon leaving the study, overheard his sister-in-law teasingly demand of his brother, Yuan Suejun, "I want to soak my feet. Bring me some hot water." It was astonishing to see the elder brother, who had rarely indulged his sister-in-law before, comply with her every request without a hint of complaint. This was akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west. It was well known that the eldest brother had historically been the least indulgent towards her. Yuan Suifeng could not resist sharing this gossip with his sister. His elder brother seemed to be a changed man. Overly attentive to his sister-in-law? Could it be that he was under her thumb? Aside from this, he could think of no other explanation. Yuan Baoshu shot him a disapproving glance, questioning what leverage his brother could possibly have. Might it not be that he had simply come to appreciate his sister-in-law's virtues, willingly attending to her needs? Moreover, fetching water and grinding ink were trivial tasks. It was quite normal for her to delegate such chores. Yuan Suifeng fell silent, nearly forgetting that the most eager to cater to their sister-in-law in the household was Baoshu herself. He pondered further. His elder brother, always the epitome of grace and composure, was unlikely to have any such leverage. Wait a moment. Could it be that the few risku books he had purchased for his brother had been discovered by his sister-in-law? It was not entirely implausible, considering she often perused the books on the shelf, and it was conceivable that his brother had carelessly left them out, only to be caught by her. The elder brother, valuing his dignity, willingly attended to his sister-in-law to silence her. A shiver ran through him. He must not let her discover that he had purchased those books. Otherwise, he might very well find himself the next one to toil like a beast of burden. Regarding the elder brother's service to his sister-in-law, Yuan Suifeng decided to feign ignorance. After all, dead friends are better than dead Taoists. Yuan Suijun, known for his unwavering integrity, had promised Su Yueling, and thus he was bound to honor that promise. He prepared hot water, adding some well water, and once the temperature was just right, he brought it to the study. Wait, Su Yueling called out, her eyes sparkling with mischief, her smile as sweet as honey, thick enough to ensnare anyone. Aren't you going to wash my feet? Yuan Suijun halted in his tracks, turning around with a slight frown. I am to wash your feet? He had thought simply bringing water would suffice, yet now he was expected to wash her feet personally? Yes, you are. Su Yueling reclined in her designated chair, her restless feet swaying, as if they could stir the deepest corners of one's heart, igniting a ticklish sensation. Take off my shoes and wash my feet. You wouldn't expect me to do it myself, would you? Don't forget your promise. Su Yueling acknowledged her deliberate provocation, not merely to witness Yuan Suijun's usual composure unravel, but to test his limits, to see how far he would go for this commitment. Yet, the primary reason remained that she simply did not wish to wash her own feet. At home, she had 4 attendants to serve her. Now, with only Yuan Suijun, her treatment seemed rather dismal. Her refusal to wash her own feet was her final act of stubbornness. Yuan Suijun's expression was inscrutable as he gazed deeply at Su Yueling. While others might have succumbed to his intense gaze, Su Yueling continued to chatter incessantly, employing all manner of provocation. A man must not go back on his word. You promised me that you would heed my words this month. Or do you believe you are not a man? In the next instant, a shadow enveloped Su Yueling. A voice, tinged with a mix of frustration and resignation, resonated in her ears, gently vibrating her eardrums. Be quiet. Yuan Suijun's face was stern. He had always wished to maintain a distance from Su Yueling for her own good. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware, persistently seeking to provoke him. What was she thinking? Within him stirred a multitude of unsettling emotions, akin to ants crawling through his mind. Ever since meeting Su Yueling, these unfamiliar feelings had become all too frequent. After several months of interaction, Su Yueling had grown unafraid of his cold demeanor. After all, Yuan Suijun was not a violent man, even at his most displeased. He merely refrained from speaking to her, never resorting to violence. What was there for her to fear? Refusing to back down, Su Yueling stood her ground. In the next moment, Yuan Suijun knelt down, removing her embroidered shoes to reveal her delicate, pale feet, resembling pieces of exquisite jade. Though his expression remained serious, his hands moved with tenderness. As her feet soaked in warm water, Yuan Suijun gently massaged them. Those hands, usually wielding a pin, were now engaged in washing her feet. Su Yueling felt a surge of joy, her happiness expanding like a balloon. If I were to deliberately splash him with foot water at this moment, would I be risking my life? Su Yueling, be a decent person. Oh, she merely entertained the thought. Contemplating does not equate to wrongdoing. While she may engage in mischief, she does not intend to deliberately humiliate Yuan Suijun. Yuan Suijun lowered his gaze, and due to the steam rising from the warm water, a bead of sweat trickled down his flawless contours. It was only when Su Yueling became aware of it that she instinctively reached out to wipe away the perspiration with her handkerchief. Chapter 94. Presenting a hairpin. Su Yueling, a person who cherished her belongings, was reluctant to share anything she had used. As for handkerchiefs, if they had been washed more than thrice, she would rather discard them. One could say she possessed a strong sense of possessiveness over her possessions. After completing the act of wiping away the sweat, She suddenly realized what she had done. Had she truly used her own handkerchief to wipe Su Yuewei's sweat? Surely. The foot water had muddled her thoughts. Su Yuewei was taken aback as well, tightening his grip on Su Yueling's foot unconsciously. "You're hurting me," she complained in a delicate tone. Su Yuewei released her foot, stood up, and took a couple of steps back, apologizing. "That should suffice, right?" Su Yueling paused for a moment, cleared her throat, and nonchalantly replied, "Yes, that's enough. I didn't expect you to wash someone's feet." She hesitated briefly before casually tossing the handkerchief back to him. "I just like the pattern on this handkerchief. You can have it." Su Yuewei accepted the handkerchief that had just wiped away his sweat. Very well. The handkerchief, often carried by Su Yueling, still retained a faint, elusive fragrance. The two remained silent. Su Yuewei took the basin of water and carried it away. Su Yueling gazed at his retreating figure. Wait, her feet were still damp. Did that mean she would have to wait for them to dry naturally before putting on her shoes? Perhaps she should ask Su Yuewei to fetch a towel. One ought to see things through to completion. His profile was softly illuminated under the light, rendering his expression somewhat indistinct. This approach to tasks was very much in line with his character. He never approached any endeavor with a lackadaisical attitude. The longer Su Yueling spent with Su Yuewei, the more she discerned the qualities within him that sparkled like diamonds. How wonderful it would be if Su Yuewei were in the modern world. She would have gained a true friend. Alas, they were separated by two disparate realms. Su Yueling found herself somewhat distracted. Once the cleaning was completed, Su Yuewei even assisted her in putting on her embroidered shoes once more. "So, will they need washing again tomorrow?" Su Yueling blinked, her tone lighthearted, devoid of any guilt. "Of course. Why not? After soaking my feet, I feel so much more comfortable. While I still have the chance to enlist Yuewei's help this month, I might as well indulge a few more times." As someone who seldom knew when to stop, Su Yueling even grew a bit cheeky. "Tomorrow, I want to add chrysanthemums to the soak." Although Su Yuewei had long anticipated Su Yueling's disposition, hearing such words from her still left him momentarily speechless. After he departed, Su Yuewei sat down and retrieved an exquisite redwood box from the drawer, within which lay a peony jade hairpin. As the thought lingered, she found herself unable to discover an opportune moment to present it to her, leaving it confined within the drawer. Perhaps it would be best to give it to her tomorrow. After all, it should not remain hidden indefinitely. Thus, when Su Yueling arrived at the study the following day, she beheld Su Yuewei retrieving a mahogany box, placing it upon the table, and gently nudging it towards her. A gift? Driven by curiosity, Su Yueling opened the box in Su Yuewei's presence and was astonished to uncover a beautifully crafted peony hairpin within. Its quality and craftsmanship far surpassed the trinkets sold in the county, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, devoid of any artisan's clumsiness, precisely the style that Su Yueling adored. Although the materials were not the finest, given the era, Su Yueling adjusted her standards accordingly. Aesthetic appeal was paramount. She had purchased it because she believed it suited him perfectly. Noticing the sparkle in Su Yueling's eyes and the evident delight on her face, Su Yuewei could not help but smile subtly. "How much does this cost?" "Surely it must be 100 taels, at the very least." Su Yuewei replied, "It's not expensive. I inscribed a few words for the shopkeeper, so he only charged me a nominal fee." In an unexpected turn, Su Yuewei refrained from disclosing the true price, instead fabricating a reason to deflect the inquiry. "Is that so?" Su Yueling believed him wholeheartedly. "Help me put it on." Her prior reluctance to wear hairpins stemmed not from a lack of fondness, but rather from her disdain for the jewelry available in the county. She had never wished to compromise her standards. Now, having acquired something she cherished, she was eager to adorn herself with it. Su Yuewei took the hairpin and skillfully inserted it into her coiffure, the graceful ornament complementing Su Yueling's radiant visage perfectly. Su Yueling instructed, "Bring in a basin of water." Su Yuewei complied and entered with a basin of water. Su Yueling used the water to reflect upon her face, nodding in approval. "Indeed, only my naturally exquisite features could truly complement this adornment. This hairpin is truly fortunate." Su Yuewei, observing her with an amused expression, realized that while her statement was truthful, only Su Yueling would possess the audacity to declare it so boldly. Delighted with the hairpin, Su Yueling wore it for the following several days. Yuan Baozhu and Yuan Suifeng, not lacking in perception, undoubtedly took notice. Yuan Baozhu did not hold back her admiration, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, this hairpin is truly beautiful, and it suits you perfectly." Of course, Even without it, you are lovely. Yuan Suifeng inquired. This must be a gift from elder brother, right? After all, since sister-in-law rarely ventured outside, the sudden appearance of a hairpin in her hair could only be attributed to either Baoju's purchase in town or a gift from elder brother. Judging by the craftsmanship, it was evident that such quality could not be found in the local jewelry shops. Yuan Suijun had not given much thought when purchasing the hairpin. He simply believed it would suit Yueling and bought it on a whim. Was it expensive? This question could only have come from the carefree Yuan Suifeng. Not at all. The shopkeeper merely charged the cost price. With the lie now set in motion, Yuan Suijun felt compelled to uphold it. He refrained from disclosing the exact amount, leading Yuan Baoju and Yuan Suifeng to believe it had cost less than 10 taels of silver. Yuan Baoju held a deep admiration for this craftsmanship, finding it far more exquisite than the jewelry available in the county town. She did not wish to take advantage of her brother. Although the family had ceased the business of white sugar, in the past, the silver earned by her elder brother had been partly invested in land, leaving some funds at hand. It was rare for her usually sensible sister to express a desire for something. So how could Yuan Suijun refuse her? Thus, he responded with an air of nonchalance. Very well. If it comes to it, I shall create a few more paintings. Chapter 95. Why don't you handle it yourself? Part 4. While the Yuan family continued to revel in harmony, the Zhang family was receiving Wu Hua, the steward from the Wu family. Wu Hua addressed Zhang Chuang, stating, "The matter concerning your father-in-law is a tragedy that no one wishes to witness. It is indeed an unfortunate incident. We are deeply pained by what has transpired. The few impulsive servants who assaulted him have been soundly punished and dispatched far away. We come to you with the utmost sincerity and hopes of reconciliation." The third young master is filled with regret. Just days ago, he isolated himself at the estate to atone for his actions. Zhang Chunwang understood Wu Hua's underlying message. He was essentially urging him not to file a lawsuit against the Wu family to avoid escalating the situation. It would be preferable for him to cooperate publicly with the Wu family in their efforts to clear their name. A bitter taste filled his mouth. If circumstances allowed, he would indeed wish to seize this opportunity to align himself with the Wu family. However, while he desired this, Yuan Suijun was unwilling. As long as Yuan Suijun withheld his approval, Zhang Chunwang feared that his words would lead to him being branded as ungrateful and profit-driven. Should his reputation suffer, he would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate within social circles in the future. Zhang Xinghua, who had been listening nearby, displayed a pained expression upon hearing of Wu Xiuming's self-imposed exile to the estate. Young Master Wu is truly unfortunate. Why must he bear the consequences of the sins committed by the servants? Clearly, he is an unequivocal victim in this matter. Zhang Xinghua gazes at him with pity, her hand nearly twisting the handkerchief into a braid. Zhang Chunwang remarked, "This is not something I can decide. Unless you can persuade Yuan Suijun, this issue will drag on indefinitely." He sighed and added, "In a couple of days, this petition will be submitted to the county office." He adopted an expression of helplessness, wishing to distance himself from the affair as much as possible, urging the Wu family to hold Yuan Suijun accountable rather than directing their ire towards him. Wu Hua furrowed his brow. They had previously knocked on the Yuan family's door, but upon their arrival, the Yuan family coldly turned them away, exhibiting an attitude that was impervious to negotiation. Furthermore, through inquiries, they learned that half of Lushan village was currently engaged in construction for the Yuan family, who held a prominent reputation within the village. Should Wu Hua and his companions dare to act recklessly, they would likely face a violent backlash from the villagers. Before arriving in Guangning County, Wu Hua had not anticipated that this situation would prove to be more challenging than expected. Now, upon hearing Zhang Chunwang shift the burden onto the Yuan family, Wu Hua could not help but feel a sense of agitation. With only 2 days remaining, how could they possibly resolve this? The Yuan family's rigid stance undoubtedly indicated that they stood to gain from this predicament. Was it the Mo family that instigated this? Aside from that, Wu Hua could conceive of no other explanation. Thus, unless they could offer something more enticing than what the Mo family could provide, there seemed to be little hope. The Mo family was not lacking in wealth. They could hardly be swayed by mere monetary incentives. There is nothing more stable than a marriage alliance. The Wu family recalled the elder's instructions, and Wu Jia turned to Zhang Chunwang, saying, "Could Zhang Xiu possibly convey a message to the Yuan family for us?" Wu Hua added, "I have heard that Yuan Xiu's sister is exceptionally gifted and capable, a paragon of domesticity." Zhang Xinghua's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing this, her heart tightening in apprehension. Could the Wu family be preparing to arrange a marriage between Wu Xiuming and Yuan Baoshu in an effort to curry favor? What merit did Yuan Baoshu possess? Was she not equally a scholar's sister? Moreover, in terms of age, she was undoubtedly a more suitable match for Wu Xiaoming. Wu Hua continued. My family's second young master is willing to take her as his principal wife. The second young master of the Wu family, Wu Xiuhua, was also of noble lineage, being 22 years old with a daughter. The previous lady of the house had tragically passed away during childbirth, even as a second wife. Such a match would not be attainable for an ordinary family. Had it not been for this incident, Yuan Baoshu would have never had a chance to enter the Wu household. Such sincerity was more than sufficient. Upon hearing about the second young master, Zhang Xinghua exhaled deeply. Thankfully, it was not the third young master. Zhang Chengwang paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. I shall relay your message to the Yuan family. Wu Hua rose, setting aside the meticulously prepared scholarly gifts intended as a gesture of goodwill, and departed. Zhang Xinghua inquired, Brother, what is the background of this second young master of the Wu family? Having long envisioned herself as the future daughter-in-law of the Wu family, she naturally wished to learn more about them. The Wu family was already a prominent household, and gathering information was not particularly challenging. Zhang Chengwang had previously sought to learn about them. He then shared what he knew. Upon discovering that Wu Xiuhua is the legitimate son, while Wu Xiaoming is merely a son born of a concubine, Zhang Xinghua felt an unsettling discomfort in her heart. She was acutely aware of the distinction between a legitimate child and an illegitimate one. The former is born of a legal wife, while the latter is born of a secondary partner. In their village, it was common to insult others by saying they were raised by a minor wife. Wouldn't that mean Yuan Baoshu could continue to look down on her in the future? However, once she learned that Wu Xiuhua had a deceased first wife who had suffered complications during childbirth, leaving behind a daughter, Zhang Xinghua felt a sense of relief. She was also aware of the challenges that come with being a secondary wife, as evidenced by her sister-in-law, Su Yuewei. No matter what she did, her position in her brother's heart would never surpass that of his late wife. If Yuan Baoshu were to marry into the Wu family as a secondary wife, would she not find herself waking before dawn and sleeping after dusk, just like Su Yuewei? With a clever glint in her eye, Zhang Xinghua declared, Brother, I shall speak to Baoshu about this matter. Zhang Chuan was reluctant to visit the Yuan family, fearing another round of veiled insults from Yuan Suijun. Thus, upon seeing his sister take the initiative, he let out a sigh of relief, yet still cautioned her, You must temper your temper. Do not let a disagreement escalate into an argument. Clearly articulate the benefits to Baoshu. Zhang Xinghua huffed, Not a chance. Baoshu and I are on splendid terms. With that, she hurriedly dashed over to the Zhang residence next door. When Yuan Baoshu heard the knock and saw the beaming face of Zhang Xinghua, she paused for a moment. Xinghua, is there something you need? Their families were not on particularly good terms at present, so Zhang Xinghua's visit seemed rather ominous. Zhang Xinghua strode in and closed the door behind her, exclaiming, I have come to congratulate you. There is splendid news to share. Her gaze fell upon a somewhat peculiar spinning wheel placed in the yard. After a mere glance, she chose to disregard it. What joyous occasion could this be? Having been neighbors with the Zhang family for many years, Yuan Baoshu was well acquainted with Zhang Xinghua's temperament, understanding her disdain for others' happiness. As the Yuan family flourished increasingly over the past few months, Zhang Xinghua grew more averse to visiting, her words dripping with sarcasm. Today, however, she unexpectedly arrived to announce good news, instantly raising Yuan Baoshu's vigilance to an extraordinary level. Unaware that her nature had been thoroughly discerned, Zhang Xinghua maintained her exaggerated smile and declared, You know, the Wu family has taken a liking to you and wishes to propose that you become the legitimate wife of their second son. The Wu family's second son is a legitimate heir, and I truly envy you. You are aware that we grew up in Lushan village, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the best future we could hope for would be marrying into a prominent family in the city. Yet, can our county's affluent families even compare to the Wu family? This is a match that one could scarcely find, even with a lantern. If I were in your position, I would seize this opportunity with unwavering determination. Missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. Zhang Xinghua extolled this match as if it were celestial, practically eager to nod in agreement on Yuan Baoshu's behalf. Just as she spun her grandiose tale, a light laugh interrupted her, followed by Su Yueling's dulcet voice. If it's such a splendid match, why don't you pursue it yourself? Chapter 96. Zhang Xinghua faces defeat. Fifth update. Zhang Xinghua turned her head to see Su Yueling emerging from the room. She wore a fabric that Zhang Xinghua had never encountered before. The dress appeared incredibly ethereal, its hues radiantly vivid, a harmonious blend of red, orange, and yellow, reminiscent of the dawn sky. The hairpin adorning her coiffure was evidently of great value, the peony depicted upon it strikingly lifelike. As she glided forward, it was as though she draped the very essence of the clouds around her. Every encounter with Su Yuewei instilled within Zhang Xinghua a profound sense of alienation, as if they belonged to entirely different realms. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Su Yuewei, though she dared not confront her. After all, Su Yuewei had a formidable temper and an arrogant disposition, unlike others who might indulge her whims. With a forced smile, she articulated, "Baoshu is my dear sister. How could I possibly vie for a marriage with my own kin? Moreover, the Wu family has eyes only for Baoshu, not for me." Su Yuewei replied. The second young master of the Wu family must surely be older than Wu Xiaoming. Given the Wu family's standing, it is peculiar that he remains unbetrothed at his age. There must be some flaw. In this era, those of wealth and influence typically arrange their engagements early, and any delays would suggest either complications in their betrothals or personal issues. Zhang Xinghua understood that concealing the truth would be futile, she confessed. The second young master of the Wu family lost his first wife in childbirth, leaving behind a daughter. Su Yuewei grasped the situation immediately, her thoughts tinged with irony. For Baoshu to assume the role of a stepmother, all while claiming it was for her benefit, was truly audacious. Zhang Xinghua frowned, asserting, "Sister Yuan, do not obstruct Baoshu's happiness. If it were not for the circumstances of his prior marriage and the presence of a daughter, such a promising match would never have been within Baoshu's reach. To encounter such a splendid match, you ought to express your gratitude. Baoshu shall hardly find a better alliance than this in the future. Furthermore, regarding Baoshu's marriage, your opinion holds no weight. It ultimately depends on her two elder brothers. Were the situation reversed, and a sister-in-law dared to meddle in her sister-in-law's marriage, she would likely receive a few slaps. The Yuan family is overly indulgent towards Si Yueling. Yuan Baoshu declared with unwavering determination, "I shall not acquiesce. I refuse to be a second wife. And I am still quite young." Both brothers have stated their intention to wait a few more years before seeking a match for her. Baoshu is aware that her eldest brother is set to take the imperial examination next year, with considerable prospects for success. Only Zhang Xinghua perceives her as naive, treating her like a fool. Su Yueling huffed, "I am the head of this household. My word is law." She directed her statement towards Yuan Suijun, who had just emerged from the study. Zhang Xinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yueling, claiming to be the head of the family, did she truly aspire to overturn the order? Yuling's intent was clear. It mirrored our own. You ought to abandon any hopes regarding the Wu family. Yuan Suijun's voice turned icy, his gaze towards Zhang Xinghua devoid of warmth. Yet she remained undeterred, pleading, "Will you truly not reconsider?" Su Yueling felt that individuals like Zhang Xinghua deserved no kindness. Sui Feng, fetch a basin of water and douse her with it. Some individuals, unashamed, ought not to be spared any embarrassment. Yuan Sui Feng, equally exasperated by Zhang Xinghua's pretentiousness, promptly drew a bucket of water from the well upon Su Yueling's command. Zhang Xinghua's complexion paled dramatically as she realized they were serious, and she hastily fled towards the door. The Yuan family, those ungrateful wretches. As she dashed out, she could still hear Su Yueling's delicate voice echoing behind her, instructing others to wash away the places she had passed to ward off bad luck. Zhang Xinghua was infuriated to the point of disbelief. How could they accuse her of bringing misfortune? She was not some filthy creature. Why should she be forced to cleanse her eyes? Wasn't Su Yueling merely fortunate enough to have stumbled upon the recipe for white sugar? What was there to be so proud of? She stamped her foot in frustration, casting a fierce glare at the Yuan family, yet she still dared not enter. The more she pondered, the more her resentment festered, prompting her to seek solace in venting her grievances about the Yuan family's arrogance to the other villagers. However, she underestimated the Yuan family's current standing in the community. Before she could even voice her thoughts, she was met with disdain. The Yuan family had shown remarkable patience by not expelling you. What were your intentions? Trying to send someone to be the stepmother? Is it so easy to take on such a role? Do you think the Yuan family is like yours, with both upper and lower ranks possessing a pair of sycophantic eyes? If this marriage is so splendid, why do you not pursue it yourself? Ah, of course. You lack talent, beauty, and virtue, and are utterly devoid of shame. The Wu family would never look upon you favorably. You cannot even manage your own affairs, yet wish to meddle in others. How audacious! I would never allow my Tsuehua to associate with you, lest she becomes infatuated and loses her sense of propriety. Zhang Xinghua was soundly rebuked, reduced to a state lesser than the dirt beneath her feet. Her face flushed with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words, unable to match the sharp tongues of the village women. Zhang Chuang was already troubled by the diminishing reputation of the Zhang family, and upon witnessing Zhang Xinghua's blunders, his annoyance intensified. Coldly, he remarked, "If you find yourself with so much free time, perhaps you should attend to the household chores, scrubbing the floors and dusting the tables, rather than provoking trouble outdoors." While Zhang Xinghua dared to act unruly before Su Yuewei, she could not afford to be impertinent in front of Zhang Chengwang, and thus she could only respond with a sense of grievance. Observing her discomfort brought immense satisfaction to Su Yuewei, who gently suggested, "Chengwang, it is time for Xinghua to learn some basic needlework. At the very least, she ought to be able to craft a few simple pouches." Zhang Xinghua despised making pouches, having pricked her fingers until they bled in the past. With wide eyes, she protested, "I will not do it. Why should I? I aspire to be a young mistress." Young mistresses do not engage in needlework, do they? Surely wealthy families have several embroiderers at their disposal. Zhang Chengwang, wishing for Zhang Xinghua to acquire these skills, nodded in agreement, saying, "Then you shall take the time each day to instruct her." Su Yuewei responded, "When I first learned these skills, I practiced for 3 hours daily. Since Xinghua struggles with patience, how about we start with 2 hours each day?" "Very well, you shall oversee this aspect," Zhang Chuang conceded. He recognized that, despite Su Yuewei's flaws in character, her proficiency in needlework and household management was commendable. If Xinghua could master even a fraction of her abilities, it would make future matchmaking much easier. After all, is it not the case that every girl must pass through this stage? Why should Xinghua be any different? It seemed her reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid hardship. Despite Zhang Xinghua's vehement protests, her resistance proved futile, and she was resigned to endure the harrowing days of being pricked by needles. Chapter 97. The show begins, Part 6. Although Wu Hua and the other servants of the Wu family racked their brains to prevent Yuan Suijin from suing the Wu family, their efforts were in vain against the Yuan family's steadfastness. Ultimately, they could only watch helplessly as the lawsuit documents were delivered to the county office at the end of August. Many townsfolk eagerly awaited the spectacle, curious to see whether the Wu family would sacrifice their servants as scapegoats. They were well aware that, as the young master of the Wu family, it was improbable that Wu Xiaoming would truly face exile. Wu Shilin listened to Wu Hua's report, his expression darker than ink. "Ah, what a fine Zheng Chuang. What a remarkable Yuan Suijun. I shall remember this debt." It could be said that they had overstepped, brazenly trampling the Wu family's dignity beneath their feet. Wu Shilin understood that this was not a matter of Wu Hua's incompetence. His irritation led him to dismiss Wu Hua with a wave of his hand. Wu Xiaoming had been away for merely 10 days, yet he had visibly lost weight, suffering from poor nourishment and inadequate rest. Having grown up, he had never endured such humiliation. Initially, he had intended to strive this year to cultivate connections and elevate the Wu family to the status of a royal merchant. Now, however, with the Mo family meddling in affairs and the Wu family becoming a laughingstock due to Wu Xiaoming's misdeeds, any hopes of achieving royal merchant status in the near future were dashed. Wu Shilin, filled with resentment towards the Mo family, also directed some of his ire towards Wu Xiaoming. When he encountered concubine Chun, his tone was far from cordial. Concubine Chun had maintained her favored status for so many years, not merely due to her appearance, but also owing to her keen ability to read the room. Upon observing Wu Shilin's expression, she ceased her tearful demeanor and merely wept silently. After shedding tears for a while, she softly inquired, "Do you remember the fourth daughter?" "My lord?" Wu Shilin's eyes flickered momentarily. "Are you referring to Shushu?" Aunt Chen nodded and replied, "Shushu has been sent to the estate due to her fate being incompatible with yours. I have heard that over the years, she has blossomed into a striking beauty. She has now reached the age for marriage. Why not find her a suitable match, my lord?" Wu Shilin's mind drifted to the delicate features of Yun Yang, the mother of his fourth daughter, whose countenance was both alluring and tempestuous. He had fallen for Yun Yang at first sight, disregarding her existing engagement, and forcibly took her as his concubine. Unfortunately, Yun Yang's heart remained devoted to her betrothed, rendering her indifferent to him. Over time, Wu Shilin grew weary of her coldness, and his affections waned. Eventually, Yun Yang succumbed to complications during childbirth, leaving behind a sole daughter. Initially, he had doted on Wu Shushu, but due to their incompatible fates, he suffered several severe ailments, causing his affection to diminish, and he sent her away to the estate. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. After all, it had been quite some time since he had last seen his daughter, and Wu Shilin was unaware of her current appearance. He recalled Yueling. Having heard that Shushu bore a resemblance to her mother, and as she had matured, she may have grown even more similar. Observing the faint nostalgia on his face, Etchen twisted her handkerchief almost into a knot. News from the estate had conveyed that Wu Shushu and that wretched woman were indeed cut from the same cloth. Should the master lay eyes upon that face, it was highly likely that he would become infatuated once more, lavishing attention upon that insufferable woman. After all, she had a daughter. If Wu Shushu were present, it would surely benefit her prospects for a favorable marriage. "It is time for Yueting's daughter to make a sacrifice for his son," remarked concubine Qin. "I have heard that the Yuan family refuses to marry their daughter into our household. It is quite understandable. I have learned that the girl is merely 10 years old. If my own daughter were that age, regardless of the family's esteemed lineage, I would not consent to an engagement at such a tender age, much less to step into the role of a stepmother." A smirk graced her lips as she recalled how her fourth young master spoke of Yuan Suiyuen's remarkable talents. Why must the master forge enmity with him? Would it not be more prudent to betroth our fourth daughter to him, thereby transforming conflict into harmony? Wu Shilin furrowed his brow, yet Yuan Suiyuen is already wed, and it is said he holds great affection for his wife. The recipe for white sugar is attributed to the Yuan lady. Concubine Qin's deepest resentments, aside from Yuan Suiyuen, are directed towards Su Yueling. Were it not for her discontent and beauty that ensnared her son's heart, he would not have encountered such tribulation. Her smile widened. After all, Yuan Suiyue is but a simple village woman, and she pales in comparison to our fourth daughter, who possesses both beauty and talent. I have heard that our fourth daughter is as enchanting as a celestial being. The combined charms of our three daughters do not match hers. Although Wu Shu has been exiled to the countryside, Wu Shilin, due to his regard for Yueling, has sought a female tutor to educate her. This unique situation only serves to further irritate concubine Qin. Wu Shilin, out of consideration for Yueling, initially intended to secure a stable marriage for this daughter. He sighed and said, "I shall first meet Shushu." Upon observing his demeanor, concubine Qin realized that he had already been swayed. For emotion often pales in comparison to immediate gain. With Wu Shu's exquisite beauty, which man could possibly resist her allure? Yuan Suiyuen, being a man himself, would likely succumb to her charms as well. She eagerly anticipates the ensuing chaos within the Yuan household. Moreover, the fact that Yueling's own daughter would become a concubine to a mere impoverished scholar serves to somewhat alleviate her long-held grievances. Years ago, while she was pregnant and her condition precarious, Yueling fell ill at the same time. Wu Shilin, deeply concerned for her, dispatched the physician originally meant for her care, leading to the tragic loss of her child. Over the years, she had only borne one son and one daughter. The sins of her mother must be atoned for by her. Wu Shiji, in truth, held a low opinion of one man, deeming him lacking in merit apart from his family background. Yet, he was acutely aware that his family could not afford to offend one man. Thus he carefully concealed his disdain. Just as he took his seat, a familiar scholar struck up a conversation, mentioning that when man had summoned them today to watch a play, a new production from the Nanji Lane. Wu Shiji frowned, having anticipated an invitation to a flower viewing or poetry banquet instead. He had little patience for theatrical performances. However, given that the son of the governor had gathered a crowd, the play must be exceptionally captivating. Nodding in agreement, he resolved that if the performance proved to be enthralling, he would utter some flattering words to ingratiate himself with one man, as fostering a good relationship with him would be advantageous for their family, particularly since their recent days in the provincial capital had been rather challenging. Invitations from the governor's son were rarely declined. By the time of the Shan hour, the guests had assembled, and when man arrived fashionably late, his gaze landed on Wu Shiji, accompanied by a pleasantly amused smile. "The other day, I heard that Nanji Lane premiered a new play, and I went to see it, utterly astonished by its excellence. Such a captivating tale of opera should not remain a secret known only to me. Thus, I have invited everyone to join me in appreciating it." He turned to his servants, instructing them to take the stage. The performance could commence. Chapter 98, The Disgrace of Wu Xiaoming Part 1. As the show began, a young performer with crimson lips and pearly teeth appeared, exuding an air of charm and elegance. It seemed to depict the entangled grievances between Wu Xiaoming, a scion of the Wu family, and an elderly man in Guangning County. Wait a moment. This young performer claims to be Wu Ming. The similarity in names, Wu Ming and Wu Xiaoming, was striking. They recalled one man's words that this narrative was inspired by reality. Many expressions subtly shifted, with sidelong glances directed toward Wu Xiaoji. Wu Xiaoming was none other than his half-brother. Wu Xiaoji, ever astute, quickly grasped this implication. Beneath his sleeves, his hands nearly formed fists, yet his demeanor remained composed, as if detached from the unfolding drama. Many literati envied the opulent lifestyle of the Wu family, often sourly remarking on the scent of copper that clung to them. Despite his youth and having achieved the status of a scholar, he was still looked down upon. Thus, he was determined not to provide them with the satisfaction of witnessing his embarrassment. It would be best if the story on stage bore no connection to their family. Otherwise, he would not spare the author of this portrayal. The entrance of another principal character, an elderly performer named Su Shan, utterly shattered Wu Xiaoji's fleeting hope. Su Shan, with an unappealing visage and advanced in years, had daughters who were already married off. He and Wu Ming quickly struck up a rapport, as if they were long-lost friends. Wu Ming found the rough and unrestrained demeanor of Su Shan, which starkly contrasted with those around him, to be quite captivating. Su Shan, aware of Wu Ming's affluent background, sought to ingratiate himself with him. Thus, the two swiftly became friends across generations, their relationship gradually deepening. However, this pairing undeniably tormented the eyes of onlookers, eliciting a desire to look away yet an irresistible urge to continue observing, possessing an almost enchanting allure. Even the most impervious individuals could discern that the tale was centered on Wu Xiaoming and Su Deshan. One could not simply think that altering a single character would render them unrecognizable. Among all present, none suffered more acutely than Wu Xiaojie. Each moment felt akin to a slow torture for him. He longed to storm off or command the troupe to cease their performance. Yet, he was unable to do so, for such actions would imply an acknowledgement that the narrative was a veiled reference to his own family. He felt as though he were perched upon a bed of nails. His teeth clenched to the point of drawing blood, the metallic taste of it lingering in his mouth. Who could be so maliciously targeting their family? Was it the Mo family? Or the Li family? A multitude of potential adversaries flitted through Wu Xiaojie's mind, his expression shrouded in an icy veneer. Meanwhile, when man deliberately provoked him, inquiring, Xiaojie, isn't this performance splendid? When man was indeed being intentional, despite his lackluster academic prowess. He possessed an acute sensitivity to the emotions of others. Wu Xiaojie, who typically presented himself as courteous in Wenman's presence, now struggled to contain the arrogance and disdain bubbling to the surface. No matter how wealthy the Wu family was, they were merely merchants. How dare they look down upon him? Though he indulged in a life of extravagance, he never resorted to physically harming others. Wu Xiaojie fought to suppress the fury within him, his voice icy as he remarked, "It is rather commendable. Wu Ming truly embodies the essence of a heartless and ungrateful individual. Previously, driven by a desire for novelty, he shamelessly seduced another. However, upon the unexpected revelation of his actions, he sought to sever ties with Su Shan. Resorting to brutal measures, he not only shattered her legs, but also rendered her incapable of bearing children, disregarding the tender affections they once shared. Indeed, the mercenary nature of businessmen is evident. For the sake of profit, all emotions can be sacrificed. The upbringing that produced such a son speaks volumes about the Wu family's ethical standards. A scholar, harboring a strained relationship with Wu Xiaojie, intentionally employed veiled insults. Wu Xiaojie, being youthful and impetuous, had already reached his limit of patience. Now, with accusations pointed directly at him, he could no longer endure. He stood up in a fit of rage, inadvertently colliding with a nearby table, sending its contents crashing to the floor. Enough. To maliciously slander our Wu family over a fabricated tale? Is this the extent of your refinement? Wenman could not help but chuckle. Why are you so agitated? Xiaojie, we are merely discussing the Wu family from the opera, not yours. Your eagerness to identify with it. Are you feeling guilty? Indeed, we are criticizing Wu Ming, not Wu Xiaoming. Or is there a kernel of truth to this story? Wu Xiaojie bit his lip tightly, maintaining a stern expression as he swept away in indignation. Observing his furious demeanor, others could not help but shake their heads. Initially, I held a degree of skepticism towards this tale, but witnessing his reaction, I began to believe. Indeed, his reaction suggested that he had been struck at a vulnerable point. The Wu family truly exhibits an audacious demeanor. In the hierarchy of society, where farmers are esteemed above merchants, even Su Dashan is regarded as a decent citizen. Yet, they brazenly resort to violence, leaving others maimed, while Wu Xiaoming seemingly faces no repercussions, treating the laws of our great Xia with utter disdain. As the crowd listens to the melodious strains emanating from the opera stage, they engage in fervent discussion about these events. Wu Shilin initially believed the matter had been suppressed, only to discover that it had been brought to the stage, viewed even by the more reputable scholars and candidates from the provincial government. The instigator is not some insignificant figure, but rather the son of the magistrate, someone the Wu family cannot afford to offend. Upon hearing Wu Xiaojia's detailed account of the opera's narrative, the veins on his forehead pulsated violently, and in a fit of rage, he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Shilin beheld the anxious faces of his sons surrounding his bedside. Resolutely, he made a momentous decision. Previously, they had only contemplated sacrificing a servant to shoulder the blame in order to protect Xiaoming. That notion must now be abandoned, for the sake of the Wu family's reputation. He found himself compelled to sacrifice his own son. When the representatives from Guangning County arrive, he shall surrender Xiaoming. One cannot jeopardize the future of the Wu family for the sake of one individual. He commanded that the other branches of the family be summoned, for he intended to announce Xiaoming's removal from the family registry, declaring that from this moment forth, he would no longer be considered a member of the Wu clan. His voice was laden with sorrow, as two streams of murky tears cascaded down his cheeks. Chapter 99. Restoring Su Yuewei's honor. Second update. Wu Shilin, a man of decisive action, swiftly convened a family meeting with the other branches. The news of Wu Xiaoming's expulsion spread swiftly throughout the Wu family and, under the deliberate neglect of Wu Shilin, reached the outside world. Upon learning this news, Chen nearly lost her mind. Over the years, she had borne a son and a daughter, and among the various concubines in the Wu household, she was the only one with a son. Chen had always reveled in this fact, viewing Wu Xiaoming as her future support, showering him with affection. Now, however, her son's name was struck from the family genealogy, and he was at risk of being imprisoned and humiliated in a matter of months. He had committed no heinous act. His only fault was acting impulsively, yet such punishment seemed excessively harsh. She had heard that those condemned to labor would endure great suffering, and some, particularly those in poor health, might even perish during the ordeal. For her, this was undoubtedly a piercing anguish. Chen sought to plead with Wu Shilin for leniency, but he refused even to see her, declaring her confined to her small courtyard. She found herself in a state of despair, calling upon neither heaven nor earth for solace, spending her days in her quarters, weeping profusely, and occasionally cursing others. During her time of favor, she had often bullied the other concubines. They had tolerated her behavior for the sake of Wu Xiaoming, but after enduring for so long, they finally seized the opportunity to retaliate. One by one, they visited her courtyard to provoke her. After all, while Chen was confined, they were not. Amid her suffering, Chen began to attribute her grievances to Yuan Zuejun and Zhang Chuang. She selected some of her cherished, exquisite jewelry, placing them in a box, intending to use these treasures to win over Wu Shu, whispering in her ear to incite discord within the Yuan family's inner quarters, thereby alleviating her resentment. As for Zhang Chuang, she too would not let it slip away. Yuan Zuejun finished reading the lengthy letter. In order to preserve their family's reputation, the Wu family chose to expel Wu Xiaoming, although he had anticipated Wu Xiaoming's fate. It was only when the dust finally settled that Yuan Zuejun genuinely felt the weight lift from his heart, a faint smile gracing his lips. Once he successfully passed the imperial examination next year, the Wu family would certainly be even less inclined to act impulsively. Upon exiting Fulai building, Yuan Zuejun took the opportunity to visit the carpenter, Old He, whom he was acquainted with. A couple of days prior, he had handed Old He the blueprints for the spinning wheel, commissioning 10 3-spindle-foot operated spinning wheels, and had already paid a deposit. When he arrived, Old He greeted him with a smile, saying, "Yuan Shotsai, my apprentices and I have completed 4 spinning wheels over the past few days. The remaining ones will take another week to finish." The remuneration Yuan Zuejun offered was substantial. The payment for the 10 spinning wheels equated to what Old He typically earned in 2 months. However, Old He had other tasks at hand. While some of them had been postponed, others required immediate attention. Yuan Zuejun nodded, instructing him to deliver the completed spinning wheels to his home. Old He had a bullock cart, making transportation quite convenient, which had been agreed upon from the start. With a grin that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, Old He assured, "Rest assured, I will have my eldest apprentice deliver them shortly." He paused and inquired, "This morning, someone came here to collect items and saw the spinning wheels. They expressed a desire for one as well. If they approach me for one, may I accept the order?" Having already crafted several spinning wheels personally, Old He could replicate them from memory, even without the blueprints. However, this item was presented by Yuan Zuejun, and naturally, he would not casually assist others without his consent. Yuan Zuejun harbored intentions to disseminate this spinning wheel, and with a slight nod, he acquiesced, stating that if someone desired it, he would gladly assist them. He marveled, exclaiming that Yuan the scholar was truly magnanimous. Yuan Suijun promptly corrected him, revealing that the design was proposed by his wife, who had taken the initiative to promote the spinning wheel. Although Su Yueling herself was indifferent to such matters, Yuan Suijun would not usurp her credit. This also afforded him the opportunity to restore her reputation. He paused momentarily, his pupils widening slightly, inquiring if he meant the daughter of Su Erzhan. Su Yueling was not an unknown figure in Guangning County. She was renowned for her beauty and temperament. During Su Erzhan's lifetime, he had elevated her to great heights, indulging her capricious nature. When Su Yueling married Yuan Suijun, he secretly felt pity for Yuan Suijun, imagining the trials he would face with such a delicate and willful wife. However, judging by Yuan the scholar's tone, it seemed their relationship was quite harmonious, and she had even created a spinning wheel that he had never encountered before. Yuan Suijun remarked that this spinning wheel had been used by his sister and boasted a fabric spinning efficiency 4 times greater than that of the traditional hand-operated wheels. 4 to 5 times the original efficiency? Such a notion was beyond his wildest imagination. Had he not known Yuan the scholar's character, he would scarcely have believed such claims. Initially, he had perceived this spinning wheel as more intricate and demanding than the traditional hand-operated version, yet if its efficiency were indeed so remarkable, its complexity would surely attract numerous eager buyers. Was Su Yueling truly so astute? He pivoted, instructing his foremost apprentice to expedite the fabrication of additional devices. He intended to burn the midnight oil, laboring through the night to produce a pair for his wife and daughter to evaluate. Should they prove as efficacious as Yuan Suijun suggested, he must reserve 2 for them. Upon his daughter's nuptials, she could present 1 as part of her dowry. Should this spinning wheel gain widespread adoption, as the inaugural purveyor, he might even bask in a modicum of renown. Were such a prospect to materialize, he would willingly address Su Yueling as mother. He was swift. Scarcely half an hour after Yuan Suijun's return, they delivered 4 spinning wheels, augmenting the existing one to a total of 5 triple spindle treadle spinning wheels. My master says that since your family is willing to make this blueprint public, many people will surely seek him out to make this spinning wheel. This is akin to bestowing wealth upon us. How could we possibly accept your money? He also planned to procure one for his mother and sister, contingent upon his teacher's wife and others attesting to the spinning wheel's efficacy. Yuan Suijun acknowledged Oldie's disposition, marked by a sense of camaraderie. Refusing the payment would only disquiet him. Furthermore, Oldie spoke truthfully. Even if other carpenters were to emulate the creation of treadle spinning wheels, his position as the possessor of the blueprint and the first to produce it would remain unparalleled. The majority would undoubtedly favor commissioning him, presuming his craftsmanship superior. In essence, with this technique, he would never lack for employment. And as his disciples, while the master feasts, they too may partake in the broth. Su Yueling emerged to witness the lively scene, and though she wore no makeup, her radiant beauty illuminated the surrounding courtyard, transforming it from an ordinary dwelling into a magnificent palace. The eldest disciple of he dared not gaze upon her for long after a mere glance, his heart exclaiming in astonishment. He had previously heard tales of Su Yueling's beauty but had naively assumed it to be comparable to that of his own Xiao Chui, wondering how anyone could surpass a celestial being. Yet, upon this encounter, he was utterly captivated, realizing that Xiao Chui was merely fit to serve as a maid. He feared that a prolonged glance might tarnish her beauty. It was no wonder that the seemingly aloof Yuan scholar softened his demeanor in the presence of such a delicate bride. Who could bear to raise their voice against someone so enchanting? She must be cherished and held in the palm of one's hand. Unaware of the attention she attracted, Su Yueling focused on the several looms in the courtyard. She turned to Yuan Suijun and inquired, "How many have we commissioned from the carpenter?" 10, he replied. Even if the courtyard could accommodate them, it would be filled to the brim. One should be moved to Baoshu's room for her use. As for the others, they can be given away. After a brief contemplation, she pointed to one loom and stated, "This one is for Zhang Lishur. In this village, aside from the Yuan family, Zhang Lishur held the highest regard for her, with a favorability rating of 55, surpassing even Yuan Suijun, that notoriously difficult man to please. Zhang Lishur perceived Su Yueling as a sincere individual, easily taken advantage of, and thus deemed it necessary to keep a watchful eye on her to prevent deceit. Observe how perceptive Zhang Lishur is, recognizing her as a kind-hearted individual." Yuan Suijun nodded, recalling his impressions of Zhang Lishur. In recent days, she had been leading other village women in cooking, and during her leisure, she would assist in supervising their work, promptly pointing out any instances of laziness. She often spoke favorably of Su Yuewei, embodying a genuinely warm-hearted nature. Yuan Suifeng immediately called for Zhang Lixi to approach. At that moment, she had just placed the rice on the stove to steam, her skin darkened from prolonged exposure to the sun, and a glimmer of shrewdness appeared in her smile. Sui Jun, do you require my assistance? Since cooking was not taking place at the Yuan household, Zhang Lixi had not visited for several days, and upon her arrival, she noticed the spinning wheels in the courtyard, which differed from those at her home. Many families in Lushan village owned hand-operated spinning wheels, and her family possessed one as well, frequently utilizing it to spin cotton to supplement their household income. Yuan Suijun pointed to one of the spinning wheels and remarked, Yueling mentioned your kind-heartedness and good character. You've worked hard these past few days, so we would like to gift you a 3-spindle-foot-powered spinning wheel. Oh, it's no trouble at all. You pay us 21 each day. How could I possibly accept such a generous gift without putting in some effort? Upon clearly hearing Yuan Suijun's words, Zhang Lixi's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. The hand-operated spinning wheel they used typically cost around 1 or 2 silver taels. This particular wheel appeared to have many more spindles than theirs and was considerably larger, undoubtedly worth more than 2 taels of silver. Their entire family could hardly save 2 taels in a year. To think that this spinning wheel was to be given to her, it was equivalent to bestowing upon her 2 taels. Yuan Baoshu revealed a sweet smile, and this spinning wheel can be used to spin yarn, hemp, or cotton, and it operates at a speed that is 3 to 4 times faster than before. What she did not mention was that with proficiency, it could even increase to 5 times. 3 for times. Zhang Lixi staggered slightly, her face etched with disbelief. Could this truly be so? Although she was aware that Yuan Baoshu was not given to deceit, she couldn't help but grasp her hand, fearing she had misheard. Yuan Baoshu fully understood her feelings. If you don't believe me, and why not try it for yourself? She presented the prepared cotton strip, inviting Zhang Lixi to experience the spinning wheel firsthand. Regaining her composure, Zhang Lixi promptly sat down, and after a good half-hour of trial, despite an initial clumsiness, she soon found her rhythm, her speed increasing with each attempt. Yuan Baoshu truly did not deceive her. With the spinning wheel, she would be able to produce more cotton cloth and earn greater profits. If she could cultivate more cotton, she might even provide her family with new cotton garments for the new year. Is this truly a gift for me? Zhang Lixi exclaimed joyfully, unsure of how to position her hands and feet in her excitement. She did not mind the labor, as she prepared 2 meals daily and earned 21. To neglect her work would be akin to betraying her conscience. To her astonishment, Su Yuewei had noticed her diligence and intended to bestow upon her such a wonderful gift. How could she be so sincere? Such a splendid spinning wheel must surely be worth several taels. Who could have conceived of such an ingenious device? It was indeed remarkable. Could it possibly be a fine product from the capital? Not only has efficiency increased several-fold, but after half an hour of trial, she felt hardly fatigued, far more at ease than ever before. In Zhang Lixi's eyes, the capital was the most prosperous place in the great Xia dynasty, where all things new emerged. Yuan Suijun's calm voice broke the silence. This was painted by Yueling. Zhang Lixi was taken aback. It was indeed Yueling? She felt somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it said that Su Yuewei could neither cook nor spin, that she was utterly incapable? How could she conceive such a thing? Chapter 101. The Virtuous Su Yuewei, Part 4. If something is beyond comprehension, it is best to let it be. After all, Yuan Baoshu and Yuan Suijun would certainly not deceive. Moreover, since Su Yuewei could devise a recipe for white sugar, it seemed reasonable that she could conceive this as well. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to her. Zhang Lixi was filled with appreciation for Su Yuewei. Yuan Baoshu knew that her sister-in-law preferred solitude when she retreated to her room to read. No need to disturb her. My sister-in-law is engrossed in a book. However, given the sweltering weather, her sister-in-law particularly enjoyed the cucumbers from Annie's garden, especially the tenderest ones. If Annie could spare some time to pick a few fresh cucumbers, that would be wonderful. These cucumbers were brought from the Hu region by the founding emperor's envoy, hence their name. Whether eaten raw or cooked, they were exceedingly refreshing. Without hesitation, Zhang Lixi nodded in agreement, assuring, rest assured, we shall reserve the finest cucumbers for Yueling. Due to the considerable weight of the spinning wheel, Zhang Lixi was unable to lift it alone. Yuan Suifeng, renowned as the strongest individual in the village, effortlessly bore the spinning wheel upon his shoulder. The villagers, intrigued, inquired whether Zhang Lixi had indeed acquired a new spinning wheel, as it appeared distinct from those in their homes. With pride swelling in her chest, Zhang Lishur proclaimed to the crowd that this spinning wheel was designed by Su Yuewei, boasting an efficiency 4 times greater than the original while remaining remarkably lightweight. Furthermore, she revealed that this spinning wheel cost her nothing, as it was a gift from Su Yuewei in recognition of her diligent work. Words like 4 times and free stirred the villagers' curiosity and disbelief. A cacophony of questions erupted around Zhang Lishur. Is it truly free? 4 times the efficiency? Are you not deceiving us? How could such an improvement be possible? Isn't Su Yuewei incapable of spinning cloth? How could she design this? Feeling somewhat irked by the skepticism, Zhang Lishur retorted that if they doubted her, they could come to her home and try it themselves. The spinning wheel appeared robust, and she assured them that borrowing it would not result in any damage. Su Yuewei was intelligent and fond of reading. Was it not feasible for someone to learn from books? This underscored the merits of diligent study. Unexpectedly, no one anticipated that Su Yuewei would turn around and present her with a brand new spinning wheel. Had they known this, they would have striven even harder than Zhang Lishur, willing to rise before the rooster crows and toil late into the night. Upon testing it, the advantages of the 3-spindle foot-powered spinning wheel became evident to all who used it. Thanks to the spinning wheel, Su Yuewei's status in their hearts has unwittingly risen. What if she cannot spin thread or sew? She possesses the ability to earn money and is of sharp intellect. Some even murmured to themselves, speculating that Su Yuewei must have devoted considerable effort at home to conceive such an invention. Perhaps she has poured her heart and soul into it behind the scenes. Observing her daily indulgence in exquisite delicacies while maintaining a slender figure, they surmised that it must stem from her diligence. The fact that she does not engage in traditional women's crafts may simply indicate a lack of aptitude. If she is not naturally gifted in this regard, it would be unreasonable to hold it against her. Viewed in this light, Su Yuewei appears quite virtuous. Is this not what the text referred to as having the qualities of an elegant orchid? They collectively began to justify her actions and inquired about who could craft such a spinning wheel. Yuan Suijun did not withhold information. He mentioned that the carpenter, old he, in the county town has the blueprints, and they could approach him directly for the creation. 7 days. Although everyone eagerly desired to possess a 3-spindle foot-powered spinning wheel immediately, they understood that crafting it would require time and could not be rushed. Yuan Suijun then shifted the conversation, casually stating that they would select 3 individuals each month who excelled in their work, rewarding each with a 3-spindle foot-powered spinning wheel. This was also one of the reasons he had ordered so many. Initially, he had planned to distribute them freely. But Su Yuewei's decision to gift the spinning wheel to the Zhang family served as a reminder. If it were merely a token of friendship, it would be too easily obtained, and they might not value the spinning wheel highly. However, when bestowed as a reward, the significance changes entirely. As anticipated, upon his utterance, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with excitement. Are they truly offering this for free? Yuan Suijun nodded affirmatively, confirming that indeed, 3 spinning wheels would be provided each month. Furthermore, if anyone were to propose a commendable suggestion during the construction process, they would also receive a spinning wheel. Many women were elated, directly urging their husbands or sons. Did you hear that? You must exert yourselves. My spinning wheel depends on you all. If we manage to acquire one, I shall reward each of you with a new set of clothing for the new year. Dear, I desire this. Do not let us down. They fervently prodded their men, causing a palpable sense of pressure to envelop the village's male populace. Yet, they recognized that possessing such a spinning wheel would save them a considerable amount of silver. And the sooner they obtained it, the sooner they could generate income. Thus, despite their vocal complaints, each was resolutely prepared for the endeavor. After all, it merely required exertion, and strength was in ample supply among them. Due to the allure of the spinning wheel, both Su Yuewei and the Yuan family have significantly elevated their standing in the village, surpassing even that of the village chief. Su Yuewei, though striving to minimize her outings, could not avoid venturing out daily for water and firewood. Each time she did, she would overhear others extolling Su Yuewei previously. The praises were limited to her financial acumen and prosperity-bringing capabilities. Now, however, they lauded her domestic virtues. Su Yuewei found it utterly incredulous. Was this some form of deception? When had the term virtuous ever been applied to Su Yuewei? The very notion that Su Yuewei had devised a spinning wheel capable of amplifying efficiency severfold was something her subconscious resisted. She even ventured to the Zhang family to verify the truth of it. Only after witnessing it with her own eyes did Su Yuewei reluctantly accept this reality. Naturally, she longed to possess such a device. With it, not only would spinning become easier for her, but she could also earn more money within the same time frame. Yet, Su Yueling would rather bestow this upon someone utterly unrelated than grant her a single machine. Were they deliberately trading this for a good reputation? The villagers truly appeared ridiculous. How could they extol Su Yueling, a person utterly devoid of any household skills, as possessing the grace of an orchid? Did she truly merit such praise? Dejected, she departed from the Zhang family, feeling as if Lushan village was filled with individuals who forsook loyalty for profit. Remaining in such an environment left her breathless. Meanwhile, Zhang Qinhuang's sentiments were scarcely more favorable than Su Yuewei's. He had believed that after passing the examination to become a scholar, even if he ranked last, he would still not fall short of Yuan Suijun. Instead, the villagers whispered behind his back, claiming he was aloof and unapproachable, lacking the amiability of Yuan Suijun. He merely felt that there was no common ground to discuss with these ignorant farmers. They belonged to entirely different strata. Why should he feign cordiality towards them? Now, with the emergence of the spinning wheel, he felt as though he was being trampled into the mud. Zhang Chuang perceived Yuan Suijun as intentionally currying favor, utilizing none other than Su Yueling's funds. He scoffed coldly. He had been accommodating towards Yuan Suijun, yet the latter was persistently aggressive, irking him greatly. The Yuan family's reputation soared like the sun, leaving one to wonder how the village chief could maintain his composure. Zhang Chuang lifted his foot, resolved to visit the village chief, Lu Li, with the intent of stoking the flames further.